In an era where technology supplants tradition, the artisan Guangtai employs his hands to forge extraordinary relics, awakening ancient powers through the ethereal artifact of a spirit tablet, resonating with the essence of the heart via a translucent bell. What secrets lie within the green dye handed to Ash? He traverses the globe, collecting volcanic stones and life orbs, alongside his unconventional companions, the steadfast Shereldon, who pursues ideals, and the forge-obsessed Galarian Darmanitan, weaving a narrative that transcends mere craftsmanship. This tale is not merely about artifacts, it is a fervent legend belonging to the incredible artisan master. Chapter 1. The Artifact Artisan of the Divine City Ruins. In the Johto region, nestled in the northeastern mountainous area of the Lake of Rage, lies the vicinity of the Divine City Ruins. On the map of the Pokémon world, this area is depicted as a blizzard-ravaged land, interrupted by walls of ice and snow, where ancient legends intertwine. On June 6th, early summer, an event occurs. Certain locations experience rainfall. In a secluded hill far from the village, an abandoned workshop stands. The overall structure of the building is a blend of brick and wood, with the outer wooden walls long since decayed and moss creeping over the stones, the hillside outside littered with rubble and dense weeds. Inside, an antiquated clock has ceased to tick, and the stone hearth lies cold. A hastily drawn map hangs on the wall, marking numerous locations, its notes remarkably fresh. Raindrops drench the window panes. Guangtai awakens to the gentle patter of rain, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. Memories begin to untangle themselves in his mind, swiftly clarifying the circumstances. He finds himself in the world of Pokémon. Pokémon, a wondrous assembly of beings imbued with incredible powers, inhabit every corner of this realm, while humanity thrives with an array of marvelous technologies, enchanting creatures, and extraordinary individuals. Thus, the world itself emerges as a tapestry of wonder. With the march of progress, the elemental powers of Pokémon have gradually been woven into the fabric of human existence, a phenomenon that has persisted since ancient times. Overwhelmed by an influx of memories, Guangtai experiences a throbbing pain in his head. He recalls that the original owner once worked in the Sinnoh region, but, due to familial circumstances, inherited a severe psychological affliction from his mother. She had succumbed to illness long ago, and his father met a tragic end at the hands of a wild, ferocious Pokémon. Are Pokémon truly perilous creatures? These experiences led the original owner to forsake his vocation, returning to the hometown as spoken of by his father, the workshop discovered by following his father's notes, though it appeared to have been abandoned for many years. The original owner was an artifact artisan. Within the Pokémon universe, artisans have appeared in each generation of games. For instance, the Elder in the Shoal Cave of Hoenn is a shell artisan. The Steel Man in Johto is a Pokeball artisan, and the Elder Shiro in Sinnoh is a mask artisan. In the colloquial sense, props refer to items used in battles. However, if we broaden this concept, even ordinary household tools and work implements can be considered a form of prop. A prop craftsman, therefore, is one who gathers materials and creates entirely new props. This includes artisans of Pokeballs, skilled crafters of treasures, wood carvers, stone sculptors, glass artisans, and so forth, as well as the trades of prop merchants and material suppliers. Whether in search of natural props or raw materials for crafting artificial ones, frequent excursions into the wild are necessary. Yet, the rewards garnered from such perilous endeavors are scant. At least in this era, prop craftsmen seem to be fading into the annals of history, perhaps transitioning into the role of material suppliers is their inevitable fate. Subsequently, the research outputs from organizations such as the Devon Company, Silver Company, and the Ether Foundation will entirely overshadow the craft of the artisan. Upon regaining consciousness, a sense of hunger inevitably arose. I feel a bit peckish. Given the circumstances, I shall first partake of a Wonyu fruit. The Wonyu fruit, resplendent in a vibrant yellow hue and resembling a pear in shape, is a type of tree fruit in the Pokémon world. Its effects differ when carried compared to direct consumption. When consumed directly, it restores 12 of a chosen companion Pokémon's maximum HP. Moreover, it serves as a vital ingredient in crafting the Itamax potion. While gazing at the open computer, Guangtai began to peruse the digital legacy left by the previous owner. On the online shop's product page, the majority of items comprised various antiquated crafts and sculptures. The art of carving was a cherished family tradition of the former owner. Thus, they excelled in creating props related to carving and polishing, though most were merely decorative, such as the stone sculpture adorning the entrance of a gym. As Guangtai browsed the shop's page, a new email notification suddenly appeared. Could it be from a client? The power of science is truly magnificent. This is certainly something to remark upon, isn't it? Even in a region deemed remote, connectivity with much of the Pokémon world remains intact, a convenience brought forth by the advancements of our era. Perhaps due to the occasional visits from relic researchers, a signal station was established here for convenience. Of course, communication methods in the Pokémon world possess a hint of advanced technology. For instance, those patrollers can communicate with headquarters regardless of how remote the mountainous terrain may be, or even across vast distances separating regions. Upon opening the email, Guangtai discovered it was an inquiry message. The content states, they are seeking an item that can enhance a Pokémon's durability, introduced by Mr. Steel. Ah, my father is acquainted with Mr. Steel. Memories surged within Guangtai. Mr. Steel, a renowned Pokeball craftsman from the Johto region, possesses skills worthy of masterful acclaim. It is not surprising that the previous owner's parents were old acquaintances of Mr. Steel, who has connections in numerous regions. Perhaps this is the hallmark of a master craftsman's network. He likely introduces clients out of consideration for a friend's past, thereby nurturing his own business. As a prop craftsman, my duties naturally involve customizing props according to clients' needs, assessing the quality of various items, and repairing damaged props. The advancement of the internet has greatly facilitated what was once a solely offline customization process. However, due to the challenges of conducting business, online consultations have become an essential aspect of my work. Are you seeking a Pokémon that is either unevolved or evolved for durability? I inquired. If you're looking for an unevolved Pokémon, I recommend the Evolution Stone. I promptly responded to the client, yet I was taken aback when their reply simply read, "What is an Evolution Stone?" The client responded, their confusion palpable. Huh, unfamiliar with the Evolution Stone? I paused for a moment before typing my explanation. It is a stone that significantly enhances the defensive capabilities of unevolved Pokémon, characterized by a pale lavender hue. Such a stone exists? I have never heard of it. The client's reaction prompted me to ponder deeply. I asked about their profession, whether they were a registered trainer in the league specializing in battles, only to be astonished by their response. I hesitated to mention it directly in the email, as it seemed impolite. I am actually the bug-type gym leader. Given that bug types have numerous weaknesses, I have been contemplating ways to strengthen them, which led me to delve into the study of props. A bug-type gym leader. Wait a moment, among the Kanto and Johto regions, and even including Hoenn and Sinnoh, there exists only one bug-type gym leader. That would be the prodigious leader, ABI from the bug-type gym in a Krutik city. The youngest genius gym leader. Well, a gym leader is unaware of the Evolution Stone. What era are we in? I was slightly astonished, quickly recalling that the original owner seemed to possess one. However, the original owner. Right, they also did not recognize that particular Evolution Stone, mistaking it for a mere jade stone. Old, neglected memories surged forth, and I elaborated to ABI on the properties of the Evolution Stone before asking him to hold for a moment. I made my way to the deepest recesses of the workshop, where a sturdy oak door led to a storeroom that also served as a basement. The original owner had not returned long ago, and many props lay haphazardly piled on the aged shelves in the basement, yet to be organized or classified. Upon entering the basement, I found the area cluttered with materials, stones, and wood, alongside common Pokémon drops, numerous antique artifacts, and various collectibles gathered from different locales. I began to sift through the antiques, and soon enough, I located my target. A dim, pale purple stone was embedded within an ancient sword, the label below reading Ancient Sword inlaid with jade. The surface of the gemstone is slightly coarse. As for the ancient sword that bears the jade, the earth seems to have fused with it completely, perhaps buried for countless years. The blade is firmly lodged within the scabbard, possibly rusted, and the intricate patterns on its surface have become indistinct. Memories resurface. This ancient sword was once discovered in a certain relic, likely in the northwestern region of Moonlit Mountain, near the Quartz Plateau. In the past, that area was home to numerous small kingdoms, now reduced to ruins and dust, with only one kingdom still standing. Guangxi reaches out, retrieving the ancient sword, and examines the jade upon it with great care. As this thought arises, a surge of ideas floods Guangxi's mind. These chaotic and tumultuous thoughts disrupt the original line of reasoning, reconfiguring into astonishing information. Precious material, rough natural wonderstone. Knowledge acquired. 1 ancient treasure hunter. facilitates the discovery and interaction with hidden rare minerals, fossils, and antiquities. Upon contact, information about them becomes visible. Craft quantity acquired. 1 unique grinding technique. C. Evaluation. Years of practice have honed commendable grinding skills. Any rock, mineral, antiquity, or tool you grind and restore will possess superior quality and practicality compared to its original state, with enhanced functionality and efficacy. Crafting through this technique can yield the item Evolutionary Wonderstone. Oh, this is... Guangcai remained stunned for a moment, suddenly realizing this may very well be his golden finger. After traversing into this realm, he had yet to grasp the significance of his golden finger. It appears one must work to unlock its potential. Chapter 2. The Unique Scabbard. Knowledge, a term that encapsulates learning ability and intellectual level, enables one to make accurate judgments and perform tasks concerning encounter matters through the application of acquired wisdom. Meanwhile, craftsmanship and technique, as is evident, are the hallmark skills of artisans. This resembles a game I played once. Simulation management, gathering materials, crafting items, unlocking knowledge, discovering mysterious crafting notes, constructing various workbenches and apparatus to create an array of products. One can also hire assistants to aid in production, upgrading workbenches and equipment to enhance efficiency and product quality. Within Guangcai's thoughts, the suddenly manifested knowledge continues to unfold. By completing a new task for the first time, one randomly learns a clue to obtain a material and gains a piece of knowledge. Through repeated work, additional new knowledge can be acquired. Obtaining materials of varying rarity will yield useful knowledge and craft techniques. Acquiring materials of precious quality or above will unlock unique crafting routes, potentially revealing clues for the creation of certain unique, legendary, or mysterious artifacts. Some crafted items may trigger hidden events, with special rewards for their completion. When Pokémon assist in work to gain knowledge, they will experience extraordinary growth. The craftsmanship encompasses 6 distinct paths: carving, forging, planting, painting, sewing, and mechanics. Materials, both common and rare, precious and valuable. What else? Guangcai murmured to himself, sensing the onslaught of forgotten memories assailing him. This newfound ability seemed more suited for those pursuing doctoral studies. Through prolonged effort, one could transform the once ethereal knowledge into unique capabilities, igniting a spark of joy within Guangcai. Although he was neither a trainer nor a researcher, the special abilities stemming from the growth of knowledge would undoubtedly enhance his living conditions. As Guangcai gazed upon the peculiar stone, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, revealing its intrinsic stadia gift bestowed by the previous ancient treasure seeker. Precious material, rough natural oddity. Description: a rare and peculiar stone found in nature, seemingly intertwined with the forces of evolution. Even in its unrefined state, it possesses the ability to slightly bolster a Pokémon's defense and special defense. This unprocessed oddity has yet to unleash its full potential. It must be paired with an unevolved Pokémon to harness its power. The stone's energy resonates with the Pokémon, awakening its latent capabilities. Acquisition clue: digging in areas where numerous Pokémon gather and reside, such as forests, rocky mountains, and caves, may yield chances of discovery. In certain ancient kingdoms, this stone was utilized as a natural gem, embedded in artifacts. Perhaps remnants can be found in ruins. That I can perceive the fundamental information of the object in my hand. In the warehouse, Guangcai touched various crafted items and tools, including stones. While some information was revealed, no new knowledge was triggered. If he wished to acquire further understanding, would it require active exploration and material collection in the wild? Perhaps the growth of knowledge is also correlated with the respective attributes of Pokémon, or maybe he should refine all the stones in the warehouse to see what unfolds. There were certainly many opportunities to experiment with this newfound ability. Upon closer inspection of the ancient sword, he noted: crafted item, ancient sword. Description: an ancient sword unearthed from an unnamed ruin, now encrusted with dirt and rock, its sheath rusted beyond recognition, the surface adorned with vague patterns reminiscent of foreign styles. Donating it to a museum might be the wisest course. Crafted item effect 1. Hidden clue: something may transpire. Crafted item effect 2. While held, energy gradually depletes slightly. It is said that ancient swords absorb the life force of their wielders. Depleting energy? What a flawed remnant of ancient craftsmanship. Noticing it was one thing, but upon further inspection, he felt a sudden wave of fatigue wash over him, discomfort spreading through his body. Nevertheless, despite its flaws, this artifact bore a secret clue he wondered what it might trigger. Were this in a game, it would undoubtedly be an invaluable item. Subsequently, Guangtai promptly summoned the craftsman's toolkit, donned an apron, and equipped himself with a mask and gloves, immediately commencing the task of prying the natural wonder from a sword. Although the stone's exterior bore a resemblance to inferior jade, meticulous polishing would unveil its radiant splendor, transforming it into a precious gem emblematic of miracles and a formidable battle artifact. This extraordinary stone first emerged in the 5th generation, specifically within the Unova region. Long ago, it was dismissed as merely a type of jade, yet in recent years, scholars have begun to recognize its significance and delve into its study. The evolutionary stone, as it is called, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance the defense and special defense of any Pokémon carrying it by 50 upon their evolution. Among stone-type items, the evolutionary stone ranks as one of the rarest. When a diminutive Pokémon wields this stone, it gains an astonishing resilience that defies logic. Despite the immense value of this artifact, Guangtai hesitated to part with it. However, financial constraints compelled him to set aside such extraordinary items for the time being, especially since he lacked a suitable Pokémon for its use. Allowing a battle item to languish unused would be a complete waste. Thus, he resolved to let it fulfill its destined purpose. Upon removing the stone, Guangtai genuinely felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Releasing the ancient sword alleviated this state somewhat, prompting him to shake his head and decide to leave the sword in the basement for further examination later. After his departure, a peculiar sight emerged on the deepest wall of the basement. An eye, a round, black eye of strange shape, gradually materialized from the wall. Overall, it resembled a black E, with the eye positioned squarely in the center. A chilling aura suddenly permeated the basement, causing the shaped eye to quiver slightly, as if filled with trepidation, before swiftly retreating back into the wall, vanishing once more. The source of this foreboding presence was the ancient sword, which had originally housed the evolutionary stone. Crack! Snap! The blade began to tremble unnaturally, emitting faint, brittle sounds. As the outer layer of dust and grime peeled away, the once obscured patterns on the sword's sheath began to shimmer with a dim glow, becoming increasingly discernible. As the entire layer of dirt enveloping the ancient sword was completely stripped away, it was transformed to ash by a surge of silvery energy. There was no time to mourn the loss of the earth now. The ancient sword emerged gradually from the shelf, standing upright. The sheath, adorned in a rich brown hue, revealed intricate patterns that were now clear. The lower half featured protruding designs with 3 sharp ovals interlaced, while the upper half resembled a ghastly visage, as if possessing 3 round eyes. At the end of the sword hilt, a long blue satin ribbon is tied, with the tip in a lighter shade of blue, resembling fingers that branch out. Now, at the apex of that ghastly visage, a blue eye has opened at the center of the intricate hollow design embedded in the sword guard. Oh! An ethereal and bizarre voice echoed through the basement. Who has awakened me, infusing me with the essence of life? Responding to the call, you are my human? By the way, how rude it is that the gems adorning my form have been pried away. Oh! The solitary sword sheath began to levitate, although it was not inherently buoyant. In the world of Pokémon, certain creatures possess innate flying abilities. Many ghost types, for instance, hover effortlessly, rendering the phenomenon rather unremarkable. It swayed its blade, surveying its surroundings, yet the basement was shrouded in darkness. The solitary sheath blinked its eye, conveying its perplexity. Where's this place? It resembles a storage room. The solitary sheath meandered through the basement, endeavoring to escape its confines, and soon collided with the grand door, spinning its blade twice in the air, realizing that this portal led to the outside world. Despite possessing ghostly attributes, its essence is that of an ancient short sword, rendering it unable to pass through the door. It twisted the blue ribbon around the doorknob, only to discover it was locked. Naturally, what storage facility would remain unsecured? Oh! The solitary eye of the sheath fixated on the closed door, deep in contemplation. This human has stripped me of my gems and yet awakened me. The sheath pondered. Its blade twirled in place. Observing its surroundings, it spotted various crafts and materials, and an ingenious plan sparked to life. Oh! Knock on the door, or produce some sound to capture the attention of that individual, concealing itself among the crafts, poised to strike. Although this contravenes the chivalric code, it is not a knight. Yet, What a feeble being, a mere scavenger, who wishes to treat me as a mere collectible. This warehouse is replete with peculiar stones and handcrafted items. Ah, this human is likely some sort of treasure collector, akin to those I encountered in the royal palace. That merchant possessed a plethora of treasures, swords like mine, colossal tripods, and wondrous jade. Chapter 3. The Shadow Assault. Though ineffectual before the computer, Guangtai utilized the device's camera to scan the rough evolutionary stone, subsequently sending an image to his counterpart. Is this the stone in question? Abai expressed astonishment upon viewing Guangtai's description and the accompanying image. He confirmed once more that he had studied numerous artifacts and had never encountered any information pertaining to this particular stone. In the realm of animation, this stone had never made an appearance. Guangtai recalled that, according to the timeline of the game, the first to discover this stone were researchers from the Unova region. While describing the stone's effects, Guangtai refrained from mentioning the seemingly bizarre notion of a 50-point increase in both defensive stats, for in the real world, no scientist had ever accurately tested the various base stats of Pokémon, a fact that was rather commonplace. Indeed, as I previously stated, the evolutionary stone is intended solely for Pokémon that are capable of evolving but have yet to do so. It serves as a miraculous stone for weaker Pokémon and as a formidable support for those Pokémon that are already quite powerful. With this stone, they may even surpass their evolved forms. If you require it, a deposit is necessary. I can assist in polishing it, and after my craftsmanship, the stone will yield even greater results than its current state. Guangtai sent the message, but a prompt response was not forthcoming. His counterpart was likely contemplating the situation, grappling with the uncertainties of an entirely unfamiliar entity, which would naturally lead one to question the authenticity of the offer. All right, I agree. Abai's deliberation did not linger for long, as he sent a new message. You are an acquaintance of Mr. Steele, and I am indeed here seeking a special item. To refrain from purchasing due to skepticism regarding the item's efficacy would be entirely counterproductive. As a researcher, I shall personally verify the stone's effects. Phew, it was settled. Guangtai exhaled in relief. His first transaction in this new region had been successfully negotiated, marking a fortuitous beginning. The agreed-upon delivery time was set for 1 week, and the shipping method was surprisingly available through the Flying Express of Yamaka City. It was likely that a Dragonite or a Pidgeot would handle the remote delivery. The deposit required was 10,000 Poké dollars, constituting 20 of the total price. Given that throughout the various generations of the game, evolutionary stones were nearly impossible to purchase, usually only found along one's journey or received as gifts, only in the 9th generation, during the Scarlet and Violet era, did they become available for regular purchase, priced at 50,000 Poké dollars. Guangtai adhered entirely to the pricing established within the game, intending to avoid the reputation of an unscrupulous merchant. Driving away customers would be an unmitigated disaster. Knock, knock, knock. An eerie knocking echoed through the air, prompting Guangtai to lift his gaze, perplexed by the direction of the door. Is someone knocking? From the depths of the room, a chilling atmosphere began to envelop the space. Rising from behind the counter, I opened the door to the small room, only to discover that there was no one outside. The rain continued to fall in a gentle patter, while the clouds loomed ominously over the hills. The distant forests, valleys, and snow-capped mountains were shrouded in mist, rendering the surroundings dark and indistinct. Once again, the sound of knocking echoed, rap-tap-tap. I, Guangtai, carefully confirmed that there were no wild Pokémon seeking shelter from the rain nearby, and the village not far off was devoid of activity, save for a few wisps of smoke rising from chimneys. The wild grasses swayed pitifully, bent by the relentless rain. Listening intently for a moment, I realized that the sound did not originate from outside, but rather seemed to emanate from within, guiding me towards the basement door. A sense of confusion and vigilance began to surface in my gaze. I had just emerged from the basement and found nothing amiss inside. Could it be haunted? In the Pokémon world, such occurrences were not uncommon, and I was taken aback to encounter one so soon. The gloomy, rainy atmosphere certainly set the stage for a haunting. Indeed, the Pokémon universe acknowledges the existence of a spirit realm, with each generation featuring its own spectral narratives. Ghosts are a familiar phenomenon here, especially since I had taken over the life of the deceased original owner. Perhaps their spirit lingered. If you are indeed a specter, may you find peace. Although I had never exorcised a ghost, the spirits in the Pokémon realm possess ghostly attributes, and where attributes exist, solutions may be found. A skilled item craftsman relies not on brute force, but on the power of their creations. There is indeed a formidable divide between bare hands and wielded tools. Rather than entering the basement immediately, I swiftly retreated to my room to prepare for the impending encounter. The storeroom contained materials, while the crafted items awaited outside. The first item I retrieved was a box of lavender-hued dried fruit. I placed it in my mouth and savored its flavor, the Buddha's hand fruit, which activates to have the damage of ghost-type moves when struck by such an attack. This fruit hails from the Sinnoh region, and my hazy memories suggest that these fruits can also be found in nearby forests. After all, they were brought to the northern Johto region by the citizens of Sinnoh a millennium ago. This fruit has long been imbued with extraordinary power, resembling a flower and possessing a rich sweetness, making it an unparalleled choice for confections. Additionally, some people dry it as a protective talisman. For those residing in haunted areas, it is essential to keep such fruit products on hand. Next, I donned protective gloves and opened the lockable cabinet in the corner, which housed vital materials and exclusive items. I first retrieved a pale white incense stick. The purifying incense, when carried by the Pokémon at the forefront of my party, would deter wild Pokémon from appearing, as some of them find the scent repugnant. After retrieving the fragrant incense and igniting it, a delightful aroma began to waft from the holes of the incense burner. Subsequently, Guangtai extracted a necklace made of dog teeth from the second tier of the cabinet. The dog teeth of Celebi are not mere battle tools, but rather a precious material imbued with residual energy from malevolent Pokémon, enhanced by the fire attribute, given Celebi's own affinity for flames. Adorning the necklace, Guangtai then procured a local delicacy known as the Angry Bun from the Johto region, a specialty snack capable of alleviating most abnormal statuses one might endure. Following this, he rummaged through the bottom tier of the cabinet, uncovering several hardened mud balls enveloped in green leaves, known as sticky balls. Next, Guangtai retrieved a voice recorder nestled within the inner side of the lower tier, which contained recordings of the malevolent move Roar. Naturally, this was merely a voice recorder. It posed no threat of sonic energy attacks, but could produce a cacophony sufficient to irritate opponents. The source of the recording was the ubiquitous low-quality dark crows found in the forest. Lastly, he ensured to take a few Pokeballs. Fully equipped and having indulged in a feast, Guangtai prepared to enter the basement. As the light flickered on, illuminating the entire shelving area, he secured the door to prevent any drafts before stepping inside. A chill enveloped him as he entered. Guangtai shivered slightly, an instinctive reaction, though he was certain he had not felt this sensation when he last departed the basement. With each careful step, he sensed an unseen presence observing him, while the gentle fragrance of the incense and its wispy tendrils drifted into every corner of the basement. Carvings, starry sands, antique artifacts, firestones, power bands, shell bells, and fragments of small Geodude's rocky skin filled the space. Suddenly, the basement door creaked ominously. Guangtai turned sharply towards the sound, just as a shadow surged upward behind him. In the darkened basement, a blue eye flickered to life. The heart of the dusk sword sheath was elated. The outsider had indeed fallen into the trap. For now, prepare to be struck by my shadowy ambush. Such is the knightly way of greeting. The swift shadow lunged with precision, striking Guangtai. The effect, the outcome seemed less than optimal. Confusion filled the eyes of the dusk sword sheath, while Guangtai, though momentarily staggered by the shadowy strike, quickly regained his footing. Turning around, he beheld the ancient sword hovering midair, appearing somewhat bewildered, and it wore an expression that seemed to convey, it appears the effect was not as impactful as anticipated. Chapter 4. Defeating a Pokémon battle without using a Pokémon. Guangtai now clearly recognized the foe concealed among the artifacts. A sword? No, it is indeed a Pokémon. The creature that has appeared in my basement is undeniably of the ghost type, and is that not the ancient sword I just saw? The intricate patterns are now distinctly visible, with the dirt having been stripped away, causing a notable change in its form. At this moment, Guangtai instantly recognized its true identity. If memory serves me right, it should be the Duskblade, a steel ghost type, classified as the sword Pokémon. It is said to be the reincarnation of a deceased soul that inhabits the ancient sword, capable of attaching itself to humans to siphon their life force. Thoughts surged through my mind, crystallizing into information. Artifact event, ancient visitor. Event description, the seemingly dilapidated ancient sword is, in fact, a Pokémon, and it is exceedingly displeased that I have taken its gem and treated it as a trophy. Now it is attempting to reclaim the gem and defeat me. Event reward, unique knowledge and craftsmanship. In contrast to Guangtai's tension, the Duskblade appeared even more flustered. It was supposed to be the instigator of this battle. This human seems rather peculiar. Why do its ghostly attacks feel like mere scratches? Confusion morphed into anger, and anger spiraled into discomfort. The cleansing incense began to take effect, making the Duskblade feel exceedingly uncomfortable, instilling in it an overwhelming urge to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Guitai activated the voice recorder pinned to his chest. Crackle. The harsh sound, akin to a crow's caw, echoed the Pokémon's insults, undoubtedly originating from the ubiquitous Murkrow of the Johto region. Although the Murkrow's foul-mouthed recording could not inflict tangible harm, the jarring noise left the Dusk Blade feeling dizzy, and coupled with the incense scent, it instigated a sense of repulsion, leaving it in distress. At this juncture, Guitai retrieved a Pokeball from his waist pouch, adopting a throwing posture and hurling it forward. The Pokeball struck the Dusk Blade with precision, enveloping it in a radiant red light before drawing it into the sphere. Simultaneously, Guitai produced a mud ball wrapped in green leaves. The sticky ball, now nearly a lost artifact in modern times, may not be complex to craft, yet its primary materials are not easily obtainable, and with the advent of Pokeballs, this item has gradually faded from use. However, its obsolescence does not denote ineffectiveness. Coincidentally, I possess the knowledge to create this marvelous little item. If used to strike a Pokémon, it can impede their movements and expose their vulnerabilities. After a couple of shakes, as expected, the Dusk Blade burst forth from the ball, sending it flying, and it was quite irate. However, in that fleeting moment, the sticky ball accurately struck the blade of the Dusk Blade. This precise hit once again induced disorientation. The moment the independent sword sheath prepared to unleash its technique, it immediately faltered, feeling as if the world was spinning, its entire being ensnared by a viscous substance. As it struggled to rise, before its opponent's recovery from the initial rigidity was complete, it closed the distance and established dominance. This combat style is frequently employed by players in Pokémon Legends, Arceus. The initial throw of the Pokeball was not intended for capture, but rather to maneuver into position. And only after the Pokémon burst forth from the ball did the true battle commence, an unending series of suppressive actions. Simultaneously, seizing the moment while the independent sword sheath was momentarily dazed, Guangtai employed another Pokeball, striking with considerable force directly upon the creature's singular eye. An instant of darkness enveloped the independent sword sheath's vision upon impact. Accompanied by a resounding thud, the soul eye was struck. With a flash of red light, the independent sword sheath was drawn into the ball, which merely paused in Guangtai's hand without any further movement. A triumphant capture. The last thought of the independent sword sheath was a plea. If you have the ability, don't strike my eye. The battle concluded rather swiftly. From the initial ambush to the moment the Pokeball hit the ground, Guangtai sat in disbelief for a while, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Today, I defeated a Pokémon without using my own. What luck! His thorough preparations had led to victory. However, Pokémon are indeed formidable creatures. As one had suddenly appeared in the basement and attempted to attack him, thoughts coalesced in his mind. Presenting information. Crafting event settlement. You have encountered an ancient treasure and discerned its essence as a ghost Pokémon. However, this creature seemed somewhat careless and underestimating you. It was defeated and captured. Through this encounter, you have gained some understanding of the nature and state of ghost Pokémon. Knowledge acquired. 1. Basic spirit communication knowledge. You can comprehend some ghostly languages and transcribe them. Your spiritual resilience has increased, granting you the ability to wield spiritual energy, thus rendering you less susceptible to ghostly influences. Crafting acquired. 1. Unique charm crafting technique. The charms you create, depending on the materials used, will exhibit different special effects, each effective only once. Through crafting, you can obtain items such as the Purification Charm and the Curse Charm. Guangtai exhaled in relief, his spirits lifted. With knowledge of spirit communication, he would no longer fear disturbances from ghost Pokémon. Although the newly acquired crafting technique was only at level 1, its description seemed quite impressive. However, such additional events still carried an element of danger. After Guangtai exited the basement and closed the door once more, the eye-shaped markings on the wall re-emerged. A human had triumphed over a wild Pokémon with bare hands? The lingering scent of incense remained rather unpleasant. The peculiar human requires further observation. The eye detached itself from the wall, drifting towards the doorway, where a mental vortex materialized before it. Subsequently, it pierced through the portal, vanishing into the spiral of thought. At this moment, the moss arrived in the living room and opened the Pokeball. Come forth, Duskblade. Oh. Uttering this phrase evokes quite a sensation. I have long desired to say it. Capturing a Pokémon is a novel endeavor for me, since time immemorial. The method of capturing Pokémon has remained unchanged. With a Pokeball in hand, one must defeat the Pokémon in battle and subsequently ensnare it within the sphere. Some Pokémon will even proactively pledge their commitment to battle, promising their trainer that if they lose, they shall become their Pokémon, to which the trainer ardently responds. Do not worry, I shall not be defeated. But what if one lacks a starter Pokémon? In ancient times, the people of the Verdant region embodied their capturing methods through their robust physiques, hurling numerous adhesive orbs, and ultimately using a specialized heavy ball to incapacitate and capture the Pokémon. Although this was merely the action of a few individuals, it cannot be generalized to all. In an era before the advent of such devices, Pokémon similarly recognized certain individuals through combat, choosing to become their loyal companions and embarking on a series of life journeys together. Alternatively, through various contrivances, Pokémon could be forcibly bound to serve humanity. Upon being released, Duskblade remained momentarily dazed, seemingly stunned from the impact to its eye. It pondered the matter of its vision, reflecting that it was fortunate to be a ghost and steel-type Pokémon, for its eyes were not of paramount importance. Had it been a typical Pokémon, it might have been in dire straits. Gradually, Duskblade turned its form, its singular blue eye beginning to regain sight as it fixated intently on the moss, emitting a low, drawn-out sound, as if on the verge of articulating something yet to be spoken. This was until the moss cautiously brandished another green adhesive orb. "Oh, are you eager for battle?" Duskblade suddenly seemed to awaken from its reverie, instinctively shifting away. "Oh, this force is overwhelming. I cannot withstand it. I have already experienced enough. Quickly, let it be put down." Chapter 5. The Adhesive Orb. The reason for kingship. Duskblade voiced its protest. While its mind engaged in a tempest of thoughts, though as a sword, it likely lacked a brain to triumph over itself in direct confrontation. This human is nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing even those knights of yore who wielded weapons. Speaking of all these peculiar implements, can this truly be considered a direct confrontation? Indeed, it can. This individual is taking matters into their own hands. Instead of battling with Pokémon, one confronts challenges directly, employing any available tools as part of their combat style, an approach that is neither despicable nor weak. The undeniable defeat inflicted by such a formidable human is a testament to their strength. Alas, the gemstones are irretrievable. I shall relinquish them to you. In the presence of the Duskblade, the human before me appears subtly altered since our recent skirmish, though the precise nature of this change eludes my understanding. Perhaps it is a transformation in demeanor? Meanwhile, the expression on the moss's face shifted to one of astonishment, observing the Duskblade emitting its curious sounds. I find myself resonating with its sentiments. The peculiar cries seem to morph into an intelligible system of communication within my mind, accompanied by a delicate, ethereal echo. From its utterances, I glean a rough understanding of its meaning. As I listen, vague mystical symbols emerge in my thoughts. Perhaps they represent the arcane script that can be transcribed? Is this what one refers to as spiritual knowledge? Are you indicating that your defeat necessitates the surrender of the gemstones to me? The Duskblade's singular blue eye widened in surprise. It comprehends my words. It is intriguing how Pokémon possess a profound understanding of human language, while humans can only speculate about the meanings behind Pokémon's communications. I ponder this phenomenon aloud, then pose a question. However, you are not a Pokémon native to this region. Even though I discovered you within the ruins, why do you find yourself slumbering here as an ancient relic? The Duskblade gazes at me thoughtfully. It recognizes that I, having triumphed over it and gained control, must possess greater strength. In the face of such formidable prowess and a humbling defeat, it would be unbecoming of a knight to feign bravado or deceive. Thus, it simply explains how it was brought here by a traveler wielding extraordinary magic, who presented it to a king. Alongside it, several other Duskblades were similarly gifted to knights under the king's command, each bestowed with gemstones. So, this sword once belonged to a kingdom long ago. A tribute from travelers. Indeed, it was customary in ancient times for merchants to transport rare Pokémon and goods to distant lands, fostering cultural exchange, which in turn led to the emergence of regional forms among certain Pokémon. Yet you cannot even recall the name of the kingdom? How careless of you. I jest. While the Duskblade whirls in protest, emitting a series of sounds. It is not carelessness. Rather, Pokémon do not retain memories of troublesome matters beyond their masters. Why dwell on such thoughts? However, it is of little consequence, for that kingdom has likely perished. In the vicinity of the capital region, remnants of ancient kingdoms can indeed be found to the north of the Moon Viewing Mountain, and a small kingdom still endures there to this day. The world of Pokémon is home to several peculiar miniature kingdoms, each nestled in the farthest corners of various regions, possessing their own unique and eccentric laws, and enjoying a notable status within society. Yet, long ago, these kingdoms were not as feeble as they are now. They may have once dominated the entire region with their formidable might. traveling southeast from the ruins of the divine capital into the moon-viewing mountain range. One can encounter several vestiges of these kingdoms. The Sword of the Lone Blade reiterates that the traveler endowed with miraculous spells carries a plethora of treasures, while it merely regards itself as a captured exotic Pokémon offered as tribute. As Light Moss has stated, merchants journeying across the world often engage in such practices, transporting unique products from one region to another, integrating them into local cultures and civilizations, and even altering the natural environment and ecosystem in the process. For the Sword of the Lone Blade, yesterday's events seem vividly etched in memory, as the grand castles and armored soldiers transformed into mere dust upon awakening. The ancient realm has vanished, taking with it all records of its sovereign, let alone the splendid memories, which have all faded into oblivion. Yet let it vanish. Such is the inevitability of fate, for it is but a sword, incapable of overseeing such matters. Nevertheless, one truth remains undeniable. The Sword of the Lone Blade cannot ponder over such complexities, and since the kingdom has fallen and a millennium has passed, denial serves no purpose. Ultimately, as a knight's sword, without a master to serve, it holds no significance for independent action. Of course, its time as a wandering knight was not prolonged, as it has now been captured by a human once more. Yet, simultaneously, the Sword of the Lone Blade contemplates a rather audacious idea. A secret imparted by a former predecessor. The original king was not chosen by bloodline, but rather selected by a certain mythical beast, Pokémon. The king relied on the power of that beast to establish a kingdom and govern countless lives. Since the past king has perished, does it not stand to reason that a new worthy individual, capable of serving in a similar capacity, is now before it? After all, this individual has truly bested it in combat. Surely, such a person could become a fitting master. The Sword of the Lone Blade is quite exhilarated, bouncing up and down before Light Moss, eager to propose its suggestion. Oh, mighty youth, do you aspire to become a king? Power, no, rather tenacity, is precisely the reason one should seek kingship. A king? What merit is there in such a title? To dominate certain individuals and Pokémon. Is this not the path of the villain? How could any Pokémon actively encourage its master to embrace such a role? Guangtai waved his hands repeatedly, finding the suggestion from the Sword of Justice rather peculiar. To assist oneself in becoming king? Was the selection of a monarch truly so trivial? Furthermore, what significance does being a king hold in the modern world, particularly with aspirations to rule over other Pokémon and humans? Speaking of which, the final evolution of the Sword of Justice, the Shielded Sword Beast, has indeed been described as possessing the qualities of a ruler, with those chosen by it destined to become new kings. However, many individuals possess the Shielded Sword Beast, yet none have ascended to kingship. Excitedly, the Sword of Justice exclaimed, "Ah, you don't quite comprehend, do you? Yes, it is indeed my evolutionary form." But Guangtai swiftly doused its enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Yet, the selection of a king is the duty of the Shielded Sword Beast, and as the Sword of Justice, you seem ill-equipped to undertake such a task. Moreover, it appears that those who have genuinely heeded the Shielded Sword Beast and ascended to kingship have ultimately seen their realms fall, much like your own. The Sword of Justice stared blankly at Guangtai, and for a moment, the two, one person and one sword, locked gazes. The Sword of Justice blinked and suddenly scratched its hilt with a blue ribbon, exclaiming, "Oh, so that was the reason. No wonder the kingdom fell. It was my evolutionary form's fault. Well, that is no issue." Chapter 6. Recording in progress. Please do not turn off the power. Nonetheless, it seemed the Sword of Justice had not given up, adopting a demeanor that suggested it had a plethora of brilliant ideas to aid Guangtai in his quest for kingship. The cries of the sword grew increasingly piercing. It was quite eager, exhibiting a peculiar excitement, and the tone of its calls began to shift. As the tone transformed, Guangtai suddenly realized he could no longer grasp the general meaning of the Sword of Justice's cries. This new vocalization was not its original sound, but rather an imitation of something else. The sheer volume of information contained within this Pokémon language was beyond Guangtai's comprehension, likely a limitation of his current knowledge, as he still considered himself a novice. However, observing Guangtai's apparent confusion, the Sword of Justice blinked, seemingly deep in thought. Under Guangtai's curious gaze, it opened the door unceremoniously. It dashed out into the rain and inscribed words upon the muddy ground. This astonished Guangtai. Pokémon could write. Upon reflection, it made sense. The written language of the Pokémon world could very well have evolved from unknown totems, and it was not entirely surprising that some highly intelligent Pokémon could pen human script. However, these inscriptions were in an ancient script. When it comes to ancient texts, The profession of ruins enthusiast is of little use. Only a master archaeologist like Zhu Lan could interpret them. Nonetheless, Guangtai had previously encountered the lore concerning the written language of the Pokémon world. The attention of Guangtai was drawn to the inscription on the ground. The golden finger did not respond, failing to retrieve any new knowledge. Was it due to his unfamiliarity with ancient characters? After all, he was not an expert in deciphering ancient scripts. Such matters were better suited for the champion Zhulan of Shin'ao. If that kingdom was jointly established by the people of Shinha and the inhabitants of the ancient city, could it be that this script belonged to the Shitsue, ancient Shin'ao, script? Indeed, it bore some resemblance to the characters of the unknown totem. Yet, was that not merely akin to Japanese Ramaji? The similarity was undeniable, yet not entirely exact. It appeared that one must first decipher the initial character to acquire knowledge. Or so it seemed. Perhaps he would tackle it when he had the time. After a moment of contemplation, Guangtai shook his head in resignation. Though I do not comprehend the meaning of your writing, it must be something good, right? Thus, the strange sounds he had just heard must have been your attempts to mimic the speech of ancient people, which explained the awkwardness. He had no grasp of what was being said. However, I must inform you that royal power is not eternal. The solitary eye of the independent sword sheath fixated intently on Guangtai, deep in thought. Then, controlling its own body, it executed a sword-swinging motion, circling around Guangtai several times while emitting excited sounds. The independent sword sheath pondered. Although one typically requires noble blood to ascend to kingship, what does lineage matter when a nation has fallen? It is said that the original king was merely an ordinary person, chosen by his predecessors for his potential. With the past monarch no longer in existence, why not select a new king? In that case, I would become the sharp blade and the sword of the king. And the demise of the nation, caused by the steadfast shield sword monster, is of no concern to me. Speaking of which, the former king had shown signs of folly long ago. I had perceived it. Perhaps it is time to establish a new sovereign. He seemed illiterate, unable to recognize the characters he had inscribed. That was indeed a phrase I had heard during the coronation ceremony of the previous king, meant for crowning. It was an unknown poem, preserved behind the throne. Humanity, having gained the life of magical beasts, simultaneously entrusted their own existence. In the era of the nation's existence, I, as a Pokémon, was able to inscribe text. Many human knights sought to forge a contract with me, yet none caught my interest. However, this individual was different. By defeating me unarmed with a tool, he had already proven his worth to wield my power. In this case, he would grow stronger, for a formidable wall exists between unarmed combat and armed conflict. Suddenly, the independent sword sheath cast aside the memories of the past, seemingly invigorated by a new goal. Excitedly spinning in place, Guangtai, observing the fervor of this being, could only shake his head in bemusement. Theoretically speaking, although the Duskblade is a ghost-type Pokémon, the particular lineage it belongs to is primarily anchored to an ancient sword, thus exhibiting minimal emotional fluctuations most of the time. Why then does the Duskblade I encounter display such intense emotional shifts? Moreover, does this creature possess a careless disposition? Pokémon characterized by a careless temperament experience an increase in special attack capabilities while their special defense diminishes. They have a preference for sour flavors and a distaste for bitter ones. The Duskblade floats above the damp earth, while Guangkai's attention shifts from the written words back to reality, having gazed at them for an extended period, as if his very spirit was being drawn into the text. Speaking of which, it is imperative to attend to some important matters now. Guangkai summons the Duskblade, using a towel to wipe away the moisture clinging to its form, simultaneously grasping the hilt and scrutinizing the blade and sheath. The Duskblade seems perplexed by Guangkai's actions, rolling its eyes in observation. Given that your body has slumbered as an ancient artifact for so long, it is likely to have accumulated some rust under the harsh conditions of the wild. After a meticulous examination, Guangkai indeed finds that it lacks the luster of contemporary crafted weapons and bears deep crimson stains and brownish substances. As expected, it has rusted. A sword that is neglected over time will deteriorate, and the preservation conditions in the wild are exceedingly harsh. Although the Duskblade is a Pokémon, many Pokémon exhibit properties akin to the materials they represent. Take for instance the Steel Dragon. This Pokémon, composed of metal, is less resistant to corrosion and susceptible to rust, particularly disliking the rain. As a craftsman, I possess some insights into the restoration of tools, equipment, and even antiquities. Just recently, I acquired a technique for polishing, and I have yet to complete the grinding work on an evolution stone. It seems fitting to undertake both tasks simultaneously. I shall eliminate the rust, proceed with thorough cleaning, and repolish while wiping away any residual impurities. The dusk blade immediately emits a curious call. Oh, is it the repolishing of the blade? I often witnessed artisans performing such tasks. However, Guangkai also perceives another layer of information. Rare material, ancient cloth. Description: this ancient cloth, originating from the dusk blade, gradually absorbs the life energy of organisms. When the ancient sword transformed into a Pokémon, this cloth became part of it. Engaging the dusk blade in craftsmanship may yield certain benefits. Clue acquisition: immersing the worn cloth in a spiritual environment for several days can produce ancient cloth. Some supernatural locations might serve as excellent crafting sites, and collaborating with ghost-type Pokémon can expedite this manufacturing process. Known supernatural location: abandoned workshop, home. Abandoned workshop, a foreboding workshop long forsaken. The ancient building is steeped in resentment, and there have been recent fatalities within its confines. Supernatural level, low. It induces discomfort, but will not result in any supernatural occurrences. Guangkai, is my home a site of the supernatural? Oh yes, indeed. Someone has perished here, my very own demise. Furthermore, this workshop is an abandoned edifice inherited from my father. Although it has not been forsaken for long, its proximity to the forest renders it quite distant from the village. Upon returning, the original owner discovered that no one had set foot here. Coupled with the presence of a genuine ghostly Pokémon, it undoubtedly qualifies as an eerie locale. I then cast my gaze upon the blue satin ribbon of the dusk blade. Such an antiquated fabric, typically associated with unease in the realm of the supernatural, dissipated my apprehension the moment I recalled that my home is, indeed, a site of the uncanny. Thus, I felt reassured. It seems that the unlocking of the talisman crafting technique was indeed prompted by this very cloth. Many Pokémon adorn themselves with trinkets that, while seemingly ordinary, fuse with their intrinsic energy due to their attributes. These items are interchangeable. As I returned indoors, the dusk blade floated in after me, and I glanced back at it. As a craftsman, it is only fitting that my initial Pokémon resembles an ancient sword, is it not? With this thought in mind, I retrieved a pristine notebook, originally intended for recording work-related tasks. Yet, upon gazing at the dusk blade, an unusual sentiment stirred within me, prompting me to lift my pen and inscribe the events of the day in that fresh notebook, just as I had done many moons ago. As I was in the midst of documenting, please do not close the notebook. I turned to a new page. Dusk blade, an ancient Pokémon, possesses a somewhat careless disposition. Encountered at home, within the abandoned workshop. Dislikes bitterness. Prone to moments of pride. Record complete. Chapter 7. The unique evolutionary stone. The process of honing requires considerable time. However, with the enhancement of my skilled craftsmanship, progress accelerated significantly. Clad in work gloves and a mask, I donned a somewhat stained apron, prepared with my sharpening tools. Rust removal, surface treatment, polishing. Though the sun had not graced the sky, the rain gradually ceased, yet the world darkened further, signaling the passage of time. The rust upon the dusk blade gradually vanished, and after extensive polishing, it gleamed as if newly forged. The results of the grinding technique were remarkably effective, significantly enhancing both efficiency and speed, prompting me to reassess the knowledge I had acquired. Some effects seemingly eluded my conscious awareness. The dusk blade appeared quite jubilant. It danced lightly in the air, wielding its newly polished blade to slash playfully at the surrounding atmosphere. I discerned yet another layer of information. Crafting enhancement. Through your exceptional skill in polishing, the dusk blade has undergone certain transformations. Its sharpness and resilience have increased, and its offensive capabilities have seen a modest improvement. The damage of cutting-type moves will be slightly increased. Guanghai nodded discreetly, feeling quite pleased. A newly polished weapon should indeed possess greater resilience and sharpness. The danced joyfully in midair, sensing that it had become more agile while wielding its form. Can you execute cutting-type moves? Why not give it a try now? Guanghai inquired of it, casting a glance outside the window. The sky was rather dim, indicating that time had passed considerably. Yet, fortunately, a faint glimmer of light still filtered through the gaps in the clouds at the mountain's edge. The of the sword blinked, and then a faint silver-green energy surged upon the blade. Upon closer inspection, one might notice that this energy seemed almost illusory, as if merely a reflection born from the blade's extraordinary sharpness and brilliance. Guanghai opened the door and stepped outside where the earthy aroma mingled with the damp air. The became fully focused. It unleashed a series of slashes. The sharp sound of cutting sliced through the air, leaving behind a clear ringing of the sword, and Guanghai's eyes immediately brightened. Even the itself was invigorated, as it began to strike the air in rapid succession. The power of its consecutive strikes grew with each attack, until, ultimately, The area where the blade passed seemed to stir a miniature whirlwind, visibly sending grass and droplets of water soaring into the air. Following that, with a final blow, he aimed for a distant stone. Upon contact with the rock, a straight crack immediately appeared, cleaving the stone into two segments with a single stroke. Although it was not used against an adversary, the sheer visual power was undeniable. This consecutive strike, a bug-type move, could be mastered by many Pokémon. It was likely that the one who discovered this move was the gym leader of Huapi Town. By the way, did you already know how to execute this move back in your era? Oh. The blinked and shook its blade side to side, indicating that it, too, was unaware. Regardless, it was naturally capable of this move. If other Pokémon could not perform it, it was probably because they were not swords. For a sword, executing consecutive strikes is a perfectly normal method of attack. Indeed, that makes sense. Guanghai mused briefly, noting that research findings are derived from meticulous observation. If no Pokémon in nature possessed this move, then the discovery of such a technique would be inconceivable. After assisting thee in removing rust, the next task was to polish the evolution stone. However, the method for grinding stones and minerals differs from that of weapons. For softer stones, one must use sandpaper to hand polish them to prevent fracturing. Fortunately, the evolution stone was exceptionally hard, as it serves to enhance a Pokémon's defenses. Guanghai reflected on the clues gathered earlier and the fact that the origins of evolution stones have never been specified throughout the series of games, inevitably leading to speculation. Perhaps this stone is a product of the evolutionary energy emanating from numerous Pokémon, which has influenced certain minerals in its vicinity. Thus, when this evolution-imbued stone is bestowed upon Pokémon that possess the potential to evolve but have yet to do so, it can significantly enhance their defensive and special defensive capabilities. However, this is merely a whimsical conjecture, as I am not a Pokémon professor. As Guangtai finished polishing the extraordinary evolution stone, darkness enveloped the surroundings, marking the conclusion of another day. He paused his meticulous task to closely examine the stone, which radiated a soft purple luminescence. A multitude of thoughts began to coalesce in his mind. Task completed. Acquired a unique evolution stone. Evaluation. A meticulously polished evolution stone. Its power has been fully unleashed and will, to a certain extent, influence the Pokémon's condition. Artifact effect. If the Pokémon carrying this item is capable of evolution, its defense and special defense will be enhanced by 50. Unique bonus. The inherent potential derived from the evolution stone has been augmented. Prolonged possession will lead to significant growth in the Pokémon's defensive and special defensive abilities. Knowledge gained. 1. Enhanced grinding. You have acquired further insights into the art of polishing. Knowledge gathered within his mind began to settle. Guangtai found himself particularly intrigued by the unique benefits of the evolution stone. In the realm of gaming, the total damage taken is calculated through a composite of physical defense, special defense, and other values. It also requires consideration of the Pokémon's effort values and the differences in stats, alongside the elemental advantages or resistances between opponents. In the real world, however, Pokémon training knows no bounds. Even the weakest of Pokémon can become remarkably powerful through years of combat, potentially evolving into unique individuals that can withstand their previously feared opposing types. A Pokémon adorned with this stone will have its potential thoroughly unlocked. Prolonged possession of the stone fosters continuous growth in both defensive stats, resembling the effects of base stat enhancement items, though it remains uncertain whether the growth pertains to effort values or individual values. Guangtai gazed contentedly at the evolution stone in his hand, despite merely performing the polishing task. He felt assured that this product surpassed the efficacy of a natural evolution stone. Furthermore, he recalled that in the Pokémon world, whether in games or animations, the adept use of items in battles is a rarity, with most trainers, including gym leaders and even the Elite Four, often eschewing item usage. How then can the frail bug-type Pokémon rise to prominence? The evolution stone is indeed the perfect item for the Scyther. Simultaneously, Guangtai remembered the unique premise regarding knowledge and craftsmanship. After the completion of each new project, he would randomly receive clues for acquiring new materials. The thoughts within Guangtai's mind gradually coalesced. Material clue, relic stone block. Rocks that have been processed or hewn by ancient humans possess an aura of mystery. Setting them apart from ordinary stones, they cannot be utilized as materials for sculpture or architecture. However, if one masters the corresponding carving techniques, these relic stone blocks can be transformed into special symbolic tablets. Acquisition locations, various ruins, the Divine City ruins, Rock Mountain ruins, Ice Mountain ruins, Black Gold ruins. Corresponding technique, relic carving technique. Chapter 8. On Pokémon Cuisine Relic Carving Technique. Guangtai pondered deeply. If it pertains to carving, then the craftsmanship passed down through his family is indeed carving. Yet, does the term relic stone block not refer to the stone bricks found within the ruins or the rocks outside? Moreover, what exactly constitutes a symbolic tablet? Its purpose remains unclear, which is understandable since he has yet to truly acquire such material. However, there is no rush. The Divine City ruins are situated on a nearby high mountain. Although the journey is somewhat distant, it is now summer, the opportune season for exploring the ruins. This land experiences only 4 months of snow-free weather each year, from early summer to late autumn. In the world of Pokémon, when considering renowned figures in sculpture, Guangtai's thoughts immediately turned to Kusha, the sculptor from the Paldea region. Each area boasts wondrous carvings, yet few know the identities of their creators. This remains a hidden aspect of the Pokémon world, as stone carving masters often shun fame. Of course, there are the ubiquitous sculptures of the Rampardos found in ruins, though those sculptors have long since passed away. As for the gym sculptures, as Guangtai recalled from the memories of the original owner, the family frequently carved statues for the gym. In certain rock-type gyms, the original owner's father would also repair and refurbish the reliefs and stone arrangements within the gym. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, the mysteries of Pokémon felt profoundly enchanting, prompting him to reflect further. Throughout this contemplation, the Dusk Blade remained patiently at his side, standing still for quite some time. It was only when Guangtai picked up the lustrous evolution stone that he noticed the Dusk Blade gazing at him in a daze. "What's the matter?" he inquired. Indeed, the 2 slots on the Dusk Blade resembled eyes more than anything else. However, at that moment, the Dusk Blade was contemplating how the gem appeared different from the one it had previously adorned. This was what a true gem should look like. Had he known, he would have never given it away. Could it be that he was drawn to it? Why not try wearing it? Guangtai suggested, handing the evolution stone to the Dusk Blade. After a moment's hesitation, the Dusk Blade wrapped the evolution stone in a blue satin ribbon and placed it upon its hilt. To Guangtai's astonishment, a slot for embedding appeared on the hilt, and the gem fit perfectly into place. Guangtai immediately began to ponder the implications. Indeed, although the Dusk Blade, a Pokémon devoid of a mouth for sustenance and belonging to the mineral category, possesses the dual attributes of ghost and steel. These characteristics reveal its essence. It embodies both a soul and an ancient sword, effortlessly manipulating the sword to create subtle transformations. In retrospect, previous animations have featured the folded blade, which appeared exaggerated during combat to convey tension. Now, it seems rather realistic. Despite its classification as a mineral within the Pokémon world, it is still regarded as a living being. After all, where can one find a tripartite creature? Upon acquiring the evolutionary stone, Dusk Blade immediately sensed a significant enhancement in the resilience of its blade. This sensation was remarkably nuanced. The stone, once an ordinary gem, now seemed to possess a life of its own. Not only had it revived, but it also resonated with Dusk Blade, gradually awakening a latent power within and fostering a continuous cycle. Although faint, it felt delightful. Winking, Dusk Blade exclaimed to the luminous moss, "Ah, I am adorned, and the sensation is splendid. Sturdy, resilient, I appear to be in excellent condition." The luminous moss smiled and replied, "You've been carrying it since before the sale. I believe you can keep it for a few more days. The client hasn't responded yet, and this stone will enhance your defensive capabilities over time. However, I assure you, I will find another evolutionary stone to return to you. My craftsmanship will only improve, and the stones I refine will yield even better results. However, if you evolve to your final form, you will no longer require such an item." Dusk Blade's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it danced joyfully along its blade. Filled with confidence for the future, this is the mindset befitting the new king I have chosen. As for the gem, I shall leave it to fate. The luminous moss stretched its body and glanced at the time on the computer, 2100 hours. It exhaled a sigh of relief. Although weary, the day had been quite fulfilling. The sudden appearance of Dusk Blade had interrupted its thoughts and compelled it to engage with this world, which was indeed a good thing. From the moment of awakening until evening, it had been engrossed in work, oblivious to the passage of time, only consuming some dried fruits to stave off hunger. Now, it finally had a moment of respite. Today's labors would conclude here. It was time for a meal. To celebrate its first encounter with Dusk Blade, it ought to prepare a delectable feast. However, the variety and quantity of ingredients at home were rather limited. While it could manage a stew, crafting a more sumptuous dish was beyond reach. It would need to procure more supplies from the villagers, and once it secured its first major client and amassed some savings, it would address that. For now, Foraging for wild vegetables and fruits from the nearby forests would suffice. What do you consume, I wonder? Do you partake in Pokémon food? Guanghai glanced at the Dusk Blade, suddenly pondering. Although Ghost-type Pokémon primarily sustain themselves by absorbing life energy, it seems they can also consume regular Pokémon food and human cuisine. Of course, there are a few exceptional Pokémon that truly do not consume ordinary sustenance. What, then, is the feeding process for Ghost-type Pokémon? Does the Dusk Blade, with its sword-like form and ghostly essence, genuinely require conventional meals? Its lore suggests it thrives on life energy. However, among the Dusk Blade family I know, not a single one has absorbed its wielder's vitality. In contrast, the Candle Pokémon family, with a similar design, seem to revel in malevolence. Furthermore, this creature cannot learn any absorption-related skills. From the breeding group perspective, if memory serves correctly, it belongs to the mineral group. Yet, this group does not exclusively consume rocks and soil. For instance, the Trevenant, also classified as mineral, can enjoy regular Pokémon food. So what does this ghostly sword favor? Of course, it craves life energy, the Dusk Blade replied naturally. Though it need not exclusively be human energy. Human vitality can be quickly replenished through consumption, making it more convenient. Given its nature as a weapon, it coexists symbiotically with its wielder, though Guanghai appears to require no such protection. The Dusk Blade stared intently, gesturing with its blue ribbon-like hand while vocalizing. Isn't it common for such tales to exist? Like the hero's sword embedded in the forest. So long as the hero's sword is placed in the designated spot, it remains unblemished for countless years. Ah, the hero's sword. Such a concept truly exists? Are you suggesting that the essence of nature is also vital energy? That seems plausible, given the existence of wild Dusk Blades. One cannot simply absorb the vitality of savages. Guanghai contemplated. The notion of a hero's sword stuck in the forest evokes images of a decayed blade, and if one were to carry a shield Pokémon, what might its status be? Then a thought struck. Does the vitality of berries count? Indeed, the Dusk Blade blinked, affirming Guanghai's assertion. Berries certainly count. Without vitality, how could one recover? Then, what about vitality fragments? Although one would likely find that using them at full health would yield no effect. What are vitality fragments? The Dusk Blade questioned, perplexed, while Guanghai instructed it to wait. Shortly, he retrieved a box of pale golden diamond-shaped gems from the living room cabinet. Vitality fragments, he explained. Though they share the same shape, some are natural minerals while others are artificially crafted. Nevertheless, their effects remain consistent. Utilizing the vibrant herb and the healing grass, one can transform these plants into vitality fragments after a series of meticulous processes. Guangtai presented the vitality fragment to the unique sword sheath. Lo and behold, the unique sword sheath grasped the pale golden gem with its azure palm, and its eyes widened in astonishment. A powerful surge of life emanated from within. Ethereal, lavender energy enveloped the unique sword sheath, and swiftly, the vitality fragment ensconced within the blue ribbon vanished from sight. Was it absorbed? Remarkably, it could be utilized without depleting energy. Indeed, it was unlike the realm of gaming, as the vitality fragment itself possessed an extraordinary life force. It was evident that it consumed using its azure ribbon palm. According to its lore, this entity would ensnare the sword wielder's arm with the blue cloth, siphoning life until their collapse. It appears that this creature simply acted out of hunger. This notion is substantiated within the submerged ruins of the United Regions. An ancient saying proclaims that consuming is the essence of acquiring all life. Those with mouths partake through eating, while those without must manifest their own means. However, the cost of the vitality fragments is approximately thrice that of tree fruits, averaging around 1,500 $. This is considerably pricier than regular food and vegetables, nearing the cost of substantial ingredients. If vitality fragments were to be consumed daily, it would amount to a significant expense. It seems prudent, if feasible, to cultivate a patch of land near the cottage to grow some vegetables and tree fruits, especially since I intend to reside here for an extended period. You may be satiated, but I am not. The hour has grown late. Guangtai approached the stove, gazing at the stone chimney and the ample firewood stacked within the kitchen. Remnants of the original owner's expeditions. Fortunately, the original owner had managed to complete some tasks upon returning. Otherwise, I would face the dire predicament of lacking fuel. Subsequently, Guangtai rummaged through the storage box, retrieving various ingredients: canned chicken, pickled vegetables, an abundance of onions, numerous dried radishes, butter, a small bag of flour, fresh milk, and some tree fruits, along with mushrooms recently gathered and placed in a paper bag. During lengthy journeys, the assurance of fresh food sources is elusive, aside from tree fruits. The shelf life of ordinary vegetables is relatively short, with the exception of onions, which undoubtedly boast one of the longest shelf lives at room temperature, lasting up to a month. In contrast, tree fruits are truly peculiar natural provisions. They can remain unspoiled for extended periods, and different varieties harbor unique nutritional benefits. Guangtai resolved to concoct a hodgepodge stew with these ingredients. This is a common culinary method, employing inexpensive and readily available ingredients simmered together naturally. To enhance the stew's texture and flavor, some ingredients may be sautéed or fried prior to the simmering process. In the enchanting realm of Pokémon, beyond the usual culinary ingredients, berries can also serve as essential components for stews. In the distant Galar region, sumptuous curries are crafted using these very berries. Having satisfied its hunger, the single-edged sword, upon observing the luminous moss preparing the ingredients for a meal, swiftly darted into the kitchen. The new monarch was personally cooking. As a knight, how could it refrain from offering assistance? When it came to chopping vegetables, utilizing its own blade would certainly expedite the process, for it was quite sharp indeed. With a flourish, the single-edged sword approached the chopping board, drawing its true form from the sheath with a resounding clang. Grasped by a blue satin ribbon, the sword's blade shimmered with a delicate green luminescence. The single-edged sword executed the move multi-slash with remarkable efficacy against the cabbage. The swift motion transformed a round onion into fine shreds in an instant, the blade leaving behind ethereal afterimages. Employing a bug-type move to slice vegetables was an effortless delight, given that vegetables belong to the grass type. Oh, I never considered using an ancient sword for food preparation, especially since you are not a kitchen knife, mused the luminous moss, momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. The single-edged sword, however, felt a swell of pride in its performance, its singular eye widening as it proudly raised its blade, oblivious to the onion scraps and droplets of water adorning it. The luminous moss quickly stepped aside. It is the duty of a subject to alleviate the burdens of their ruler. Mere ingredients are but a trifling matter. If needed, I can slice them all with ease. The luminous moss, somewhat surprised, responded, "Is that so? You seem quite adept at such tasks. Then I shall entrust you with the task of slicing the berries as well." Unexpectedly, the single-edged sword possessed this skill. The luminous moss had assumed it was merely a weapon bestowed upon a knight by an ancient king, meant only for battle. Yet, this revelation made things considerably easier. Upon hearing the luminous moss's praise, a fiery determination ignited within the single eye of the sword. "Ah, new king, have you witnessed my prowess? It is not that I lack skill, but rather that your strength surpasses mine. However, when it comes to vegetable preparation, surely I am more effective. As for that cheap kitchen knife, it should evolve before entering the kitchen." The following day, June 7th, the weather was splendid. The early summer rains had ceased, and the sun rose, heralding the awakening of this ancient land. This slumber had been most refreshing, banishing yesterday's fatigue. The luminous moss tidied the bedding and glanced at the time, 7:35. It was a beautiful morning. The single-edged sword had not been returned to its pockball. Instead, it stood in the corner, its tip resting on the ground while the hilt leaned against the wall, much like a soldier of old would position their weapon for quick access. The single-edged sword seemed to have retained this habit. The luminous moss gazed thoughtfully at the closed-eyed ancient blade. Should one consider constructing a weapon rack? Within the realm of Pokémon, there exists a specialized field dedicated to the study of Pokémon ecology, with Dr. Oda and Dr. Old U being eminent figures in this domain. Different types of Pokémon exhibit distinct preferences for their lifestyles. Although the single sword mentioned an example of drawing the sword from the stone yesterday, it is unlikely that any weapon truly relishes being embedded within the bricks of ruins, enduring the relentless exposure to the elements for millennia. Even the legendary sword of the King of Swords, the Decaying Blade, succumbed to deterioration after 3,000 years, despite being a true hero-esque sword. One can only imagine the fate of other ordinary ancient swords. Today remains a day of busyness. The interior of the house, the warehouse, and the workspace all require organization, and the land outside is no exception. Keitai first ventured into the warehouse, retrieving a board and a machine. Among the essential items for outdoor activities is a portable solar power source. Upon reaching the workshop, he activated the machine, basking in sunlight to store sufficient energy. This place lies at a considerable distance from the village, yet it is not too far. Before the door stretches a vast expanse of land, cluttered with nameless weeds, rocks of varying sizes, and branches inexplicably blown in by the wind. The previous day's rain obscured distant views, but today, under clear skies, Keitai surveyed his surroundings and recalled the map affixed to the wall. The towering ancient spirit peak and the ruins temple, the distant village. and several natural dirt paths and openings leading out of the valley came to mind. Chapter 10. The Clay of Light. According to memory, these were the days following the original owner's return, during which, through exceedingly limited outdoor activities and explorations and initial visits to the village, a rudimentary map was drawn based on interactions with the villagers, thereby clarifying the nearby terrain. Keitai returned indoors to retrieve the map, once again gazing at his surroundings in reference to it. First, he focused on the primary structure of the ruins of the divine capital, which is, in fact, the remnants of a temple situated far from the village, hidden deep within and at the highest point of the ancient Spirit Peak. Access to the Spirit Peak is only possible in summer. Once autumn and winter arrive, the area is besieged by fierce blizzards. Thus, the markings on the rudimentary map indicate this in the upper right corner. It is said that from time to time, relic investigators or adventurers from other regions embark on exploratory activities, yet most yield little in the way of discoveries. This is quite understandable, as the world of Pokémon is replete with ruins. Without knowledge of the true nature of the ruins of the divine capital, one might simply regard it as a temple site located north of the city of Johto and the Quartz Plateau. During the frigid winter months, heavy snowfall will block access to this area, and the ruins of the divine capital, nestled deep within the mountains, will be sealed under layers of snow, necessitating passage through walls of ice and snow for entry. Due to its position on the edge of the Quartz Plateau, the climate is frigid, and the snow in the mountain valleys remains nearly perpetually frozen. The village, nestled within a hollow, relies on the ancient Spirit Peak for sustenance, preserving a small tract of land for survival, with the planting season commencing in June each year. In the northwest lies an expansive forest, known as the Forest of the Divine Capital, where towering ancient trees abound, casting shadows so profound that sunlight scarcely penetrates. To the east, stretches an unending range of unnamed mountains, primarily composed of rugged cliffs. These lofty mountains create numerous deep ravines, within which scattered, moist patches of land are found. At the pinnacle of this eastern mountain range stands the ancient Spirit Peak, the highest of them all, from which many rivers and streams cascade, meandering through villages and forests alike. To the south, one encounters the metropolitan region, characterized by vast, towering quartz plateaus, which include the Moon-Viewing Mountain and the Cloud Blossom Mountain Range as integral parts. Across the plateau lies the smoky city of the metropolitan area. To the west, another expanse of unnamed vast plateaus and mountains unfolds, extending from the boundaries of the Scarlet City and the northern territories of the battlegrounds, reaching far beyond the map's edge. Even the mere glimpse of this iceberg on the map of the metropolitan area reveals a scale that rivals that of the Quartz Plateau. Shifting my gaze back from the distance, I once again observe the desolate land near the workshop. Due to the nature of my work as a versatile props artisan, I frequently traverse various mountain terrains, which necessitates a constant change of work locations, ensuring that I seldom linger in one place for too long. Now endowed with the unique ability to acquire knowledge and craftsmanship, my wanderings become even more essential. Yet, my endeavors in the divine capital have only just commenced, and it is time to revive this abandoned workshop. At the very least, I anticipate an extended stay here, particularly as one category of props is inextricable from the land: potions. From the ancient herbal remedies of yore to the modern full recovery and complete restoration potions, their essence has remained unchanged. The herbs of the Pokémon world possess astonishing effects. For ordinary injuries, a mere drop of herbal essence yields immediate results. Once transformed into potions, their efficacy becomes even more remarkable, a testament to the amalgamation of various herbs' medicinal properties. However, the process of crafting these potions varies across regions and types of remedies. Common herbs like mint, basil, and revival grass are often cultivated by human hands, as relying solely on wild foraging proves exceedingly difficult, compounded by the fact that certain specific herbs do not flourish in every region. Thus, it becomes imperative to carry a variety of herb seeds while traveling, ensuring they can be planted at any moment. I, too, possess some herb seeds on my person. Whenever I commence work in a new location, I leave behind some for future use or purchase additional seeds from local apothecaries, alongside vegetables and plant seeds for unforeseen circumstances. Unlike fresh vegetables, seeds, if stored properly, possess a remarkably long lifespan. The Luminous moss, though not a herbalist in its own right, possesses the ability to concoct basic healing remedies, a skill bequeathed by the native inhabitants of the Shinao region, utilizing the local herbs. It would be prudent to venture into the village to replenish supplies. According to the memories of the original owner, the village is home to apothecaries and craftsmen. The apothecary boasts a garden of medicinal plants, where one might procure seeds for herbal cultivation or transplant some herbs, while also seeking rare varieties. As for common agricultural seeds, a simple transaction with the villagers would suffice. In all honesty, the Luminous Moss anticipates a stay of several months in this place, making the sourcing of food paramount. Fortuitously, it is now summer in the Divine City, where flora eagerly absorbs the warm air and flourishes exuberantly. Moreover, in addition to acquiring seeds, it is necessary to gather some rags. Upon turning, the Luminous Moss encountered the drifting silhouette of the Duskull. Ghost-type Pokémon, while spectral, are not true phantoms. They too require rest. Good morning, Duskull. Let us commence our tasks. The Duskull appeared somewhat animated, albeit oblivious to the day's agenda, merely inquiring. Are we to chop vegetables again? No. Today we shall first tidy the house, and in the afternoon, we will make a trip to the village. The abandoned workshop had indeed lain dormant for quite some time. Since the original owner's return, only the living room, studio, and basement had seen use. For rooms remained untouched. Their ancient wooden chairs haphazardly strewn about, cloaked in a layer of dust, and upon opening the door, a cloud of dust provoked a fit of coughing. The Duskull floated inside, enveloped by a chill that strangely brought it comfort. Why so cheerful? This place feels decidedly uncomfortable, mused the Luminous Moss. Noting the accuracy of the information, the antiquated house had accumulated resentful energy, confirming it as a site of supernatural occurrences. Such is the fate of a long-abandoned dwelling. As the Luminous Moss surveyed the layout of the first room, it found a rectangular table adorned with aged glass vials, accompanied by a cabinet featuring 3 tiers of storage above and 2 large drawers below. Metal implements and tools for potion-making lay scattered atop the storage area, while beside the cabinet stood a diminutive bookshelf, burdened with decayed tomes, their spines damaged or entirely detached. It bore the unmistakable hallmarks of an alchemical chamber. This was the Luminous Moss's initial impression. The array of jars and metallic vessels, coupled with the decaying books, undeniably fit the archetype of a potion-making room. However, even the slightest touch upon those books threatened to reduce them to ash, dissuading the Luminous Moss from extracting one for closer examination. These tomes had remained untouched for many years, and any attempt to leaf through them would likely result in disintegration, rendering meaningful reading impossible. Yet, the Luminous Moss contemplated that the restoration of such books could itself be an art form, though it remained uncertain whether it would ever acquire the necessary skills for such a craft. After cultivating and harvesting herbs, one can enter this chamber to concoct potions, as there are numerous ready-made vessels available. Subsequently, the second room is rather spacious, resembling a forging chamber, with stone walls encasing it. At the far end stands a medium-sized furnace, linked to a grand chimney, surrounded by some antiquated pipes, rusted and likely inoperable. On the opposite wall, there are several empty storage boxes containing remnants of charcoal. It appears that the walls of this room might be movable, as Guangtai noticed a wooden stake lodged in what resembles a door panel. Observing the scabbard of a sword float aside, Guangtai retrieved a large, rusted wrench from a corner. Here, one could engage in small-scale forging, akin to a blacksmith's workshop in a game. The third room houses hardened clumps of clay and some discarded, poorly crafted ceramic pots. As Guangtai picked up a pot, the knowledge of ancient treasure hunters activated, revealing its appraisal information. Craftwork: abandoned modern pottery. Description: a completely failed craft. Unworthy of purchase even at a bargain. Essentially, it is refuse. Well, nothing transpired. These are merely ordinary pots that failed in their creation. Is this a pottery studio? With curiosity, Guangtai proceeded to the fourth room. However, the outcome disappointed Guangtai, as the fourth room was entirely vacant. Yet, an empty space is the easiest to clean. The thorough cleaning commenced swiftly, with Guangtai and the scabbard organizing and wiping down the remnants left behind. After a morning's effort, they cleared all the dust from the rooms. During this process, Guangtai stumbled upon something peculiar. Indeed, sometimes deliberate observation makes it challenging to discover valuable items, while unintentional cleaning might unearth oddities from neglected corners. It was a clump of light green clay radiating a faint glow. Rare material: light clay. Effect: when the Pokémon carrying it uses light screen or reflect, the effect lasts longer than usual. Crafting requirement: 1. Unique pottery firing technique. The pottery produced will retain the effects of the raw materials, and ground and rock-type Pokémon will greatly appreciate the crafted pottery, slightly enhancing their attribute energy. In the game, light clay can be obtained through repeated excavation in the underground passages of the Sinnoh region, and its rarity is indeed exceptional. If pottery is crafted using this material, will it also emit light? A strange thought suddenly crossed Guangtai's mind. Since clay is inherently the material for pottery, if pottery is made with light clay, will my pottery possess its own light screen? Chapter 11. Resurrection Grass and Rolling Beans. After completing the cleanup of the workshop, Guangtai set off for a distant village, carrying the unique sword sheath. Upon arrival, he found the villagers toiling in the fields. A river surged forth from the ancient mountains, flowing through the village, while nearby streams, formed from melting snow, merged with this river. The climate of the divine ruins was somewhat frigid, with sowing only occurring during the summer months. In the world of Pokémon, however, crops grew at an astonishing rate. In the fertile soil, harvests could be reaped within a month, defying all logic. Yet, the growth of berries was even more remarkable, bearing fruit within a mere 48 hours of game time. Guangtai observed numerous Digletts in the fields. These mole Pokémon had an oval, brown head with a red nose, their bodies hidden beneath the earth. The surfaces they excavated would swell, the soil getting aerated, their droppings enriching the ground, creating ideal conditions for farming. They made delightful sounds as they worked the land, raising mounds of earth, while the villagers followed suit in their sowing. Quickly, Guangtai found the apothecary, where an elderly bald man named Jiu Lu tended to the medicinal crops, embodying the classic image of a village herbalist. Upon Guangtai's arrival, the old man squinted, scrutinizing him for a moment. I never expected anyone would come to reside here. I heard that the abandoned workshop had someone living in it. It turns out to be you. The last time you visited the village, I didn't get to see you. I heard you came from Sinnoh to investigate the ruins. The old man's gaze fell upon the unique sword sheath, which greeted him with a flourish of its ribbon. Ah, what an intriguing Pokémon, resembling a living weapon. The elder was quite taken with the sheath, observing it intently until Guangtai expressed his purpose. Only then did the old man shift his focus back, a gentle smile appearing on his face. I see. You wish to procure seeds for medicinal herbs and vegetables. No problem. Let us take a look. And although it may be a bit far, if you seek peculiar items, you should visit the distant divine ruins. There, in a small house near the temple, resides a young traveling merchant with golden hair and a blue coat, always laden with a large backpack. He has been staying there since last year, seemingly serving as a guide for the elderly in the mountains, perhaps even an adventurer. A traveling merchant? A supplier of materials from the wilderness. Guangtai felt a surge of excitement, for encountering a merchant in such a remote mountainous region was indeed a rarity. The presence of a materials merchant signified that he would possess rare and valuable resources. Having gleaned useful information from the apothecary elder, Guangtai quickly grew familiar with him. In the realm of the divine, the inhabitants comprised not only the descendants of the people of Shinha, but also the progeny of the ancient city dwellers. This intertwining of lineages has long been an enigma woven into the fabric of history and legend. Why did the denizens of Shin'eo venture south across the seas? Why did the city folk journey north into the depths of the mountains? Even the elders are at a loss, for the tales have fragmented and faded into the mists of time. The elder meticulously prepared an assortment of medicinal herbs and their seeds, some familiar and others foreign to Guangtai. Among these was the healing herb, reminiscent in appearance to scallions, known for its remarkable efficacy in concocting remedies. It was originally sourced from the Shin'eo region, perhaps due to the environmental similarities with Shindu, allowing it to flourish abundantly here. Next was the vitality bud, also known as the dew blossom, an indispensable ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine. Then there was the cordyceps, a wild grass with medicinal properties, notorious for its bitterness. This served as a raw material for herbal medicine, easily prepared by drying and grinding into powder for consumption. The elder then opened a drawer filled with potions, revealing a vibrant green, curled herb. This was the resurrection grass, known for its intense bitterness and spiciness, yet remarkably potent as a remedy. It could restore vitality even from the brink of death, and when cultivated, its roots would grow substantial, referred to as the vitality root. The resurrection grass is an invaluable herb, worthy of careful utilization. As Guangtai examined these herbs, he noted that beyond the familiar ones from the game, there were others not represented, akin to conventional herbs from the real world. Their benefits extended beyond mere health restoration to include calming the mind, detoxifying, and enhancing physical strength. The elder remarked on the essential nature of these medicines, explaining that the herbs grow rapidly. With diligent watering after planting, they would sprout within days and flourish, yielding a harvest within a month. Listening to this, Guangtai couldn't help but marvel at the seemingly unscientific growth rates of flora in the Pokémon world. Yet, the advantages of such rapid growth were undeniably clear. He observed some groundhogs in the village, pondering if they were the villagers' Pokémon. The elder shook his head, clarifying, "The groundhogs and we share a symbiotic relationship. They assist us in tilling the soil, and in return, we sow crops they favor, rewarding them with these provisions. Groundhogs would nibble on crops, roots, or vegetables, prompting farmers to cultivate plants that appealed to them, thus fostering a cooperative exchange. This practice was common in many regions where groundhog farms thrived. Nodding in understanding, Guangtai contemplated the dynamics at play, while groundhogs contributed to soil fertility through their labor. It was intriguing that they could not learn the tilling technique themselves until they evolved into Dugtrio, a mere game mechanic, albeit an interesting one. Generally speaking, the tilling technique can be perceived as transforming ordinary farming into a specialized skill, a concept that was only introduced in the 6th generation of the game. Ordinary tilled land requires only ground-type Pokémon, as they excel at breaking the hard soil. Traditionally, utilizing a Tauros for plowing is also quite effective. This practice is documented in the farming records of Zhuqing village during the Shichue era. After all, very few can master the technique of tilling. While ground-type Pokémon are abundant, with even Groudon being capable of this task, I am grateful for your herbs. I shall tend to them with care. As thoughts began to swirl within Guangcai's mind, an influx of information resurfaced, coalescing around the theme of rare materials. Rare herb, reviving grass. Description: an extremely bitter herb that can restore all health to one fainted Pokémon. Crafting quantity: 1. Unique traditional medicine crafting technique. The medicine you create will have its restorative effects doubled, though it may become slightly more bitter. However, if administered to Pokémon that favor bitterness, their bond will not only remain intact, but may even strengthen. Through crafting, you can obtain medicinal items of high quality. Additionally, here are some seeds for crops. I shall share a few with you. The elder from the apothecary brought forth more seeds. With the assistance of the Diglett, the apothecary cultivates not only herbs, but also regular crops. While traveling, one cannot expect to enjoy fresh vegetables, but fret not about time. The soil here is fertile. Now that summer has arrived, the vegetables and crops will sprout and grow swiftly after sowing. There is plenty of wasteland near the abandoned workshop that can be utilized. The elder continued, you should be aware that food and medicine often share origins. Common vegetables can sometimes serve medicinal purposes. Some vegetables act as food when one is hungry and as medicine when one is ill. You may also borrow the Diglett, but it will take a few days. Just come back to me once the farming is finished. In the meantime, you can clear the wasteland around the workshop. Can I really borrow the Diglett? Guangcai asked, somewhat astonished, since Elder Jilu had just mentioned that those Diglett were not Pokémon from the village. Certainly, as long as you provide them with their favorite foods, some vegetables and roots from trees. Elder Jilu smiled, stroking his beard. Diglett are quite amiable Pokémon. Although they might initially pilfer vegetables, they will willingly assist in tilling once offered their preferred treats. I will prepare those foods. It won't take much effort. If those little ones come over, they can clear the wasteland in a day, but I fear you may not keep up with the cleaning. If you feel somewhat embarrassed, next time you are out gathering materials and discover any rare herbs, simply bring some back for me. By the way, if you happen to find a wood fruit, please be sure to bring it to me. This fruit thrives in the forest, with a notably lengthy growth cycle, making it an exceptional tree fruit for medicinal concoctions. However, each fruit-bearing tree yields only a meager harvest, and the Pokémon are particularly fond of it. Once ripe, the fruits are swiftly plucked, rendering them quite rare. Guangtai felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, for with the assistance of the mole, the soil would become enriched, allowing the herbs to flourish more rapidly and robustly, ultimately conserving considerable time and energy. Remarkably, he had procured both herbs and vegetables in one fell swoop: broccoli, turnips, garlic, mung beans, wheat, radishes, cucumbers, and green onions. His own stock of vegetables was dwindling, and daily foraging was impractical, although the forest held an abundance of tree fruits. Encountering ill-tempered wild Pokémon competing for resources could spell trouble. Upon acquiring those packets of seeds, a surge of thoughts coalesced into information. Rare crop seed, rolling bean. Description: sturdy and plump beans, favored by bird and fish Pokémon, capable of attracting them to the designated area. Knowledge acquired: 1. Grower, expert in cultivating various herbs and crops, shortening their growth cycles and enhancing their vitality, enabling grass-type Pokémon to mature more swiftly. Oh, the rolling bean from the era of verdancy? It is astonishing that such beans still exist. A wealth of knowledge and craftsmanship. My visit to the village has indeed been fortuitous. Furthermore, I wish to procure some rags in the village. Chapter 12. The Aura Sash and the Art of Magical Candies. Before long, Guangtai amassed a substantial collection of worn fabrics, during which he made an unexpected discovery. While examining an old martial arts uniform with great care, a cascade of thoughts began to crystallize in his mind. rare material, orange-red, old martial arts uniform. Description: a garment once worn by a seasoned and formidable martial artist, having endured the trials of mountains and rivers, imbued with the essence of fighting attributes. Though now tattered, the wear and tear of time has rendered the uniform even more resilient. Craft acquired. 1. Unique powerful textile craftsmanship, a technique for processing exceptionally durable and special fabrics. Through distinctive weaving skills, one can create special textile products with powerful effects. By collecting materials from fighting-type Pokémon and sewing them with sturdy fabrics, one can produce potent ore-enhancing items. Resilient fabrics can be carried by fighting-type Pokémon, gradually bestowing them with fighting attributes, transforming them into fighting cloth. Craftable items, or a sash, or a headband. Engaging the unique sword sheath in the crafting process may yield further results. An aura sash? Guangtai turned to the elderly apothecary, who sighed softly and replied, "Ah, that was once my attire, kept as a memento, too difficult to part with, but now I find it unnecessary." The elder of the apothecary candidly confessed that he was once a formidable martial artist, who, disregarding his family's admonitions, journeyed throughout the Pokémon world. In his prime, he had claimed victory in several martial arts competitions. However, he later succumbed to an illness that necessitated a period of recuperation, compounded by the toll that years of combat had exacted on his physique. Upon returning to his hometown, he discovered that his parents had passed away. Consequently, he relinquished his aspirations of being a martial artist and established a traditional medicine shop in this village. Now, his son has embarked on a similar path, unwilling to inherit the apothecary and instead venturing into distant lands, leaving his return uncertain. Guanghai listened, feeling a twinge of melancholy. After collecting the fabrics, the elder gifted Guanghai some resilient and substantial cloth, stating, "Though I do not know what you intend to do with those old, tattered rags, as a craftsman, your endeavors are surely of value. If you do not mind, please take this cloth as well." The primary materials for fabric include hemp, silk, and cotton. While in the Pokémon world, certain unique plants can also be utilized to create textiles. For instance, the luminous petals once nurtured by the King of Abundance, when fashioned into fabric, are said to shine under the light. Similarly, among evolution items, there exists the ethereal cloth, imbued with formidable spiritual energy. Ordinary fabrics can be transformed into various special textiles through secondary processing. Guanghai had previously procured strength cloth to create a strength headband, which now lay stored in the warehouse. It is worth mentioning that, in the animated world, the concept of a momentum cape seems non-existent. Numerous items do not appear in that realm. And the world in which Guanghai finds himself appears to be a fusion of various elements, where combatants do not utilize items, and such battle gear is scarcely available in the market. Common exchange items such as hard stones, silver powder, and mysterious water droplets, which are prevalent in games, have become coveted prizes in various competitions here, underscoring their rarity. As Guanghai prepared to bid farewell to the elder, the apothecary imparted a crucial warning. "You have only recently arrived. There are important matters I must convey. If you intend to venture into the divine capital forest, take heed. Many powerful Pokémon fiercely defend their territories. Should you inadvertently trespass, you may be attacked. The trees there grow exceedingly tall, casting shadows that obstruct sunlight, with the ground blanketed in moss and dense vegetation, making ambushes a constant threat. Recently, a flying mantis has emerged from within, causing chaos in the surrounding woodlands before fleeing. Mighty creatures often claim dominion over vast areas, establishing their territories as personal sanctuaries, a phenomenon observed among wild Pokémon as well. After a while, Guanghai returned to the workshop, eagerly commencing the processing of the fabric. Material: resilient cloth. Description: a notably thick and sturdy fabric, suitable for crafting high-quality garments. The main hall of the workshop serves as a space for labor, and the abandoned workshop lacks any significant layout. First, let these tattered fabrics be thoroughly immersed in the supernatural ambience of this place, transforming into ethereal cloth. Guatai arranged the rags in the fourth room of the workshop, a desolate and dim space, perfectly suited for crafting supernatural materials. Basic knowledge of spirit communication informed Guatai that such shadowy corners, devoid of sunlight, are the most conducive to gathering ghostly energy. It became evident that the supernatural essence of a location could dissipate. As the abandoned building undergoes restoration and its contents are tidied, the life within would eventually lead to the fading of the supernatural atmosphere, reverting to an ordinary locale if no spirits inhabit it. Since the workshop is akin to a home, the ethereal ambience would inevitably vanish. Subsequently, Guatai began to cut and sew the martial arts attire while retrieving corporeal materials from the warehouse, fur from the fighting-type Pokémon, Mankey, Primeape, and Infernape. Guatai also recalled that the information regarding rare materials hinted that involving the Dusk Blade might yield experience points, new techniques, or enhanced abilities. Guatai mused, harnessing the powers of Pokémon to rejuvenate this workshop and gradually become a renowned artisan worldwide. Perhaps I am getting ahead of myself. First, I must create some products to sell. Only by crafting high-quality items that satisfy customers can I attract more custom orders and spread the reputation of both the workshop and myself. Mastery of unique craftsmanship and knowledge is essential, so let me set a modest goal to establish my name in the Johto region. I will have all trainers there utilize the tools I create. Lo and behold, the Dusk Blade's eyes sparkled with determination. As a sword, it held no purpose if it did not cut. Let it contribute to the ideals of the new king. Suddenly, the Dusk Blade swayed its hilt, the blue ribbon fluttering toward Guatai, declaring in a dramatic tone, "Since this is such a sacred moment, can you do that thing? Raise the sword with one hand like a young ruler, swearing an oath in ancient times." How utterly dramatic, Guatai thought. Yet the Dusk Blade gazed at him with longing. "Fine, I shall do it." With a sigh, Guatai grasped the hilt and lifted the Dusk Blade toward the heavens, its tip pointing to the ceiling. "Wow, how cool!" the Dusk Blade exclaimed, satisfaction evident in its demeanor. Indeed, this felt just right. How I wish an artist could capture that moment. Thus, it diligently began to cut the fabrics, while Guatai restitched them. Although Guatai found the Dusk Blade's wish somewhat theatrical, he quietly admitted that it felt rather delightful. After a prolonged period of industrious effort, the first exquisite craft has finally been successfully created. A task completed, a momentum belt attained. Effect: a powerful belt crafted from Pokémon materials and special techniques, which, when equipped, allows the bearer to withstand a potentially lethal attack with merely 1 HP, provided their HP is at maximum. Unique effect: after enduring with the momentum belt, even when reduced to a mere 1 HP, the trainer's encouragement may occasionally inspire the Pokémon to persevere. Knowledge acquired: 1 Fabric processing efficiency 5. The information regarding the craft emerged, leaving Light Moss astounded. Has the effect of the momentum headband been fused with that of the momentum belt? A dual-purpose item. This is splendid. As a battle item, could it potentially trigger continuous endurance for trainers of the blessing type, allowing them to overwhelm their opponents effortlessly? Indeed, the bond between Pokémon and trainers has now truly become a contest of whose connection is superior. Following this, new thoughts coalesced regarding the unique sword sheath. The unique sword sheath has aided you in completing a craft, yielding experience and growth. The level of the unique sword sheath has increased. It has learned the move, Endure. Knowledge acquired by the unique sword sheath. 1. Quick cutting. Enhanced precision and speed in fabric cutting. Oh, the unique sword sheath suddenly sensed a transformation within itself. Its blade paused momentarily before it began to gather energy in place, enveloped by a remarkable aura. This is Endure. Oh, this must be the growth mentioned in the information regarding collaborative work. Lightmoss pondered as he observed the unique sword sheath. At that moment, upon completing the craft, a clue to a new material emerged randomly. Thoughts converged in his mind. Rare material, wood fruit, a green fruit known as the miracle fruit, which accumulates beneficial components for Pokémon within, requiring an extended period to mature. It activates when the Pokémon is in an abnormal or confused state, dispelling that condition. When combined with crystal honey and peach fruit, it seems to create an extraordinary candy. Acquisition location: the Shrine of Celebi, Sacred Forest. Corresponding craft: Magical Candy Craft. Magical Candy. Light Moss was utterly astonished. This is a precious item capable of elevating a Pokémon's level. Although the concept of Pokémon levels is nearly non-existent in the real world, it is undeniable that evolved Pokémon are significantly more powerful. Wood fruit. The Shrine of Celebi. Is there a shrine within the Sacred Forest? Indeed, wood fruit was originally referred to as the miracle fruit, carried solely by Celebi and Mew. In my possession are the following fruits: yuzu fruit, zero fruit, peach fruit, raspberry fruit, Buddha's hand fruit, cocoa fruit, lime fruit, and shita fruit. The elderly apothecary also mentioned that if I find wood fruit, I should bring it to him. It now seems quite a challenging endeavor. The sound from the computer resonated perfectly, pulling Guangtai's thoughts back from the realm of fantasy into the stark reality. Setting aside the imposing sash in his hands, he approached the screen to check his messages. It was a new email from a client, signed as Messenger of the Dragon. I am searching for items that can prevent my Pokémon from being targeted for their weaknesses. Do you happen to have anything like that? The message read. A wild client had emerged. Guangtai promptly began his response and inquired, What type of Pokémon are we discussing? To which the client replied, as you can see, I am the messenger of the dragon, a sacred creature. However, even the formidable dragon type finds itself at a disadvantage against ice types. Additionally, Pokémon like Gyarados also fear the wrath of electricity. Guangtai interjected, but Gyarados does not seem to be a dragon. The client retorted, are you suggesting that Gyarados isn't a dragon? Huh. Not only dragon-type Pokémon are considered dragons. Suddenly, Guangtai realized who this wild client was. So it's Eevee. I see. I happen to have items that can counter such challenges, specifically the Spirit Sash. Have you heard of it? Guangtai sent his reply, and the response was filled with question marks. Spirit Sash? What does it do? Guangtai explained, even when struck by a potentially fatal blow, it allows the Pokémon to endure and remain standing. Moreover, the Spirit Sash I crafted ensures that if the Pokémon and trainer share a strong bond, they will withstand any amount of damage. The client responded, what are you saying? Such a thing cannot exist, a Spirit Sash? It cannot merely be an ordinary sash given an impressive name. Guangtai replied, I cannot prove this to you, but you will discover its efficacy once you purchase it. He then sent Eevee a picture of the crafted Spirit Sash, priced at 50,000 Poké. This was the standard rate at the Paldea item shop. And not a penny more. Chapter 13. Observations on the single sword sheath with a flourish, 50,000 Poké were credited. Although Eevee seemed somewhat skeptical of Guangtai, for someone of his stature, 50,000 Poké was likely just a small price for a cloak. It was said that he frequently visited department stores to procure the same cloak, filling an entire wardrobe. As for the shipping method, it would naturally be dispatched from Yamok City, just as the evolutionary stones were. Considering that Eevee's homeland appeared to be Yamok City, it was possible that the champion was currently within the city limits. Would Eevee take on the role of a courier? Another item sold. How splendid, the Spirit Sash. Your arrival is perfectly timed. Onward, for there are still more items to create. The goal is to rejuvenate the workshop and dominate all item shops in the city. In the future, residents of the city must employ items when engaging in battles with individuals from other regions. Aside from the Momentum Sash, there are also the Momentum Headband, Master Band, and Black Belt. However, the traditional martial arts uniforms and the materials from those combat Pokémon do not possess a black hue. If the belts crafted do not exhibit a dark color, can they still be deemed as black belts? With this thought in mind, Guangtai proceeded to create several Momentum Sashes, subsequently turning his attention to the remaining 3 items. Naturally, the first item to be completed was the Momentum Headband. Task completed, you have acquired the Momentum Headband. Effect: a potent belt crafted from Pokémon materials and special techniques. When worn, it occasionally allows the wearer to survive potentially lethal moves with just 1 HP. Unique effect: occasionally nullifies fainting when using self-destructive moves, such as Explosion, with a 5 chance to retain 1 HP. Knowledge acquired: 1 Momentum Processing. Processing efficiency for Momentum-type items is 5. This is quite impressive. Guangtai paused for a moment, astonished by the unique processing effect of the Momentum Headband. However, a 5 chance is not particularly high, even with the benefaction of the ability Serene Grace. It only reaches 10. It appears to be an effect that seems powerful but is rather lackluster in practice. Nevertheless, if one were to assemble a casual team specifically for the purpose of utilizing Explosion, it could yield remarkable results. Winning a match could bring joy for an entire day. However, during the crafting of the Momentum Headband, no random material clues emerged, possibly due to its similarity in effect to the Momentum Sash, which may have overshadowed the original effect. Subsequently, Guangtai crafted the Black Belt. Task completed, you have acquired the red, Black Belt. Effect: although referred to as a Black Belt, it is red in color when worn. It enhances the power of fighting-type moves. Unique effect: increases the power of contact moves by 11. Knowledge acquired: 1 Fighting Processing. Processing efficiency for fighting-type items is 5. Oh, an increase in contact move power, akin to a low-tier Iron Fist, and this effect supersedes that of the Strength Headband. 1 item serves the purpose of 2. However, the Strength Headband itself is seldom utilized, as players often prefer the more formidable Choice Band in the game. It is somewhat regrettable that I currently lack the capability to craft items from the Choice series. In addition, the unique sword sheath has been consistently assisting me in my endeavors. However, since the nature of the work is similar, the notification reads, the unique sword sheath has aided you in completing a crafting task, yielding experience and growth. The unique sword sheath's level has increased. The attack EV of the unique sword sheath has improved. No new moves or knowledge were acquired. It seems that repeating the same task merely grants experience and effort values. The following day, After earning a modest profit, Guangtai retrieved some tools for tilling and clearing from the workshop, preparing to tidy up the overgrown land choked with weeds, stones, and branches. Upon mentioning such tasks, the sword sheath immediately became filled with enthusiasm. These weeds, stones, and branches are perfect targets for testing its swordsmanship. Would you like to help? Oh, splendid. Guangtai, delighted by the sword sheath's spirited demeanor, pointed to the weeds and said, "Let us clear these away first." With that, Guangtai began picking up branches alone. Without hesitation, the sword sheath twirled in the air, smoothly drawing its blade from the sheath, which was then caught by a blue ribbon. With newfound seriousness in its gaze, it soared to a height above the taller grass, and the blade emitted a tremor. The shimmering edge of the sword swiftly swept through the weeds, effortlessly clearing them away in an instant. Was that the Aegislash? Observing the familiar effect, Guangtai couldn't help but recall certain memories. Before the 4th generation, the Aegislash could efficiently clear large patches of grass on the map. This technique could eliminate both grass and branches, while the successive slash, as a bug-type move, was also quite effective against grass types. As Guangtai watched the sword sheath elegantly clearing the weeds like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, the scattered branches were also sliced into pieces. The technique it employed evolved from the Aegislash to the successive slash. The latter increases in power with each consecutive strike, resulting in the blade's white light becoming increasingly formidable, capable of sweeping away vast expanses of grass in one stroke. The sword sheath appeared to be quite exhilarated. Cutting weeds was far more satisfying than chopping wooden stakes. Perhaps this is what mowing feels like. Before long, the sword sheath had completed its weeding task, fluttering in midair, eagerly eyeing the stones. It selected a rock of moderate size, and, with a graceful spin, swung its blade. When the sword sheath struck the stone, a crisp sound resonated, and the blade trembled, its eyes widening in surprise as the stone slowly cracked, with fragments falling like dust from the fissure. The Aegislash could not easily cleave through stone. Naturally, stones belong to the rock type, which requires fighting or steel-type moves to break. Guangtai, wielding a pickaxe, shattered the fragmented stone further while observing the sword sheath, which was still shaken from the impact, and shook his head. This won't do. Without learning the appropriate type moves, one cannot force it through. Generally, mastering a fighting-type move like Rock Smash would easily turn stones to rubble, or a steel-type move like Iron Head could suffice. The sword sheath, with its blue ribbon scratching the hilt, looked on in confusion. What is Rock Smash and Iron Head? I've never heard of those. Is that so? What skills do you possess? Show me, please. The Sword of Solemnity has transcended the realm of ancient artifacts since this fellow's resurrection. Ancient treasure hunters can no longer perceive its essence. The Sword of Solemnity first exhibited the techniques of Aijutsu and consecutive slashes, each employing distinct attributes of energy and radiance, thus easily discernible. The consecutive slashes represent a series of relentless assaults, while Aijutsu delivers a singular, instantaneous strike. Following this, a jarring noise emanated from the friction of its body, accompanied by a metallic scraping sound. The cacophony of sharp sounds and metallic tones was evident, yet one must listen closely to perceive the difference. Subsequently, a simple collision occurred. It was indeed a clash. Thereafter, the scabbard was cast aside, and a crimson glow enveloped the blade, dramatically enhancing its speed. Is discarding the scabbard a means of shedding unnecessary weight to significantly augment one's agility? The Sword of Solemnity rendered me speechless. Steel-type Pokémon often lighten their bodies by shedding layers of iron shavings or plates, as they can effortlessly regenerate them. Yet you, Sword, employ this tactic by relinquishing your scabbard. Oh, the Sword of Solemnity seemed somewhat displeased by my reaction. Just admit whether you've gained speed. After all, it merely returned to retrieve the scabbard in a rather disheveled manner. What of it? Once more, a shadowy ambush ensued, under the brilliance of daylight. The technique was rendered even clearer, as the shadow of the sword swiftly struck, forming a crimson-eyed phantom blade that darted behind a boulder for a surprise attack. I have personally experienced this move. Following the execution of the shadowy ambush, the Sword of Solemnity unleashed a powerful downward slash, distinct from the Aijutsu technique. Is it a cleave? How splendid it would be if it could split tiles. I felt a twinge of regret. The final two displays included a dexterous aerial maneuver for slashing, known as the Swallow Return, and the act of closing its singular eye to drift into slumber. Silence then enveloped the scene, but fortunately, the Sword of Solemnity soon awakened, assuring me there was no cause for concern about oversleeping. To alleviate your worries, it roused itself. No, I was not worried at all. However, is that the extent of your techniques? Is there merely one skill of body lightning for the steel type? What of protect and reflect? I pondered with a hint of disappointment, while the sword of solemnity shook its blade in response. Oh, protect? Reflect? I am inherently an offensive weapon. What need have I for defense? If it's defense you seek, procure a shield, and we shall discuss it once I evolve into a sturdy, shield-wielding entity. Nevertheless, under my scrutiny, the sword of solemnity showcased its final skill. It paused momentarily, leaving behind an image that mirrored its own form. A shadow clone. No, that is not quite right. As I reached out to touch the image, I discovered that it was, astonishingly, tangible. This is the doppelganger. In the realm of gaming, its effect resembles that of a dinosaur-like toy, while within the animated universe, it manifests as an image akin to that of a Pokémon. Quite remarkable. With the doppelganger, one can execute numerous unforeseen maneuvers. However, the Sword of the Unyielding does not regard this technique with high esteem, believing it may diminish its own vitality. Yet, the vitality sacrificed can, at critical moments, yield significant value. This will become evident in due time. Guangtai smiled as he gently stroked the hilt of the Sword of the Unyielding. The duo toiled tirelessly throughout the day in the desolate land, clearing away most of the stones and branches, while the weeds proved surprisingly easy to remove. At noon, they feasted on fruit from the trees, and as the sun began to set, they paused their labors, transporting wood into the workshop and stacking stones in the corner outside. Thereafter, they commenced preparations for dinner. Following this, the quest for tree fruits necessitated a venture into the forest. The acquisition of items such as the Muko fruit relies heavily on fortune. However, if the climatic conditions surrounding the divine city resemble those of Sinnoh, similar fruits ought to thrive here as well. After dining, the sky darkened completely. As their work concluded, thoughts coalesced into information within Guangtai's mind. The Sword of the Unyielding has aided you in completing a task, earning experience and growth. Gain knowledge, weeding speed 5. Mastered technique, precise strike. The Sword of the Unyielding once again grasped a new technique and began to swing its blade through the air. However, Guangtai felt a sense of disorientation. As if it were an illusion, it seemed that every strike executed with precise strike canceled out any subsequent recoil. Wait, is this indeed precise strike? Experimenting with a few movements, Guangtai shook his head, then retrieved a notebook from within the house to record some observations about the Sword of the Unyielding from earlier in the day. This served as his observational diary. Today's focus was on the study of techniques. Learn techniques: Aegislash, piercing sound, metallic tone, cleave, impact, brace, body lightning, shadow ambush, doppelganger, return of the swallow, precise strike, sleep. Ah, what a fulfilling day. It is time for rest. Chapter 14 obtained soft soil. For the next 2 days, Guangtai and the Sword of the Unyielding continued their land-clearing endeavors, refraining from venturing elsewhere. On the morning of the 3rd day, a sudden appearance of several moles near the cleared wasteland drew Guangtai's attention as they began to chatter at him. Today is June 11th, with clear weather. Dig. Have the moles arrived? Has the farming in the village concluded? This surprised Guangtai, but even more astonishing events unfolded as the ground abruptly heaved, and 3 round, brown heads emerged from the earth. Digu. It is the trio of moles. The trio of moles are adept at teamwork, the triplet moles. In comparison to their pre-evolution state, the 3 moles now possess 2 additional heads that closely resemble their original form, albeit differing in height. As for their bodies, there is little to elaborate on. They remain buried deep within the soil, unseen by human eyes. The 6 eyes of the 3 moles fixate on the luminescent moss, engaging in a series of incomprehensible utterances. Fortunately, they are accompanied by the dusk blade, which begins to interpret the situation for the moss. Essentially, the elderly herbalist had informed them of the moss's predicament and provided nourishment, prompting the moles to feel it was time to assist. Cultivation adheres to specific temporal constraints. Delays are inadvisable, particularly in this region where the land has long been fallow, overrun with weeds, and devoid of any signs of tillage. Thus, they promptly arrived to offer their help. Concurrently, a wealth of knowledge surfaced in the moss's mind. Soil tillage, during its initial phase, primarily involves shredding and incorporating surface weeds and remnants into the earth, laying a foundation for subsequent cultivation. In softer soils, the frequency of tilling may be reduced, while harder or compacted soils necessitate more frequent tilling to ensure even mixing and refinement. Additionally, the moles tilling would transform the land into fertile soil, suitable for fruit-bearing trees. However, without regular tilling or the application of fertilizers, it would swiftly revert to ordinary earth. This wisdom is gleaned from the realm of horticulture. Moles are instinctive agronomists. possessing a profound understanding of soil, unmatched by most Pokémon. The moss murmurs its gratitude towards the three moles, acknowledging their invaluable assistance. You are indeed the natural masters of agriculture. It is truly remarkable. The moles, in response to the moss's accolades, exhibit proud expressions on their three heads, their collective calls conveying a sense of modesty, as if to say, "This is but a trifling task. We do this annually. So do not be astonished." The moles, filled with joy, swiftly commenced the first round of tilling the soil, bringing along a dozen companions, singing the mole song as they energetically dug and turned the earth. Meanwhile, the moss prepared sustenance for them. It had a supply of provisions, including some fruits and specialized Pokémon food. The original owner had kept the Pokémon food for the purpose of treasure hunting in the wild. Should they encounter a wild Pokémon, they could use the food as a bribe or toss it to make a quick escape. In urgent situations, humans could also consume this food. The dusk blade hovered in the air, intently observing the moles as they toiled, the scene evoking hazy memories of the bygone era of kingdoms, when humans forced magical beasts to labor using various implements. The work rate of the moles is remarkably swift. Even land that has long been undisturbed quickly becomes loose under their exertion. As they toil, the compact soil transforms into a crumbly, aerated layer, with soil porosity gradually increasing to facilitate the absorption and retention of rainwater. This process also enhances the potential nutrients within the soil, thereby improving its fertility and allowing crop roots to extend more freely. Suddenly, the trimole emerges from the cultivated layer, heralding that the land cleared by the luminous moss has been completely tilled. At this moment, thoughts in the luminous moss's mind converge. The trimole and the moles have assisted you in completing a task. You have gained loose soil. The trimole and the moles have acquired experience and growth. Their speed and effort values have increased. The trimole has gained knowledge, powerful tilling speed 10. The trimole has comprehended the technique, Earth's might. The trimole, sensing its transformation, gazes around in confusion with all three heads. How could merely tilling the soil lead to the sudden mastery of a new technique? Moreover, its body feels invigorated. How peculiar. The luminous moss, witnessing this phenomenon, is equally astonished. It appears that, much like Pokémon assistants, enlisting Pokémon for substantial tasks yields experience and growth. This growth likely refers to level and effort value enhancements. After consuming the Pokémon food prepared by the luminous moss, the moles cheerfully excavate as they depart. In a short span, the barren land undergoes a remarkable transformation. The brown, freshly tilled soil occupies the entire vista, while the luminous moss and the single-edged sword continue to clear the remaining stones and branches, fashioning rudimentary area demarcations from the twigs. The herb zones, healing herbs, vitality buds, and bug-repellent resurrection grass are established. For the cultivation of fruit trees, fertilizers are procured online. The seeds have been allocated into specific areas, and all have been sown, including beach radish seeds, rolling bean seeds, royal leaf seeds, and healing herb seeds. The transplanting process has also made some progress, with resurrection grass being reburied. This potent herb's propagation primarily relies on robust rhizomes, known as vitality roots. Thus, the resurrection grass is replanted, utilizing its growth characteristics. Rhizome propagation or clonal propagation can be achieved by dividing the creeping rhizomes into several segments of a specific length or node count, each retaining 35 buds for propagation and replanting to cultivate independent new plants. Throughout the continuous planting process, the knowledge of the planter continuously manifests, causing those seeds to grow rapidly and become more robust and flourishing than their kin. Meanwhile, as the single-edged sword sifts through the soil, wrapping branches with a blue ribbon, it suddenly seems to recall something, its solitary eye widening in surprise. Oh, hadn't the trainers at home mentioned before that vital fragments are synthesized from healing grass and vital buds? The Sword of Solemnity suddenly became exhilarated, gazing at the two designated areas for planting healing grass and vital buds, and an idea sparked. The sections were far too small. They should be enlarged to cultivate more of these two herbs, thus ensuring an inexhaustible supply of vital fragments. Wishing for an endless supply of vital fragments? While it is true that herbs grow rapidly, their growth is not limitless, especially concerning medicinal plants. If they mature too quickly, it can deplete the fertility of the soil. And without sufficient quality fertilizer for nourishment, the soil's nutrients will not be replenished, particularly with large-scale, high-density cultivation, which can lead to severe land degradation. Kogai waved a hand, dismissing the proposal of the Sword of Solemnity, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Soil degradation? This was a realm previously unknown to it. The Sword of Solemnity began to ponder, and soon it waved its blue ribbon, conceiving a new idea. Ah, got it. It seems that certain grass-type and ground-type Pokémon can enhance soil fertility. So all that is needed is to capture Pokémon of the corresponding attributes. However, it is still premature to discuss this. The first batch of herbs has yet to be planted, and capturing grass-type Pokémon is not an easy task. Some grass-type Pokémon not only fail to enhance soil fertility, but may also further deplete it. Without understanding their abilities, how can one ascertain whether they would benefit the land? Indeed, there are grass-type Pokémon that can lead to barren soil, and I am referring to you, Cookie and Snail. However, that creature is a legendary Pokémon, sealed away in a distant land, so there is no need to worry about it suddenly appearing in other regions. Of course, among the common grass-type Pokémon, the walking grass can also impact crop yields, as they tend to compete for the land's nutrients. This revelation startled the Sword of Solemnity, prompting a moment of introspection. So that is how it is. The intricacies of Pokémon affairs are truly profound. It is perplexing how a Pokémon with a grass attribute can lead to barren land, a stark contradiction to its inherent nature. Nonetheless, Kogai was indeed contemplating the proposal of the Sword of Solemnity. If only it could summon a Leafeon to assist in fostering the growth of plants. What a fanciful dream. Kogai shook its head. In the game, mythical creatures must be unlocked through special means, and in the real Pokémon world, who would grant you such access? Arceus, perhaps? As for grass types, the warm and humid-loving grass Pokémon from the Hoenn region can be dismissed outright, leaving a narrow selection among those accustomed to cold climates within the Sinnoh Pokédex. Personally, Kogai really desires a Turtwig. The shell on Turtwig's back is formed from soil. Once Turtwig evolves into Torterra, it could transform into a mobile plantation, facilitating the cultivation of herbs while traveling. From the perspective of production and daily life, the soil-based turtle is indeed an excellent choice. However, one peculiar aspect remains. The quadruple weak ice type resides in the frigid realm of Sinnoh, a domain symbolizing strength. As night falls, the luminous moss commences its work. The fabrics laid in the shadowy corner have begun to emanate an unusual aura. The luminous moss picks up a portion of the fabric and perceives the corresponding material information. Rare material, ethereal fabric. Description, tattered cloth tainted by the supernatural, allowing ghost-type Pokémon to reprocess it into aged fabric. Creating talismanic garments or decorative items from this fabric may yield unique effects. Knowledge acquired. 1. Ethereal fabric processor. Processing speed of ethereal fabric increased by 10. Come forth, the unique sword sheath. The luminous moss beckons the unique sword sheath, which has been eagerly awaiting this moment. After many days, it is finally time for processing. With practiced ease, it wraps some ethereal fabric in a blue ribbon, infusing it with its ghostly energy, allowing the fabric to gradually align with its own essence. Consequently, the cloth begins to transform into a deeper shade of blue, resembling an extension of the ghostly blue ribbon. In the eyes of the luminous moss, the information about the material has shifted. Chapter 15, The Ancient Explorer. Leahy, rare material, aged fabric, processed. Description, ancient cloth imbued with an ominous aura. Prolonged contact may lead to the loss of vitality. Crafting quantity acquired. 1. Basic spiritual sewing technique. Utilizing ghostly materials, one can create apparel for spirits and phantoms, aiding in pacifying their restless hearts and slightly enhancing the power of ghost-type moves. This is the compilation of standard material information. The luminous moss ponders, sensing an ominous presence simply from the description of ethereal items. However, ghostly textiles should sell quite well among those practitioners of the supernatural. Indeed, there are numerous mediums within the Pokémon world. Unique sword sheath. Execute the slashing sequence. The luminous moss commands the unique sword sheath to slice the aged fabric into talisman-sized pieces, accompanied by a flurry of shimmering sword lights. The already worn fabric is deftly cut into a multitude of rectangular fragments. The foundational knowledge of spiritual communication and talisman crafting begins to surface in memory, prompting the luminous moss to prepare other materials for processing. Ethereal aged fabric, powdered minerals, preferably with vermilion, a brush, ink, salt, and ghost or psychic-type Pokémon. Once everything is meticulously arranged, the luminous moss begins inscribing the incantations from its knowledge, simultaneously using salt to alter the nature of the ethereal energy, blending the mineral powder into the ink, while the inscribed fabric rests upon the blue ribbon of the unique sword sheath. Generally speaking, talismans should be crafted from talisman paper, which lends them their uniqueness, does it not? Upon completing a craft, you have acquired a unique talisman of purity. Effect, when carried, It minimizes encounters with wild Pokémon. Unique effect. Instantly dispels one instance of any curse state, after which the talisman becomes ineffective. Upon completing a craft, you have acquired a unique Talisman of Curses. Effect. When carried, it enhances the power of Ghost-type moves. Unique effect. Upon use, it ensnares the target in a cursed state, after which the talisman becomes ineffective. Knowledge acquired. 1. Artist. Drawing efficiency 10. The information regarding the crafted item surfaced, momentarily surprising Guangtai, for as a single-use product, its effects were rather impressive. It should find a market among relic enthusiasts and adventurers. Soon after, thoughts regarding the unique sword sheath converged. The unique sword sheath has aided you in completing a craft, yielding experience and growth. You have comprehended the move, Spirit Blade. Unique sword sheath has acquired knowledge. 1. Soul Sword. Allows one to perceive the trajectory of soul movements, slightly enhancing observation and accuracy, with a 10 chance to strike a critical hit. At the same moment Guangtai absorbed this information, the unique sword sheath sensed a transformation within itself, experiencing an illusion, or perhaps an impulse, of being capable of striking when observing surrounding objects. Subsequently, it realized it had once again grasped a new technique. Merely by slicing through some ethereal fabric, it had mastered the Spirit Blade, akin to previous instances where effort alone sufficed. Moreover, it appeared to have learned a new swordsmanship, as if a sudden insight had struck. The unique sword sheath gazed at Guangtai, seemingly able to anticipate the subtle movements of Guangtai's arm being raised. Yet, this was merely the soul's consciousness acting ahead of the physical form, creating a fleeting trajectory. This revelation left the unique sword sheath utterly astonished. Almost immediately, it succumbed to a blind joy. Indeed, having learned multiple techniques in succession and becoming stronger, it realized that as a knight's sword, it was a previously overlooked prodigy. Guangtai observed the unique sword sheath reveling in its foolish glee and shook his head. Have you ever heard that genius is 99 perspiration and 1 inspiration? Ignoring the unique sword sheath, Guangtai focused on the newly emerged clues regarding random materials. Rare material, leaf stone. A peculiar stone found in forests or ancient ruins, capable of facilitating the evolution of specific Pokémon. Acquisition locations, Divine City ruins, deep within forests, cave excavations, traveling merchants. Corresponding craft, moss cultivation craft. Leaf stone, a clue to an evolution stone. Is this also a material? Guangtai found it somewhat peculiar, yet given that the mentioned location was Divine City ruins, a place he intended to visit anyway, he decided to address it later. Subsequently, I opened my computer and gazed upon the rather rudimentary page of my artisan shop. It prominently featured my representative crafts, wood carving, stone sculpture, antiquity restoration, and imitation ancient crafts. These skills, honed by my father, had granted him a certain renown among artisans. However, these crafts bore little relevance to Pokémon battles. As for battle-related items, I could also craft ordinary tools such as the shell bell and the power band. Beyond combat, I had various effect items, including the soothing bell to enhance intimacy and the power bracer, power belt, and power weight to aid Pokémon in their growth and training. Observing the simplicity of my shop's page, I listed the cleanse tag and the curse tag, highlighting their unique effects. As for my inventory, I glanced at a pile of tattered cloth in the corner and a stack of square cloth talismans that had been cut by the Dusk Blade. I decided to craft 20 items, which should be manageable for the Dusk Blade without exhausting its energy too much. On June 12th, the weather remained clear, and the temperature was gradually warming. Early in the morning, I heard the familiar beeping of my computer, indicating a new message in my inbox. To my surprise, there was another letter. Do the talismans in your shop truly possess the effects you claim? The sender was identified as Ancient Explorer. Oh, it seems that a relic enthusiast has noticed my newly listed talismans. I was astonished. The last message from Edu had come so promptly, and now, merely a day later, I had another potential customer. My luck was indeed fortuitous. Perhaps this was a passive effect bestowed upon me by my golden touch. All I needed to do was create my crafts and await the customers. I am a medium, I thought to myself, as I did possess a fundamental understanding of spiritual communication. Ancient Explorer. To my knowledge, only exceptionally powerful practitioners and mediums can dispel curses affixed to individuals. Your talismans claim to eliminate any form of curse. Could you demonstrate their efficacy? Demonstrate? I was somewhat puzzled by the request. It is quite simple. Ancient Explorer replied, I will send you an email imbued with a curse. If you can eliminate the curse from this email, I will comprehend whether your goods hold any true effect. Goods? This individual spoke in such an odd manner, reminiscent of a tomb raider. Well, very well, I agreed. Ancient Explorer, Soon followed up with another message. I will attach the curse to the email using a Jengar. Please be cautious, as Jengar's curse possesses a nature of mischief and fright. Before long, an email filled with garbled text arrived. The moment I laid eyes upon it, an overwhelming darkness enveloped my vision, and a terrifying visage seemed to leap from the computer screen, lunging straight at me. Jengar's plump face stretched grotesquely, transforming into a horrifying apparition, its wide mouth grinning to reveal white teeth, as if emitting a chilling, sinister laugh. Jengar. Jengar used Nightshade, accompanied by an aura of icy dread. It is said that Gung-Gue stealthily invades the shadows of individuals at midnight, gradually siphoning away their body warmth. If it sets its sights on someone, that person will feel an incessant chill enveloping them. The reason the shadow beneath the streetlight appears larger than oneself is due to Gung-Gue transforming into that very shadow and dashing past. Should one suddenly sense an approaching coldness, it signifies that Gung-Gue is nearby, perhaps already casting a spell upon them. At that moment, Du Jianxiao witnessed this scene and was taken aback, immediately drawing his sword and soaring into the air. A shadowy ambush struck the dark specter released by Gung-Gue. A ghost-type attack against another ghost-type proved to be exceedingly effective. Wait, stop. Du Jianxiao, cease at once. This is a client. Guangtai hurriedly intervened, while Du Jianxiao's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Client? Really? This creature has just attacked you, and it's still a client? This is merely a method of validation for the product from the client's standpoint. Guangtai waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unaffected by the dark specter. Meanwhile, Gung-Gue on the other side of the computer displayed a peculiar expression, which mirrored on the face of the dark specter. Subsequently, Guangtai retrieved a purification talisman, and Gung-Gue immediately employed a curse. Swish! The purification talisman floated onto Gung-Gue's phantasm, causing its previously gleeful grin to deflate into a frown. EW. Gung-Jie. As the effect of the talisman dissipated, the dark specter conjured by Gung-Gue vanished from the room, and the garbled email transformed into coherent text. However, it appeared to be written by Gung-Gue, resulting in a jumbled sequence even after reverting to normal. Before Guangtai could respond, a message arrived from the other side. Incredible. My Gung-Gue has just informed me of what transpired. Your talisman is indeed effective. I have never witnessed Gung-Gue in such discomfort. The curse was indeed dispelled. Ancient Explorer, how many purification talismans do you have in stock? I want them all. Huh. Guangtai was momentarily puzzled. Are you certain you want them all? Ancient Explorer, yes. As an archaeologist exploring relics across various locations, I frequently encounter perilous ancient curses and ghost Pokémon. However, do not worry too much. I often encounter such situations, and occasionally, I find myself afflicted with several curses that do not prove fatal, perhaps due to my extraordinary constitution. Speaking of which, do you prefer new items or old ones? Recently, I discovered an underwater relic in the Unova region, and I am quite fascinated by ancient artifacts from a millennium ago. I shall return to purchase more talismans from you next time. Farewell for now, and remember to select international shipping. The delivery location is Ripple Town in Unova. I will provide you with all my shipping information. Is there anything else? Guangtai's expression grew serious. Is shipping free? Ancient Explorer sent a reply. Chapter 16. The Lily Root Doll, a new member of the workshop? Generally speaking, cross-regional logistics do not offer free shipping. However, in an effort to attract new customers, I must bear this expense myself. If free shipping is to be provided, then so be it. After all, she purchased 20 pieces at once, rendering the shipping cost negligible compared to the price. I sell each talisman for 8,000. With the talismans swiftly sold out, the revenue amounted to 160,000. Nevertheless, I must wait until the goods are delivered to Hajong before the funds can be transferred from the Alliance platform to my account. It seems I will need to work overtime to craft more talismans for new offerings. Yet, purchasing 20 at once, does this imply a deadly showdown with vengeful spirits? Is she perhaps using them as darts? An archaeologist? She might even be a grave robber. With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I donned my attire and equipped myself with a large backpack for storage, which contained an entrenching tool, a lighter, carving tools, instant food, and some fruits. My sword sheath floated beside me as I pushed open the door. Today, I would venture to the ruins of the divine capital to procure relic stones. However, before departing, I must first inspect the state of the fields. The seeds have already sprouted. Typically, germination takes 3 to 10 days. In warmer regions, this process occurs more swiftly. During sowing, techniques such as seed soaking, scarification, and the application of germination agents can expedite growth. Yet, the climate in the divine capital remains somewhat chilly. not the warm and humid environment of Fengyuan. Thus the germination here is slightly slower. Nonetheless, armed with the knowledge of a cultivator and the benefit of loose soil, the sprouts are thriving rapidly. The tender shoots eagerly breathe in the air, patiently awaiting the day they will grow, and that day is fast approaching. I discovered a remarkably large specimen in the area of the resurrection grass, which can scarcely be called a sprout anymore. It has nearly matured into a leaf. What is this? While others are still in the germination phase, this one has jumped straight into growth. Moreover, the edges of those leaves are interspersed with newly replanted resurrection grass. Wild grass has sprouted alongside the resurrection grass. I paused, realizing I had not considered this aspect. Cultivators typically ensure that crops, herbs, and fruit trees grow more swiftly, but if wild grass seeds are inadvertently mixed in during cultivation, do they count as my own? Wild grass grows rapidly under normal conditions, and with the enhancement of knowledge, its growth is even more accelerated. Resurrection grass is a vital medicinal herb. I cannot allow the wild grass to siphon its nutrients. Shaking my head, I crouched down to begin weeding. However, as I grasped 3 leaves, a peculiar sound emanated from beneath them. A wild grass that makes noises? Surely, this cannot be a dream. No, I am not dreaming. Walking grass. An ominous premonition washed over me. My momentary distraction caused me to loosen my grip, but it is now evident that something beneath must be a Pokémon. This is unacceptable. Walking grass is a Pokémon resembling a small blade of grass. Its head resembles a deep blue bulbous plant with round feet and slender legs. This Pokémon is a common grass type found in various locales. During the day, it burrows into the cool earth to evade the sun, firmly embedding its root-like feet in the soil, remaining motionless. Simultaneously, it diligently absorbs nutrients from the ground, and at night, it strolls about, scattering its seeds. If it encounters fertile soil, it will bury itself within. Therefore, if one mistakenly assumes it to be an ordinary plant and attempts to uproot it, a cry will surely be heard. This Pokémon hinders the growth of medicinal herbs, competing for the nutrients in the soil essential for their development. Apologies. Could you find another spot to rest? The glowing moss brandished a spade, skillfully excavating the land at a precise angle. To her surprise, a green bulbous entity with swaying leaves was unearthed from the soil, revealing its true form. It was not a walking grass after all. The anticipated herbicide had not materialized. Instead, what stood before the glowing moss was a Pokémon with a round, onion-like head, its white visage devoid of a nose or mouth, adorned only with elongated, brown, oval-shaped eyes. Its body resembled a petite skirt, and atop its head were 3 noticeably small, oval leaves that should have been larger. The lily pad doll is not a native species of the Johto region, but can be found in the neighboring Sinnoh region, where it once thrived during the era of lush greenery. This Pokémon exhibits a migratory habitat preference, flourishing in moist, nutrient-rich soil. Consequently, the land inhabited by the lily pad doll is abundant in crops. However, should the environment and soil quality deteriorate, rendering it inhospitable for survival, they will relocate to more suitable areas. Additionally, as a social species, the lily pad doll typically does not appear alone. The lily pad doll, once extracted from the soil, hopped out of the glowing moss's palm, bouncing twice on the ground before turning to face her. Though its small eyes offered no indication of anger or fear, its lack of flight suggested a certain curiosity rather than trepidation. The glowing moss observed the lily pad doll's form, noting peculiar scar-like markings adorning its bulbous head. The small size of the leaves atop its head indicated they were newly sprouted. These 3 leaves symbolized vitality, as they would swiftly regrow even if shed in a state of robust health. Furthermore, these leaves serve as a unique medicinal herb, bitter enough to induce dizziness. Yet a mere bite would restore energy. When dried and brewed, the infusion would invigorate the drinker. Indeed, it is a living herb. While this may sound somewhat impolite, it is the undeniable truth. How enlightening. The luminous moss comprehended the reason for the presence of the Lurantis, for she had cultivated the revival grass, and this Pokémon, having sustained injuries, was instinctively drawn to fertile soil, particularly that enriched with medicinal herbs. Relying on a symbiotic relationship with the revival grass, it gradually healed its wounds. The leaves atop its head, perhaps plucked by wild Pokémon, were compelled to regrow, though it was also possible that it had done so by its own accord. The fertility of this land, enhanced by the cultivators, would hasten its recovery. However, the temperament of this Lurantis seemed peculiar. Typically, this Pokémon is rather diminutive and, when faced with peril, would flee rather than engage in direct confrontation with humans. If a Lurantis displayed fearlessness towards foes, it must possess a willful nature. Such a Pokémon would not succumb to chaos. Since it is not a Pseudo-Wudo, there is no cause for concern. The natural characteristics of Lurantis and Pseudo-Wudo are diametrically opposed, as Lurantis enriches the soil. The luminous moss murmured to herself, while Lurantis observed her actions, occasionally glancing at the revival grass. Want this? Not for now. This herb is crucial to me, and if utilized, I will be unable to cultivate more revival grass. I must ensure the revival grass flourishes swiftly, strengthening and proliferating its roots. The luminous moss explained that these Pokémon could comprehend human speech. Lurantis remained silent, gazing at the revival grass with a hint of reluctance. Seeing her demeanor, the luminous moss decided to let her wait momentarily, then returned indoors to retrieve a healing herb purchased from the apothecary. She sliced the stem of the healing herb into smaller pieces. Though its efficacy paled in comparison to that of revival grass, it was still effective for external injuries. "And this, you seem to be injured," she said, producing a topical ointment, its effects akin to that of a spray. Lurantis remained motionless, sensing no malice from the luminous moss, possibly realizing she was not a Pseudo-Wudo after all. It seems this human is quite concerned about her competing for soil. As the luminous moss attempted to apply the ointment, Lurantis gently took some of the salve from her hand and began to apply it to her own body. Indeed. She knows best where her injuries lie, applying more generously to the more grievous wounds. The luminous moss held her hands open until Lurantis had exhausted the ointment. Then, Lurantis cast another glance at the revival grass and promptly leaped before the luminous moss, emitting a sound of gratitude. Afterward, she ceased her leaps, and a leaf atop her head suddenly sprouted, growing until it detached. The lily root doll placed the fallen leaf into the hands of the luminous moss and then took away the severed stem of the healing herb, departing without a backward glance, swaying as it ventured towards the distant forest. The leaves of the lily root doll are exquisite medicinal materials. Could it be that this was exchanged for potions? This solitary lily root doll, bearing severe wounds, must have engaged in a conflict with wild Pokémon. Yet, having emerged from the forest signifies defeat. Even in the face of loss, it seems determined to return and continue the fight. A stubborn creature that refuses to abandon its habitat despite its defeat? The luminous moss gazed thoughtfully at the profound and shadowy woodland in the distance. Perhaps this lily root doll would return. A flurry of thoughts surged in its mind. Rare material, lily root doll's leaf. The leaf atop the lily root doll is quite bitter, yet possesses the remarkable ability to rejuvenate a weary body. The leaves unfurl according to the mood of the lily root doll, opening wide when it is joyful and closing when it is sorrowful. Knowledge acquired. 1. Herb compatibility. Grass-type Pokémon experience a slight enhancement in recovery effects from herbs. Let us depart, Sword of Justice. It is time for us to journey to the Divine Capital Ruins. Chapter 17. Seekers of Mythology, Wang Luo. The Divine Capital Ruins lie a considerable distance from the village, nestled deep within the mountains. Throughout the journey, the Sword of Justice swung its blade through the air, having acquired peculiar swordsmanship knowledge the day prior. Driven by curiosity and a belief in its own talent, it diligently practiced. Before their departure, it stopped by the village to greet the elderly herbalist. Upon hearing that the luminous moss intended to visit the Divine Capital Ruins, Elder Julu was initially taken aback, then broke into a smile. "Do not worry. Although the ruins are far from the village, there is a delivery dodo. You can ride it there." Indeed. There is a delivery dodo in the village. Furthermore, dodo is a commonly seen mount Pokémon, resembling a kiwi bird with 2 heads. Its feathers are short, making it an inept flyer, but its powerful legs enable it to run at speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour. Delivery? The luminous moss pondered, to which Elder Julu nodded. "I believe I mentioned that there is a small cabin atop the mountain of the Divine Capital Ruins, where an elderly man resides, fondly referred to as Grandfather of the Mountains. He is accompanied by a Kecleon, and occasionally, external researchers and adventurers stay at his cabin, situated in the Valley of Snow, where snow does not melt year-round, forming thick walls of snow. For 2.5 months each year, the snow ceases, yet the cold remains fiercely biting. He is the guardian of the ruins. Every summer, we deliver supplies to him, and this year is no exception. With the arrival of summer, we can directly access the valley. In autumn and winter, however, we must leave the goods outside the valley, where Casey will use her extraordinary abilities to retrieve them." Guantai realized that the situation described by Elder Julu closely mirrored what he had witnessed in the game. Indeed, there existed an elderly man in a mountain cabin, accompanied by Casey, who could teleport others over great distances, as well as a connected computer. It was astonishing that even in such a remote area as the Divine Ruins, there was internet access. not only in the village but also in the mountain cabin, despite the absence of any visible signal towers nearby. The power of science is truly remarkable. At the same time, Guantai recalled that the mountain cabin also housed a rather peculiar guide, who spoke in a strange manner and had a penchant for exclamations. However, due to his default appearance as a mountaineering man, Guantai was uncertain of his true identity. Elder Jilu had previously mentioned this guide, describing him as a blonde-haired merchant with a large backpack, whose appearance did not differ greatly from that of the mountaineering man. Could the blonde-haired individual be a mountaineer from the Alola region, wearing a green hat? How fortunate it was. With Dudu's assistance, the time spent on back-and-forth deliveries could be significantly reduced. Guantai agreed to Elder Jilu's delivery request, and together they exited the apothecary, calling upon a villager who was preparing to deliver goods. This particular Dudu was quite large and appeared somewhat rotund, unlike the typical Dudu. This child must be quite robust. It once lost its way while searching for food and ended up in the village. Due to its hearty appetite and the abundant food supply, it has made this place its home. Being strong and larger than other Pokémon, it can transport substantial amounts of goods. The elder patted Dudu, and the two heads of the large Dudu expressed their delight with joyful cries. Dudu, with food and shelter provided, and no worries about wild attacks, living such a life is certainly wonderful. The Sword of Justice flew in front of Dudu to greet it, saying hello. Although it may not match the steeds I once encountered, it is still a respectable size and would certainly prove to be a reliable assistant. The Sword of Justice assessed the situation, while Dudu tilted its heads in confusion, its round, black eyes filled with bewilderment. Out of curiosity, it pecked at the Sword of Justice. Yow! After being pecked, the Sword of Justice emitted an unintelligible cry, a flurry of ancient dialects escaping in its annoyance. How rude. Must everything be pecked at? Have you never seen a flying sword? Dudu responded with a puzzled Dudu. How were these words even arranged together? Guantai, having heard the sounds emanating from the Sword of Justice, sighed in resignation, as the villagers around him remained oblivious to the conversation. All right, let us proceed. After grasping the hilt of the sword sheathed in a singular scabbard, Guantai mounted Dudu. The various goods adorning Dudu were suspended from its fluffy body and rear, while the bird's saddle was firmly secured, and the villagers had tethered reins to both of its beaks. Guantai found this arrangement somewhat familiar and quickly recalled that it resembled the Dudu belonging to Xiaowang. Moreover, in terms of size, Xiaowang's Dudu was notably larger. In contrast, the Dudu belonging to Xiaoma in the animation appeared quite diminutive, almost stunted in growth. As Guantai ascended onto Dudu, the singular scabbard was stowed away in his backpack, creating the peculiar sight of a swordsman riding a plump, two-headed bird. Remarkably, Dudu's speed was astonishing. The scenery before Guantai began to retreat at an alarming rate. Dudu's legs spread wide, and its rapid strides summoned a gust of wind that compelled Guantai to lean forward. Soon, the village landscape vanished, replaced by vast expanses of tawny and pristine white, with the temperature gradually dropping. Upon entering the mountainous terrain, the rocks and trees were cloaked in a thick layer of snow, while the snow on the ground gradually melted, forming small streams and puddles. However, as Guantai advanced toward the ancient Spirit Peak, the accumulation of snow became increasingly prevalent. Although the sun hung high in the sky, there was no indication of melting in the snow-covered areas of the mountains. The climate was cooler in these regions, yet as the snow melted, it absorbed a significant amount of heat from the air, paradoxically lowering the temperature further. This phenomenon explains why it is often colder during the melting of snow than during its initial fall. Thus, as Guantai ventured into the depths of the snow, he found it less frigid than the areas where the snow had begun to melt. Nevertheless, Dudu exhibited no discomfort. Despite typically being twice as weak to ice due to its flying attributes, perhaps its fluffy coat provided warmth. Or perhaps its substantial girth simply rendered it impervious to the cold. Around midday, the mountain path, flanked by two formidable walls of snow, finally came into Guantai's view. The icy walls, the great snowy valley, and the blizzard-laden region were all present. Legend has it that the divine people of Shinha, who crossed the sea from ancient realms, gathered with the inhabitants of the ancient northern city after exchanging knowledge and constructed a unique temple to honor the esteemed god Ao. This temple is known as the ruins of the divine capital. Guantai spotted several wooden cabins, unlike those in the game, yet they appeared to be unoccupied. Additionally, there were fields devoid of snow, suggesting they had been tilled. The presence of farmland in a blizzard zone reminded Guantai of a similar village. Frozen village in the crowned snowfield of the Galar region, which exists within a snowy expanse, yet still manages to cultivate crops. This is likely due to the land having been transformed by the King of Abundance. However, following the disappearance of the king, the land gradually lost its vitality. Guantai gazed at the distant temple, noting that the cluster of small huts was not as close to the temple as one might expect in a game. Instead, a considerable distance lay ahead. Upon rounding a snow-covered wall, the flat-topped edifice came into view, resembling the ancient ruins of a lough in the city of Chengdu. For colossal columns, fractured like shattered weapons, adorned its exterior, alongside a polished stone plaque marking the site, reminiscent of the informative tablets commonly found at archaeological attractions. Ah, greetings. It is indeed frigid here. One could freeze to death. Oh dear, are you here to explore the ruins? Summer is undoubtedly the most pleasant time to enter this place. You have chosen a remarkable season. A voice, playful yet resonant, emerged from behind Guantai. Among the surrounding wooden huts, a door creaked open, revealing an individual clad in attire reminiscent of both a mountaineer and a backpacker. No, while the resemblance was striking, the outfit. Guantai's eyes widened momentarily before he quickly masked his expression. Fortunately, the distance between them was sufficient. The stranger seemed oblivious to the change in Guantai's demeanor, instead gazing at the Chengdu ruins with a look of longing and nostalgia. It is quite impressive for someone so young to take an interest in the Chengdu ruins. The fusion of civilization between the Shirnu and Chengdu regions can be discerned from the design of the stone pillars at the ruins. Oh dear, how rude of me. It is not convenient to converse while standing. Please, join me in the nearby mountain hut for a more leisurely discussion. The mountaineer donned a heavy blue outfit, his chest adorned with an apron-like garment, a large brown travel pack slung over his shoulders, and a blue and yellow hat atop his head. His bright yellow hair partially obscuring his left eye. Since the onset of summer, you are the first to arrive. Although the previous group of ruin investigators departed some time ago, they seemed to hail from the Chengdu region. Guantai remained silent, marveling internally. This mountaineer had long been the subject of speculation regarding his true identity. His peculiar manner of speaking set him apart from ordinary mountain folk, evoking the essence of a philosopher. His presence in such a remote location as the Chengdu ruins, coupled with his knowledge of myths pertaining to both the Chengdu and Shirnu regions, further fueled the intrigue. Following the release of Legends, Arceus, conjectures surrounding this mountaineer gradually pointed towards a unique character, and Guantai was unprepared for the revelation that awaited him. The man before him, strikingly resembling the Shirnu champion, Sharona, was none other than Wataru. Chapter 18. The Verdant Earth in Chengdu, a fervent admirer of Arceus, affectionately dubbed Alpaca Brother, had Wataru truly lived to see this day. Unchanged, despite being over a century old? Indeed, the Pokémon world is home to certain individuals who have achieved longevity for various reasons. Had Wataru discovered the secret to eternal life, or was he inherently a being of immortality? This was once a question pondered by all players. For after Wang Luo was defeated by the protagonist during the bygone era of the Verdant Tide, he proclaimed, due to a breach in his defenses, one day, I shall unravel all the mythical enigmas of the Pokémon in the Verdant region and confront Arceus. No, I intend to command it. Regardless of whether it takes years, decades, or even centuries, I shall spare no effort. Such a declaration led many to speculate that Wang Luo may have lived for an extended period, and he appeared to be quite familiar with the human manifestation of Arceus, known as Wuxi, even if Wang Luo himself was likely unaware of Wuxi's potential connection to Arceus. Furthermore, both Wang Luo and Wuxi bore a striking resemblance to Zhulan, suggesting that Wang Luo could possibly be an ancestor of Zhulan, while the identity of Wuxi remains enigmatic. If we consider Wang Luo as an ancient variant of Zhulan, then Wuxi could be viewed as a primordial return of Zhulan. It is conceivable that the lifespan of ancient Sinnoh people was inherently different from that of ordinary folk. I am a craftsman from a nearby village, tasked by the villagers to deliver supplies. Of course, I have a keen interest in the ruins of the divine capital. Guantai, shaking off the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, began to engage in earnest dialogue with the other party. He led Dudu to the door of a small cabin, tying its reins to a post, whereupon the creature curled up and closed its eyes, seemingly preparing for a brief respite. Your attire does not resemble that of a village craftsman. Have you moved here from another region? It is surprising that anyone would choose to settle in this forsaken land of the divine capital. Wang Luo chuckled, acknowledging the stark contrast between the garb of outsiders and villagers, while also noticing the curious glance of the single-edged sword sheath peeking from Guangtai's back. Oh, a Pokémon I have yet to encounter. The single eye of the sword sheath cast a sidelong glance at Wang Luo, revealing a spark of interest. A traveling merchant. This fellow must possess something valuable. Wang Luo ushered Guangtai into the largest of the small wooden cabins, where an elderly man and a Kadabra resided. In the game, when the protagonist enters the domain of the Divine Capital ruins, they can teleport home via the Kadabra belonging to the Mountain Elder. Grandfather, supplies from the village have arrived for you. Upon hearing Wang Luo refer to the Mountain Elder as grandfather, Guangtai's initial reaction was one of amusement, recognizing that Wang Luo, despite being younger than the elder, was attempting to feign youthfulness. Though aware it was a ruse, he could not help but chuckle, soon realizing that Wang Luo's age might not be so easily dismissed. What if this elder were also a descendant of the ancient Sinnoh people? It is unlikely that an ordinary person would dwell near such ruins. Being a guardian of the ruins indicates a profound connection to this site. Oh, thank you. However, I do not believe we have met. Are you a new relic investigator? A well-known archaeological team from the Johto region visited here 2 months ago. They were investigating the connection between the Arufu ruins and this location, but it seems they did not yield any significant findings. The elderly man in the mountains shook his head, while Wang Luo introduced himself to Guangtai. My name is Wang Luo, an unassuming merchant with a passion for history and mythology. I have come here in pursuit of ancient knowledge, and I currently serve as a guide for mountain climbing and the exploration of relics. However, not many researchers venture to study the relics here, primarily because this place is not easily accessible to individuals. From the end of spring to the entirety of summer, violent snowstorms do not occur, making it an opportune time to visit. Yet, once summer concludes, while one might still catch a glimpse of autumn in the distant villages, here it will begin to snow immediately. Of course, my presence here is also rooted in my love for history and mythology. I yearn for knowledge and hope that researchers may uncover something of significance, aspiring to obtain rare insights. After all, it is the nature of a merchant to personally verify the existence of extraordinary people, events, and things. A distinguished merchant understands the paramount importance of information. For failing to grasp the currents of this world may lead to being cast aside in the harsh competition of survival. Thus, I must gather fresh intelligence while I am here. At this point, Wang Luo suddenly spread his hands and shook his head in dismay. Alas, the results have not been as expected. I had hoped that those researchers would uncover something, yet ultimately, they discovered nothing. In my view, perhaps they were simply not chosen by the relics. This is merely my personal opinion. Are you familiar with ancient poetry? Wang Luo smiled as he shared with Guangtai his reasons for being here, his tone tinged with nostalgia. There are some ancient poems that were discovered in the Shizue region. Every region has such things, doesn't it? From the ancient times, the meaning of certain phrases remains unclear, yet one particular piece captivated my attention. Even though I encountered it rather late, it is clear and solemn, imbued with an indescribable power. The land of Shizue and the divine capital indeed share similarities. The poetry mentions the land of the divine capital, leading me to believe that there may be relics and knowledge I seek here. However, at that time, I was still in Shin'eo. Shizue is the ancient name for Shin'eo, a designation you may not have heard of. In the mythology of the divine capital, ancient people received life from Pokémon and entrusted their own lives to them. In response, a profound bond was forged between humans and Pokémon, far deeper than what exists today. Every action of the people was intricately tied to the power of Pokémon. The ancient relics of this land preserve the legends of both the Aluf relics of the divine capital and the spear pillar of Shin'eo, suggesting that in ancient times, the people of the divine capital and those of Shin'eo had intersected. In ancient times, a group of people from the Shin'eo region migrated to this land, yearning for their homeland, and thus constructed a temple here, which is known as the relics of the divine capital. Within this relic, a Pokémon known as Arceus, referred to as the god, is enshrined. Have you heard this name before? Regrettably, no imagery related to Arceus has been left behind. Lightmoss listened intently, noting that a portion of the dialogue echoed the game's narrative almost verbatim, as if traversing the storyline. Are you acquainted with ancient history? Let us exchange information. Wang Luo smiled brightly, casting an expectant gaze towards Lightmoss, yet the latter found himself at a loss for words. By the way, shall I reveal to you the base stats of Arceus? Surely, you are unaware of this. My knowledge of ancient history is rather scant. Should you seek any valuable information from me, I fear you may be disappointed. Although I perused some ancient mythological texts in the Watervein Library of Sinnoh, they are merely tales. I once encountered ancient manuscripts stating that Arceus was born from an egg in the void and, with 1,000 arms, crafted the universe, illuminating the land of Sinnoh with its radiance. The settlers who arrived brought with them unique customs, commemorating legendary Pokémon through distinctive dances and rituals, expressing the immense power of these mythical beings through music and movement. As Lightmoss recounted the Pokédex descriptions, He had no intention of disclosing the truth regarding the ruins of the city. However, since Wang Luo had mentioned the ancient poetry, did he manage to gather all those verses? In the game, the ancient poetry is not an essential item for completion. Rather, it serves as a collectible element, excavated from various regions to enrich the world's lore. Furthermore, over a century has passed, and Wang Luo is well aware of the conditions required to encounter Arceus. Yet he has not yet made the meeting. It can only be said that Arceus does not wish to meet him, so even if the conditions are met, entry to the Hall of Origin remains elusive, necessitating the search for alternative methods. Upon hearing Light Moss's response, Wang Luo's expression visibly shifted to one of disappointment. Oh, I see. Indeed, most of the information was already known to him. However, the aspect of the unique dance rituals piqued his interest. It is still necessary to continue the investigation in the city region. There are also the ruins of Mitna and Sinnoh. Wang Luo pondered, soon regaining his cheerful demeanor. Nevertheless, it is true that history and legend are often fragmented. Numerous ruins remain in the world, and not everyone possesses unique insights and knowledge. Yet, I am grateful for your information. Though lacking tangible evidence, acquiring a unique legend is still a worthwhile outcome. While I am aware of the dance customs in the city region, I have indeed never witnessed them. The investigators have not spoken of such matters, perhaps considering them merely ordinary cultural traditions. Sometimes history and mythology lie hidden within these commonplace legacies. If one does not scrutinize carefully, they might be overlooked. Have we met before? Wang Luo suddenly appeared lost in thought, gazing intently at Light Moss, gradually wearing a contemplative expression. For some reason, during our conversation, I have begun to feel an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. The luminous moss shook its head and replied, "No, I don't believe we have met before. I have only recently arrived here. If we had crossed paths, it may have been in some corner of Sinnoh." The moss was uncertain of what Wang Luo meant, and Wang Luo, seemingly not inclined to ponder deeply, nodded in agreement. Indeed, perhaps we have merely shared a fleeting encounter in some distant place. By the way, since you are a craftsman, would you be interested in purchasing some rare materials? I have traversed the vast lands of Sinnoh as a merchant. Previously, I was affiliated with a trading guild, and we took great pleasure in gathering unique materials. I assure you, I possess some exceptional goods. As they engaged in discussion, the luminous moss was also keen to ascertain whether this fellow had any valuable materials. Speaking of materials, I happen to have a mysterious item here, Wang Luo exclaimed, a glint of inspiration lighting up his eyes. He unstrapped his backpack and retrieved a small stone tablet. I found this near the ruins of the capital, he continued, presenting a palm-sized stone. The tablet was a deep crimson hue, one side polished to a smooth finish, while the other bore indistinct ancient inscriptions. This ancient tablet, whose origins are obscured in time, resembles artifacts discovered in my homeland. It seems that when used by Pokémon, it can enhance the efficacy of certain attribute moves. If you are willing to offer 20,000, I shall part with it. This is a special price. Chapter 19. The Dragon Tablet. In the game where he made his appearance, Wang Luo, as a member of the Ginkgo Guild, would sell various supplies to the protagonist at specific locations. However, from his own inadvertent confessions, it appeared he frequently shirked his duties at the guild to explore various ruins. His antics and incessant complaints often left the guild leader in a state of exasperation. Nevertheless, in the game, he guided the protagonist in acquiring numerous tablets, all while pursuing his own ambitions, which ultimately led to his downfall at the hands of the hero. The luminous moss recognized the nature of the tablet. The deep crimson stone was indeed the dragon tablet. Do you recognize this tablet? Wang Luo pondered, observing the changes in the moss's expression. He had always felt a sense of familiarity with the moss, yet could not place where he had encountered it before. As time passed, this feeling intensified. In the past, only those deemed worthy could obtain such tablets, but in this era, they were often seized by peculiar individuals, circulating through various hands, and their numbers differed significantly from those of yore. It was said that similar tablets appeared in every region, and occasionally, the same tablets could be unearthed in the subterranean caves of Sinnoh. While Wang Luo was lost in thought, the luminous moss contemplated another matter. In the game, the Dragon Plate is located in the bustling city of Jubilife within the Sinnoh region, nestled behind the grand sculptures of Dialga and Palkia on the outskirts. It is truly a treasure one could stumble upon merely by wandering the streets. The original protagonist, however, was oblivious to this fact and never sought to search beneath the statue. Guangtai was equally unaware of whether the Dragon Plate existed in the world of Jubilife, but he was surprised to find another one here. Wait a moment. Rather than referring to it as a plate of Sinnoh, It would be more accurate to categorize it as a plate of Johto. The Johto region does not have scattered plates. They must be obtained from the captain of the Aqua, who mentions that the plates are peculiar items acquired from the Sinnoh region before handing them over to the protagonist of Johto. If the plate indeed originated from Sinnoh rather than Johto, and considering its nature as a notoriously difficult collectible, it undoubtedly holds significant allure for craftsmen. Mythical artifact, Dragon Plate, unobtained, description, a plate imbued with dragon attributes. When carried, it enhances the power of dragon-type moves. It provides access to unique craftsmanship and clues for crafting mysterious artifacts. The myriad thoughts swirling in Guangtai's mind momentarily rendered him speechless, but he soon resolved, well, can we negotiate the price of 20,000? Is there any chance for a discount? Guangtai's sudden interjection brought Wang Luo back to reality. And upon hearing the request for further discounts, Wang Luo scratched his face, revealing a sheepish expression. This is a special item, you know. Generally, such items that enhance the power of moves corresponding to a Pokémon's type are priced around this range. Guangtai, with an air of nonchalance, shrugged. If you could offer a more generous discount, I could certainly send you some items next time. I assure you, they will be highly effective, allowing you to sell them at an even higher price. I am a craftsman, after all. A small discount wouldn't hurt, would it? Wang Luo began to ponder, weighing the proposition, but did not deliberate for long. He promptly acquiesced to Guangtai's request. You make a valid point. As a merchant, I do indeed have a close relationship with craftsmen. Very well, getting to know another craftsman expands my market for materials. However, if you come across anything exceptional, do ensure to prioritize me. Then I shall grant you a 20% discount. Guangtai successfully acquired the dragon plate, and simultaneously, Wang Luo began to extract other items from his bag. Sharp claws, energy root, wackenberry, even a soundproof spray, various topical potions, and materials from Pokémon such as evolution stones, ice stones, and leaf stones. Guangtai's eyes widened in realization. So, the leaf stone's presence marked at the Sinnoh ruins was indeed tied to this. Moreover, there was a type of blue and white beach radish. Oh, that radish is quite remarkable. It thrives excellently in the frozen soil. The elderly man in the mountains suddenly spoke, pointing to the blue and white radish. He mentioned that this root vegetable originally grew on the beach, but after modifications, it can now be cultivated in frozen soil, possessing a delightful combination of sweetness and spiciness. Intrigued by his sales pitch, I decided to purchase some and am currently in the process of sowing them. The beach radish, while resembling the ice radish in appearance, is actually a distinct crop. This is indeed a vital resource that can thrive in the northern regions of Sinnoh, a unique agricultural product of the land. It seems that such crops do not exist in the capital, as they were only developed a little over a century ago. However, there are few inhabitants in the colder regions, as most areas appear to be quite temperate, making it challenging to market this radish. I would be delighted if I could sell it in the capital. Wang Luo raised a finger, clearly elated as he discussed commerce, his joy emanating from the heart. Guangtai also believed that this radish could serve as a valuable food source, recalling that it could be used to create a special dish known as double pickles. Consuming this dish would amplify the damage dealt by Pokémon by 15 times within 5 turns, effectively raising both physical and special attack levels by 1. Eagerly, Wang Luo noticed my interest in the beach radish and began to promote it further. You seem quite fascinated by this radish. Allow me to share a secret. The people of Sinnoh are unaware that this radish can be transformed into a unique food item by simply adding sturdy or rolling beans and royal leaves and employing a pickling technique. One can create double pickles, which will significantly enhance a Pokémon's strength. I happen to have some of these materials on hand, and the beach radish is available for just 1,000 Poké. If you wish to purchase seeds as well, I can offer a 10% discount. Additionally, it takes 2 sets of ingredients to produce a single serving of double pickles. Guangtai recalled that the price of radishes sold by the Ginkgo Guild was around 800 Poké each. Everything else seemed overpriced. It is surprising how times have changed, leading to a rise in prices. Stealth Spray and Potion. Guangtai simultaneously selected some necessary items for fieldwork. Yet the prices for Sharp Claw and the 2 evolution stones offered by Wang Luo were exceedingly outrageous. The Ice Stone was priced at 12,000, the Leaf Stone at 10,000, and the Sharp Claw at 20,000. After careful consideration, Guangtai resolved to purchase only 2 evolution stones. Thank you for your patronage, Wang Luo exclaimed, his mood uplifted as a radiant smile spread across his face. At that moment, Guangtai began placing the purchased items into his backpack. The acquisition of materials and crafted goods flooded his mind with an abundance of information, causing a slight ache in his head, akin to a state of heightened mental concentration. Rare material, sturdy, or effect, a translucent mineral resembling rock salt. It is a food favored by grass-type and rock-type Pokémon, capable of attracting them to the designated area. Knowledge acquisition. 1. Mineral search. Increases the likelihood of finding previously acquired minerals. Rare material, royal leaf. Effect. The resplendent king of herbs, when incorporated into potions, enhances their restorative properties. Knowledge acquisition. 1. Potion amplification. The restorative capacity of medicines is further augmented by 5. Additionally, some peculiar materials from certain Pokémon purchased from Guangtai include the fur of the great beaver, the feathers of the muckaroo, the mane of the meowth, the fruit of the yukiminoko, the hair of the fuwante, and the scales of the Gyarados. The Dusknoir, meanwhile, brandishes a blue ribbon, constantly stuffing these items into Guangtai's large backpack. Following this, the information pertains solely to crafts and rare materials. However, among the crafts, the silent spray and the ointment, both procured from Wangluo, although unique items, lack any special events or clues, possessing effects identical to those within the game. Once again, the money earned has been spent. Guangtai sighed in resignation. Rare crop, beach radish. Description: a specially improved variety of radish that thrives in frigid environments, adapted to withstand harsh conditions. Craft acquisition. 1. Frozen soil cultivation technique. Plants cultivated will become more resistant to cold. Rare material, leaf stone. Description: a magical stone that enables the evolution of certain specific Pokémon, adorned with leaf-like patterns. Craft acquisition. 1. Moss cultivation technique. There exists a certain probability that high-quality moss cultivated will yield luminous moss, and over time, the rocks covered by this moss will transform into mossy stones, slightly enhancing the energy of grass-type Pokémon. Rare material, ice stone. Description: a magical stone that allows specific Pokémon to evolve, featuring patterns reminiscent of snowflakes. Craft acquisition. 1. Unique ice sculpting technique. A fundamental yet distinctive ice sculpting skill that slightly enhances the energy of ice-type Pokémon. If an ice-type Pokémon participates in the sculpting, it can yield an artificial version of icy rock. Mythical craft, dragon plate. Description: a stone plate of dragon type, enhancing the power of dragon type moves when held. Professional knowledge acquisition. 1. Dragon tamer. Capable of enhancing friendship with dragon-type Pokémon. Unique craft acquisition. 1. Clue to the creation of a mysterious craft. 1. Guangtai's heart momentarily halted. Professional knowledge. The dragon tamer is indeed a profession frequently encountered in the Pokémon world, with practitioners found in various regions and differing locations of heritage. The subsequent information indicates a crucial clue for the creation of important crafts. Upon receiving the scholarly hints, it became apparent that acquiring rare and precious materials would yield corresponding craftsmanship techniques, thereby unlocking unique artisan pathways. Additionally, there existed the possibility of uncovering clues related to the creation of certain extraordinary and enigmatic artifacts. Curiously, the stone tablet was classified as an artisan piece rather than mere material, as further processing was deemed impossible. Contemplating this, Guangtai continued to peruse the subsequent information. Ancient carving craftsmanship. Description: we create Pokémon sculptures from the external world. Through craftsmanship, one may obtain the item, ancient stone statue. Utility: artifacts carved through ancient carving craftsmanship possess the distinct properties of antiquities. By acquiring various ancient crafts, one can produce ancient stone statues, ancient vessels, ancient crowns, and ancient bracelets. Requirements: ruined stone blocks, ancient rocks, ancient crystals. During the production process, a portion of ruined fragments must be embedded. Mysterious production clue: transparent bell. Useful locations: Yuanzhou City, Tianqing Mountain. Required materials: rainbow feather, waterlord's crystal, rainbow rock, ancient crystal. Chapter 20. The challenge of the 3 illusions level craftsmanship. Guangtai felt a flicker of excitement in his heart. Thus far, the craftsmanship acquired was of a commendable level. He pondered what wondrous artifacts could be created through advanced craftsmanship and found himself impatiently eager at the mere thought. Moreover, carving was one of the ancestral skills he had inherited, and this technique would undoubtedly enhance his artistry. The clues related to the creation of mysterious artifacts did not disappoint. The transparent bell served as a mystical item within the game, utilized to summon the Water Lord or Ho-Oh, and it too belonged to the category of treasured antiquities. However, the materials required for this production left Guangtai momentarily speechless. How to create the transparent bell? Answer: locate the Water Lord and Ho-Oh. How to find the Water Lord and Ho-Oh? Answer: manufacture the transparent bell. What a convoluted conundrum. As for the crafting techniques, It seemed that acquiring the requisite materials or a portion of the knowledge would automatically grant one a general understanding. There were no known bell artisans in Yuanzhou City within the game. Yet if one were to speculate, the 5 dancers of the Yuanzhou stage might possess some knowledge. Or perhaps the mysterious young man pursuing the Water Lord, Shui Jing, along with the elderly gentleman in Deep Gray City, holding a silver feather, might be in the know. As a wealth of information gradually faded, Guangtai's perception of the world returned to normal. He rose and declared, "I am prepared to visit the ruins." "Oh, indeed. You have purchased numerous items, yet have not explored the ruins. Allow me to accompany you. As I mentioned, I have been lingering here as a merchant, serving as a guide." Wang Luo seized every opportunity to gather intelligence, eagerly offering to join Guangtai, while also suggesting, "We could even engage in a Pokémon battle before the ruins. Who knows, perhaps Arceus is watching us." Such remarks, I suspect, have been uttered to every visitor of the ruins. As Wang Luo displayed a nostalgic expression, he reminisced, "Long ago, I had an opportunity. It occurred in a temple in my hometown where I engaged in a Pokémon battle with someone. Following that, a peculiar situation arose. I wish to recreate that scene once more. Perhaps you are the chosen trainer by the divine." In response to Wang Luo's preaching, Guangtai glanced at the old man in the mountains, who responded with a cheerful smile. "Indeed. Legends in the Divine City recount tales of heroes challenging deities and receiving rewards. In these stories, people receive the essence of Pokémon while entrusting their own lives. Perhaps this is a reflection on Pokémon battles. I have yet to experience a battle myself, and I am not a registered trainer in the league. As I mentioned, I am an artisan, here in search of materials," Guangtai candidly replied, turning his gaze towards the elderly man to express his request. "I hope to take away some of the rocks from this vicinity, or perhaps some collapsed and shattered remnants of the ruins." The old man squinted slightly, his eyes opening a bit more as he tranquilly replied, "The ancients established quarries around here, including the valley where this small hut resides. This has always been a site for stone extraction. Following the collapse of the ruins, numerous damaged stones have scattered nearby, over the years becoming indistinguishable from the common rocks of the land. Researchers frequently take 1 or 2 pieces for study. You may select from the fallen columns of the ruins. The collapse of the ruins may be linked to various factors, perhaps natural disasters, human actions, or even the wrath of Pokémon." "Thank you," Guangtai said, stepping outside with his sword sheath, followed closely by Wang Luo, who continued to enlighten Guangtai with small bits of knowledge about the ruins, as well as aspects of Sinnoh mythology and ancient poetry. This assured Guangtai that Wang Luo had indeed discovered a considerable amount of ancient verses, although he admitted to having read only 5. Before long, the two of them arrived at the front of the Divine City ruins. Towering columns lay in disarray, strikingly similar in appearance to the spear columns of Tianguan Mountain, while the flat-topped temple bore the style of the Arufuo ruins. According to legend, the stage dedicated to the deities was situated among them. Guangtai did not immediately enter, but instead found several rectangular remnants of the ruins scattered around. At last, new information emerged once more. Rare material, ruined stone, from the Divine City ruins. Description: debris left behind after the collapse of ancient ruins, seemingly possessing other uses. Crafting acquisition: 1. Ruin carving technique, capable of crafting reliefs, stone carvings, buildings, statues, and talismans in the style of the ruins. By investigating and observing the corresponding ruins, one can swiftly learn the carving style associated with them. Crafted items from different ruin styles offer varying degrees of enhancement. Through crafting, one can obtain a symbolic stone tablet representing the craft. The second-level craftsmanship of the Radiant Moss surprised me, as I had not anticipated that the relic carving technique would also be of such caliber. My interest in the emblematic stone tablets that can be crafted through this technique has only grown. What kind of artisanal tools are involved, I wonder? After retrieving 5 relic stone blocks and stowing them in my large backpack, I felt their weight. For a human in the Pokémon world, this degree of burden could be considered quite ordinary. However, I believe I need to enhance my physical training. As I ventured deeper into the sacred ruins, I marveled at my own physical resilience. Truly, as a human of the Pokémon realm, carrying such a load only felt slightly cumbersome. On the other side, there was Wang Luo, the ancient Sinnoh dweller, who almost daily traversed with his immense backpack. Indeed, he is a relic of the Washitsu era, a master of burden-bearing or a divine being among humans. There lies the legendary Stage of Light, as Wang Luo followed me into the inner sanctum of the ruins, where we beheld a colossal triangular platform adorned with dim ancient emblems, each corner featuring a monumental symbol. These symbols corresponded to the mythical Pokémon, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. In contrast to Zhulan, who required thorough research before arriving here, Wang Luo instantly recognized the markings above. I have been investigating this site for some time, he remarked, and the researchers from Johto have suggested that perhaps bringing the Pokémon corresponding to the emblems onto this stage might incite some occurrence. However, that notion seems rather fanciful. It appears I have become somewhat sentimental. Wang Luo resumed his cheerful demeanor, while I secretly scoffed. This stage indeed possesses a misleading quality, implying that the three emblems correlate with the respective Pokémon, when in fact, none of them need to be summoned here. The interior of the ruins showcases an extraordinary ancient Sinnoh style. As I ascended the stage and circled around, nothing peculiar transpired, which was to be expected. Through this observation, I absorbed the sculptural style of the Sinnoh ruins. Acquired craftsmanship style, Sinnoh ruins style. Effect, slightly enhances the mental strength of both humans and Pokémon, alleviating accumulated fatigue. Did you discover anything? Wang Luo inquired, noticing my contemplative expression and immediately probing for information. I shook my head, pointing to the reliefs, emblems, and some murals within the ruins. I am merely studying the sculptural style here, the ancient aesthetic, if resurrected in modern times. Do you not find that to be a splendid notion? Oh, it sounds as though one might be inspired to reconstruct a temple or exhibition hall. Wang Luo expressed interest in my statement. However, I had already descended from the stage, while his mind began to ponder. Indeed, he is not the chosen trainer of the divine, yet one must still engage in a battle to gain clarity. Nevertheless, even without divine selection, his proposition bore merit. And cultivating a good rapport with artisans carries no detriment. As Wang Luo's contemplation concluded, he maintained his cheerful demeanor. Together with Guang Tai, they exited the temple and arrived at a distant clearing. If one had not experienced a battle, would this not be the perfect opportunity? However, I shall refrain from employing excessively powerful Pokémon. As an artisan, one often encounters wild Pokémon attacks while venturing outdoors. Thus, mastering a few combat techniques would greatly aid in survival. Moreover, Pokémon themselves yearn for battle, do they not? How about this? Once this battle concludes, I shall procure some rarer materials and offer them to you at a 20% discount next time. You will surely be satisfied. While persuading Guang Tai, Wang Luo also cast a glance at the floating dusk blade, raising a finger and smiling enticingly. Yet, Guang Tai had to concede that Wang Luo's reasoning held merit. Having traversed into the Pokémon world as an artisan, he had frequently faced assaults from wild Pokémon in the past. The original host had failed to capture any Pokémon due to his poor mental state. Now, having arrived in this realm and with the ability to capture Pokémon, engaging them in battle was an unavoidable choice, which would also facilitate his work in the wild. Although he did not intend to become a battle-oriented trainer, some necessary real combat was indeed required. Hey, the voice of the Duskblade pulled Guang Tai back to reality. Observing the eager Duskblade, Guang Tai nodded. Since the Duskblade itself harbored a desire to battle, then let us engage. All right, since you have implored me so, I accept your proposal. This is merely essential training, not driven by the discount. However, that wretched merchant, even with the discount, the price would likely be similar to the original price from the era of washing emeralds. Or perhaps even more expensive. If this were a world, the traveling merchant that Wang Luo had summoned would now have been fashioned into a bridal. Nevertheless, I possess only one Pokémon, and I must make some pre-battle preparations. If I were to lose easily, do not be disappointed. Guang Tai acquiesced. As for the location of the battle, how about this very clearing? Wang Luo smiled broadly while retrieving a Pokéball. Let us demonstrate our strength to Arceus. The Pokémon I shall employ for this battle is none other than you, Garchomp. Chapter 21. The Sheeta Fruit. First Regulation 05. Pokémon tamer Wang Luo has come to challenge. After more than 100 years, the Pokéball in Wang Luo's hand no longer resembled the washed emerald Pokéballs, but had transformed into a modern design, indicating that this Pokémon must be one he had recently captured. Take this. As Guang Tai beheld the Garchomp, thoughts began to form in his mind, prompting him to retrieve a small berry from his backpack. Its surface bore a pattern, presenting a red hue, somewhat firm and reminiscent of magma. The Duskblade, eager to showcase its prowess, was determined to secure its first victory in this long-awaited battle against the magical beasts. As the crimson little fruit was presented before him, the sword sheath of solitude was momentarily perplexed. What kind of fruit was this? It was unfamiliar to him. How did he even come to possess it? Well, perhaps he could stow it within the sheath. After all, one would need to draw the sword during battle. It would be impractical to engage in combat while still encumbered by the sheath. This fruit was said to provide a surge of energy in times of peril, or so it seemed. In any case, it would heed my command. Wang Luo smiled cheerfully. Ah, quite imposing. Now, unleash it, Roundland Shark. The Roundland Shark resembled a diminutive shark, adorned with a prominent dorsal fin and two protrusions on either side of its head. Its body was predominantly deep blue, with a red underbelly extending from its jaw to its abdomen, and it possessed a formidable mouth filled with sharp teeth. Its limbs were short and robust, each divided into 3 toes. Wang Luo's Roundland Shark was male, marked by a notch in its dorsal fin. Guangtai noticed that the opposing Roundland Shark seemed to sport a spiral-shaped claw. This aroused a sense of caution within Guangtai. Was that a razor-sharp talon? No. It differed from the merchandise he had previously observed. Suddenly, the sword sheath of Solitude emanated a ghostly energy. He was a sword, and his opponent was a dragon. If he were to emerge victorious, would he not be regarded as the holy sword that slays dragons? Roundland Shark, unleash a tornado. Wang Luo commanded, taking the initiative. While the Roundland Shark, inherently swifter than the sword sheath, ignited with battle fervor. Its body spun rapidly, releasing a torrent of dragon-type energy from its mouth, instantly conjuring a deep blue tempest. Although the tornado's power was not particularly high and was a special attack that posed minimal threat, it carried a 20 chance of instilling fear in its opponent. Moreover, evasion was impossible. The sword sheath of Solitude possessed the trait of no defense, ensuring both attacks would inevitably strike. Shadow ambush, Guangtai ordered. The sword sheath of Solitude had been anticipating this moment. A streak of sword energy shot forth from beneath the sword sheath, faster than the tornado itself, forming a shadowy blade with red eyes that surged towards the Roundland Shark from behind for a stealthy strike. Striking after the opponent. This was the essence of a priority move. Roundland Shark, evade. Wang Luo's lips curled into a smile, confident in his creature's speed. Fuka, the Roundland Shark responded, brimming with confidence. Yet, in the next instant, the shadow abruptly veered, as if it possessed an instinctual ability to seek out its target. And it struck the Roundland Shark directly. Oh! Wang Luo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. At that moment, he observed that the sword sheath of Solitude, despite attempting to evade, appeared more focused on delaying the tornado's impact while maneuvering for position. So, it sought to create distance to prevent being struck while fearing retreat? This was indeed a clever strategy. Wang Luo's smile remained intact. Yet curiosity about the sword sheath of Solitude piqued within him. That attack, just now, was a shadow ambush, correct? While I understand this is a priority move, what enabled it to connect? In the realm of reality battles, apart from locking moves, all other attacks can be evaded through various means, provided one's speed is sufficiently swift. There is little that cannot be achieved. This notion is echoed in the gaming world, where one can deftly sidestep an attack in response to a call. The unique trait of no guard prevails. Keitai did not glance at Wang Luo, but rather surveyed the battlefield. The whirlwind struck, yet there was no sign of retreat. Pokémon with the no-guard ability ensure that both their attacks and those directed at them will invariably hit. Keitai narrowed his eyes, while Wang Luo expressed his admiration with an exclamation of Subarashi. Yet, his lips soon curled into a smile, as the dusk blade trembled momentarily, shaken with excitement. Such a rare ability stirred my curiosity. However, my Garchomp possesses the rough skin ability, which means that if hit by a shadowy ambush, it will inflict damage as well. Wang Luo replied with a cheerful grin. Keitai mused inwardly, recognizing that rough skin, as a hidden ability, cannot manifest in wild Pokémon within the game. It is exclusive to those from the dream world. To acquire a hidden ability, one must use an ability patch. However, in reality, hidden abilities are likely merely uncommon among their kind. After all, hidden abilities can also be passed down through eggs. Quite a conundrum, Keitai pondered. Wang Luo burst into laughter. Then let the battle resume. Now that I know your ability guarantees a hit, I feel quite at ease. He commanded, use Stomping Tantrum. Garchomp leaped into the air, slamming its feet down onto the ground with tremendous force. The earth erupted in a surge of rocks, accompanied by a colossal shockwave that reverberated throughout the vicinity. The Dusk Blade finally comprehended the meaning behind Keitai's earlier query regarding its defensive capabilities. It swayed. Had it known, it would have learned a defensive move. Stay calm, use Substitute, Keitai commanded, and the Dusk Blade swiftly regained its composure. It resolutely sacrificed a portion of its health to create an illusionary double, and the Stomping Tantrum struck the substitute directly. Ground-type moves are exceptionally effective against steel types. Thus, this blow obliterated the substitute. A piercing sound. The Dusk Blade ground its blade against itself, producing a harsh noise, causing Garchomp to clutch its ears in agony, while a blue status effect indicating a decrease in capabilities manifested. Its physical defense had significantly diminished. Garchomp, Quicksand Abyss. Wang Luo maintained his cheerful demeanor, and this time, he employed a move that had never been utilized in the game, for this was not the same Garchomp. Garchomp opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of sand and dust. The grain swirled, forming a tornado-like shape that ensnared the Dusk Blade, simultaneously obstructing its line of sight and binding it. Although both participants' moves were guaranteed to hit due to their respective abilities, if one's vision is obscured and ensnared by sand, even a guaranteed hit may ultimately miss its target. Even if it does not miss entirely, failing to connect renders the accuracy futile. A guaranteed hit holds no significance if it cannot land. With a cheerful smile, Wang Luo remarked, "The Quicksand Abyss will ensnare Pokémon, continuously draining their vitality. How unfortunate it is to hesitate to attack due to rough skin, and to be engulfed in sand, unable to perceive the enemy. Such a state renders one utterly helpless." Accompanied by Wang Luo's laughter, Guangtai observed the pained expression in the eyes of the single-edged sword. The ground-type Quicksand Abyss was particularly effective against the steel-type single-edged sword, while the opposing round land shark brandished its claws, intensifying the swirling sandstorm created by the Quicksand Abyss. Wang Luo raised a finger and, still smiling, explained, "Once bound, the duration of binding moves will be extended. Your Pokémon is of the steel type, isn't it? This bodes ill for you. Yet, you are not the only one preparing for battle." In that fleeting moment, Guangtai composed himself and calmly issued commands. "Not necessarily. Single-edged sword, use," echoed voice. The single-edged sword, invigorated by Guangtai's command, began to vibrate vigorously amidst the swirling sands. Even outside the storm, the round land shark immediately covered its ears, displaying a look of discomfort. The piercing sound waves significantly lowered its defenses once more. Although its defense had diminished, would it matter? Could one ensnared by quicksand truly strike the round land shark? The outcome would soon be revealed. Wang Luo remained unfazed by the drop in defense, as the single-edged sword was also under assault from the sand, promptly issuing his next command. "Round land shark, use Dragon Breath." While both were special attack moves, Dragon Breath had the potential to paralyze the struck opponent. Clearly, Wang Luo's strategy was to utilize the tornado to instill fear, employ Heavy Slam to reduce the opponent's speed, and combine the binding effect of the Quicksand Abyss with the paralysis from Dragon Breath, gradually wearing down his adversary. This method of relentless torment indeed resonated with Wang Luo's somewhat sinister character, thought Guangtai. However, as I said, that is not a certainty. At that moment, the round land shark gathered a purple storm of energy in its mouth, releasing it into the sandstorm formed by the Quicksand Abyss, perfectly merging Dragon Breath with the swirling sands, surging toward the single-edged sword. Single-edged sword, use substitute, then charge forward. What? Wang Luo appeared momentarily stunned, but soon witnessed an astonishing spectacle. The single-edged sword utilized substitute within the Quicksand Abyss, its health diminishing once again. Yet, the substitute was left in the Quicksand Abyss, struck by Dragon Breath, and gradually dissipated, while the single-edged sword soared out of the fray. It had evaded the attack, as the substitute had absorbed the blow, freeing it from the binding state. Now, the single-edged sword approached the round land shark with remarkable speed. Guangtai immediately commanded, "Now, use Spirit Blade." Meanwhile, Wang Luo swiftly instructed, "Use Dragon Breath." Guangtai recognized that after using substitute, the single-edged sword's health had plummeted below a quarter. This was indeed a critical moment. The scabbard of the solitary sword emitted a faint glow, as a surge of energy urged it onward. That was the fruit of Shida. Known as the tree fruit of the ancestral system 05, it activated Pokémon's abilities below the maximum of 14, allowing the subsequent move to take precedence when priority was equal. At times, when words fail, the use of the tree fruit proves more convenient. The purpose of closing the distance was merely to preemptively interrupt the opponent's attack during the execution of the move. Even if both parties were guaranteed a hit due to their attributes, failing to unleash the move rendered it non-existent. The command from Guangtai had long since been relayed, and at that moment, the solitary sword's single eye perceived a trajectory. The movements of the round land shark appeared to slow, its soul acting before its body. As faint red glimmers emerged in certain areas, there, a pale red aura of psychic energy radiated from the sword body, coalescing the intangible light of the heart into a blade of energy, which was then unleashed in a sweeping motion. The psychic blade struck the round land shark with unimaginable speed, piercing the red-marked area under the watchful gaze of the solitary sword. A critical hit. The cacophony diminished as its defense plummeted by 4 levels. This decisive strike sent it flying, preventing it from unleashing its dragon breath. The Psychic Blade was a non-contact move, making the rough skin's recoil ineffective. The solitary sword fixated on the round land shark until it fell, then let out an exhilarated cry. It was destined to become a dragon-slaying sword. Congratulations, the solitary sword has learned a new move. Learn move, sneak attack on vital points. Chapter 22. Artifact. Ancient Bracelet. Guangtai was momentarily taken aback, a torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. Could information about gaining experience and effort through battle be perceived as well? Regardless, this was a positive development. Phew, I thought it would rise and continue battling. Guangtai sighed in relief. This round land shark was remarkably resilient. Even after its defense had been reduced by 4 levels and sustaining a critical hit from the Psychic Blade, it still managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Fortunately, it succumbed again. Otherwise, it would have been quite absurd. However, in an informal match, there were no restrictions on moves. If necessary, the solitary sword could rely on rest to regain health, albeit at the risk of being attacked while asleep. Of course, mastering a greater array of skills meant having more options during battle. Even in a formal competition with a limit of 4 moves, there was no such thing as move preparation. This meant that if one's Pokémon had learned dozens of skills, the trainer would still have ample flexibility to adapt their moves according to the evolving circumstances of battle before fully revealing all 4 moves, which starkly contrasted with the necessity of adjusting moves prior to matches in the game. At this moment, Wang Luo was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the round land shark would meet its demise in such a manner. After retrieving the round land shark, he gazed at the Pokeball, pondering for quite some time before inquiring of Guangtai what transpired. Was the quicksand abyss ineffective? Moreover, why did the subsequent attacks accelerate? That Pokemon's speed should not have surpassed that of my round land shark, should it? He found it hard to believe that the rough skin ability had ultimately failed to yield any results. The Sword of Justice floated into the air, celebrating its victory alongside Guangtai. Guangtai reached out, exchanging a light-hearted high-five with its blue ribbon before drifting over to Wang Luo's side. It appears I am the victor. Fortune favored me. According to our agreement, I shall receive a 20% discount on my next purchase. Wait. Wang Luo expressed a keen interest in Guangtai. What exactly just happened? I truly did not foresee such an outcome. Guangtai provided a succinct explanation. Well, the Shadow Sneak is a contact move, whereas the Psycho Cut is not. Although it may appear to be a special attack, Psycho Cut is, in fact, a physical move. Additionally, the substitute can nullify the restraints of the Quicksand Abyss, and the increased speed was due to the use of an item. The Sitrus Berry activates automatically in life-threatening situations, allowing moves of the same priority to be executed first. Guangtai pointed to itself, proclaiming, I am an item artisan. Although I have never participated in Pokémon battles myself, I have often received requests from others seeking battle items. Each Pokémon possesses unique traits, abilities, and strengths. Yet certain items can enhance their advantages and compensate for their weaknesses, potentially turning the tide of battle. The decisive move should be reserved for the final moments to create conditions for victory. Revealing it too early only allows the opponent to exploit any openings. In the realm of Pokémon, many trainers and professors struggle to distinguish between special and physical moves, resulting in some rather peculiar combinations. Understanding the difference between special and physical moves is merely the beginning of research in this field. However, experienced combatants instinctively recognize which moves to employ and their respective effects. This is perhaps the essence of battling. Wang Luo sank into contemplation. Meanwhile, Guangtai suddenly recalled something significant. Wait, didn't this fellow just use the round land shark against me? He had the audacity to sell me the Draco Plate that enhances Dragon-type moves in advance. Could it be that he initially intended to use Togepi? Or perhaps he was indifferent to the outcome of this battle from the very start, not placing much value on items that boost move power? Truly impressive combat. At that moment, an elderly man appeared from the mountainside, clapping his hands, while Kecleon seemed equally delighted, appearing quite enthralled. Though you claim to have never engaged in Pokémon battles, I can discern that during your preparations prior to the fight, you had already anticipated some of the forthcoming developments. That is indeed remarkable. In the mountains, the elder nodded approvingly, stating, without the props, the outcome of that match would have been uncertain. The final surprise attack was truly remarkable, as it capitalized on the opponent's vulnerabilities and oversights, achieving a decisive blow. Your offensive awareness is commendable. I am grateful for the opportunity to witness such a splendid battle. Here, accept this as a token of appreciation for your assistance in delivering supplies to the mountain and for allowing me to witness this duel. The elder produced a dark-hued jade bracelet, intricately carved with peculiar symbols. Keitai instinctively hesitated, feeling the weight of its apparent value. However, the elder reassured him. Though it is jade, it is not an exquisite gem. The essence lies in the stone itself, so fret not, do accept it. This bracelet is an ancient device for learning techniques. In bygone eras, it was used to impart Pokémon moves. With gratitude, Keitai accepted the bracelet, and information began to manifest in his vision. Artifact: ancient bracelet of technique learning. Description: one of the ancient tools used by Pokémon to learn moves long ago. The bracelet can absorb corresponding techniques and store them. The carved runes provide explanations and applications of the moves. When worn by other Pokémon capable of learning, they can understand how to use the move and subsequently develop a connection to it. Artifact Function 1. Learn the move Reflect Barrier. Artifact Function 2. Conceal Reflect Barrier into the bracelet for reteaching. Suddenly, the Dusk Blade emitted a sound, gazing curiously at the jade bracelet, swaying its blade back and forth. It recognized this item from its previous encounters within the palace. Keitai too began to recall similar artifacts. The ancient bracelet, without a doubt, was a valuable item used for commerce, first appearing in the underwater ruins of Black and White, fetching a price of 100,000. Additionally, there existed a special ancient bracelet for teaching ultimate moves in the side story, bearing similarities to the one now in hand. It was mentioned that long ago, before the advent of learning devices, Pokémon relied on such tools to learn new moves. During the Kingdom's era, it would be entirely unsurprising if craftsmen could create similar items. Keitai further contemplated the ancient carving techniques he had recently acquired, which explicitly stated that mastering the corresponding craftsmanship would enable the creation of ancient bracelets. Thus, it seemed plausible that one day he could forge an ancient version of the move learning device. However, compared to the sleek devices produced by Sylph Company, the ancient version appeared rather cumbersome. It remained uncertain how effective or swift the learning process would be, yet it would likely find a niche market. For some individuals possess a penchant for vintage craftsmanship. Alas, I never anticipated such a dismal defeat. Wang Luo seems to have concluded his musings. No one knows what thoughts had crossed his mind moments ago, but he has returned to his jovial demeanor. As per our agreement, the next time you purchase goods from me, everything will be offered at a 20% discount. I shall prepare an entirely new selection for you. And perhaps I might even seek you out beforehand. Rare individuals, extraordinary events, and unique items. As a merchant, one must personally verify and experience these phenomena. The hour is late. Let us rest in this humble abode for the night and depart tomorrow. Guangtai is aware that he has captured Wang Luo's attention. Yet it matters little. Compared to the various nefarious organizations employing advanced technology to capture legendary beasts, Wang Luo's approach is refreshingly traditional, confronting them face to face and issuing a challenge. He appears to embody a certain simplicity. It would be splendid if you could bring me some rare materials on your next visit. With the technique wristband in hand, Guangtai inquired of the old man in the mountains how to learn the techniques contained within it, while Wang Luo stood in the clearing, glancing back at the ruins as Guangtai approached the nearby cabin. Finally, I have encountered an intriguing individual. Selling him the stone tablet seems to have been the right decision. Yet, I'm certain I have seen him somewhere before. However, I struggle to recall a person as distinctive as he. For some inexplicable reason, I have a premonition that this encounter may be a sign from Arceus. Inside the vacant cabin in the mountains, Dudu was also brought in. It emitted a soothing sound, shaking its fluffy feathers before curling up its legs and settling down. Guangtai gently stroked Dudu's soft fur, gradually easing his tension. Dudu's feathers are incredibly soft and warm. What a tiring experience. The reality of Pokémon battles is indeed vastly different from that in games. While many techniques share similarities in their execution, the enchantment of real-time battles lies in the fact that the opponent does not wait for you to make the first move. Once the turn-based constraints vanish, certain strategies that may seem insidious lose their efficacy. Of course, in losing some elements, one inevitably gains others. More astonishing combinations of techniques come into play in real-time battles, keeping the trainer's mind in a constant state of heightened alertness. That said, I have no obligation to win. After all, Wang Luo merely mentioned a battle, and losing is of no consequence. As Guangtai caressed Dudu's fluffy feathers, he murmured to himself, only to be contradicted by the sword of justice. Hey, what are you saying? Since it's a battle, we must strive for victory. Our combination is that of knight and king, the most formidable. Nonetheless, I am not a registered trainer within the league. Guangtai scratched his head in contemplation. Much like Mr. Steele, many artisans live in the Pokémon world without any Pokémon of their own, relying solely on their craftsmanship. Such individuals are quite numerous, and the original protagonist was one of them. Without a Pokémon, one is not considered a formal trainer. However, it is perfectly acceptable to forego registration with the league. At most, one would miss out on complimentary meals at the Pokémon Center. Naturally, battles are the prevailing trend in this world, with almost every region housing schools for Pokémon trainers. These institutions nurture the next generation of exceptional trainers, often referred to as the academic elite. Yet, it is often the wild-type trainers like Ash who shine the brightest at regional tournaments. The knowledge found in textbooks is ultimately limited. Some lessons can only be learned through practical experience. While the insights gained from a trainer school might yield commendable results in competitive battles, once thrust into real-time confrontations, a novice may find themselves overwhelmed and easily defeated by seasoned trainers. Faced with the evasive comments of Guangtai, the Dusk Blade narrowed its singular eye, emitting strange sounds. Stop deceiving yourself. The thirst for victory flows through your veins, as evidenced by our previous battles. Guangtai retorted, perhaps next time we can practice canceling the consecutive strikes? Chapter 23. Renowned artisans from various regions. Though Duskblade found Guangtai's cryptic response baffling, it sensed that it must pertain to a powerful technique. Canceling consecutive strikes? It pondered deeply, seemingly constructing a model of swordsmanship within its mind. At that moment, Guangtai raised his right hand, the ancient symbols on the technique wristband lying still. By merely making contact between the wristband and the Pokémon, the latter would instinctively grasp the power contained within. This differs somewhat from the ultimate bracelet, resembling more the malevolent and aquatic scrolls. The Pokémon known as Bear Apprentice, after ample training, could evolve and comprehend the profound techniques of the respective attributes simply by observing these two scrolls. Of course, learning techniques does not solely necessitate the use of a learning device. One can also seek guidance from other Pokémon and observe their moves to imitate and thus acquire the corresponding techniques. For instance, Ash's Pikachu frequently employs Iron Tail, which was actually taught to him by a passing trainer, Professor Tailstand. As Guangtai contemplated this, he removed the ancient wristband from his hand and extended it toward Duskblade. Upon seeing the wristband offered, Duskblade floated forward, accepting it with a blue ribbon. Previously, while on the mountain, it had already heard that this bracelet contained techniques. However, what was the reflective barrier? Guangtai suddenly began to tease. The reflective barrier is a psychic defensive skill that constructs a magical wall. Pokémon sheltered by this barrier will experience a direct halving of damage from physical moves. It is a defensive move, yet you previously stated a dislike for such techniques. What is your stance now? What is it like to utilize a substitute? The feels no embarrassment at all. Its single eye squints, producing a sound that signifies the passage of time. Oh. To claim that defense is unnecessary was the assertion of my former self just days ago. What relevance does that hold for my current self? A substitute? How remarkably advantageous it is. The same can be said for in my mind, I envision constructing a transparent barrier, invoking my own mental prowess. This should pose no challenge for you. It is akin to wielding a psychic blade. The energy of super abilities, perhaps, that continues to toy with the technique wristband, simultaneously sensing the elemental energy within it. Gradually, it appears as though a resplendent, luminous, transparent wall emerges in this gaze, derived from the records within the technique wristband. The hovers in midair, a faint aura of superpowers slowly emanating from its blade, gradually coalescing into an irregular, transparent wall before it. At this moment, also observes the symbols on the technique wristband emitting a soft glow. The technique is being imitated and learned. Recording techniques, allowing Pokémon to observe and guide, ultimately leading to mastery. It seems that modern technique learners have streamlined these steps. The learning process is remarkably smooth. This wristband proves to be far more reliable than had envisioned, perhaps because they had already mastered the use of psychic blades before learning the superpowered technique of reflecting walls. In combat scenarios, both the reflecting wall and light wall merely serve to diminish the opponent's special and physical attacks. Yet in genuine battles, the walls created indeed exist. An impulsive assault using contact moves against such a wall would severely hinder the attacking party. Recalls a scene from the animated world, where Ashes, during its challenge at the once collided with a reflecting wall and was sent flying, and the wall shifts in accordance with the Pokémon's movements. In a special episode, the light wall demonstrated a similar application, constructing an invisible walled enclosure to trap the opponent. The exclaims, at this moment. The wall before it has fully transformed into a rectangular shape, shimmering with brilliance. The technique of reflecting walls has been learned. Success finds this wristband increasingly enchanting. Shall we attempt the reflecting wall once more? This solitary eye fixates on the wristband, comprehending its intent, and thus it employs the reflecting wall directly before the wristband. A softly glowing transparent wall is conjured, and the inscriptions on the wristband instantly illuminate. Subsequently, the wall formed by superpowers gradually disintegrates, twisting like mist, as its elemental energy is once again sealed within the wristband. So this is how it operates. I fully grasp it now. Light Moss comprehended the storage principle of the bracelet, which fundamentally involves the absorption of corresponding attribute energy. When these energies are manifested through specific techniques, they resonate with the inscriptions on the bracelet, thereby enabling the repeated recording and storage of these techniques. This concept is akin to that of the hidden technique learning devices. Across various regions, there exists a type of learning apparatus known as the hidden technique device, wherein techniques learned by Pokémon become exceedingly difficult to forget. However, since the advent of the Alola region, these devices have gradually faded from prominence. Originally developed to enhance the utilization of Pokémon's powers, these techniques include the most common six: Cut, Rock Smash, Strength, Surf, Waterfall, and Fly. Now, with the appropriate craftsmanship, I can forge ancient technique bracelets, also referred to as ancient bangles. The question remains, however, where might I find such craftsmanship? Or rather, what materials would be required? In any case, unlike the directly carved ancient stone statues, these bracelets seem to incorporate extraordinary psychic abilities, reminiscent of a precious artifact from the Kalos region known as the Judgment Jar. Certain creations necessitate the infusion of Pokémon's attribute energy during their fabrication. Light Moss opened his computer, which astonishingly possessed internet connectivity. How remarkable! He began to search online for renowned artisans. Unlike ordinary trainers, who often document their training insights in notes or manuals to share with others, artisans possess secretive skills that they are unlikely to disclose. Thus, it is unrealistic to expect to uncover their crafting secrets online. Light Moss sought only a few notable craftsmen from various regions across diverse fields. In the Johto region, the illustrious Mr. Steel is the most esteemed Pokeball artisan. In Kajai Town, Mr. Lu is a master of ice sculpture. The ancient apothecary in Azurill City holds the recipes and techniques for secret medicines, while charcoal from the Oak Grove is a local specialty. In the Hoenn region, the glass workshop at the foot of the chimney is particularly renowned. Glass masters can create unique volcanic glass whistles, while an elderly shell craftsman by the seaside produces charming shell bells. In the Sinnoh region, the elder of Shinto Town, who is none other than Tulip's grandmother, possesses the craft of creating ancient amulets. Additionally, there appear to be methods for crafting ancient artifacts from the era of Lush Jade. In the Unova region, Mountain Path Town boasts artisans skilled in pottery using volcanic clay, along with techniques for crafting ancient precious items and metalwork. The Paldea region is also famous for its pottery town, Bagatown, and is known for its unique armoring techniques. The Galar region is celebrated for its silk and textile industry, with the wool of the Wooloo being a premium material. The Almia region is home to a highly skilled woodcarving elder, while Mr. Kusha from Paldea is a well-known sculptor. Moreover, some artisans study the techniques of these masters, which may further enhance my own craftsmanship. Light Moss pondered deeply. As autumn descends upon the city of divinity, I may find myself ready to depart. By then, the ancient ruins will be blanketed in heavy snow, and I shall temporarily venture to other regions to hone my craft. Observing the artisans at work may grant me a fresh perspective and even lead me to discover rare materials, to emulate, replicate, and ultimately surpass them. At dawn the following day, Guangtai bid farewell to his grandfather in the mountains and to his companion, the alpaca Wangluo. Before parting, Wangluo mentioned his intention to leave the mountain cottage for a time in search of rare materials. If I find anything valuable, I shall offer you a discount, he declared, before taking his leave. In the afternoon, Guangtai returned to the village from the ruins. After returning Dudu to the villagers and exchanging farewells, he made his way back to the workshop, carrying the sword sheath. Glancing around the fields surrounding the workshop, he noticed the absence of the Lilyroot doll. Yet a small dirt pit lay not far from the medicinal field. Had she come and gone? I wonder if she can manage on her own. Setting down his backpack, he did not immediately change out of his work attire, opting instead to leave his boots at the door and slip into a pair of ordinary shoes. He began to unpack the various materials and tools from his backpack, methodically sorting and arranging them. At last, he had returned, and this time, the bounty was considerable. Fortunately, none of the materials were fragile. Everything had endured the journey intact. Among them were beach radishes, sturdy minerals, royal leaves, stealth sprays, ancient bracelets, leaf stones, and dragonstone slabs. Dominating the space within the backpack were 5 rather flat relic stones, their rectangular shapes barely discernible. After retrieving the 5 relic stones, Guangtai carefully extracted the most vital piece, the Dragonstone Slab. Yet, he felt a persistent unease about its safety, despite the solitude of the place. It was merely a psychological effect. Ultimately, he decided to place it beneath the computer. Ah, that shall suffice for today. Suddenly, what was that sound? A peculiar and thunderous wind echoed across the sky. Stepping outside the cottage, Guangtai shielded his eyes from the sunlight, spotting a massive black dot in the distance above. As the clouds parted, he strained to discern the true nature of the shadowy figure. The dot grew larger until it transformed into a silhouette, ultimately revealing its genuine form against the sunlit sky. Lo and behold, Guangtai gasped in astonishment. It was a fire-breathing dragon. This creature, a Pokémon with traditional draconic features, walked on two legs, despite lacking the dragon type. Its skin was predominantly orange, with a creamy hue extending from its belly to the tip of its tail and the soles of its feet. It boasted stout, short hind limbs and relatively petite forelimbs, complemented by enormous wings for flight. Its long neck and blue eyes were crowned with two horn-like protrusions, and a robust tail ended in a blazing flame, symbolizing its vitality. Accompanied by the howling wind, the Charizard descended with great force, its colossal frame adorned with a delivery box hanging from its chest. Upon landing, the Charizard immediately fixated its gaze upon Guangtai, seemingly comparing it to the sender's photograph. Guangtai also noticed a device resembling a Poké gear on its wrist, perhaps used for navigation. Was it here to collect a package? This Charizard had arrived from Smoke Ink City, prompting Guangtai to hastily return indoors to prepare the shipment. The items being sent included the Evolution Stone and the Aura Cloak, along with the Cleanse Tag, which required transshipment. It was to be transported from Smoke Ink City to Aqua City, and then shipped by sea to the Unova region. The Johto region indeed harbors a multitude of Charizards, with the Charizard Valley teeming with wild specimens. In other territories, Charizards are frequently employed as mounts or errand Pokémon, exhibiting remarkable endurance for long-distance flights after systematic training. Upon confirming Guangtai's status as the sender, the Charizard curiously scanned its surroundings, seemingly unacquainted with the area, finding everything novel and intriguing. However, it did not lose sight of its task, gesturing with its claw towards the empty box, indicating that Guangtai should place the package inside. Thank you for your assistance. Chapter 24, Elite Four Eevee, Master of Psychic Powers. Guangtai placed the prepared parcel into the box, while the Charizard examined several cards, seemingly verifying the shipment details. Guangtai offered a berry to the Charizard, but it waved its claw dismissively and emitted a deep growl. Roar. The Charizard's gesture conveyed a sense of unfamiliarity, but its intent was different. At that moment, the Dusk Blade floated over to Guangtai to provide translation. The Charizard was expressing that it could not consume food delivered by others during work hours, as doing so might upset its stomach and delay the delivery, potentially leading to package loss. It had already consumed a work meal prior to departure and had emergency Pokémon food stowed within the box. As the Charizard growled softly, it retrieved an item resembling a steamed bun from the box. This delicacy, known as the Furious Bun, was a specialty of Kaji Town and a representative snack of the Johto region. The Charizard had brought it along from Smoke Ink City to nibble on in case of unforeseen circumstances during its flight. That makes perfect sense. One should indeed refrain from consuming others' food indiscriminately. Guangtai momentarily found himself in a daze, realizing that Pokémon with formal jobs differ significantly from wild ones. Their awareness of food safety was remarkably high. I am merely a customer. It was I who overstepped. Soon, the Charizard flapped its wings and, with minimal conversation, diligently fulfilled its delivery duty, departing with the package and gradually ascending into the sky until it transformed into a mere black, vanishing from sight. As the tempestuous winds stirred the grass, something appeared to descend from the heavens, landing atop the luminescent moss. It was a striking white leaf. Curious. The moss removed the white foliage from its head. Rare material, white herb. Description: the white herb retains a delightful fragrance. This plant can occasionally be found in grassy fields and forests, sometimes dislodged by flying-type Pokémon from the ground or carried away to distant lands. When the Pokémon carrying it experiences a reduction in its abilities, it can only revert to its previous state once. Knowledge acquired. 1. Leaf Gatherer. Occasionally, one might discover herb leaves among the grass or in leaves swept up by the wind, with a probability of 5. Indeed, herbs can be sourced from the natural environment, yet their specific growth locations are unpredictable. Thus, finding a complete herb plant relies solely on fortune. However, florists across various regions often cultivate herbs, and even the Glastitia flower is frequently observed. The Pokémon associated with herbs is the Vine Whip Pokémon, known to often yield herbs from its tendrils. Interestingly, while these two entities seem entirely unrelated, their functions are rather similar. Beep. The computer chimed, indicating the arrival of a new wild customer, and the spawn rate was remarkably high. Contemplating this, the moss retreated indoors. Upon opening the computer to check the incoming email, it read, "I foresee that you possess light clay. To be candid, I have heard that utilizing this clay can enhance psychic-type moves. But this clay is sparsely distributed in the Sinnoh underground and is unavailable in the Kanto and Johto regions. If you have it foresee, a psychic? Is it the natural bird?" This was rather unfamiliar, and there was no way to discern much from the message. However, all visitors are welcome. And since the sender had foreseen the light clay and inquired about its availability, selling it was a natural course of action. Initially, the intention was to transform the light clay into pottery, but time had not permitted that endeavor. Now, someone was expressing interest in purchasing it outright. Beep. Another email arrived. "I foresee that you intend to craft the light clay into a unique pottery. I am very interested in this creation. Please ensure its completion, and I will offer double the price." What? The moss paused in astonishment. This individual was quite impressive. Do psychic individuals not typically need to be near to read thoughts or foresee events to prevent any further emails from arriving? The moss promptly added this person as a friend and began communicating with them. You must be aware of the properties of light clay, correct? When a Pokémon carrying it utilizes light screen or reflect, the effects last considerably longer than usual. The price of the luminous clay is 50,000. If I were to transform it into pottery, the price would inevitably increase, reaching approximately 100,000. After doubling, it amounts to 20. Are you still certain you wish to purchase the pottery I create at this doubled price? Light Moss initially intended to offer 20,000, but upon reflection, considering its rarity in this region, that sum is decidedly too low. Natural bird. No problem. Money holds little significance for us superpowered individuals. Furthermore, I am a globetrotting magician, possessing a modest reputation within the realm of magic, so you need not worry about my financial situation. Regarding your earlier inquiry about how superpowered beings can perceive thoughts from such distances, I must clarify, I do not read minds. Rather, I glimpse into the future and foresee your utterances at that moment. I also harness the power of Pokémon, my partner being Natural Bird. My Natural Bird utilizes foresight to locate extraordinary items, each possessing remarkable powers. Foresight? In Pokémon battles, foresight is a delayed damage move. However, in non-combat situations, this ability does indeed allow one to anticipate the future. The essence of this technique lies in accurately predicting the near future and acting accordingly. Moreover, Natural Bird can not only glimpse into one's future, but also delve into one's past. You seem quite intrigued by superpowers. Natural Bird sent a message along with a puzzled expression, followed by a series of curious messages. If you wish to discern whether you possess superpowers or are interested in honing them for greater strength, I can offer you some advice. A simple practice method. Nighttime is conducive to enhancing superpowers by gazing intently at a particular tree and concentrating all your focus upon it. You can train your concentration, which will serve you well in battles. Even if awakening superpowers proves elusive, you can gradually fortify your spirit. While I possess other training methods, those remain secrets. For others to know my practices would be akin to revealing my formidable secrets. Well, interacting with superpowered individuals initially felt novel, yet it has grown somewhat uncomfortable. Everything I say and do is foreseen in the future. Could you refrain from anticipating my future? Light Moss responded with resignation. As a craftsman, I too wish to keep my skills concealed. Natural Bird. Apologies, I overlooked that. Please proceed with the crafting. Once the process is complete, feel free to message me anytime. I will always be here. After sending this message, he ceased further communication, and Light Moss promptly rose to retrieve the package of preserved luminous clay. This material is indeed rare in the Johto region, with most luminous clay originating from Sinnoh. Can the forge be utilized for the crafting? Lacking a specialized kiln for ceramic firing, one resorts to the most primitive and straightforward methods. With the enhancement of craftsmanship and knowledge, Guangtai exudes confidence in his abilities. Thus, the forge's door swings open, the meticulously cleaned furnace is reignited, and the previously sealed external walls are gently pushed aside by Guangtai. With no anvil at hand, one will need to procure one, along with additional forging and firing tools. Perhaps an order could be placed online for delivery by the courier service from Yinma City. The village may also harbor spare anvils and forging tools. In the realm of simple pottery firing, there exists a method known as seven-wheel firing, which can be simply described as charcoal furnace firing. This charcoal furnace is comparable in size to a small coal stove. In more primitive locales, the demands for pottery firing are modest, often requiring no kiln. Instead, fuel is piled directly on the ground for firing, albeit the aesthetic quality may be lacking. However, Guangtai possesses a furnace. With raw materials processed, clay shaped, and glaze applied, Guangtai swiftly completes these 3 steps, employing a unique pottery-making technique. Although the glazing process is rather intricate, glaze refers to the grinding of certain natural minerals or plants into powder, which is then mixed with clay to create a slurry. When applied to the pottery and subsequently fired, it forms a glass-like thin layer on the surface of the piece. Thus, the earliest glazes were derived from plant ash. Guangtai has also prepared the glaze slurry, fortunate to have an ample stock of minerals. Once all preparations are complete, the next phase involves calcination. The duration for firing pottery varies due to numerous factors, typically ranging from several hours to several days. Different types of clay necessitate varying firing times and temperatures, while certain special clays may require extended durations to achieve the desired sintering level. In the case of the light clay, it completes firing in just a few hours. During this process, Dujian's sheath briefly entered to observe, but upon feeling the heat, promptly retreated. Steel properties are weak against fire. You cannot undertake this task, or it will turn into a blade forging competition, Guangtai quipped. Before long, Guangtai extracted the finished pottery using his tools. Artifact, light pottery, teapot. Description, a pottery crafted from rare light clay, employing unique firing techniques. Retention effect, when the Pokémon carrying it uses light wall or reflective barrier, the effects will last longer than usual. Ground-type and rock-type Pokémon will greatly favor this pottery, as the light clay will slightly enhance their attribute energy. Unique effect, when Psychic-type Pokémon spend extended periods with the light pottery, the power of their Psychic-type moves will be amplified. While I understand that. For instance, Poison-type Pokémon favor Toxic Pearls and Fire types are drawn to Flame Pearls. Does the light clay truly exert effects on Psychic, Rock, and Ground types simultaneously? Indeed. It is curious that the clay, primarily associated with ground attributes, can enhance the transformative moves of Psychic types. The items and materials related to Pokémon are truly wondrous. In antiquity, there existed a Pokémon known as the Balance Doll, which, alongside its evolved form, the Psychic Clay Doll, was believed to have originated from ancient clay artifacts. A similar legend surrounds the Clay Giant family in the Unova region. The Psychic Clay Doll embodies both ground and psychic types, while the Clay Giant represents ground and ghost types. Thus, could the Luminous clay be the very material from which these clay Pokémon are crafted? Light Moss momentarily diverged into thought before swiftly returning to her computer, conveying the results of her kiln's creations to her counterpart and expressing her desire for an order. However, the response was that such formalities were unnecessary. I am currently training in Kijiji Town. Since I possess the ability to foresee the future and perceive you, it signifies that my psychic powers can also be transmitted through the computer. I shall have my natural bird utilize teleport to retrieve the goods. Your craftsmanship will undoubtedly yield remarkable results in my hands. Remarkable results? What could that mean? It implies that I shall challenge formidable Pokémon trainers. I apologize, but this shall be the last time I foresee your future. Allow me to conclude with an introduction. I am Kazuki, a magician who once traversed the globe. And I am also one of the current Elite Four of the Johto League. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. With the sound of a transaction echoing, Lightmoss opened her POC device to discover a deposit of 200,000 yuan. A peculiar wave of psychic energy surged forth upon turning around. She witnessed her freshly crafted luminous pottery begin to shatter, vanishing in an instant. To be able to teleport for retrieval from such a distance? This psychic ability was truly astonishing, akin to that of the grandfather's Kadabra. However, should it not be Kadabra who is more impressive? Pokémon of the psychic type indeed provide great convenience. Speaking of which, if there is a need to craft pottery in the future, should we consider making clay flutes as well? Chapter 25. A new member of the workshop, June 14th. Weather, overcast, light rain. After several days of clear and cloudy weather, today finally brought rain. The downpour was light, just enough that watering was unnecessary. Recently, numerous products had been sold, leading to a sudden influx of funds. Just yesterday afternoon, Light Moss ventured into the village to procure an anvil, which she placed in the forge, while Light Tower also ordered a batch of glimmering honey online. This was a crucial ingredient for crafting wondrous candies, although the essential wood fruit remained unacquired, rendering the purchase of glimmering honey merely a preparatory measure. Today, Light Moss felt particularly cheerful as she opened the door, umbrella in hand, and made her way to the medicinal and agricultural fields. Near the edge of the fields, close to the herbs, familiar leaves re-emerged. However, this time, they were damaged, with 2 branches broken. The lily root doll had buried itself in the soil. Remaining outside the fields, It seemed to believe that this tactic would prevent light moss from driving it away, and beside it lay a white conifer cone. Clearly, it had lost. The recent beating was even more severe than the last. Moss approached her, attempting to pull her up, but the Lurantis emitted a sound of discontent. However, she soon realized that it was the owner of the house who had emerged, and thus she exerted herself to lift her head from the soil. Indeed, the injuries that had been healed previously not only reappeared, but were also profoundly deep, a rarity in the world of Pokémon. Nevertheless, some wounds differed from the majority of her injuries, likely inflicted during her subsequent weakness by an attack from a bug-type Pokémon. Lurantis glanced at moss and then at the revival herb not far away, subsequently nudging the nearby white berry toward the moss. "No, it's not ready yet. It's only been 2 or 3 days, Moss replied helplessly. Lurantis nodded, but soon became immobile, lacking even the energy to jump. Moss picked up the white berry. Rare material, white berry. Description: a white berry devoid of any fragrance. This berry only appears in fertile soil. Knowledge gained: 1. Flourishing land. The crops, medicinal herbs, and trees you plant will enhance the vitality of the surroundings, and the soil will rejuvenate more swiftly. Has your habitat been taken away? Moss inquired. I've heard that conflicts in the forest are intense, but you don't seem to have come from the depths of the sacred forest. Lurantis slightly lifted her head in response. At that moment, the dusk blade floated out, serving as Moss's faithful translator, relaying Lurantis's words. She resides on the outskirts of the forest and not deep within the sacred forest. She merely sought to recover her physical state using the soil nearby and would soon depart, posing no threat to this medicinal field. If necessary, she can exchange leaves for potions and herbs. But how do you know her habitat has been taken? Moss continued. I have some understanding of your habits. You are a social Pokémon and often have a missed skirt as a leader. Listening to the translation from Duskblade, Moss felt a twinge of embarrassment. A peculiar sensation as if she were the villain in this scenario. However, Lurantis's personality was indeed quite unique. Unwilling to trouble others and insisting on exchanging leaves for the corresponding herbs. Such stubbornness is, at times, truly remarkable. Lurantis wearily responded. Duskblade translated. She has abandoned her leader. Moss's expression turned somewhat perplexed. You were not abandoned by Miss Skirt, but rather, you abandoned her? This question was swiftly answered by Lurantis, while Moss, adhering to her routine, procured healing ointments, vitality shards, and berries. After consuming food and utilizing potions, Lurantis's condition gradually improved. In her response, she abandoned her companions, including their leader, who were unwilling to reclaim their habitat, and ventured forth alone to seize it. Weaker Pokémon would have their homes taken by the stronger ones, and the solution lay in becoming powerful enough to reclaim what was lost. Many grass-type Pokémon eschew conflict, yet some possess unique traits and personalities that render them rebels within their communities. Keitai found herself reminiscing about Ash's Lizard King, a former maverick during the era of Trico. The path to strengthening oneself was straightforward, through battle, continuously clashing in the wild to accumulate experience, thus fulfilling the conditions for evolution or mastering additional moves. However, the evolution of the Lurantis was not merely the result of accruing experience points. She needed to find a sunstone to achieve it. Fight, fail, sustain injuries, heal, and continue to battle. Had the odds of victory increased? How many battles had she fought since losing her habitat? Keitai inquired, but Lurantis could scarcely recall, perhaps more than a dozen encounters. This indicated that prior to Keitai's arrival, she had been engaged in relentless combat with other Pokémon, starting from the harsh winter and frigid spring before summer. The habitats seized during winter or spring were likely taken by other grass-type Pokémon, drawn by the fertile and nourishing soil that thrived in the warmth. Yet, there must have been other attributes at play. Did she require assistance? However, in response to Keitai's well-meaning question, Lurantis fixed her gaze upon her for an extended moment, neither shaking her head nor nodding, but instead emitting a loud sound. Bye. This time, her voice was not gentle but infused with frustration and indignation. If she did not reclaim her habitat through her own efforts, her companions would never reflect on their actions. They would merely assert that they had regained their home by relying on others. Once the aid departed, the habitat would inevitably be seized again by another Pokémon, rendering everything as if it had never occurred. Thus, dependence on oneself was paramount. Evolution was essential. To grow stronger, what she needed was not fleeting assistance, but true empowerment. For this goal, she was willing to sacrifice anything, even if her only bargaining chip was the leaf atop her head. If it were not too much to ask, she offered it all up. Keitai felt a stir of emotion. Typically, weaker Pokémon sought trainers or coexisted with stronger Pokémon to secure a stable existence. Following a trainer could lead to greater strength, while symbiosis with powerful Pokémon could foster mutual benefits. However, Lurantis's stubbornness, fixated solely on honing her own abilities and viewing trainers as unstable external forces, left K-Tai's thoughts in a tangle. Yet, the Sword of Justice was deeply moved, gliding to Lurantis's side and using its blue ribbon to comfort her fervently. Once upon a time, the knights I encountered embodied a spirit akin to yours. To hone one's strength and triumph over formidable foes is a profound journey of self-transcendence. I wholeheartedly support you. The sword sheath, moved by emotion, expressed a desire to assist the Lily-Root doll in its training. I was once the sword of a knight, with a glorious legacy of dragon slaying. In ancient times, such feats would have been immortalized in history and celebrated through song. Yet, defeating merely the round-bellied shark does not equate to vanquishing the fierce land shark. Even a dragon slayer, triumphing over a juvenile dragon, cannot claim to be exceptionally strong, can they? The moss, in its unfeeling manner, exposed the truth. But the sword sheath retorted, "What of young dragons? I am but a young sword myself." It promptly assured the Lily-Root doll by tapping its sheath. "Fear not. I possess great strength, and so does this individual. With our training and the utilization of our crafted tools, no adversary shall be insurmountable." Indeed, the moss eagerly suggested, "If you wish to grow stronger, lend me your aid in labor. Through work, one can indeed become more powerful." Coupled with the training proposed by the sword sheath, even the weakest Pokémon can attain greatness, provided they master the synergy of their moves and possess a resilient spirit. Thus, it was settled. The moss produced a Pokeball, recalling the words of a trainer from the Johto region. "Mighty Pokémon and feeble ones are merely subjective opinions of humanity. You shall undoubtedly grow stronger." The Lily-Root doll gazed at the Pokeball, and without much hesitation, tapped it. A crimson beam enveloped the Lily-Root doll, and the ball scarcely wobbled before coming to a halt. I have captured the Lily-Root doll. Chapter 26. Observations of the Lily-Root doll. The workshop welcomed a new companion. However, when the moss released the Lily-Root doll once more, she appeared somewhat bewildered by the tasks requested of her. Tilting her head, she inquired, What is work? Is it merely to battle continuously?" The Lily-Root doll was perplexed by this notion, yet the moss proposed that she assist in the growth of herbs, promising to provide her with corresponding medicinal plants in return. Much like exchanging leaves for remedies, one must offer something to receive a reward. This is the essence of work. You shall tend to the herbs and crops, aiding their growth. That is your task. Assisting me in this endeavor differs from aiding others. I am an artisan of tools, skilled in crafting items imbued with unique powers and in gathering rare materials. Throughout this process, both you and I shall grow stronger and improve. What? The Lily-Root doll still harbored many questions, yet the proposal from Guanghai to offer herbs as recompense deeply moved her. Upon noticing her shift in focus, Guanghai nodded in agreement, stating that revival grass could indeed serve as a reward. Thus, it became imperative to expedite its growth. I feared that the walking grass had arrived here out of trepidation, concerned about the potential scattering of seeds, which, although devoid of malice, could adversely affect the growth of herbs. Each Pokémon possesses distinct attributes, and even those sharing the same trait exhibit varying ecological characteristics, natural traits, and impacts on their surrounding environment. Guanghai elucidated to the Lily-Root doll that her previous request for her to vacate the herb field was not born out of disdain. The Dusk Blade appropriately chimed in, stating that it had heard Guanghai speak of a formidable grass-type Pokémon from a distant land. Unlike any other grass-type, this particular creature, upon its emergence, would bring about the withering of forests and the depletion of the earth. Therefore, meticulous discernment and judgment were essential when it came to grass-type Pokémon entering the fields. Certainly, such a land-desolating Pokémon would not manifest here. Nonetheless, each grass-type Pokémon possesses unique habits and abilities, yielding both positive and negative effects on the fields. The Lily-Root doll was instantly captivated, responding with astonishment. Is there truly such a grass-type Pokémon? If it belongs to that category, why would it devastate forests and soil? Indeed, the world of Pokémon is wondrous, and even they struggle to comprehend it fully. For humanity, understanding how to coexist with Pokémon and striking a balance is of utmost importance. Guanghai smiled, and after contemplating, the Lily-Root doll acquiesced to Guanghai's request. This was not about subjugation, but rather assistance, akin to how Guanghai asked the moles and their kin to aid in tilling the land. Thus, the Lily-Root doll was led by Guanghai and Dusk Blade, meandering through the herb fields and farmlands, where Guanghai narrated the various regions for herb cultivation, their approximate growth rates, as well as the areas designated for conventional crops and fruit-bearing trees, alongside diverse cultivation techniques and applicable technologies. The Lily Root doll listened, her eyes wide with wonder. Although she was a grass-type Pokémon, she found herself utterly bewildered by this knowledge. The wisdom of humanity is indeed remarkable. Pokémon live by their attributes and instincts. Grass thrives in forests, ground dwells in deserts, rock inhabits caves, and water resides by the shore. Yet, humanity is not bound by such limitations. We must acquire extensive knowledge and judiciously utilize resources and materials to enhance our existence across all realms. After traversing the entire journey, Guanghai requested to observe her moves, eager to understand the nature of the Pokémon she might encounter. Knowing the attributes, characteristics, and moves of one's adversary is essential for engaging in strategic battles, thereby increasing one's chances of success. From the initial obstinacy of the Lily Root doll, she has now transformed into a being of uncertainty, overwhelmed by the vast knowledge possessed by the human before her. Yet, the assurance provided by the unique sword sheath steadies her heart once more. Babawala, Yo-Yo. The Lily Root doll meticulously detailed the appearance of their adversaries. While the unique sword sheath continued to translate, these were round, wooden ball-like Pokémon, numbering approximately 6, with one being notably larger and possessing a fierce gaze. The smaller spheres had a wooden hue on their lower halves and a vibrant red on their upper halves, their expressions somewhat comical. The larger one, in contrast, displayed the opposite coloration, wooden above and red below. They arrived at the Lily Root doll's habitat at the tail end of spring, though few in number. They scattered electrically charged seeds everywhere, which also had the potential to explode. Thunderbolts and mischievous electric orbs? However, the coloration caused the light moss to exhibit a look of astonishment. This hue was not that of ordinary thunderbolts and mischievous electric orbs, but rather that of the verdant form. It is said that the body composition of the verdant form thunderbolt and mischievous electric orb closely resembles that of pine cones, possessing attributes of both electric and grass, along with 3 distinctive traits: soundproofing, static electricity, and explosive capabilities. Nevertheless, the external demeanor of the verdant thunderbolt is characterized by friendliness. They often gather in groups, sharing hearty laughter, perpetually in high spirits, a stark contrast to their irritable normal counterparts. The struggle for habitat. The close resemblance in body and pine cone composition, and the fact that the verdant form has been absent for a century, all raise the question, did the original habitat of the Lily Root dolls once host a plethora of pine cones? Pine cones, too, thrive in fertile lands. Thus, if their habitats overlap, the current events could indeed unfold. However, given that the verdant form thunderbolt has long vanished and the population of Lily Root dolls in the Sinnoh region is exceedingly scarce, this conflict over habitat is, in fact, a highly improbable occurrence, a civil war among grass-type Pokémon vying for soil and pine cone territory. Yet, if there truly are pine cones in that vicinity, the light moss feels a surge of excitement. These are vital materials for crafting Pokeballs and sticky balls. It becomes clear that the climate of Sinnoh has altered, leading to the gradual extinction of verdant form Pokémon, while this forgotten ancient land of Johto still maintains a climate akin to that of the verdant, thereby giving rise to similar Pokémon. It is also possible that some Pokémon were brought here by the ancient people of Sinnoh, gradually taking root in this new land. One verdant thunderbolt evolved into a verdant mischievous electric orb, aiming to expand its population by targeting the pinecone regions historically inhabited by the Lily Root dolls. The light moss mused. No wonder the Lily Root dolls returned each time battered and bruised. They had been facing off against a horde of self-explosive bombs. In summary, through my guidance, you can become stronger, but first, let me assess the skills you possess. With that, Guangtai initiated a one-on-one combat session with the independent sword sheath, demonstrating various techniques during the battle. This not only allowed her to showcase her skills, but also provided an opportunity for further learning. As the demonstration unfolded, Guangtai took out a notebook to record her observations of the moves executed by the Lily Root doll. Initially, she employed powder-based techniques such as paralysis powder and sleep powder, followed by the use of parasitic seeds. However, due to the rain, these powders became sticky upon release, failing to reach the independent sword sheath. Guangtai noted the defensive maneuver, as a pale green barrier appeared in front of the Lily Root doll, successfully blocking a casual attack from the independent sword sheath. Yet, when the second wave of attacks commenced, she struggled to keep up, utilizing magical leaves and ultimate absorption until she was eventually repelled by the independent sword sheath. In a moment of desperation, she executed a peculiar move. Although the space before her seemed empty, it was as if an invisible force was unleashed, accompanied by a faint, subtle energy that directly impacted the independent sword sheath, yet it bore no effect. The ghost type proved immune to this skill. Was it a vacuum wave? Fighting types cannot strike against ghost types. No, the Lily Root doll could not learn such a technique. The absence of special effects indicated it was a normal type move. Perhaps a last-ditch effort? This theory seemed plausible, as the Lily Root doll had indeed managed to endure through to her dwelling. It was entirely reasonable for her to possess this ability. However, normal type moves could not affect ghost types, although physical impacts do exist. Considering the independent sword sheath is a corporeal ghost type. Yet, the ordinary impact damage was akin to a mere bump, perhaps even lesser, leading the independent sword sheath to momentarily pause before swiftly resuming its offensive. Was this technique learned during a battle to reclaim its territory? Would the next move be? Suddenly, the independent sword sheath unleashed a psychic blade, yet the Lily Root doll did not falter. Instead, a gathering energy effect manifested upon her, appearing before the psychic blade could strike. Indeed, she held her ground, enduring, defending, persevering. It was suddenly apparent that this Lily Root doll was exerting considerable effort. She blocked one attack, withstood another, but two self-destructing bombs remained. Subsequently, the Lily Root doll engaged in photosynthesis, but due to the rainy weather, the recovery was minimal, and she was soon defeated by the independent sword sheath. Learned techniques: paralysis powder, sleep powder, parasitic seeds, magical leaves, ultimate absorption, endure, defend, persist. Ability: stubbornness. Guangtai meticulously recorded her notes. Lily Root doll, a Pokémon hailing from the divine capital forest, possesses a somewhat obstinate personality. Encountered in the herbal fields outside the workshop. Dislikes bitterness. Tenacious and unyielding. Chapter 27. The symbolic stone tablet in the ruins. The Pokémon I encountered were not particularly remarkable in terms of their temperament and characteristics. The carelessness of my Honage is rather undesirable, and it possesses but a single ability, leaving no room for choice. Similarly, my Lurantis, with its stubborn disposition, would have fared better had it evolved into the more refined form of Lurantis, but alas, it remains unevolved for now, and its ability, contrary, is far less effective than its potential first ability, chlorophyll. I have not cultivated any mint that could alter personality traits, and among all plants, mint is notably difficult to procure. In the Kanto and Johto regions, this plant is non-existent, meaning that even a visit to a grand department store in a bustling city may not yield any results, while the Battle Frontier offers it as a reward for points. The cost-benefit ratio is too low for me, especially since I currently lack the prowess to triumph in the Battle Frontier. I vaguely recall that it can learn moves such as Sunny Day and Encore, as well as Helping Hand and Pollen Puff. During the 5th generation in the Unova region, it could even learn Toxic. Both Toxic and Pollen Puff are moves that can effectively strike at Grass-type Pokémon. If it were to evolve into the Lurantis form, it would indeed be advantageous, granting access to moves like Victory Dance, Triple Axle, and Swords Dance for close combat, while Sunny Day could enable the use of Fire-type moves. The Sunstone is required for this evolution, as well as a specific environment conducive to Lurantis' transformation. Ancient poetry has noted the similarities between the Earth of Lurantis and that of the Divine City, perhaps explaining why Pokémon of the Lurantis form appear in the forests. Upon completing my observations of Lurantis, I found it had succumbed to exhaustion. My companion, the moss, prepared Pokémon food for it, while also beginning the intricate task of processing the stone tablet from the ruins. With Lurantis' assistance in cultivation, I need not worry excessively. A stone from the ruins was placed upon the workbench, and knowledge of the ancient carving techniques began to surface in my mind. The stone itself bore the marks of time, imbued with the essence of antiquity and an enigmatic mystique. Following the teachings of the craft and the relief style of the divine ruins imprinted in my mind, I commenced the cutting and processing of the 3 stones. Meanwhile, my Honage floated over, and Lurantis curiously hopped onto the workbench, observing the time-worn stones. Do you wish to lend a hand? Perfect. Show Lurantis the skill you possess, I said with a smile, retrieving a piece of ordinary stone. I then drew a tic-tac-toe grid upon it with chalk. Now, proceed with your cutting as you envision. Of course, let us practice on this mundane stone first. In tandem, Honage brushed its blade with a blue ribbon, its focus sharpening. Indeed, we must ensure our new companion recognizes the formidable synergy we possess. An ethereal thread of spirit emerged under the watchful gaze of the solitary sword sheath, meticulously segmenting the stones of the ruins. In that moment of heightened concentration, the solitary sword sheath awakened, the sensation reminiscent of unleashing the spirit blade. The spiritual thread gradually aligned with the chalky paths on the stone, and the solitary sword sheath drew forth the blade. The spirit blade. manifesting the corporeal heart's edge to cleave through the adversary. Yet this time, the solitary sword sheath refrained from wielding the spirit blade outward. Instead, it maintained the energy of the spirit blade, initiating the cutting process upon the stone itself. The blade tip glided over the markings on the stone with precision, executing the cut so deftly that even the luminescent moss expressed its admiration. Such remarkable accuracy. There was scarcely a deviation, slicing cleanly along the chalk lines, resulting in a scattering of small, square stones. The power of the spirit blade penetrated deep within the stone, separating the seemingly indomitable rock and producing a smooth surface. In a sense, could this be considered rock fragmentation? No. In terms of processing, this was far superior to mere fragmentation. Now, the manipulation of large stones would require no cutting machines. Splendid work, solitary sword sheath. The solitary sword sheath exhaled a sigh of relief, though lacking a mouth. Its expression conveyed relaxation. Clearly, during that intense focus, all its will had been devoted to the thought of cutting the stone. Now, with the tension eased, a myriad of apprehensive thoughts flooded its mind. Such is the nature of initial attempts at stone processing. With practice, fear dissipates, for mastery comes with familiarity. The luminescent moss cheerfully reassured the solitary sword sheath, offering encouragement, and the lingering dread within it swiftly evaporated as its singular eye fixed upon the remaining 4 pieces of ruined stone. Meanwhile, the lily root doll nearby was already bubbling with excitement. The 3 leaves atop her head swayed animatedly. Wow! Her exclamations revealed her current elation. Evidently, the solitary sword sheath's recent display had instilled hope for strength in the lily root doll. Wow! The lily root doll curiously inquired of the solitary sword sheath, questioning how it achieved such precise cuts, while the solitary eye of the sheath closed, displaying an expression of self-satisfaction. It was because it assisted the luminescent moss in its work, thus comprehending the new technique of the spirit blade, allowing for such accurate cuts of the stones. As long as you also strive diligently, you too can master even more powerful techniques. The little skirts on either side of the lily root doll fluttered as she encouraged herself. Indeed, she would soon grow stronger. As the 2 Pokémon engaged in their exchange, the luminescent moss had already immersed itself once more in its work, utilizing 3 of the 5 pieces of ruined stone and carving distinct patterns upon them, while its mind gradually guided itself toward the symbolic content of the stone tablet's engravings. The movements of Guangtai momentarily faltered, and his expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. The subject of the carving pertained to an enigmatic totem, which was anticipated. One should have foreseen that the categorization of these unknown totems symbolizes Pokémon. The ancient inscriptions found on various relics are also inscribed in the forms of these unknown totems. The so-called symbolic tablets serve to document the shapes of unknown totems and can be assembled to form ancient words on small stone tablets. The carving process endured for an extended duration, and Guangtai felt a sense of joy, as the craftsmanship reflected the style of the Divine City ruins. This particular style possesses the remarkable ability to subtly enhance the mental fortitude of both humans and Pokémon, alleviating accumulated fatigue. Thus, even while fully immersed in his work, he found himself increasingly at ease, with the weariness of his mind and body gradually dissipating. Uncertain of how long he had been carving, Guangtai noted that the 3 relic stones were not particularly large. However, the effort required to carve the shapes of the unknown totems, along with the unique textures surrounding them, demanded considerable energy, resulting in a significant expenditure of time. The appearance of the stones bore a resemblance to those from the Alurafu ruins, perhaps influenced by the ancient inhabitants of the city. Before he realized it, 5 hours had elapsed. Guangtai consumed a modest meal of fast food before resuming his endeavors. The Dujian sheath and Lililong doll fixed their gaze upon him, both feeling their own mental states at a peak, which was quite extraordinary, leading them to murmur in quiet conversation. Completed. The symbolic tablet is ready for cutting. With Guangtai's call, the Dujian sheath immediately ceased its whispers and directed its mental blade toward the stone, its condition impeccable. Each cut was executed with utmost precision. As for elegance, the stone sculptor did not concern himself with such superficialities. Only the work itself could embody true grace. The 3 relic stones were not only sliced at the front, but also divided into thin sheets in the middle. Since these were inscriptions, they could not be limited to a single set. Nearly all of the stones were segmented, forming at least 5 combinations of characters essential for constructing coherent phrases. The freshly cut tablets automatically separated, revealing proportional gaps in between. This wondrous spectacle captivated Guangtai, who was reluctant to miss any fleeting moment. Simultaneously, The imagery of these tablets began to conjure a scene from Guangtai's memory. Indeed, this style absorbed elements from the Alurafu tablets and bore a striking resemblance to the wooden boards carried by Dr. Xioli in the theatrical version of the Crystal Tower. Though those were wooden, not stone, stylistically, they shared similarities with the Divine City. The cultural remnants from different regions had once intertwined, giving birth to various similar yet distinct unknown totem tablets, all of which could be classified as symbolic tablets. Guangtai picked up a small stone tablet from the workbench, which had become diminutive after cutting, easily fitting within the circle formed by his thumb and forefinger, resembling a puzzle piece. As various thoughts began to converge in his mind, he mused, having completed a task, I have acquired a symbolic slate. The description read, a symbolic script inspired by an unknown totem, crafted within the ancient ruins. These inscriptions, etched upon the slate, are said to embody the essence of myriad phenomena. The artifact's effect was noted. It enhances the spiritual power of its creator. And when words are formed from its characters, a unique connection is established with the Pokémon represented by those words, thereby harnessing the abilities of said Pokémon. Furthermore, the slate possesses the foresight of potential extraordinary events concerning certain Pokémon. Acquiring knowledge. 1. Ancient inscriptions. These are fragments of ancient wisdom and lore, enhancing your comprehension of all archaeological knowledge by 25. The unique sword sheath had aided in the completion of a crafting endeavor, yielding experience and growth. A new technique was comprehended, slate split. The unique sword sheath gained knowledge. 1. Precision cutting. Enables precise cutting of stone and wood materials, minimizing the likelihood of error. At that moment, the unique sword sheath felt as though it had grasped a new technique, eliciting a sense of joy. It promptly bounded forward, brandishing at the air. An invisible aura surged forth from the blade. Hey, don't smash the floor. The voice of Light Moss halted the unique sword sheath, which then awkwardly squinted its eyes, grasping the hilt with a blue ribbon. Oh, how exhilarating. The Lily Root doll, wide-eyed, witnessed the entire process of the unique sword sheath's empowerment firsthand. If it could acquire a new technique through precise cutting, surely she could too. Determined, she resolved to tend to the herbs and crops immediately. With a twirl of her little skirt towards Light Moss, she expressed her desire to spend time in the fields. Are you going out now? It's still raining. Light Moss remarked, but quickly slapped her forehead. After all, the Lily Root doll was a grass-type Pokémon, and rain was beneficial for her. The Lily Root doll explained that, as a grass-type Pokémon intrinsically connected to the soil, she felt far more comfortable in the earth than indoors. Thus, she hopped off the workbench and joyfully bounded outside. Chapter 28. Water Sovereign? The Ripple of Water. Observing the Lily Root doll venture forth, Light Moss turned her attention to the effects of the artifact. Once again, it was an artifact with potential events, yet why was there no indication of a hidden event? The effects were somewhat perplexing at first glance, but upon deeper contemplation, their significance became clear. For instance, the word she was about to assemble. Surely this slate won't summon an unknown totem and drag me into a rift in time and space. Light Moss cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no ominous black orbs were present, before she felt reassured enough to begin her spelling. Water Sovereign. The term actually originates from the Japanese transliteration of Suicune, the unknown totem's pronunciation, which is indeed a romanization of the Japanese language. Having acquired the technique for crafting the transparent bell, Guangtai was reminded of Suicune when contemplating the spelling of the word, especially since he had recently pondered over this particular Pokémon. As the leader of the Ho-Oh Guardians and closely associated with the transparent bell, he did not intend to capture it, primarily because his current strength likely fell short of the required level for such an endeavor. Therefore, since the emblematic stone could establish some connection, he inquired about the composition of the crystal atop Suicune's head. Guangtai was uncertain how to utilize that crystal gemstone to craft an item. Perhaps it merely required the energy emitted from that crystal? It seemed that some of Suicune's moves were unleashed from the crystal on its head. Moreover, Ho-Oh also appeared to be linked to the unknown totem as well as the various ruins in the Johto region. Should a connection be established, Guangtai resolved to attempt to acquire a single iridescent feather from it. Of course, the intent behind crafting the transparent bell was not to capture these legendary beasts, but rather to continue seeking more exquisite and wondrous craftsmanship techniques. If Suicune could not be found, perhaps an alternative like ancient crystal or whalemare could be sought. An image of an ancient dragon gradually emerged in Guangtai's mind. This creature bore a striking resemblance to Suicune, yet its overall style leaned more towards that of a velociraptor, existing as a paradoxical counterpart to Suicune, and in the game, it was a Pokémon obtained through event distributions. At that moment, The assembled emblematic stone suddenly began to glow, and the symbols carved upon it, resembling the shapes of the unknown totem, shimmered with a blinding light. Simultaneously, Guangtai noticed a bucket of water in the room. Originally containing some impurities, it transformed into absolutely pure water under the radiant glow. Ah, is this the so-called connection? Suicune possesses the ability to purify wastewater, transforming it into an utterly pristine water source, often referred to as the embodiment of the north wind. Although there may be occasional moments of embarrassment, this purifying ability is uniquely its own and does not belong to any specific move. By midnight, Guangtai had tidied up the materials and items, and fatigue began to envelop him. The workshop lights dimmed, and the dusk blade leaned against the wall to rest. Having accomplished much work throughout the day, outside, in the herb field, the lily root doll remained nestled in the soil, resting. The night was quiet. At the workbench in the workshop, the space subtly warped, and from the still clock emerged a palm-sized eye bearing the letters of the unknown totem. Unbeknownst to Guangtai, he had been residing here for many days, and the unknown totem had been compelled to flee from the basement to the workshop, hiding behind the cabinet and within the broken old clock, doing its utmost to remain inactive. Thus, Guangtai and the Duskblade had never perceived its presence. Meanwhile, the unknown totem had observed Guangtai for quite some time. The eyes of the entity gazed upon the words associated with the water sovereign on the workbench, then shifted to the slumbering figure, radiating an unconscious spiritual power. This human's spiritual strength was progressively intensifying, imparting several familiar sensations to the enigmatic totem. Was it of the ancient city dwellers, the ancient divine beings, or perhaps the remnants of the ancient divine realm? Did it long to encounter the water sovereign? Yet, the desire to behold the water sovereign was neither to subdue nor to challenge it, but rather a simple wish to admire the crystalline crown adorning its head. Such an uncomplicated aspiration. Allow me to assist you in this endeavor. The unknown totem is drawn to potent emotions, thereby manifesting certain individuals' wishes. Although this process involves the materialization of a part of the soul rather than authentic creation, in a sense, it is akin to projecting dreams into reality, which may indeed exert some influence upon it. The brilliance of awakened power enveloped the small room, wrapping both the luminescent moss and the solitary sword sheath in its glow. In the next moment, the words forming the water sovereign, represented by the symbolic stone tablet on the table, suddenly became jumbled and autonomously rearranged into another word, dream. The luminous moss beheld a vision of the charred tower of Yuanzhou City. Ah, a connection has been established? Given that it is often difficult for dreamers to recognize their state, the luminous moss too remained unaware that it was within a dream that linked it to the solitary sword sheath, as both gazed upon the charred tower before stepping inside. The luminous moss could not recall how it arrived at Yuanzhou City. Had the other tasks been neglected? This thought lingered only briefly before dissipating, as the multitude of thoughts within the dream easily suppressed waking consciousness, allowing one to sink into the dreamscape crafted by the subconscious. The charred tower was indeed a fitting setting, for it was within this very tower that the water sovereign was first encountered in the game. Legends tell of its demise, along with the Flame Emperor and Thunder Lord, in a great fire within the charred tower 150 years prior, where they perished as nameless Pokémon. Subsequently, Ho-Oh resurrected them, altering their forms, and in gratitude, they willingly became guardians of Ho-Oh. The three sacred beasts manifest at the base of the charred tower, and as depicted in the animated realm, one cannot view the sacred beasts on the ground floor from the second. Thus, one must descend the staircase. The unknown totem also materialized within the dream of the luminous moss and the solitary sword sheath. Surely, merely catching a glimpse of the water sovereign would suffice? If one truly wishes to encounter the authentic water sovereign, perhaps there will yet be another opportunity. Thus, it followed the luminous moss deeper into the dream. Upon reaching the ground floor, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the tower's depths. Ah, it was the three sacred beasts, yet. One wondered what time it was. How could they have returned to the charred tower, or had they never left? The waking consciousness of the luminous moss began to stir once more, prompting the unknown totem to swiftly impose its influence, constructing a coherent dream. Was it not permissible to return and see the water sovereign at the tower's base? Ah, it seems I have returned to take a look. Quite reasonable indeed. Guanghai was momentarily startled. The unknown totem sighed, as if relieved. Searching for a genuine person in the realm of dreams must surely be an indication of some madness. Nevertheless, upon reaching the base of the tower, it resembled the altered dreamscape. There stood a singular sacred beast, gradually emerging from the obscurity. Its form was adorned in azure, embellished with white, block-like patterns. It boasted a magnificent headdress reminiscent of blue crystals and two flowing white tails, all cloaked in a mane of purple, resembling dense clouds. The unknown totem exclaimed, "Indeed, that is water." Guanghai expressed astonishment. "Wait a moment. Whose water lord is this?" "This is not the water lord." A roar erupted as the charred sacred beast emerged from the shadows, unveiling its entirety. It indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to the water lord. But rather than resembling a quadrupedal mammal, it appeared more akin to a velociraptor. Is this not the boisterous water? Chapter 29. The momentum unfurled, prepared for battle. Boisterous water unleashed a battle cry. The attack and special attack of the sword sheath were diminished. How could there be boisterous water in the charred tower? This cannot be right. Who seeks to ensnare me? Are the people of Yuanzhou City truly this formidable? Or has the Phoenix King mistakenly sent a message to the three sacred beasts for a designated gathering, inadvertently summoning boisterous water instead? If the water lord symbolizes the tranquil aspect of water, then boisterous water embodies its fierce side. Unbeknownst to Guanghai, who did not realize this was a dream, he was exceedingly tense, while the sword sheath had never encountered this Pokémon before. After being struck by the battle cry, it felt a momentary dizziness. Casting a puzzled glance toward Guanghai. "Oh, is this truly the water lord? So fearsome in appearance? I do not believe I can prevail. Perhaps I should concede." The sword sheath contemplated retreating, sensing the disparity in power, yet the adversary swiftly launched an attack. "Get ready, sword sheath." Guanghai's voice jolted the sword sheath back to reality. It promptly pivoted its sword, gazing at Guanghai with extreme bewilderment. "Oh, really? Am I to battle boisterous water? Is this for real?" At the base of the charred tower, peculiar crystalline formations shimmered, resembling crystals. It was akin to the environment of a crystalline cave. "Shadow Strike," Guanghai hastily commanded, and the sword sheath's shadow swiftly darted out, transforming into a blade of shadows that slashed directly from behind boisterous water. However, such a meager assault failed to affect boisterous water in the slightest. It did not even waver, merely slowing its steps for a brief moment before opening its massive jaws. A torrent of blue water surged forth in the form of a colossal wave of energy. The water crashed against the sword sheath, sending it hurtling away. Fortunately, given that the water type had little effect on steel, Guanghai glanced at the sword sheath and noted its fortuitous luck. It had not succumbed to a state of confusion. Thus, the battle could continue. The fluctuations of water possess a 20% chance of causing the afflicted to succumb to confusion. If luck does not favor them, they may unwittingly attack themselves, leading to inevitable defeat without any action from their opponent. Meanwhile, the unknown totem that drifted in is utterly bewildered, its large eyes brimming with confusion. What is this creature? Is it not the Water Lord, remarkably resembling him? Could it be a sibling of the Water Lord? No. It is clear that it is fulfilling the wishes of this human, utilizing the stones to spell out the name of the Water Lord. How could its form have altered? The presence of crystals, akin to the Water Lord, and the manifestation of water fluctuations clearly indicate its water affinity. How can it not be the Water Lord? Oh, perhaps it is a nightmare. The unknown totem believes it has found the answer. Among the wild Pokémon, specters such as Jengar and Mismagius occasionally intrude upon the dreams of others, altering the appearances of certain entities to frighten the innocent dreamers. The existence of the move Nightmare allows them to act with impunity within the dream realm. This move is not exclusive to the mythical Pokémon Darkrai, but is a skill employed by many ghost-type Pokémon. Surely, a ghost-type Pokémon has intruded. The unknown totem prepares to search within the dream for the non-existent specter, as the battle between the Moss and the Water Dragon Pokémon reaches a critical juncture. In terms of base stats, move pool, and type advantages, the single-edged sword has no chance of victory. The Water Dragon Pokémon, with only two weaknesses, Dragon and Fairy, renders the single-edged sword's defensive attributes ineffective, meaning evading the opponent's moves is utterly futile. Reflect. At this juncture, it is prudent to erect a barrier, albeit a meager defense. The single-edged sword activates the Reflect move, a technique learned from ancient bracelets that has physical damage. However, a smirk of derision creeps upon the lips of the Water Dragon Pokémon as it begins to gather fierce flames in its mouth. Flamethrower. The single-edged sword is taken aback, its eyes nearly popping out in shock, as it quickly turns to seek assistance from the Moss. Hey, ISNT, this creature of the water type? How can it unleash Flamethrower? I am Steel type. A single hit from that move would thrust me directly into the smithing competition. The Moss, rummaging through its bag, feels a rush of apprehension at the unfolding scenario. The difference between having Reflect active and not is negligible. It may only deflect the opponent's claws and tail, providing no aid against special type attacks. Yet, In a stroke of luck, the moss suddenly uncovers an item from its bag, a power band. The red and yellow waist strap is retrieved. When equipped, it allows the bearer to endure a potentially lethal blow with just 1 HP, provided their HP is full. However, the single-edged sword's current vitality is not at its peak, prompting the moss to hastily produce a full restoration potion. It seems that the thought of having neither created nor purchased such a potion flickered briefly in my mind, only to be swiftly engulfed by other musings. Never mind that. I would use it and see what happens. It is a useful item, a mantle of momentum. Prepared for battle. Then, a tremendous jet of flames enveloped the scorched base of the tower. The unique sword sheath seized the momentum of the discarded mantle, while Guangtai employed a full potion, following the onslaught of roaring flames. Even as the sword blade became charred, it stood unwavering. The unique sword sheath felt incredibly powerful, fixating its gaze upon the ancient dragon ahead. Meanwhile, Guangtai's form bore numerous burn marks, yet subconsciously believed that humans in the Pokémon world could withstand various attacks even better than Pokémon themselves. Thus, the absence of the mantle was of no concern. Roar? Bodashui was astonished to see the pair of man and sword remain standing, and Guangtai was even more taken aback. As Guangtai rummaged through the backpack, it seemed that any item could be retrieved from within. Had it transformed into a fourth-dimensional pocket akin to Doraemon's? Wait, could this possibly be a dream? As this thought arose and doubts about reality began to surface, Guangtai had no time for further verification. Lightweight, grasp this, and then unleash a flurry of strikes. Following Guangtai's command, the unique sword sheath discarded its sheath and, with a significant increase in speed, caught the new item tossed by Guangtai. It was a small, triangular, gray-blue metronome. The metronome, when wielded by a Pokémon, would enhance the power of a repeated move by 20 for each successive use of the same attack, reaching a staggering 200 after 6 repetitions. Immediately, the unique sword sheath soared into the air to execute a flurry of strikes, the blade twisting and turning mid-flight to cleave at Bodashi, who retaliated by violently swinging its tail and crystal crown in an effort to knock the unique sword sheath down. A distant flying sword? Guangtai experienced a strange sense of déjà vu, feeling as though striking some melodramatic poses might be quite impressive at that moment. The increasing potency of the flurry, combined with the metronome, produced astonishing results. After all, real-time battles differ from turn-based systems. What was once a seemingly useless flurry could rapidly accumulate power in the heat of battle. At this juncture, the synergy between the metronome and the flurry elevated the attack's potency to an extraordinary degree. Roar! As Bodashui faced the relentless onslaught, the strikes grew increasingly potent, and it appeared that the unique sword sheath had indeed honed its flurry technique, canceling the recovery after each attack, resulting in a remarkably swift assault. Before long, the crystal atop Bodashui's head was marred with numerous sword marks, sending shards flying. Its body endured a succession of blows. Yet the unique sword sheath's aggressive assault had thoroughly incited its wrath. With a sudden shake of its head, accompanied by a fierce roar, a phantom sun emerged in the space at the base of the scorched tower. A bright sunny day? Meanwhile, a remarkable enhancement in its abilities emerged, attributed to its characteristic ancient vitality. Under the radiant sun, the highest attribute, aside from HP, would increase by 30. If that attribute were speed, it would surge by 50. The base of the scorched tower gleamed brilliantly as the undulating waters forcefully whipped its tail, unleashing a violet-blue, draconic energy. Widespread destruction. This move affected the entire battlefield. With a powerful sweep, it sent the airborne Duskull crashing to the ground. The Duskull was sent flying, and immediately afterward, the undulating waters began to gather strength anew. A tumultuous boiling water erupted, emitting fierce steam. Its exclusive move, Steam Blast. The scalding water was violently directed towards its opponent, and under the sun's brilliance, the move's power would not only remain intact, but multiply by 15. Substitute. Lightmoss quickly commanded Duskull to establish an invincible substitute, as Duskull shuddered twice, creating a replica. The surging steam slammed against Duskull, and by the time the undulating waters realized, it found that the sword before it was merely an illusion. Duskull swayed from side to side. It was insufficient. Next, a full restore. Lightmoss produced a full restore from the seemingly limitless inventory. Although the reason for such diverse contents was unclear, this battle seemed to awaken memories of a past era where the medicinal champion filled their bag with potions, instilling despair in trainers across regions. Moreover, there were evolution stones and cocoa berries. A pale purple stone was tossed and deftly caught by Duskull. As a groove appeared on its hilt to accommodate the evolution stone, while simultaneously utilizing the full restore to replenish its vitality. The effects of the evolution stone are well known, and the cocoa berry, resembling a red cocoa bean, could significantly diminish the efficacy of fire-type moves. Thus, there would be no further fear of the opponent's flamethrower. On the other hand, the Undulating Waters, a paradoxical entity of water deity, was speculated to be an ancient Pokémon from an alternate timeline, thus unfamiliar with such chaotic moves and items, filled with profound confusion. Why could it not bring its opponent down, no matter how fiercely it attacked? The base of the Scorched Tower encountered the Duskull and the Medicinal Champion, exerting every effort yet unable to claim victory. Despite the considerable level gap, it was on the brink of defeat. An ear-piercing sound. Light Moss continued to rummage through the bag and directed Duskull to attack, while the soon-to-be-defeated Undulating Waters also noticed Light Moss's actions. Initially indifferent, it now realized, as an ancient Pokémon, there was no need to adhere to the conventions of Pokémon battles. Striking the trainer was the rightful path. Chapter 30. Bringing the Undulating Waters to its knees. The Undulating Waters unleashed Steam Blast once more, and Duskull confidently prepared to block it, but in the next moment, the tail of the Undulating Waters swept directly toward it. Substitute. Under the command of Guangtai, the unyielding sword sheath conjured an invincible doppelganger. However, the Undulating Water surged directly past the decoy, heading straight for Guangtai. The earlier vapor had merely been a feint. With a ferocious snap, an enormous dragon jaw lunged at Guangtai. Indeed, wild Pokémon do not simply obey when it comes to battles. In that fleeting moment, Guangtai hastily rummaged through his backpack, the decayed shield. This relic, one of the mythical Pokémon of the Galar region, is the exclusive item of the Shield King, Zamazenta. It appeared as a medium-sized shield, marred by rust. The decayed shield had arrived just in time. Guangtai swiftly raised it, as the dragon's bite crunched against the shield, producing a cacophony of sound. Nonetheless, this was a shield once wielded by a legendary hero, a part of its essence. It was not easily shattered. Yet, the Undulating Water altered its strategy, tilting its head to gnaw the decayed shield away, flinging it aside with a casual flick. The strength of man cannot contend with that of a dragon. However, seizing the opportunity, Guangtai unleashed a hand and commanded, "Sonic Boom." A deafening buzz erupted from behind, causing the Undulating Water to writhe in agony. The Blade of Mind. The corporeal manifestation of the Heart's Blade struck the Undulating Water once more, and with its defenses weakened, it staggered backward. In this moment of vulnerability, Guangtai again delved into his backpack with remarkable dexterity. A green sticky ball emerged. The sticky ball, ready for battle. Guangtai promptly hurled the sticky ball at the Undulating Water and swiftly took off, continuing to toss several more at it. Even this creature began to feel discomfort. Striking a Pokémon with a sticky ball can slow its movements, occasionally causing it to freeze in place for 5 seconds. The Pokémon sways, caught in a daze, and the Undulating Water soon found itself in such a state, having been hit by numerous sticky balls. Unfamiliar with the essence of this item, it scoffed at evasion, leading to a profound sense of lethargy as it began to bob its head in confusion. At that moment, a heavy black Pokeball was retrieved. The heavy ball. What Pokémon could withstand such a weighty projectile? Guangtai wielded the heavy ball and hurled it forcefully at the Undulating Water. The appearance of the heavy ball was obsidian, adorned with peculiar gray patterns. It was a heavy ball fortified to its utmost potential. Though it was cumbersome and not designed for long throws, if it struck a complacent Pokémon, its formidable capture ability would be unleashed. Yet, becoming a master of capture is no easy feat. Even with a powerful item, the Pokémon's stamina remained largely intact, and the challenge of capturing it remained daunting. Indeed, the Undulating Water swiftly broke free from the heavy ball, causing cracks to form in the sphere at the moment of its escape. The turbulent water emerged from the heavy ball, filled with fury. However, it was immediately met by the sticky balls that rained down upon it, swiftly followed by another heavy ball. Bang! This exemplifies the battle style of the trainer, utilizing the repeated deployment of sticky balls and heavy balls, while simultaneously gauging the Pokémon's body orientation as it is released, to execute the secret technique of a surprise attack from behind. It is, in essence, a stealthy ambush from the rear. The items in the backpack are limitless, and sticky balls and heavy balls are no exception. At this moment, the sword-wielding sheath arrived to assist, albeit with limited capacity to intervene, as memories of a week prior surfaced upon seeing the sticky balls. Unpleasant recollections grew. The sword-wielding sheath unleashed a series of piercing sounds and psychic blades. Should it suddenly face me head-on, I shall employ a shadow sneak to disrupt it. The sword-wielding sheath nodded in acknowledgement, while the luminous moss gestured to it with sign language. A tactical exchange of positions commenced. Moreover, it instructed the sword-wielding sheath to utilize a substitute from its current location. Subsequently, all actions began to unfold according to the strategy devised by the duo of one person and one sword. Roar! As the heavy ball shattered, the turbulent water was poised to launch an attack against the figures outside the ball. Having overheard the preceding remarks, it swiftly swept its tail. It struck the substitute of the sword-wielding sheath. Roar! Bam! A sticky ball struck from the front, immediately rendering the turbulent water sluggish and dazed, and soon after, a third heavy ball struck it. Roar! The furious roar echoed through the charred base of the tower, seemingly laced with harsh curses. Yet the turbulent water was once again ensnared within the heavy ball. Inside the ball, sounds from outside could be heard. The luminous moss surmised that the soundproofing of the washing green Pokeball was subpar, given its technological disparity with modern Pokeballs, leading to this conjecture, which was, unexpectedly, accurate. The turbulent water did not turn around but attempted to sweep itself away with its tail, yet ultimately fell victim to its own tactics. Thereafter, the turbulent water repeatedly shattered the heavy balls, only to be recaptured time and again, compounded by the relentless attacks of piercing sounds and psychic blades, until, on the 8th encounter, this ancient dragon finally succumbed, collapsing into a daze after being struck by a heavy ball, and was subsequently ensnared within it. The heavy ball wobbled in place for a considerable time before finally coming to rest. Phew! Whether or not it was the Pokémon that secured the victory, it was indeed utilized. This is the essence of a Pokémon trainer's combat methodology. This time, victory was achieved through the Pokémon in the Pokémon battle. However, I too participated in the fray, and it was undoubtedly far more perilous than previous encounters in the wild. The battleground was constrained in scope, littered with flammable charcoal, while the adversary's base stats and power overwhelmingly surpassed our own, leaving us with no advantage in timing or terrain. Yet, fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The turbulent water was captured, although it was merely in a dream. The luminous moss sighed, as fragments of knowledge began to materialize in its mind. Oh, it is indeed the knowledge bestowed upon me by the Dragon's Stone Tablet. Is it applicable here? The luminous moss, utilizing its acquired wisdom, invoked an extraordinary sensation from the depths of its heart, a feeling that could only manifest through a close encounter with a dragon-type Pokémon. Calming the tumultuous spirit through the Pokeball, it cautiously reopened the heavy ball once more. The wave splash emerged, its vigilant gaze fixed upon the luminous moss. With a low growl, Wave Splash expressed its confusion regarding the present circumstances. Initially dismissive of the luminous moss, its demeanor gradually transformed into one of curiosity and trepidation. Not only could it not be defeated, but this peculiar entity also repeatedly unveiled strange items to confront it. Most perplexing of all, it had lost. A growl of inquiry escaped its lips. Who are you truly? As it growled, it sensed its agitation beginning to subside. The previous unrest caused by the invasion of its territory was fading, and as it regarded the human before it and the gleaming sword, it unexpectedly began to perceive the other as a friend. This human seemed to embody the essence of a dragon, or perhaps even a kindred spirit. Observing Wave Splash, who was engulfed in confusion and gazing about, the luminous moss endeavored to communicate. The knowledge of a dragon tamer began to bear fruit. Gradually, the luminous moss could interpret the heart's whispers of Wave Splash, the unease of being in an unfamiliar realm, the anger of its territory being encroached upon, and the impulsiveness stirred by instinctive questions. It has been amiss, it mused. You should not be here. The Scourge Tower is not your domain. This is why you feel unsettled. Your instincts are revealing that this is not your territory, yet you cannot perceive any other presence, resulting in your incessant agitation. I believe we are ensnared in a dream, both of us mere figments of a slumbering imagination. I apologize, for this is not reality. Having endured the other's assault felt akin to confronting peril within a nightmare, prompting a natural response that stirs the sleeping soul awake. Even if one does not awaken, there are times when clarity emerges, revealing the nature of the dream, facilitating a gradual return to consciousness. At this moment, the luminous moss comprehended that they were indeed within a dreamscape, contemplating that this dream might correlate with its earlier encounter with the Water Sovereign. It was unsure why Wave Splash had manifested instead. Perhaps it was because, even in the absence of the Water Sovereign, Wave Splash served as a suitable substitute. Compared to the elusive Water Sovereign, the Wave Splash, drawn from an alternative timeline by Professor Paldea, was far more accessible and easier to tame. After all, this creature was neither a divine beast nor an illusion. Reflecting upon it, this is not your domain. Rather, it belongs to another Pokémon. Perhaps it could be turned a revival point? The Luminous moss mumbled, observing the perplexed expression on Wave Splash's face. Do not be troubled. Gradually calm your spirit. I shall soon depart. This place will vanish, and you will return to your rightful territory. Come now, partake of this. As Guangtai rummaged through his backpack, Bodangshui instinctively grew wary, yet curiosity tugged at him. What peculiar object would he produce this time? Ah, the peach fruit. Guangtai lifted his gaze and spoke to it, eliciting a surprised roar from Bodangshui. Could this creature truly hear his innermost thoughts? Indeed, it could. After our connection was forged, Guangtai replied. Bodangshui's eyes widened with increasing perplexity. Such an extraordinary ability was entirely alien to ancient dragons. However, upon beholding the pink fruits, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Even in ancient times, similar sweet fruits existed, and they were his utmost favorite. This impatient Pokémon relished sweetness while detesting sourness, and among the fruits, the peach fruit possessed the highest sweetness, making it a favorite among many Pokémon. Guangtai tossed a peach fruit at Bodangshui's feet. There were plenty more in his backpack, enough to satisfy any craving. With a roar, Bodangshui leaned down, his mood gradually calming. After a brief observation, he decided to indulge. Ah, the sweetness flooded his mouth, a flavor he adored. Suddenly, the Dujiankyo floated over, its expression one of reassurance, and in that moment, its form began to shimmer and grow ethereal. Guangtai noticed this transformation. Not only Dujiankyo, but his own body too was undergoing a similar change. Alas, he would awaken without having seen Suijun. Forgive me, may I see your crown? He implored Bodangshui, treating him as a substitute for Suijun despite being in a dream. Considering he was a paradoxical species of Suijun, the gem upon his head should be composed of similar material, correct? Bodangshui's eyes rolled momentarily before he pondered briefly and approached, bowing his head. Some fragments fell from the crown, seemingly scraped off by Dujiankyo's moves. How astonishing! The human before him, after being struck by his attack, suddenly possessed the ability to connect with him on a deeper level. For reasons unknown, he found himself gradually at ease. In the realm of territory disputes, it was only natural for the defeated to submit to the victor, and if the opponent were of his kind, he could accept his defeat. It turned out he was not merely a human but a dragon in humanoid form. Thus, all was well. Chapter 31. Congratulations, Dujiankyo has evolved into Xuanjiankyo. Guangtai touched the enormous gem, examining its composition. The knowledge of ancient treasure hunters awakened within him. Precious material, Bodangshui's crown crystal. Description: possessing properties akin to water gems, yet resembling crystal more closely. Bodangshui's crown is significantly larger than Suijun's crystal crown. The materials composing the crown differ slightly, with the tips exhibiting a lighter hue and greater translucence, seemingly infused with the energy of the Tai crystal. Acquisition of clues. Brilliant crystals. The crystals emerge from the depths of the earth, exuding a high concentration of crystallized energy and resemble magnificent, shimmering gemstones. Observable in the northern region of Padia. Acquisition of clues. Waves of water crystal. This crystal is derived from the diadem of the Pokémon known as wave water. As a part of its physical form, the diadem experiences wear and replacement over time, being an integral component of the Pokémon's body. Acquisition of clues. Ancient crystal. A type of crystal that appeared eons ago, imbued with incredible power. It can convey the will of Pokémon, fostering a connection between the hearts of humans and Pokémon, found within the Iceberg Ruins, the Rock Mountain Ruins, and the Black Gold Ruins. Thus, I have gleaned the means to acquire 3 distinct types of crystals. However, none have been obtained, as one cannot demand too much from the dream world. The pursuit of materials from this realm can only proceed upon the fruition of dream research in the Unova region. I wonder if any progress has been made in that area. I shall search for relevant information upon my return. The body of light moss grew increasingly dim, and it set down the hefty orb, waving its hand. Thank you. Until we meet again, though perhaps we may never meet again. After all, Wave Water is a Pokémon from a distant world. Huh. Wave Water squinted slightly, puzzled, glancing at the orb discarded by light moss, before sinking its teeth into it. It had memorized the scent of light moss. It yearned for more peach fruits. Around Wave Water, ripples of time and space emerged, as though some force from beyond the dimensions was summoning it, and soon, it vanished along with the heavy orb. In the final moment before its disappearance, the orb's appearance seemed to transform into a pink dream ball. Simultaneously, the unknown totem, which had been in search of non-existent ghost Pokémon, did not manifest in the real world, but was instead thrust back into the temporal crevice where it originally resided as the dream shattered. Within this crevice, Many unknown totems dwell. It is one of their habitats. Something was calling through the temporal rift, and the unknown totems discovered not one, but several entities resembling Pokémon. These Pokémon, summoned from alternate timelines, were drawn to a land exceedingly distant. The unknown totem sensed a familiar power as it observed the Pokémon traversing the timelines, one of which bore an uncanny resemblance to the illusory water lord that had just appeared in the dream. Moreover, the direction from which this being was summoned diverged distinctly from the others, as if it had taken a substantial detour. As the dream shattered, Light Moss gradually awakened in bed, while the single sword sheath stirred from its corner. A sensation lingered in the air, as though something had visited the room, surely not a ghost Pokémon. Light Moss sensed an unusual atmosphere within the space, yet was momentarily unable to identify the source of this disquieting feeling. Only the information regarding the materials, deeply imprinted in its mind, indicated that the recent dream seemed far beyond the realm of an ordinary dream. As Guangtai pondered in intrigue, he suddenly felt something beneath him on the bed. It was a blue crystal, its hue reminiscent of the crown of rippling water. Thoughts surged and coalesced within his mind. The rippling water has been tamed. Dreamscape. Due to the knowledge of the dragon tamer profession, a bond with the rippling water has begun to blossom. The connection to the symbolic stone slab has forged a profound link between you and the rippling water. You may encounter one another at some future moment. Acquired a precious material. Fragment of the crown of rippling water. Acquired knowledge. 1. Dreamscape treasure hunter. Occasionally, you may passively enter the dreams of Pokémon, with each entry offering a chance to retrieve items from the dream world of Pokémon. Crafting quantity acquired. 1. Crystal processing technique. A rare skill that allows the crafting of any crystal, transforming them into designated special items. All crafted crystal artifacts will possess a slight purifying effect on the spirit. Possible item to create. Transparent bell. Required crafting level. 3. The thought of encountering one another at some future moment sparked a cascade of ideas in Guangtai's mind. If the crystal of rippling water could indeed align with the transparent bell, it would not be an officially licensed item for Ho-Oh. However, should it truly summon Ho-Oh, would there not be a tinge of peculiarity? The tone of the bell seems off. Why does it resonate with the roar of a dragon? And what of the dream world, the dream realm of Pokémon? Thus, the dream experienced in the Scorched Tower was not merely his own, but that of a Pokémon. Was it the dream of rippling water? But why? Would the ancient paradoxical Suicune dream of the modern, authentic Ho-Oh? It did indeed dream. The Scorched Tower is, in fact, Lugia's domain. In the case of the Unova region's dream yard, Pokémon dreamed there can be brought forth from the dream world. The manifested Pokémon would appear in physical form in the dream yard at the cost of berries. Yet, rather than being a true manifestation, it is more akin to a summoning from another realm. I have tamed the rippling water. It seems I ought to visit the dream yard. Perhaps I could summon the rippling water. However, for the people of Unova, the dream yard appears to be a secret location, hidden from public knowledge. It remains uncertain if the devices for entering dreams have been developed. This world harbors many secret locations, and the land of the divine city, in which I reside, is certainly one of them. Of course, theoretically, for the rippling water to arrive in this world, it must be summoned by a time machine. Thus, it should more appropriately manifest in the Paldea region. Guangtai shook his head, dispelling these chaotic thoughts, and began to focus intently on the names of the 3 crafting techniques: flame forging technique, crystal processing technique, and net weaving technique. Having obtained one of the items, it became evident that the forging process was the most accessible. Within the workshop indeed lay a forging chamber. Guangtai mused aloud, as the independent sword sheath gradually awakened from its slumber and began to converse with Guangtai about matters from the dream, leaving Guangtai quite astonished. Was the independent sword sheath from the dream truly the same as the one in reality? Were our dreams intertwined? After a long and profound gaze exchanged between the person and the sword, they found this situation utterly remarkable. Approaching the workbench, Guangtai discerned something unusual. The letters formed by the stone slabs were meant to spell Water Lord. However, unbeknownst to him, the dragon slab, which had been obscured beneath the computer, had somehow come into contact with the symbolic slab placed on the workbench, as if drawn together by an invisible force. Thus, the word transformed into waves of water, creating a long string of Roman phonetics across the table. This revelation astounded Guangtai. What an incredible occurrence! If he were to assemble the words for Flame Emperor and Thunder God, might he encounter Rending Flame and Thunderous Drum at the same location within the dream realm? Perhaps it would be prudent to attempt this once his strength had increased. Independent sword sheath? Guangtai received no response and turned to glance back. Suddenly, he noticed a change occurring upon the independent sword sheath. A faint white halo began to envelop its form, and it appeared puzzled, sensing an unusual transformation within itself. The sword gradually started to split. To Guangtai's astonished gaze, the independent sword sheath evolved. Could defeating the waves of water within the dream also yield experience points? Indeed. The dream world was an essential branch of the Pokémon universe. Guangtai clapped his hands. The berries, material fragments, and even Pokémon from the dream realm could be brought back. Thus, acquiring experience points was certainly feasible. With a peculiar intonation, two swords crossed in front of Guangtai. Their eyes and ribbons turned a vibrant magenta, and a shield appeared behind them, with the two sword sheaths seemingly fused together. Congratulations. The independent sword sheath has evolved into the dual sword sheath. Learn moves: Vengeance, Iron Defense. The dual sword sheath seemed perplexed by the transformation, but soon realized, Yoo-hoo, Guangtai. Someone is mimicking my face. In the Johto region, within the Ilex forest, the Water Lord, who had been resting, suddenly awoke with a start, glancing around in confusion. It had just experienced a dream, one featuring an unknown totem, a human, an unfamiliar sword-shaped Pokémon, and a dragon Pokémon that bore a striking resemblance to itself, yet was entirely different. It felt as though it had transformed into a camera. Merely observing as these beings engaged in chaotic combat at the base of the scorched tower, wielding blades, unleashing flames, and releasing torrents of scalding water. Hey, this scorched tower is the sanctuary of legendary Pokémon. How dare you act so recklessly? Wait, was that? Why the scorched tower? Water Lord suddenly rose. Realizing that this dream was perhaps not as simple as it seemed, it might herald something significant. Had the scorched tower been dismantled? Although that tower belonged not to the Phoenix King, but to Lugia, if the scorched tower were indeed taken down, would the bell tower not also face calamity? Moreover, the unknown totems appeared to have become more active, their presence in the Arafor ruins possibly the source of this dream. Perhaps it would be wise to inquire further with the unknown totems. With a heart full of trepidation, Water Lord prepared to embark on the journey, disregarding the encroaching twilight. Soaring over lakes and forests, riding the northern wind straight toward the direction of Yuanzhou City. In the Galar region, within the dreamy forest, thick mists enveloped the lakeside of the hero's ruins, where the silhouette of a Pokémon flickered into existence. It was not a true Pokémon, but rather a projected illusion. It resembled a large canine Pokémon, predominantly red with blue accents concentrated on its legs, tail, and head. One ear appeared to be missing a chunk, adorned with a tuft of raised fur, and its body bore markings reminiscent of wounds. Its face shaped like a small shield. The King of Shields, Zamacenta, manifested in confusion before the ruins, gazing at the decaying shield placed there. Pondering the nature of his dream, he had thought someone had taken the shield, yet it remained. Why then did he dream of it being wielded? It seemed to have been struck away, though he could not discern by what. How peculiar. It appeared that the shield hero would not arrive for quite some time. The shield had been left for too long and had begun to rot. Zamacenta strolled through the forest for a while, finding no intruders in this forgotten ancient woodland. Thus, the illusion dissipated, leaving everything as if untouched by time. In the Unova region, within the connected forest, lies a forest at the heart of Unova, resembling a Pokeball on the map. It is an extraordinary place, intricately linked to the worlds of others. Yet, few in Unova are aware of this mysterious forest, one of the secret locations within the Pokémon realm. Water Lord shook its head, gazing at the deep, eerie stillness of the forest, devoid of any presence. It had just been pulled by some force through time and space, yet for reasons unknown, had landed in this woodland. Where had that humanoid dragon gone? Where had such a grand trainer disappeared to? Setting aside the pink Pokeball, it began to scrutinize the forest. By the way, why were there no petraberries here? Water Lord felt a twinge of frustration and continued its search, unwittingly arriving at the fringes of other Pokemon's dreams. It gazed curiously at the pink mist, where a similarly immense dragon Pokemon emerged. The real world lies here. The ideal world lies here. Two equally grand voices resonated. The rippling waters stirred at my chest. Ah, what are those beings within the two clouds of mist chattering about? Is there truly a peach fruit? Chapter 32. The Power of the Evolutionary Stone. In the Johto region, in the town of Hiba, as time passed, a long-awaited package arrived successfully at the Pokémon Center. The Evolutionary Stone. Recalling the conversation with the artisan, when Abi finally extracted the smooth, pale purple stone from the package, he immediately summoned his beloved Scyther. Abi Scyther was a Pokémon he had captured with great effort, making it his most cherished companion. This time, he had purchased the durable item to further enhance Scyther's abilities. Typically, The only enhancing item for Bug-type Pokémon is Silver Powder, which is the preferred choice for most Bug-type trainers. This Silver Powder, derived from the scales of butterflies and moths, enhances the power of Bug-type moves when carried. Given that Bug-types inherently lack offensive strength, boosting move power is essential. However, as a researcher of Bug-types, Abi understood that sometimes mere enhancement of move power was insufficient to defeat an opponent. If one could not land a hit or withstand the attacks of a type they were weak against, then such power would be meaningless. Scyther gazed at the pale purple stone. The evolutionary stone held no value in human hands, as humans could not perceive the extraordinary energy contained within it. Yet, for Pokémon, they could sense these unique energies and resonate with them. At that moment, Scyther felt a flicker of curiosity towards the stone, sensing a peculiar feeling and attempting to make contact with the evolutionary stone. Tapping it gently with the tip of its scythe, it experienced an unusual warmth flowing from the stone into its body, sharpening Scyther's gaze instantly. What is this thrilling sensation? Scyther confirmed that this stone indeed held the potential to aid in its enhancement, gradually understanding the nature of this exhilarating feeling. Although it had never experienced such a state before, as a Pokémon, it was innately aware of certain aspects of evolution. However, most Pokémon remain oblivious to what their future evolution may entail or whether they can continue to evolve. Undoubtedly, this sensation signified evolution. Scyther raised its scythe-like arms, filled with excitement, but after a prolonged moment, it gazed at its own body in confusion. Nothing had occurred. Scyther turned its head, looking at its trainer with puzzled eyes. Is this stone a counterfeit? Have you been deceived? The evolutionary stone cannot induce evolution. It merely resonates with the evolutionary energy within Pokémon capable of evolving. Throughout the entire scene, Abai observed intently and confirmed the veracity of Guangtai's words. Noticing the perplexed expression on the face of the Flygon, Abai gently patted its shoulder and remarked, "This is not an evolutionary tool, but it seems capable of enhancing your defense and empowering you in daily battles. I am uncertain of its effectiveness, so let us test it now." The Flygon responded with a chirp. Abai secured a sturdy leather armor around the Flygon's waist and placed the evolutionary stone within, thus equipping it. Gradually, the Flygon felt a faint surge of energy circulating within, and though subtle, it sensed that its size and physique had indeed become somewhat more robust and resilient. Perhaps it was merely an illusion? The Flygon was unsure, yet it felt rather splendid in its current state. At that moment, a challenger entered the gym, and Abai glanced at the Flygon, which was still slicing through the air. Its condition was impeccable, an opportune moment to test the capabilities of this new tool. Although Abai intended merely to experiment, the outcome was entirely unforeseen. The challenger was a bird keeper named Ming Xian, boasting 2 badges. Typically, the order in which trainers challenge gyms varies according to their respective origins. Bird keepers, specializing in flying-type Pokémon, appeared confident about this gym battle and promptly released a flying-type Pokémon. Go Fearow. Against a bug-type Pokémon, a flying type was the evident choice. A large bird with orange feathers, a red crest atop its head, a long sharp pink beak, and expansive wings materialized in the arena. Naturally, Abai summoned the Flygon to the field. The Flygon felt invigorated, its battle spirit ignited as it gazed defiantly at the airborne Fearow. It emitted a threatening sound and showcased its size. In line with the common philosophy among trainers, Ming Xian believed in the principle that the first move guarantees victory. Use Peck. The Fearow's sharp, elongated beak held formidable offensive power, particularly against small insects. Abai swiftly commanded, Shadow Clone. In an instant, the Flygon fragmented into countless phantoms, causing the Fearow's attack to miss. Angered, Ming Xian exclaimed and ordered, "Use your wings to break those shadows." The Fearow struck at the surrounding phantoms with its broad wings. And in that fleeting moment, Abai issued the command, Double Hit. The shadows of the Flygon were swiftly dispelled, and the massive scythe struck the Fearow directly, delivering a series of relentless blows. However, the inherent power of bug-type moves was already limited, and even though Double Hit could rapidly accumulate strength, it was still insufficient against a flying-type Pokémon. Fearow, unleash Fury Attack. In a chaotic flurry of beaks and the swift swoop of scythes, sparks flew through the air. In that fleeting moment, the bird keeper commanded an aerial assault, striking the flying mantis, which was caught off guard and sent sprawling. However, the anticipated swift victory did not materialize. The mantis merely shook itself and swiftly regained composure, emitting a perplexed chirp. It had been struck by the wing attack. Yet the damage was minimal. Having studied insect-type Pokémon extensively, Abai could easily discern the extent of the harm inflicted on his creature. The Mantis had merely been momentarily surprised, and the large wings of the opposing Pokémon made it challenging to evade during close combat. The negligible damage indicated that the evolutionary stone had indeed functioned effectively. The artisan had claimed it significantly enhanced two defensive attributes of the Pokémon. In stark contrast to the Mantis's favorable condition, the bird keeper exhibited signs of agitation. Despite the supposed type advantage, if the disparity in strength were truly overwhelming, the lack of effect was perplexing. Use Steel Wing, he commanded, and the large beak Pokémon's wings shimmered with a metallic sheen, stirring the air. Abai, however, directed the Mantis to perform Swords Dance. After executing the move and bracing itself against the Steel Wing, the Mantis experienced no pain whatsoever. Steel Wing was not a flying-type move, and without any type advantage, it was inconsequential. Following this, the Mantis appeared unfazed and even smirked, brandishing its scythes in a taunting manner. Meanwhile, the large beak Pokémon in the sky seemed increasingly anxious. It was supposed to easily vanquish its opponent. Yet this insect was unlike any other. Try again, large beak Pokémon, use Wing Attack. The bird keeper insisted, yet Abai promptly commanded the Mantis to strike. Flying Mantis, use Leaf Blade. As the large beak Pokémon attempted once more to execute Wing Attack, the Mantis charged with a sinister grin, sides raised high, and with a single decisive slash, sent the large beak Pokémon crashing back to the ground. As the dust settled, the large beak Pokémon's eye spiraled, indicating its loss of combat ability. The subsequent two battles unfolded similarly. In a 3-on-3 gym challenge, Abai triumphed over 3 flying Pokémon with just 1 flying Mantis, thus effortlessly dismantling the opposing team. It was evident that the large beak Pokémon was the strongest of the opponent's avian creatures, with the subsequent challengers being the cuckoo and the sparrow, resulting in an inevitable outcome. Chirp! The flying Mantis raised its sides high, exhilarated beyond measure. It had never experienced such a thrilling battle before. Taking on 3 opponents single-handedly, it had decisively pierced through the opposing team, all while facing avian Pokémon. For an insect Pokémon, nothing was more exhilarating than triumphing over its natural adversary in direct combat. In a wild setting, the flying Mantis firmly believes it has ascended to the position of leader among insect-type Pokémon, while the avian Pokémon, upon hearing the sound of its sighs, would surely be frightened into defecating in midair. Alas, I have lost. The bird trainer Mingxian, disheartened, departed, vowing to continue training and return for another challenge. Meanwhile, Abai approached the fervent flying Mantis and gently patted its excited form, his expression one of incredulity. The evolution stone had astonishingly empowered this insect-type Pokémon to overcome the fear of flying types. Abai's astonishment lingered as he removed the evolution stone from the Mantis and returned to the resting area of the gym. There, he opened his computer and composed a message to a specific account, inquiring whether the recipient had any knowledge of such stones. The recipient's name was Dr. K. Key. A stone? That is not within my field of study, came the reply from Dr. K. Key, who worked at his research institute in the town of Yoko in the Johto region, specializing in Pokémon breeding and egg groups. Dr. K. Key had the quintessential appearance of a researcher, were it not for the tuft of hair on his forehead resembling a bird's nest. One might mistake his head for a buzz cut. He was tall, donned oval-shaped glasses, and wore a white lab coat over a teal shirt, complemented by grass-green trousers. His coat pockets were perpetually stuffed with an array of research notes and writing instruments. However, upon receiving Abai's message regarding the significant defensive enhancements afforded to unevolved Pokémon by the evolution stone, Dr. K. Key's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This matter appeared to intertwine with egg groups and the realm of weaker Pokémon. Although the flying Mantis was not considered weak, it was indeed an unevolved Pokémon. Dr. K. Key's research focused on Pokémon breeding and their eggs. For instance, the egg of Piku was a recent discovery, previously marked as a mysterious egg. He had uncovered many pre-evolution forms of Pokémon, and according to the description of the evolution stone, it was ideally suited for use by juvenile or weaker Pokémon. Yet, the fact that the flying Mantis could also wield it was unproblematic, for while it was formidable, it indeed possessed an evolved form. At such moments, Dr. K. Key could not help but shake his head. The intricacies of Pokémon evolution were profound. Weak Pokémon, after considerable effort, might evolve to their peak, only to discover that the powerful Pokémon on the other side could also evolve. However, evolution was not his primary area of expertise. He merely dabbled in it as a stepping stone for his research on breeding and egg groups. True expertise in evolution resided with Dr. Yamari from the Sinnoh region. Thus, after careful contemplation and a review of some materials, Dr. Key concluded that he could not provide an answer and subsequently relayed the question to another account. That account belonged to the esteemed authority in the Pokémon realm, Professor Oak. Chapter 33. The Attention from the Doctor's Stone? Dr. Kukui soon received a response from Professor Oak, indicating that the inquiry regarding the so-called evolutionary stone should be directed to Dr. Solence in the Hoenn region. However, Dr. Kukui was not well acquainted with Dr. Solence, and since Professor Oak was his mentor, he promptly sought his guidance. After listening to Dr. Kukui's account, Professor Oak developed a keen interest in the item known as the evolutionary stone. Such a stone exists. It could provide defense for non-evolutionary Pokémon. Bearing the name of evolution, yet lacking the effects of an evolution stone. How intriguing. This might be a completely new type of rock, perhaps even a meteorite from outer space. I should inform the experts in the Hoenn region. Furthermore, I will reach out to my old friend Dr. Yamari in the Sinnoh region, as the topic of Pokémon evolution is his primary research focus, and he would surely be fascinated by this stone. By the way, does Ubby have any additional evolutionary stones? Dr. Kukui quickly replied, no, it seems there are none left. Are you planning to study it? However, he mentioned that he only purchased one, and I am unaware of the craftsman who sold it to him. The craftsman appears to be located in a rather distant place. Professor Oak responded, I see. So it is in unexplored territories and remote wilderness? These areas undoubtedly harbor many secrets, making the emergence of unfamiliar and wondrous items quite normal. If we could contact that craftsman. No, let me discuss this with him first. Different regions, diverse natural terrains, various types of materials, and the distinct appearances and populations of Pokémon all differ, rendering the discovery of novel phenomena exhilarating. In the Hoenn region, there lies a quaint agricultural town named Autumn Leaf Town, situated in the northwest, very close to Chimney Mountain. As a result, volcanic ash frequently drifts into the area, fostering the lush growth of local flora. Among the renowned doctors is Dr. Solence, famed for his research on meteorites and rocks. Residing in Autumn Leaf Town due to its proximity to both Chimney Mountain and Meteor Falls, which facilitates meteorite excavation. Occasionally, Dr. Solence ventures to the island city of Verdanturf in the eastern seas to conduct further studies on meteorites at the Cosmic Center there. Naturally, given his passion for studying meteorites and excavating rocks, he also possesses an inexplicable affinity for stones, as he has a peculiar friend who shares this interest. Dr. Solence's image resembles that of a field geologist, clad in adventurous attire, wearing glasses, tall and slender, with bright, piercing eyes. An evolutionary stone? I have never heard of such a stone. From where was it unearthed? Dr. Solence was thoroughly astonished by the message from Professor Oak, a renowned authority in the Pokémon research community. The fact that even Professor Oak was unfamiliar with this stone ignited a burgeoning enthusiasm within Dr. Solence to explore this new rock. Indeed, this previously unheard-of stone may very well be a novel meteorite. However, upon learning that the origins of this stone were shrouded in mystery, having been sold to a gym leader in the Johto region by a craftsman from a distant land, Dr. Solence felt a sudden chill in his heart. The fact that a craftsman from such a remote area would express themselves in this manner indicated that there were complications associated with that region. Perhaps it was a place as far-flung as Kalos or Galar. Yet how did logistics manage to reach the Johto region from such distances? Surely, it must have involved Unova's cargo planes. After listening to Professor Oak's brief explanation, Dr. Solence felt a surge of excitement. Although his research did not pertain to evolution, egg groups, or weak Pokémon, the significance of this precious stone and the reason behind its unique properties were the very essence of his studies. Much like the elemental evolution stones that enable Pokémon to evolve, gradually, new evolution stones are still being discovered. However, although Dr. Solence could not personally venture to the distant region due to his ongoing research on meteorites, a certain individual came to mind, someone he could undoubtedly rely upon. And that person was right here. Dr. Solence dialed a number, and after a brief wait, a young man's voice, rich with charisma, resonated on the other end. Hello, Dr. Solence. This is Daigo. What can I do for you? Dr. Solence relayed the convoluted message to Daigo. While the absurdity of seeking assistance through such convoluted channels was amusing, the potential confirmation of the stone's uniqueness could herald a groundbreaking discovery for the research community. After all, the emergence of a stone that enhances defense begs the question, might there be others that boost attack, speed, or vitality in the future? Its origins, the processes of its formation, the geological conditions and environment in which it was found. If it indeed came from beyond our world, it would intersect with Dr. Solence's primary fields of astronomy and meteoritics, all worthy subjects for exploration. What did you say? Daigo on the other end seemed incredulous. This peculiar and precious gem was a first for him as well. As the most renowned and affluent gemstone collector, Daigo's motivation was palpable. Dr. Solons, I can't convey this through the phone. I'm immediately heading to Celadon City on my Metagross. Don't leave, please wait for me. Daigo, whose full name is Tsukichi Daigo, is not only the champion of the Hoenn region but also a well-known heir to a prosperous family, being the young master of the prestigious Devon Corporation. However, while his family's enterprise is situated in the western city of Slateport, he himself resides in the island city of Lilycove in the eastern seas. After Dr. Solons made contact with Daigo, he resumed discussions with Professor Okido, and Dr. Serrano joined the conversation as well. Their dialogue was conducted via a visual telephone. Although referred to as a visual telephone, this device resembled a specialized machine endowed with multiple functions, with the visual telephone feature merely being a standard accessory. In the Research Institute, the visual telephone even had the capability to transmit Pokémon over long distances instantaneously. The image of Professor Okido appeared on the screen, clad in his classic red shirt and white lab coat, with gray hair. Regarding the stone, Dr. Serrano stated, I have inquired with the local gym leader, Abi, and learned the name of the shop where the craftsman who sold this stone is located. This craftsman seems to have some connection with Mr. Steele. Having recently returned from Sinnoh, although I cannot confirm his exact location in Johto. In fact, he appears to be situated somewhere in the northern mountains of Johto, which, as you mentioned, is quite a remote area. However, it seems to have internet access. Steele, you say? Professor Okido remarked in surprise, but soon expressed his confusion. That cannot be right. Steele is a craftsman renowned for creating Pokeballs, not for working with stones. As a leading figure in Pokémon research and an authority in the field, Professor Okido is acquainted with many notable individuals, including Mr. Steele. Dr. Serrano adjusted his glasses. Indeed, he seems to be merely an ordinary acquaintance. Abi was a client introduced by Mr. Steele, but he did not elaborate much on the craftsman. Seemingly indifferent to the details, perhaps believing he would surely produce something of value, wouldn't you agree? Professor Okido pondered aloud through the visual telephone. It appears Steele has considerable confidence in him. What is the name of that shop? Dr. Serrano promptly replied, Traveler's Workshop. The name of the workshop is rather unremarkable. I expected something more ostentatious. Dr. Solons muttered, subsequently opening a web page on his computer to search for it. I found it. But there is no mention of the evolutionary stone, Dr. Solons noted, flipping through several pages while scratching his head. Wait, look at the descriptions of the items sold in this shop. Momentum bands, momentum headbands, black belts, cleanse tags, and curse tags. Oh, there are some rather rare items. Professor Okido stroked his chin, also examining the shop's merchandise, and these unique items immediately captured his attention. Besides these, the shop also offers rare items such as power bands, shell bells, and fire stones. Momentum bands? I have never seen such an item. It seems akin to the sashes or straps worn by martial artists. However, the black belts, cleanse tags, and curse tags are indeed rare and precious artifacts. The cleanse tags and curse tags are exceptional treasures crafted by mediums, prayer practitioners, shamans, tomb guardians, and psychics. In locations abundant with ghost-type Pokémon, or in places shrouded in eerie phenomena, where numerous frail Pokémon congregate. The cleanse tag serves as a reliable means to evade them. A similar item with analogous effects is the cleanse incense from the Sinnoh region, crafted from specific herbs that yield results akin to the cleanse tag. The emergence of this incense is also associated with a Pokémon known as Qingling. In the Hoenn region, Qingling is regarded as a fully evolved Pokémon. However, the discovery of its unevolved form, the Qing, in the distant Sinnoh region highlights a significant distinction. This variation arises from the necessity for Qingling to carry a cleanse incense in order to hatch, resulting in offspring that are not Qingling but rather Qing. As for the black belt, it is merely a standard martial artist's belt. Yet the shop explicitly states that it enhances the power of fighting-type moves. Curiously, despite being called a black belt, it is red in color, resembling a mere remnant of a grandiose sash. It is mentioned that this talisman can eliminate any curse afflicting the bearer in a single application, after which it is rendered useless. The curse talisman is indeed capable of generating curses, which is hardly surprising. The power sash ensures that a Pokémon cannot be knocked out in one hit, providing it with a fighting chance even against unfavorable matchups. These unique effects seem to distinguish it from similar items I have encountered before. Could this craftsman be a formidable medium? I also stumbled upon a material called ancient cloth behind his shop, although it appears to be nothing more than ordinary tattered rags. Even I can sense an ominous aura surrounding them. Could it be a fabric from the spirit world used for evolution? The three professors engaged in a discussion regarding their findings, with Professor Oak suggesting, "I shall procure some, then entrust them to those with the appropriate expertise for research and experimentation." Chapter 34, Zivik Daigo. In our Johto region, the gym leader of a Krutique city, Matsuba, is a renowned medium and possesses a remarkable ability akin to clairvoyance, allowing him to perceive what others cannot. He is also responsible for guarding the Bell Tower and the Burn Tower, legendary locations believed to be home to mythical Pokémon. If we were to enlist his assistance for experimentation, we would surely arrive at precise conclusions. Alas, I am not an expert in the realm of mediumship. Thus I cannot partake in this endeavor. Professor Elm scratched his head, displaying an expression of regret, while Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively. No. The craftsman's items are not within our research purview. Neither you nor I, nor Professor Solence, are inclined toward such matters. These fall under the domains of artisans and technological firms. Each professor specializes in distinct areas of research. Professor Oak focuses on the relationship between Pokémon and humans, intertwining his studies with behavioral science, ecology, ethics, and elemental studies. Likewise, other professors exhibit little interest in the supernatural. Professor Elm is oriented toward breeding, while Professor Solence, though fascinated by rocks, primarily studies meteorites, astronomy, and energy science. However, at this moment, Professor Oak suddenly shifted his tone, yet akin to the evolutionary stones. There may exist materials in remote regions that we have yet to encounter. This notion is not confined solely to stones. It may encompass elements related to Pokémon as well. For instance, the recently discovered evolutionary stones, though they are natural rocks, have a profound connection to Pokémon evolution. Perhaps there are similar extraordinary stones in our area that have remained undiscovered until now. Let us pay heed to this peculiar shop. It may unveil rare materials in the future that could aid our research. Professor Oak's proposal was met with agreement, and Dr. Solana remarked that a certain Elite Four member from the Hoenn region might find such artifacts intriguing. After the video call concluded, Professor Oak gazed at the unique talisman in the shop, gradually recalling a familiar individual. The Johto region is not devoid of experts in ghost-type Pokémon. It's merely that her relationship with him is rather strained. Should he extend an invitation for her to visit the research facility? No. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such a notion. If he were to solicit her assistance regarding the research, he would surely face harsh rebuke. By the time Daigo arrived in Akiha town, Dr. Solana's cross-regional symposium had long since concluded. "Ah, Mr. Daigo, you've arrived. My apologies for troubling you with such a long journey." "Not at all. After all, it concerns a precious stone." Daigo, unable to indulge in pleasantries, quickly inquired, "So, Professor, what of the stone? How could the stone be here?" "It remains in the Johto region," Dr. Solana replied, both amused and exasperated. He then relayed the details of their recent discussion to Daigo, who felt a surge of excitement upon learning that the stone originated from an uncommon region. He had yet to unearth all the secrets hidden within the familiar territories. He was astonished to discover that unknown areas were equally brimming with surprises. The conversation that ensued was far more elaborate than their previous phone call. Daigo learned that the stone was currently in the possession of a gym leader in the Johto region, and he had heard whispers of a certain individual named Anbai. "Isn't he the youngest prodigy among gym leaders in Johto? I've heard he possesses remarkable expertise in bug-type Pokémon, having even discovered the move chop, distinguishing it from ordinary slicing techniques." "I see," Daigo mused. However, since the stone had been sold to him, Daigo pondered deeply. He certainly had the means to negotiate a purchase, believing that an appropriately presented offer would compel the seller to part with it. Yet, such an approach might inadvertently create an impression of a mere treasure seeker. Thus it would be prudent to locate the craftsman first. Moreover, should the owner realize its worth and refuse to sell, Daigo would find himself in an awkward predicament. Given that this stone is potentially linked to Pokémon, it is not merely an ordinary geological specimen, but rather a unique mineral formed under specific environmental conditions. Daigo spoke eloquently about the special minerals associated with Pokémon, such as hardstones, mysterious water drops, and the proof of the king, all of which are deeply intertwined with Pokémon. As we are aware, in their natural environment, their formation is largely linked to rocks, water, and psychic Pokémon. As a connoisseur of gemstones, Daigo proudly displayed an array of stones from various regions in his home in Green Ridge City, including hornblende excavated from the Rock Mountain Tunnel in Kanto, flint from the Sacred Fire Volcano in Hoenn, and andesite from the Crown Mountain in Sinnoh. Thus, he possesses a keen understanding of which stones are anomalous and which possess unique formation conditions. Originally, I was slated to visit Deep Gray City in the Kanto region in a few days, having heard that the local science museum had uncovered rare fossils. However, it now seems I may first need to venture to the Johto region. Daigo raised his hands in exasperation, stating the urgency of time. Hence he planned to make a brief visit to Johto first. Once the research in Deep Gray City concluded, he would seek out the craftsman. In light of this, it would be prudent to explore his shop. Dr. Solons accessed the previous shop interface on the computer, revealing a contemporary online store that boasted some unique items. Among them were talisman-related contents, which the Elite Four member, Florina, would surely find intriguing. Upon observing the wares for sale, Daigo began to ponder, particularly when he noticed items capable of enhancing move power while securing life, including distinctive talismans and spectral fabrics. It appeared that this craftsman had an extensive inventory. Was his description genuine? I shall promptly send him an email to confirm, as it would lend an air of formality to the inquiry. After some contemplation, Daigo commenced drafting an email within Dr. Solons's Research Institute and sent it to the craftsman, soon receiving a reply. Apologies, I am currently unavailable. I will reach out upon my return. Auto-reply. It was an automatic response, which made sense. The craftsman must be out in the wild gathering precious materials. Daigo's imagination briefly wandered, and since he could not obtain an immediate answer, he decided to focus on the craftsman's shop for the time being. He then engaged Dr. Solons in a discussion regarding whether the evolutionary stones might be a new type of meteorite, while also notifying Florina of his discovery of intriguing items. On June 19th, following the conclusion of the dream incident, the craftsman was preoccupied with planting and watering, refraining from further interaction with the emblematic stone, while the words of the rippling water were dismantled. During this interval, the craftsman, utilizing the abilities of the leaf traveler, collected 2 strands of white herb. When the Pokémon carrying these herbs experiences a reduction in abilities, it can only return to its prior state once. The craftsman devised a tentative itinerary, intending to temporarily cease operations after August and September, leaving the Sinnoh region, with the first destination being Unova. I gradually sensed that the entrance to the connected forest must lie there. I wish to visit Hajong, but not at this moment. Since the information suggests a possibility of reunion, I firmly believe that we shall meet again. Meanwhile, the evolved dual sword sheath has been diligently engaged, not only assisting in clearing branches and gathering wood, but also continuously honing its techniques of substitution and reflective barriers, occasionally interspersed with consecutive strikes. Once, it boasted that weapons required no defense, yet now it has entirely transformed its stance, extolling the virtues of a knight. In the eyes of Guangtai, this entity is driven by an insatiable thirst for victory. What knightly qualities? Surely, it cannot be a knight. I hope it does not truly master the art of canceling consecutive strikes. It seems that memories from a past life have awakened. However, upon evolving into a dual sword sheath, both consciousnesses now believe themselves to be the authentic one, regarding the other as a mere imitation, and they incessantly accuse each other of mimicking their swordsmanship. To be honest, Guangtai had pondered whether a Pokémon like the dual sword sheath might exhibit symptoms of split personality. It appears that such signs are indeed manifesting. If only I could find a dark stone, it would enable the dual sword sheath to evolve directly into a shield sword monster, thereby eliminating the issue of consciousness division. Guangtai contemplated this, though no clues regarding the dark stone have surfaced, leaving hope pinned on the wandering Wangluo. In the midst of this journey, a minor incident occurred. The Lily Root doll remarked, "The single sword sheath has transformed into 2. Which one is the original single sword sheath?" The sword on the left proclaimed, "I am the original, the single sword sheath." The sword on the right retorted, "I am the original, he is the split." Due to a curious remark from the Lily Root doll, the 2 swords began to brawl, prompting Guangtai to intervene swiftly. Otherwise, the dual sword sheath would have ended up fighting itself. Although the Lily Root doll was intrigued, witnessing the commotion made it realize that further inquiries were unwise. It quickly scurried to the medicinal field, swiftly digging a small hole to bury itself. Caring for Pokémon is indeed an art. Nurturing in the world of Pokémon is crucial. Might there be psychological issues at play? As Guangtai pondered, he paid special attention to the dual sword sheath. Today, before processing stones, Guangtai discovered yet another unread email in his inbox, a message from a new wild client. However, their inquiry pertained to the purchase of an evolution stone. Could it have been introduced by Eevee? It seems they have already utilized that stone. As Guangtai contemplated this, he began crafting a response to the email. First informing the client that evolution stones are precious and not easily acquired, and that he currently does not possess a second one. Furthermore, even if he did have another, Guangtai had no immediate intention to sell. Rather, it was intended for the single sword sheath, or rather, the dual sword sheath, to wield for at least a while longer. After a moment of contemplation, Guangtai mused that evolutionary stones could potentially be discovered across various regions. One might embark on a quest within local caves or mountains, where an abundance of Pokémon congregates, increasing the likelihood of encountering such stones. Indeed, the Hoenn region is home to an evolutionary stone. Yet within the confines of the game, it is not located amidst any terrain. Rather, it rests upon the person of a Magikarp fisherman by the water's edge, granting the Magikarp the ability to wield the evolutionary stone. In the game, there exists but one method to procure wild evolutionary stones, which is neither through purchase in stores nor via machine synthesis, but rather by discovering it within the refuse of a Pokémon village in the version, where wild Pokémon are known to gather. Additionally, the city of Shalar in the Kalos region harbors another stone, obtainable only after encountering a certain number of Pokémon. After responding to the email, Guangtai glanced at his shop and noted a rise in followers, along with some orders for unique cleansing talismans and ethereal fabrics. Chapter 35. Artifacts of Ancient Statues. Are there indeed buyers for ethereal fabrics? He had merely listed them to augment his inventory. Their supernatural properties were rather mundane and likely of little use to most mediums. Initially, Guangtai had anticipated a robust sales performance for these fabrics, but upon further reflection, he surmised that mediums would probably have access to superior materials, rendering his own offerings rather unimpressive. To his surprise, they had sold. The shipping method would still require transit from Yanmok City, and the delivery would likely be handled by that Charizard once more. The destinations included Unova's Ripple Town, Johto's Yuanju City, Kanto's Masera Town, and Hoenn's Spirit Mountain. Yet another order from the distant region of Hoenn. However, if the address is Spirit Mountain, receiving a package there proves impossible, as it is a sanctuary for the souls of deceased Pokémon. Is there even a delivery point at such a location? Without a Pokémon Center, receiving packages is unfeasible. Guangtai gritted his teeth. Typically, cross-regional shipping would not be free. Yet, considering the absence of clientele in Hoenn, this wild customer, despite their unknown origins, presented an opportunity that must not be squandered. Free shipping it shall be, treating it as an investment in market expansion. Much like the previous instance when he offered complimentary shipping to a Unovan customer. Spirit Mountain is managed by an elderly couple, whom Guangtai recalled might be the grandparents of Florina, one of the Hoenn Elite Four. Could it be that these talismans were purchased by Florina? Or perhaps by some psychic individual? Many mediums and psychics practice on Spirit Mountain. Guangtai swiftly processed the orders, awaiting the Charizard's arrival for pickup. However, the orders destined for Hoenn were selected for expedited shipping, aiming to leave a favorable impression on the new customer. If it is expedited, it likely won't be the Charizard making the delivery. Perhaps a Dragonite will collect the items, transporting them to Aeokusa City before being shipped to Hoenn by sea. Compared to the Hoenn region, the Fanyuan area is remarkably close to the city of Johto. In the northwestern part of the Johto region, remnants of the ancient Fanyuan people who once migrated can still be found. They constructed the Tower of Oblivion to honor the deities Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. As for the delivery location, it certainly cannot be the Sacred Mountain, but rather the nearby cities of Suicune or Laris. Kai made a note and sent an email to the client, then stepped away from the computer to commence the day's tasks. Throughout the day, Kai was engrossed in crafting exquisite artifacts. The stones collected during the land clearing proved useful, as they could be transformed into valuable antiquities through ancient sculpting techniques. These newly created antique replicas, both in appearance and essence, are indistinguishable from genuine antiquities, and if Kai did not label them as replicas, few would be able to discern the truth. Of course, to qualify as true antiquities, they must be embedded with remnants of ancient ruins. Fortunately, Kai retained half a shard, allowing the dual sword sheath to perform a cutting technique, splitting it in half. One half was kept intact while the other was reduced to smaller fragments. In truth, ancient sculptures could also be crafted from ancient rocks. Yet Kai remains unaware of the source and clues regarding this material. At this moment, the dual sword sheaths were diligently honing their stone-cutting skills. After mastering the technique of splitting tiles, they could finally unleash their fury upon these obstinate stones. What need is there for fragmented rock? Unexpectedly, due to their transformation into two swords, their efficiency surged, not merely because of the dual blades, but also due to the competitive spirit between their two consciousnesses, each striving to prove their craftsmanship superior. The duality of the genuine and the replica. Kai watched helplessly as the two swords engaged in combat, raising his hands in resignation. In the soft soil, berry seeds were also planted. Just like the flower shop sister in the Hoenn region suggested, cultivating berries is remarkably simple. One merely needs to bury the seeds, or even the whole fruit, and the berry plants will flourish on their own at an astonishing rate. Not to mention the care provided by the Lily Cove doll. However, some materials began to dwindle. The bouncing fern, a type of fern that can be used as a throwing item, has spiral-shaped leaves that unfold into natural wrapping paper. Unfortunately, this material is absent in both the village and the vicinity of Whalemere. It is one of the components used to create sticky balls. While alternatives to the bouncing fern may be found among other ferns, the materials for sticky balls include mud balls and burrowing fruits. Mud balls are solid clumps of earth, which are relatively easy to acquire, but burrowing fruits are natural cones with their flesh consumed, and they are not the same as berries. These cones are special fruits used to craft pokeballs, found scattered throughout the Johto region, albeit in limited quantities, and in this ancient land, they are even more elusive. In the mountainous region behind the Steel Master's abode, situated in the city of Shindu, a vast forest of pine cones flourishes. In my possession lies a solitary white pine cone, gifted by the Lily Root doll. It has now become evident that the habitat of the Lily Root doll is indeed abundant with pine cones. However, to venture into the Shindu forest, one must be thoroughly prepared and refrain from delving too deeply. Meanwhile, the luminescent moss ponders the clues regarding the three crystalline entities. The undulating crystal was inexplicably extracted from the realm of dreams, while the remaining two, the resplendent crystals, are indicative of crystallized energy entities. The luminescent moss is aware that these entities likely correspond to the crystalline pits found within the game, characterized by their imposing columns of massive crystals. Such formations are absent here and can only be discovered atop the pools in the mountainous regions of the Paldea area and the northern homestead. Additionally, there exists an ancient crystal linked to the three divine pillars, Regirock, Regice, and Registeel. The luminescent moss recognizes this entity, which manifests as a square, archaic, semi-transparent crystal inscribed with peculiar patterns. Its effects are intimately associated with the three divine pillars. Perhaps this ancient crystal is indeed the source of the cleanse body trait of the three pillars. If the hypothesis holds true, could one perhaps forge a cleanse pendant utilizing this ancient crystal? The translucent bell and numerous other items can indeed be crafted from the cleanse pendant crystal. After a day of diligent sculpting, the luminescent moss has produced a considerable array of artifacts. Information regarding these creations began to surface, leading to their appraisal. A crafting endeavor has been completed. Artifact: a small ancient stone statue in the style of the Shindu ruins. Description: a stone statue intricately carved in an ancient style, resembling Snorlax, possessing an astonishingly lifelike quality and an antiquated aesthetic. It is said that the carving style is derived from the ancient ruins of Shindu. Embedded with fragments of the ruins, it has become a remarkable relic, sought after by enthusiasts at high prices. Artifact function: calms and mildly mitigates external forces, soothing the mind. Knowledge acquired: 1. Ancient sculptor. Your crafted items radiate an ancient essence, with a sculpting proficiency of 25. Different ancient artifacts will yield varying effects, influenced by crafting style and other sculpting techniques. Subsequently, new clues regarding random materials emerged. Clue: rare material, Jianjian, Oregon. Acquisition locations: near the ancient Lingfeng Mountain. In the vicinity of the unnamed highlands to the northwest, the Quartz Plateau caves to the southwest, mountain paths, Shindu Forest, the Rock Mountain ruins, the outer unnamed forests, southern forests, and eastern hillside groves. Corresponding craft: inducing food craft. Jianjian Ore. Although not classified as rare in terms of material level, it is indeed something I require. If the source cannot be found, it must be procured from Wangluo. This substance is a beneficial mineral for the body, essentially rock salt. Now that the location of the Jianjian mine has been revealed, Guangtai nodded in satisfaction. As for the sculpture, or rather the figurine, its resemblance to Snorlax rather than the commonly seen Rhyhorn is due to Guangtai's desire for his crafted piece to possess a unique character. Ancient artisans also carved Rhyhorn, and in contemporary times, Rhyhorn figures are placed at the entrances of gyms. With Rhyhorn ubiquitous, what uniqueness could his craftsmanship possibly hold? Moreover, crafting a Snorlax is significantly more convenient than a Rhyhorn. Perhaps as his carving skills gradually improve, he could attempt to sculpt figures of characters, creating stone figurines. Such items would certainly sell better than ordinary stone carvings. For instance, after obtaining authorization, producing stone figurines of champions from various regions would undoubtedly yield substantial sales. Though acquiring such authorization seems unlikely, Guangtai shook his head. To gain the champion's approval, he would need to establish a rapport with them, a prospect that currently seems distant. However, selling Arceus stone sculptures would surely attract Wangluo as a major client. The last time he mentioned providing crafts, he should indeed create a few Arceus sculptures. As time passed, night fell. The first Arceus stone sculpture was completed, exuding a profound ancient aura. For some reason, Guangtai felt that this sculpture bore a stronger sense of antiquity than the previous Snorlax sculpture. Could it be that Arceus's very image is intrinsically linked to ancient times? Craftsmanship, small classical ancient statue, premium, in the style of the Shindu ruins. Description, a premium sculpture, emulating the ancient style, depicting Arceus, revered as the creator deity of the Sinnoh region. Perhaps due to its mythological representation, this statue's antiquity is further enhanced, commanding exorbitant prices from certain enthusiasts. Function 1. Powerful comprehension, limited to 1 per Pokémon. Within the sculpture, one can faintly hear the ancient music of Shindu, and upon listening, a Pokémon may randomly learn a powerful move that can only be acquired post-evolution. The stronger the Pokémon before evolution, the more formidable the learned move. Function 2. Radiant Birth. Pokémon born from eggs influenced by the sculpture will possess more robust innate talents and may even hatch into uniquely colored new beings. Mysterious inscription. Life born from the egg will one day perish, only to be reborn as a new existence. This phrase is a legend from the ancient city regarding eggs. Different colors? Guangtai murmured, suddenly struck by inspiration. Could this be a tool for hatching shinies? Chapter 36. Attack individual value maximized. His gaze fixated on the Arceus sculpture he had carved. The sculpture of Arceus allows Pokémon to master powerful moves that can only be learned after evolution, which renders it illegitimate from a competitive standpoint. However, in reality, this holds little significance. Rather than immediately taking the Arceus figurine outside, Guangtai paused for contemplation and began to select a fine piece of stone to recarve the likeness of the Lilligant. Not content with merely a stone sculpture, he also intended to create a wooden counterpart, curious to discern any differences between the two mediums. As for the wooden sculpture, although he wished for Lilligant to participate in the carving process, it was evident that she possessed no skills suitable for such an endeavor, lacking even the physical attributes necessary, such as sharp claws or a robust edge. Moreover, Lilligant is seldom utilized in battles. Her pure grass-type moves are rather lackluster, with numerous weaknesses, and her move pool is far from impressive, rendering her an ineffective combat Pokémon. Thus, her role would be to tend to herbs and fields, yielding results through cultivation and gardening techniques, which would similarly enhance her abilities and help her shed the label of frailty. If she were to acquire a sunstone and evolve into the exquisite form of Lilligant, everything would improve. As time passed, Guangtai's carving skills became increasingly adept, and his pace quickened, possessing exceptional carving talent, augmented by the ancient and relic carving techniques. Creating these small stone sculptures was a trivial task. The form of Lilligant was not particularly complex, lacking the intricate patterns and filigree found in the designs of other Pokémon such as the sword and shield. Before long, the sculpture was complete. Artifact, small ancient stone statue in the style of the Divine City ruins. Description, a stone statue carved in an ancient style, resembling Lilligant. Sought after by certain enthusiasts at high prices. Artifact effect, the vitality sculpture promotes the flourishing of nearby flora, rejuvenating withered ancient trees into new life. This was the stone sculpture. Upon assessing the effect of the artifact, Guangtai nodded in approval, recognizing its remarkable properties. The notion of withered wood springing to life is invaluable for trainers who favor grass types, enabling them to cultivate gardens, meadows, and forests, and undoubtedly beneficial for himself as well. Yet, for Lilligant, it held little utility. Subsequently, Guangtai commenced the wooden carving. The techniques of wood carving differ from those of stone. Yet it too is a family tradition of Guangtai's, and he found wooden carving to be simpler and more convenient than stone carving. However, considering the absence of recent lumbering, most of the materials stacked in his abode were merely branches previously tidied up. Thus, he ventured into the warehouse to search for a while, retrieving some old wood that had been stored away. Perhaps the aged wood possesses an additional charm for carving, thought Guangtai. After a considerable time spent in meticulous crafting, a lifelike wooden sculpture emerged. Craft, a miniature ancient wooden carving in the style of the ruins of the divine capital. Description, a wooden sculpture modeled after ancient wood carvings, resembling a lily root doll, embedded within fragments of the ruins, highly sought after by enthusiasts. Function of the craft, to offer prayers to the wooden carving, which will respond only to a corresponding Pokémon, revealing a certain power. Oh, it appears to be different. The sculpture does not bear ancient inscriptions, but rather denotes something old. A manifestation of power through prayer? This effect seems rather ambiguous, yet it responds solely to the corresponding Pokémon. It is time to put it to the test. On this day, the training outside continued unabated. Rain had fallen for 2 days, transitioning from a light drizzle to a heavy downpour, and then back to a gentle rain. The twin blades held great promise for the Lily-Root doll, who persisted in battle. As the rain gradually subsided and the clouds began to part, revealing patches of clear sky, their skirmish finally came to a close. The Lily-Root doll found it quite marvelous that while training in this vicinity, her stamina and energy seemed to replenish more rapidly. It was precisely for this reason that she had been drawn to this land during her moments of weakness. The twin blades danced with pride, their swords swirling gracefully through the air, signifying that Guangtai was indeed a remarkable individual, capable of crafting items imbued with extraordinary abilities and possessing an abundance of knowledge unknown to many. However, the bountiful fertility of this land was also attributed to the diligent efforts of the Diglett and Dug trio. Only during such moments did the two swords refrain from clashing. For Guangtai's wonder was acknowledged by their shared consciousness. Yoo! This was indeed a land cultivated collectively, hence its richness. With a creak, the door of the cottage swung open, and Guangtai emerged, cradling the wooden sculpture. He approached the somewhat muddy medicinal herb field and placed the sculpture upon the ground. Bah! The Lily-Root doll tilted her head. The wooden sculpture depicted her likeness. However, what purpose did placing it here serve? Do you desire a certain power? Guangtai inquired, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts, and simply explained, "This is my newly crafted sculpture. Its effect, well, if you have any wishes, you might try praying to it." Bah! The request seemed somewhat peculiar, yet out of curiosity, the Lily-Root doll complied. Her prayer was straightforward, to defeat the mischievous Washi and reclaim her habitat, thereby growing stronger. As she prayed, the wooden sculpture began to emit a faint glow, which shimmered even more brightly under the sun's rays. Wow! The Lily-Root doll, witnessing this scene, took a couple of steps back in bewilderment, utterly astonished. In the next moment, as if responding to the doll's unspoken wish, the wooden sculpture emitted a radiant glow that enveloped her. Yop! Yo! The twin scabbards were equally taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. A copious amount of sunlight converged, forming a luminescent veil reminiscent of the sun, coalescing around the exterior of the wooden carving. The intense and abundant brilliance nearly rendered the Lily-Root doll's eyes unseeing. Though the light was potent, it was not unbearably glaring for the moss, as the sculpture did not directly face him. Nevertheless, the occurrence took him by surprise, and at that moment, the information from the sculpture surged into his mind. The ancient wooden sculpture has responded to the Pokémon's desire, manifesting its power. The exhibited power, the attack individual value of the Lily-Root doll has reached its maximum. Chapter 37. The Efforts of Knowledge and Sweat. With the initial display of power, subsequent information gradually emerged, elucidating the previously obscure craftsmanship effects. The ancient wooden sculpture will respond to Pokémon of the corresponding image. Similar sculptures may only grant a wish once. If the craftsmanship of the wooden sculpture advances, employing unique timber, the number of wishes or the nature of the wishes may also change. The purpose of the ancient wooden sculpture is to enhance individual values. Moss felt a twinge of surprise, but the realization that this artifact required relic stones or ancient rocks for embedding quickly diminished his excitement. It is well known that Pokémon possess 3 types of data: base values, individual values, and effort values. Even in the reality of the Pokémon world, effort values can be deemed limitless, as my Pokémon are particularly diligent, and no one can dispute that. However, base values and individual values remain immutable. The former reflects the fixed capabilities of an entire species, while the latter signifies the inherent strengths and weaknesses of an individual Pokémon, which cannot be altered. Among players, the number 31 is commonly referred to as the maximum individual value. In the entire world, to enhance a corresponding individual value, one must undergo extreme training and expend items known as silver crowns and gold crowns. Not only that, but the enhancement pertains to the attack individual value. Moss's initial elation nearly dissipated, as he then realized that the Lily-Root doll had made a wish, resulting in the elevation of her attack individual value. Moss found himself in a state of amused exasperation. Pokémon possess a rather simplistic understanding of power, equating it primarily with attack. Many cannot distinguish between physical and special attacks. However, a few, like the cunning Meowth from Team Rocket, can differentiate and adapt their defenses accordingly. It seems that I must seek out some unique timber and carve several more wooden sculptures. The aged timber, akin to the wood of similar Pokémon, allows but a single wish upon such a carved effigy. This implies that even if a new carving is fashioned, it cannot grant another wish. Only carvings made from different wood can invoke the wish anew. Furthermore, since the initial enhancement pertains to the attack individual value, might it not be preferable to directly pursue the Washing Emerald form? Elevating the attack individual value to its zenith is commendable, yet the inherent attack stat of the Lily Root doll is rather meager. It is only upon evolving into the Mountain Queen or the Washing Emerald form of the Skirted Lady that formidable offensive power can be attained. In terms of moves, abilities, and overall versatility, the Washing Emerald Skirted Lady surpasses her original counterpart. Indeed, to reclaim one's habitat, it is imperative to evolve into a more powerful form. As for the matter of abilities, this can be remedied through items that alter characteristics. Although currently unattainable, there is no need for haste. The Lily Root doll observed the shifting expressions of the light moss, transitioning from joy to furrowed brows. Uncertain of the cause, she sensed a significant enhancement of her own power. The sensation was utterly enchanting. However, upon attempting to touch the sculpture again, or even to wish a second time, the effigy offered no further response. Looking back at the light moss, the Lily Root doll pondered whether she had made an erroneous wish. Now that the wishing had concluded, the ancient power housed within the sculpture had been entirely expended, rendering it suitable only for monetary gain. Perhaps, carvings crafted from exceptional wood could exhibit even greater power, such as those from the oak grove, evergreen forest, or the mystical wood of the entwined forest. The light moss glanced at the Lily Root doll, who, alongside the dual blades, was curiously prodding the sculpture. But the patterns on the dual blades were rather intricate, and the light moss was somewhat apprehensive about the ensuing complexity. Before bestowing a wish upon the dual blades, it was essential to educate on which abilities held significance and should be prioritized for enhancement, while recognizing which could be diminished. If stronger special wood were to be procured for carving, could it not potentially elevate the individual values of 2, 3, or even all entities to their maximum in one fell swoop? The concept of extreme training exists solely within the realm of the game. It is highly unlikely that such a phenomenon is present in the real-world Alola region. Thus, one might conclude that the carving itself serves as a parallel to the effects of extreme training in the Silver Crown. If this is indeed the case, it could fetch a handsome price. Although most trainers are likely unaware of the nuances of individual values, given that even with a Poké Dex, one cannot discern them, and the animated world has never explicitly referenced individual values, there are subtle expressions of these attributes. For instance, Ash's Infernape, during its earlier days as a Monferno, exhibited flames of terrifying might, a manifestation of its blaze ability. It was precisely this prowess that caught Shinji's attention, leading to its capture. Thus, it is highly probable that Ash's Monferno had already reached maximum attack and special attack individual values in its youth. A formidable individual, endowed with powerful attributes, manifests extraordinary strength, further amplified by boundless effort. Of course, reality cannot be entirely likened to a game. Yo. The voices of the Budew and the Dual Blade sheath jolted Guangtai back to reality from his reverie. Observing the two somewhat anxious Pokémon, Guangtai quickly crouched down, apologizing. My sincerest apologies. I was momentarily distracted. The Budew inquired, wondering if it was related to the wooden carving. The wooden carving could be seen as a fortunate mistake. I am not upset. In fact, I find myself looking forward to your growth. Guangtai gently caressed her leaf, offering encouragement. You will become stronger, and in doing so, fulfill your own desires. Naturally, I, too, will require some form of recompense during this journey. The stronger you become, the greater my rewards will be. Let us strive together. The Budew's skirt flared at its sides, resembling small fists, her gaze solidifying with determination. To grow stronger, ever stronger. In this fervent spirit, the leaves atop her head suddenly radiated light, as she recalled the brilliant sunlight that had coalesced around the wooden carving, seemingly awakening a latent power within her being. The sun in the sky shone brilliantly. After the rain, the flora would flourish with renewed vigor. The Budew suddenly shouted towards the heavens. As a multitude of sunlight began to gather above her head, the intense radiance formed what resembled a sun, reminiscent of a luminous veil, recreating the moment of power displayed by the sculpture moments earlier. The sunlight intensified. This was the move sunny day. Following this, the sunlight continued to coalesce above the Budew, generating a scorching heat that formed a halo of sunlight, enveloping her within its warmth. Guangtai and the Dual Blade sheath stepped back, fully engrossed in the spectacle. The concentrated sunlight gathered fervently, and after a period of charging, it erupted violently into a colossal beam directed towards the sky. The Mewtwo had mastered the move Solar Beam. Sunny Day and Solar Beam are intrinsically linked. A Pokémon adept at both moves often learns Solar Beam upon mastering Sunny Day, yet the reverse is not true. The drastic increase in her individual values granted her access to extraordinary power. However, even though the enhancement was in her attack stat, could she also harness special attack moves? Or was the prior accumulation already sufficient, merely awaiting this explosive release? Years of battle had accumulated effort values, complemented by the bountiful land that supported her. Guangtai surveyed his medicinal field, reflecting on the diligent labor of knowledge and sweat, along with a slight catalyst from items, which had culminated in the present achievements. This outcome was quite commendable. Yet, unbeknownst to them, another Pokémon had been observing all of this. She beheld the Lilyroot doll mastering the scene of a sunny day illuminated by rays of sunlight through diligent work and exercise. On the rooftop of the workshop, a Pokémon with a verdant green body and tiny wings sprouting from its back made a quiet entrance, fluttering its delicate wings while radiating ripples of time. What a delightful sight! She chuckled. This workshop appeared to be an exhilarating place. Chapter 38. The Promotion of Poké Monday, June 24th. The recent rainfall arrived most opportune, transforming the medicinal fields and farmlands into a lush expanse of green. The nascent shoots eagerly absorbed the warmth of early summer air, steadily thriving upwards. The Lilyroot doll, having mastered Sunny Day, continued her labor in the fields. Her innate affinity as a grass-type Pokémon endowed her with considerable knowledge regarding the care of herbs and crops. These herbs and crops could be harvested within 10 days to a month, and in this fertile land, they would yield even sooner. The sound of carving resonated from the workshop. The Lilyroot doll understood that the human was crafting marvelous tools once again. Following an enhancement 2 days prior, she felt invigorated, occasionally lifting the small hands of her skirt to execute a determined strike upon the grass ahead. In this land, she felt an overwhelming sense of security, to the extent that she feared forgetting the art of battle if she lingered too long. She even entertained the notion of residing here permanently, forsaking the reclamation of her habitat. Yet, in such moments, thoughts of her once timid companions and their leader would surface. The leader was the ordinary form of Miss Skirt, and previously, the Lilyroot doll had assumed she would evolve into that very shape. However, she now recognized the existence of another evolutionary form, igniting a sense of anticipation for her future. If she were to reclaim her habitat and evolve into a different visage, how would the leader perceive her? Would her companions rejoice at the return to their homeland, or had they already put down roots in a new place, no longer wishing to return? If she were to reclaim their home, yet her companions chose not to return, it would render all her actions seemingly futile. Yet, the Lilyroot doll had long contemplated this scenario. Even if she were the sole Pokémon residing there, the absence of her former companions would not diminish her resolve. Pokémon are inherently social creatures, possessing migratory tendencies. Surely, new Lilyroot dolls would emerge, and they would resettle in this once-beloved home. As she pondered this, her gaze drifted towards the distant forest. Beyond the undulating hills, stones, and woodlands lay the external forest that led directly to the ancient divine forest. Perhaps the leader had also migrated from another land to this forest, which would explain the divergence from the form described by humans. Her appearance was typical. While only in harsh environments could one evolve into a new form. For a leader, migrating from one piece of land to another may seem entirely natural. Yet she could not comprehend her profound attachment to a particular terrain, for fertile soil exists in abundance everywhere. Perhaps the other Lilyroot dolls shared this sentiment. However, she was born in that very habitat. The Lilyroot doll withdrew her gaze from the forest, redirecting her focus to diligently tending to each crop. In the soft soil, the fruit trees had already sprouted and begun their growth. The remarkable characteristic of this world is indeed these magnificent fruit trees, which, after shedding their fruits, decay upon the ground only to sprout anew with remarkable speed. Unlike ordinary trees, their growth cycles are not as prolonged. Yet these fruit trees seem to grow with an astonishing rapidity. The Lilyroot doll ventured into the soil designated for planting fruit trees, noting that its hue distinctly differed from other lands. Although it was also soft earth, it appeared to have been vigorously tilled numerous times. She had heard that this was the result of the collective efforts of the distant 3 moles and their kind, demonstrating the power of community rather than individual strength. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards the workshop, where the sounds of carving resonated continuously. Suddenly, a distant roar echoed from the heavens. The Lilyroot doll, bouncing with excitement, looked up to see a massive dark shape emerging beneath the clouds on the horizon. The figure approached rapidly, scattering the surrounding clouds as its outline gradually became discernible. It was an enormous Pokémon, As the shadow descended swiftly, the Lily-Root doll felt a momentary panic. She gathered sunlight, fearing it to be an invading wild Pokémon. However, just as she was about to unleash the beam of light, she realized that the creature soaring from above bore a human's cargo box. The Pokémon seemed to have noticed the glistening sunlight, plunging directly towards the area where the Lily-Root doll stood, landing with great force at the edge of the field. The commotion drew forth the light moss and dual blade from the wooden cottage. It was the fire dragon from Smoke Ink City. Indeed, this time, the delivery was once again entrusted to the fire dragon, which, carrying a large box upon its chest, arrived a day ahead of schedule. Familiar with the route from its previous visit, it flew with increased speed. The fire dragon cast a curious glance at the Lily-Root doll, observing her for a moment. Having never encountered such a Pokémon before, but soon redirected its focus, emitting a series of enthusiastic cries. True to form, it began to rummage through the box, extracting an angry bun to munch on. Subsequently, the fire dragon retrieved various items from the box, including copious amounts of fertilizer and sparkling honey. Rapid fertilizer, to be used on soft soil, accelerates the drying of the land but also hastens the growth of fruit. Wet fertilizer, suitable for soft soil, slows the drying of the land while simultaneously decelerating the growth of fruit. Jujio fertilizer is applied to soft soil, extending the period before fruit falls from trees. Sticky fertilizer, also used in soft soil, increases the frequency of new sprouts after wilting. These fertilizers were originally intended for nurturing tree fruits. In addition to these, there are also common fertilizers used for herbs and crops. Jing honey, gleaming with an amber hue, is a favored delicacy among bug-type and fairy-type Pokémon, attracting them to the designated area. This honey can be produced by 3 bees, thus it is not considered a rare material. If one were to discuss truly rare materials, it would have to be the dreadful sweet honey produced by the queen bee. Charizard scratched its head, indicating that these fertilizers and honey were quite heavy, resulting in a longer flight time than before. I apologize for the inconvenience. Our location is indeed rather remote. Guangtai smiled as he placed the package deliveries into a box, which contained one destined for Pallet Town, another for Yenju City, and one for the Hoenn region. Upon glancing at the packages, Charizard's demeanor shifted when it noticed the delivery for the Hoenn region, letting out a series of sounds. The double-edged sword promptly translated. Charizard was commenting on how shabby your workshop appears. It's surprising that your business has expanded to Hoenn. It does look shabby. I haven't done much maintenance, but it doesn't leak, so it's of little concern. Guangtai felt somewhat embarrassed. How could his dilapidated workshop compare to a Pokémon Center? Whoa. Charizard placed its claws on its hips, seemingly grumbling. The delivery to the Hoenn region must be transferred at Celadon City, but its speed is insufficient. Otherwise, it could have directly delivered the package there instead of returning to Smoky City. Insufficient speed? Guangtai recalled that Charizard's base speed stat is around 100, which is quite fast. Charizard replied with a roar. In the Johto region, the delivery of urgent packages is handled by Dragonite. Guangtai suddenly understood. Oh, so it's Dragonite, which has a base speed stat of only 80. No wonder you can't compete. At the same time, Charizard explained that it is responsible for transportation in the snowy mountain regions, as it lacks the dragon type and thus fears not the ice and snow. As for rainy weather, a sunny day resolves that issue easily. It's hardly a challenge. In foggy conditions, it can clear the thick mist as it adapts to more climates than Dragonite does. That fellow is even afraid of snowy weather. Is that so? Then perhaps I shall give this to you. Guangtai produced a wooden carving shaped like Charizard. Charizard looked puzzled, unsure of the purpose of this wooden sculpture. Was it merely an ordinary craft? No. Upon your return, pray towards the carving, and it will reveal to you the power you desire. Do you not yearn for speed? Indeed, I wish to be even swifter. I am an item craftsman. I sell peculiar items with strange abilities. If you do not mind, you should give it a try. The luminous moss smiled as it explained to the Charizard. Perhaps you will often come here to collect and deliver items. A quicker pace would certainly be more convenient for me. When long-standing efforts receive recognition from innate talent, astonishing power is unleashed. Charizard, somewhat perplexed, accepted the wooden carving and emitted a more affectionate roar towards the luminous moss, signifying that should it come across anything valuable on its journey, it would be sure to deliver it to you. The bond with Charizard has grown stronger. Charizard took flight, performing a mysterious dance in the sky, evidently utilizing its dragon dance to accelerate. Soon, it vanished into the horizon. This could be considered a subtle promotion for the luminous moss, which murmured to itself. Meanwhile, the Lilycove doll gazed at the retreating figure of Charizard. Such a powerful Pokémon can traverse mountains and rivers to arrive at such distant places. If only I could evolve, would I be able to travel like it? Hey! The double blade suddenly approached the Lilycove doll, which tilted its head in confusion, while the red ribbons on either side fluttered, their eyes conveying a sense of exasperation. No. No. That Charizard isn't traveling. It's merely working as a courier. If it exceeds its time, it might even have its snacks deducted. Wow, what? Suddenly, the Lilycove doll seemed to sense something, glancing around. Just as it looked up, its peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow. What? The Lilycove doll tilted its head. Was it an illusion? What's wrong? The Luminous Moss noticed that the Lilycove doll appeared distracted, and the doll bounced up, claiming it had just seen a strange shadow. A strange shadow? It's daytime. There shouldn't be any ghost-type Pokémon around, right? The Luminous Moss pondered, glancing at the double blade for translation. Did you sense anything? The double blade's eyes displayed confusion, and upon seeing this, the Luminous Moss immediately understood. Indeed, one cannot expect a Pokémon with a careless disposition to possess keen observational skills. Perhaps it was merely a leaf or some weeds fluttering by from the forest. That would be quite normal. Of course, it might also be due to the emblematic stone tablet we created, which could attract unknown totems. It is said that unknown totems have a penchant for spying on others. In any case, do not overthink it. If it were an unknown totem, it would bear no malice. The Luminous Moss raised a finger to enlighten the two Pokémon about the unknown totem, akin to the inscriptions on the stone tablet. The Lilycove doll once again surveyed its surroundings. Was it truly an illusion? Or perhaps an unknown totem? If it were a friend, why not reveal itself? At this moment, the Luminous Moss had already entered the small dwelling, and after lingering in the field for a while, the Lilycove doll followed it inside. By the window of the workshop, the emerald green Pokémon with wings reappeared, chuckling mischievously. However, her laughter was short-lived as she noticed an enigmatic totem. The three eyes exchanged glances, and the totem emitted an awkward sound. Anno. Haha. What a coincidence. You two are eavesdropping on others. Chapter 39. New carved goods fresh stock following the departure of Charizard. The tasks at Guangtai's Inn were nearly complete. A few more carvings had been executed, with more stone sculptures than wood, though the newly introduced wooden pieces were labeled as customizable. Subsequently, photographs were taken and uploaded to the shop, augmenting the inventory. Guangtai designed the items based on the Pokémon encountered among clients or those at work, though there were also new creations. The Pokémon represented by the clients included Charizard, Charmander, Dragonite, Scyther, Jengar, and Pidgeot. The new offerings featured Magcargo, Corphish, and Dratini, coupled with the previously crafted Snorlax. These constituted the products available for sale. Guangtai contemplated which pieces would resonate with customers. Those that sold well would be produced in greater quantities, while those that did not would be put on hold for the development of new sculptures. Naturally, he also intended to list the Arceus sculpture for sale. Despite the likelihood that few would recognize this Pokémon, a total of 3 stone sculptures had been created, alongside 4 wooden ones. Moreover, regardless of whether the Pokémon was in its evolved form or not, the materials and carving techniques remained unchanged, resulting in somewhat similar sculptures. This observation was gleaned from the statues of Charmander and Charizard. Artifact: small ancient stone statue in the style of Sinnoh ruins. Description: a replica of ancient-style carvings. The form is highly sought after by certain enthusiasts for high prices. Artifact effect: the air surrounding the warm air will become comfortably warm. In contrast, the effect of the Charizard statue is artifact effect: the flames will burn with increased intensity. Guangtai also paid heed to the double blade sheath. While the patterns on the sheath were somewhat intricate, the finished product was indeed aesthetically pleasing. First, the stone sculpture was placed beside the Lilligant doll carving. It was deliberately styled after the sword in the stone, featuring an insertable stone base. However, due to the presence of 2 swords, they were positioned at an angle within the base, forming a cohesive unit. Artifact: small ancient stone statue in the style of Sinnoh ruins. Description: a replica of ancient-style carvings. The form is highly sought after by certain enthusiasts for high prices. Artifact effect: increases the efficiency of gathering and cutting resources by 10 in proximity to the statue. Oh, a statue for chopping wood. When used alongside the Lilligant doll statue, it could rapidly generate a forest. It could also serve for cutting stone and fabric, rendering it an excellent utility-enhancing sculpture. It now appears that ancient bracelets were utilized for the purpose of teaching combat techniques, while ancient sculptures served as various small enhancement artifacts. As for the ancient pot and the ancient crown, the capabilities of the luminescent moss remain unknown. Furthermore, in the game, what is the connection between the crown and the pot regarding the king's certificate and the punishing pot? However, many of the king's certificates are composed of natural stones. rather than being forged, although instances of artificially crafted examples do exist. Regarding the silver and gold crowns, they resemble bottle caps adorned with crown motifs. Perhaps the forged ancient crown might actually represent the head of the crown prince. Next, we delve into wooden carvings. Artifact, a small ancient wooden sculpture styled after the relics of the divine city. Description, a stone statue crafted in imitation of ancient styles, shaped like a dual sword sheath. Highly sought after by enthusiasts. Function of the artifact, prayer. Through the repetitive completion of certain tasks, knowledge has been acquired. Sculpting expertise, efficiency, and skill level 20. The luminescent moss presented the ancient wooden carving to the dual sword sheath. Come now, pray to the wooden sculpture and let it reveal its strength to you. However, it is advisable not to pray for an increase in speed. For even when evolved to its utmost form, speed alone remains insufficient. From the perspective of prioritization, speed is currently not a significant option, whether in terms of attack velocity or movement speed. The dual sword sheath listened with some perplexity. Isn't speed supposed to be of utmost importance for swords? A single slash, and the adversary hasn't even discerned the attack before being struck down. Moreover, I possess the ability to lighten my body, which significantly enhances speed. Now, wielding two swords, if the power of speed could be maximized, why not choose speed? Hearing the objections of the dual sword sheath, the luminescent moss found its thoughts drifting, inevitably recalling Ash's tortoise Pokémon. The so-called cannon fodder tortoise. Yet, the luminescent moss genuinely wished to capture a tortoise of its own. Ash's tortoise was remarkably swift before its evolution, thus channeling all its abilities into speed. However, upon reaching its final form, its weight increased, necessitating additional strength for full-speed movement, thereby escalating stamina consumption. In real-time battles, the stamina of Pokémon is a crucial aspect to monitor. Even if life remains abundant, diminished stamina can significantly weaken both offense and defense. This tortoise had always favored a speed-oriented approach since its initial form, neglecting the development of defensive capabilities, which resulted in vulnerabilities post-evolution, often succumbing to incoming attacks. Nevertheless, during Ash's era, tools such as the variable dice did not exist. In later times, the tortoise was able to learn Shell Smash, enabling the emergence of a speed-focused tortoise. The combination of Shell Smash and variable dice allowed for a rapid and reckless assault strategy, permitting the tortoise to abandon defense entirely and swiftly defeat its opponents in a frenzied manner. The ultimate evolution of the double sword blade, the shield sword monster, typically excels when executing attacks in a reactive manner. It relies on a high defensive form to endure an attack before transitioning into its offensive stance to deliver damage. Initiating an attack prematurely causes it to shift into sword form, rendering it vulnerable to hits. Although there are no turn limits in real-time battles, the changes in base stats due to its ability to switch forms still exist, indicating that the sword form remains quite fragile. However, one need not worry, as the defensive responsibilities can be entrusted to the priority for King's Shield. Once one acquires a greater supply of rare woods, enhancing speed individual values can be pursued later. In practical terms, it is akin to forsaking one's inherent talents to engage in endeavors where one lacks proficiency, often leading to inefficiency. We must leverage our strengths fully, and after capitalizing on those, utilize the remaining time and effort to address our weaknesses. The light moss provides guidance and explanation to the double sword blade and the lily root doll, subtly shifting the conversation. Strengthening one's weaknesses can lead to opponents misjudging the situation, where a Pokémon that traditionally lacks speed exhibits extraordinary swiftness, and one with insufficient power displays remarkable strength. Merging these rectified shortcomings with one's inherent talents is the secret to becoming formidable. In the early days of Pokémon games, during the first and second generations, the maximum effort value was not capped at 252, but rather at 65,000. In the real world of Pokémon, the efforts exerted will invariably yield returns, unbound by the mythical limit of 252, which does not exist. Just as observed with individual values reaching their zenith, the wooden sculpture merely conveyed this notion without specifying a numeric value. To borrow from the game's terminology, it may well be 31, but in the realm of reality, who can say for certain? After all, in those initial generations, the maximum individual value was only 15. Individual values represent talent, while effort values signify hard work. True genius is a harmonious blend of talent, toil, and a touch of fortune. The double sword blade and the lily root doll grasped light moss's meaning, their focus unwavering on the wooden sculpture. The double sword blade floated forward, its eyes closing as fragmented memories began to resurface. Having once resided in an ancient kingdom, the double sword blade seemed to hold a special sentiment for the concept of ideals. Upon witnessing the Lily Root doll's fervent battle, it instantly recognized her, perhaps embodying the essence of chivalry, even though the solitary sword blade was not a knight at that time. The wooden sculpture began to radiate a brilliant light, transforming once more into a radiant miniature sun. The ancient wooden sculpture responded to the Pokémon's wishes, revealing its power. The displayed power. The double sword blade's attack individual value has been maximized. Yoo-hoo! The double sword blade felt its sword become even sharper. In contemplation of the Arceus stone carving, I am reminded of its significance. This exquisite sculpture enables Pokémon to learn a move that can only be utilized post-evolution. Its secondary purpose lies in the hatching of eggs. However, as I lack a breeding facility, this utility remains unattainable for me. Perhaps I ought to wait a while longer until my double-edged sword and Lily Root doll attain greater strength before introducing them to the Arceus stone carving. Speaking of which, would it be prudent to allow the double-edged sword to learn the King's shield? It seems that the small shield at the back remains ineffectual, as the Pokédex describes it as incomplete, incapable of withstanding attacks. While indoors, the double-edged sword has already caught sight of the stone carving and attempted to touch it, but I restrained it. Concurrently, I sculpted a new wooden Arceus figure from a substantial piece of timber. Alas, the stone carving has already undergone a transformation into a superior form, while the wooden sculpture has shown no signs of change. Perhaps the wooden carving requires additional materials and an entirely new technique to enhance its quality, akin to how ancient stone sculptures necessitate relic stones and ancient rocks. Regrettably, the wooden figure has become rather obsolete. It is intended to showcase Arceus's power, yet where is Arceus? Does it even require this wooden sculpture for reinforcement? If this item were to be sold online and others discovered its ineffectiveness, they would undoubtedly accuse me of deceit. Perhaps I could sell it to Wang Lu and deceive him out of some money. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the woods to gather timber and sturdy minerals. Chapter 40. Logging June 25th. Clear weather. As planned yesterday, I set out to the outer forest to collect wood. The finest timber will serve as the material for carving wooden sculptures, while the ordinary wood will be used for fuel, as my workshop supply is dwindling. The luminescent moss carried the stone carvings of the double-edged sword and Lily Root doll, shouldering a bundle of firewood while wielding an axe. The double-edged sword waved its ribbons, fluttering along in pursuit of the luminescent moss. In the evening, the Lily Root doll seldom entered the dwelling, even when invited by the luminescent moss. She expressed that the soil provided her with greater comfort, and that being indoors deprived her of that feeling. The luminescent moss understood that this was a manifestation of the knowledge imparted to the land, as the lush environment imbued the area with vibrant vitality. Thus, for the soil-loving Lily Root doll, remaining outside proved far more enjoyable than entering the house. I appreciate your vigilance over the house today. The luminescent moss had already outlined the plan yesterday and informed the two Pokémon in the evening. The Lily Root doll lifted her little skirt, making an effort to wave, while the 3 leaves atop her head swayed in the breeze. Be back early. There are no significant wild Pokémon in the vicinity, so there is little cause for concern regarding any potential attacks. The only visitors to my abode would be the moles, but they should remain within the village once their farming hours conclude. Moreover, should any Pokémon appear, the Lily Root doll's use of Sunny Day followed by Solar Beam would be sufficient to send them fleeing. The hem of the Lily Root doll's skirt clenched like a fist. It was in an exceptional state, unafraid of any adversary. Upon entering the forest, accompanied by the moss and 2 Pokémon, the creature that had been covertly tracking the Lily Root doll quietly departed from the vicinity of the workshop, swiftly making its way into the woods. The Lily Root doll turned its head in confusion. Here it comes again. That peculiar sensation of being watched, oh, it's vanished. Crossing the nearby Snowwater stream, it ventured into the sun-dappled outer forest. This was merely the periphery of the Divine City Forest's expansive power, devoid of formidable Pokémon, often frequented by villagers gathering firewood. However, this location was still somewhat distant for the villagers, leading them to select forest patches closer to their homes. Yet, the moss did not observe any abandoned woodlands from the village. Perhaps they lay outside the direction it had taken. It pondered, I shall chop trees nearby. Finding a spot less likely to be discovered, it buried the Lily Root doll statue amidst the roots of a robust tree, albeit only halfway. The sculpture buried by the moss had the potential to rejuvenate the tree's vitality rapidly. Moreover, the trees in this world naturally grew at an accelerated pace. As the statue began to take effect, the moss distinctly sensed a peculiar vigor emanating from some trees nearby. This sensation was challenging to articulate, But the Moss surmised that the creation of the emblematic stone slab had significantly enhanced its mental prowess, enabling it to perceive such extraordinary environmental changes. Trees, too, possessed life, and thus, when they underwent changes in vitality, it could feel them. The surrounding woods seemed to start rustling, as if a breeze had swept through. It was as though they were attempting to converse. Perhaps it was time to experiment with the telekinetic training that one tree had spoken of, despite it being daylight. The Moss focused intently on a particular tree. As its concentration deepened, the Moss seemed to hear the whispers of the forest. However, in that moment of distraction, its focus waned, and the Moss lost that enchanting sensation once more. Oh, is it truly effective? This merely seems to be ordinary concentration, the Moss mused. The mental enhancement bestowed by the emblematic stone slab was, perhaps, the rudimentary talent for psychic abilities. The Moss spoke to the trees, causing the two blades of the twin sword sheath to gaze curiously, their blades sharpened, eager to test their swordsmanship by chopping down trees. All right, let us commence. Twin sword sheath, execute the Aegislash. Sever those sturdy branches. Huzzah! The blades of the twin sword sheath simultaneously glimmered with a white light, and with a swift motion, they cleaved through the substantial branch of a tree. The branch crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, and both consciousnesses of the twin sword sheath felt incredibly dashing in that moment. Although it was merely a tree being felled, an unexpected rivalry ignited between the two swords, emitting sounds of excitement and challenge. The sword on the left exclaimed, "I just struck the fastest." The sword on the right countered, "Clearly, I was the quicker one." Despite their newfound consciousness, their juvenile rivalry remained unchanged. Keitai silently criticized them and proceeded to direct, "Do not quarrel," as dual sword sheaths. Your divided consciousness will eventually revert to its original state. Now let us continue with the Aedo. Yup, yoo. The two swords responded in unison, only to glare at each other immediately afterward. The left sword declared, "You were calling me. I am the true essence." The right sword retorted, "No, you were calling me. I am the true essence." You both performed admirably. Keitai felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, both swords recognized that their task was paramount, and thus began their silent competition, following Keitai's commands as their blades danced up and down, continuously severing branches. Chop, chop, chop. Lumberjack at double speed. Keitai directed the dual sword sheaths to cleave the heavier branches, while for the more slender trees, there was no need to prune the branches. They would simply fell the trunk. After a busy morning, they had gathered an ample supply of timber, thanks to the sword sheath stone carving. Although the lumbering speed seemed modest at a 5-fold increase, extending the duration of their efforts revealed a significant enhancement in efficiency. The forest rustled with life, and the sculpture of the lily root doll radiated vitality. Keitai pondered that his knowledge could transform this woodland into a flourishing paradise. Coupled with the lily root doll stone carving, it could facilitate the continuous growth of trees, allowing for the repeated restoration of this forest. Traditionally, a crucial aspect of lumbering is the frequent rotation of harvesting sites. Persistent exploitation of a single area adversely affects tree growth, leading to overharvesting, which damages and fragments the forest ecosystem. However, given the Pokémon world's inherent regenerative capabilities, such ordinary harvesting would likely have little impact on tree growth. Near the town of Ilex in the Johto region, there exists a renowned charcoal shop, famed for its green onion ducks. The charcoal artisans venture into the oak groves dedicated to the deity Tabi, harvesting premium timber that ensures clean water and fresh air. Truly remarkable. The charcoal shop's narrative is also reflected in the game, where one can witness the pursuit of the green onion ducks. Speaking of which, I have recently burned considerable wood. While my charcoal production may not rival that of the green onion duck charcoal shop, it should grant me mastery over crafts related to burning or flames. As Keitai and the dual sword sheaths ventured deeper into the forest, a green-hued Pokémon reappeared beside the wooden sculpture of the lily root doll, having been observing from the shadows. She emanated a bright glow, curiously uprooting the sculpture from the ground to examine it repeatedly. Could it truly enable trees to regrow? She blinked, her eyes widening with intense curiosity. That human is truly remarkable. In the Johto region, in the town of Ilex, Daigo promptly discovered the latest news from the workshop and hurriedly opened it, only to find that the new arrivals consisted merely of small sculptures. Although these stone carvings were accompanied by notes indicating some special effects, they appeared to be little more than a ruse. Indeed, based on the intelligence gathered thus far, it was clear that the craftsman's ancestral skill was indeed carving. Daigo paid a visit to Mr. Steele, a champion from the Hoenn region, with whom he was not particularly familiar. However, upon hearing Daigo inquire about a certain craftsman, Mr. Steele immediately understood the purpose of his visit. Oh, it's him, Mr. Steele mused. The last time Eevee approached me regarding these matters, I never imagined that even the champion of Hoenn would seek him out. Mr. Steele found it curious. In his recollection, Kotai's skills had never been particularly renowned, merely the work of an ordinary craftsman. Furthermore, Eevee and the others had inquired about stones rather than the craftsman himself. When did that lad transition into a material merchant? Nonetheless, it was a positive development that he was gaining attention, perhaps in time. These individuals would become familiar with him and frequently patronize his shop. Often, a craftsman's income relies heavily on the loyalty of old customers in the absence of fame or unique skills. Mr. Steele reminisced about how Kotai's family had excelled in carving techniques, adept at both wood and stone sculptures. This craft had originated from the Johto region, but they later relocated to the distant Sinnoh region for development. Several years ago, he learned of Kotai's father's passing, and his current whereabouts were uncertain. Though rumors suggested he had returned to a village near Johto, Mr. Steele reflected that it was quite normal for craftsmen to seek opportunities in other regions. The Johto area also boasted renowned sculptors, such as the esteemed ice sculptor Liu Bo from Kagayaki Town. To compete with Liu Bo in the field of sculpture was akin to chasing a fanciful dream. Conveniently, the Sinnoh region was fervently passionate about various sculptural arts, making it a sensible choice for Kotai's pursuits. Thank you for your insights, Daigo expressed, having acquired the information he sought. He then departed from Mr. Steele's residence, making his way to the Hinoki gym to meet with its leader, Eevee. After Daigo left, Mr. Steele, driven by curiosity, decided to check out Kotai's workshop online store, eager to ascertain the current state of Kotai's skills. Yet, his disinterest in digital content left him at a loss, prompting him to enlist the help of his granddaughter. Chiharu, please assist your grandfather in following this online store. I'm not adept at navigating it. Chapter 41, Daigo's Purchase, Inventory Depletion. Meanwhile, at the Hinoki gym, it was Eevee's first encounter with Daigo, and he appeared rather apprehensive. When Daigo inquired about locating Kotai, Eevee could only scratch his head, feeling somewhat helpless. I'm not quite sure where he is. I believe he is somewhere near a village in Johto. The package was sent from the Yenin city. Daigo felt somewhat exasperated, yet he considered that he had experienced similar situations himself. For instance, not long ago, someone had struggled to find him while delivering a message, even as he was busy mining stones in the stone cave, completely unaware of the happenings outside. Oh, the self I once was must have caused quite the disturbance to everyone. Now, I too have experienced the disorienting sensation of searching for someone and finding no trace. Truly, what a difference time makes. Artisans venture into the wild to gather rare materials, a pursuit I can entirely comprehend, for I have indulged in such endeavors myself. Daigo smiled. Although he could not procure the artisan's address from Eevee, he had at least acquired a new lead, the city of Yinma. If it were a delivery, it surely originated from the Pokémon Center. Thus locating the corresponding postal worker or the Pokémon responsible for the parcel would unveil the sender's whereabouts. However, time was not on his side. Days had slipped by while he investigated in the Johto region, and he must hasten to the Kanto region to attend the fossil exhibition at the Deep Gray City Science Museum. Simultaneously, Daigo refrained from suggesting to Eevee the purchase of the evolutionary stone, opting instead to examine it in his hand for a moment. It was indeed an extraordinary stone. Even as a non-Pokémon, I could sense an enigmatic energy pulsating within it. Is that so? Eevee pondered incredulously, to which Daigo nodded with a smile, responding, I often excavate various stones in the wild and caves, and I possess several rock-type Pokémon, thus my sensitivity to stones is quite keen. After a moment of contemplation, Eevee recalled the artisan's words, stating that this stone had undergone further refinement, making it superior to typical stones of its kind, capable of stimulating a Pokémon's potential over an extended period. Superior to similar stones? Daigo's perceptive mind caught the peculiarity in that statement. Without a point of comparison, such a claim could not be made. The artisan's words were precise. If there was such a comparison, it implied that the artisan had encountered a standard, previously utilized evolutionary stone elsewhere. It seemed that such stones might indeed exist in other regions, and he had previously worked in the Sinnoh region, renowned for its famous excavation site, the underground passage. Daigo's imagination ran wild, speculating that the underground passage in Sinnoh likely housed another evolutionary stone. This revelation filled him with both joy and excitement. Yet as the champion of Hoenn, he knew that spending too much time in Sinnoh would be detrimental. He would be unable to respond to pressing matters in a timely manner. Perhaps it would be best to pass the championship to Macaulay. But that fellow was preoccupied with participating in the grand festival, claiming he had no time. He seemed to mention something about the Macaulay Cup being held in Sinnoh, which would allow him to assist in excavating stones. Could he truly refuse such a sincere plea from a friend? Daigo resolved to meticulously arrange his champion duties before venturing to other regions, though the thought of the Hoenn Elite Four, all of whom were quite the rascals, inevitably gave him pause. Why is it that there seem to be no diligent individuals in our region, particularly those who don spectacles, engage in daily reading, and tirelessly work overtime? Thank you. I believe I have acquired some valuable information. Daigo expressed his gratitude to Eevee, returning the evolution stone to him, though Eevee appeared somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, Daigo proposed a battle with Eevee. What? Me, against the champion? Eevee was taken aback. Although he had become the gym leader of the Johto region at a remarkably young age, he felt he lacked the prowess to contend with a champion. Daigo, however, insisted. This is to witness the power of the evolution stone firsthand. I implore you to engage in a Pokémon battle with me. Meanwhile, Daigo lowered his head, glancing at the online store page displayed on his device. After a moment of contemplation, he proceeded to place an order. Perhaps these sculptures were crafted from some unique stones, inscribed with exceptional effects. Daigo purchased the sculpture of Kadora, swiftly depleting the entire stock. As for the delivery location, I apologize, Eevee. Could you assist me in receiving the package? Naturally, aside from Daigo. The professors who had previously monitored the travel workshop also took note of the new updates regarding the sculptures. However, most of them lacked expertise in sculpture, as stone masonry and woodcraft were not their research domains. Yet, the inscriptions indicating special enhancement effects piqued their skepticism. Among them, Professor K. Moku spotted the sculpture of Arceus and noted the effects described, with a stock count of 3. It can enable Pokémon hatched from eggs to grow even stronger? How could such a sculpture possess this ability? He mused. By the way, I have never seen a Pokémon resembling this. Could it be from another region? But why is it labeled as an unknown Pokémon? Oh, perhaps it is an original artistic representation of a Pokémon. Adjusting his glasses, Professor K. Moku initially found the effects to defy common sense and contradict scientific understanding. Soon, however, he recalled the various relics discovered in ruins, often containing elements that transcended common knowledge and defied contemporary scientific theories. Ultimately, what is deemed common knowledge is merely a summation of existing phenomena. Certain things cannot be believed to exist without first-hand experience. Furthermore, the form of this sculpture depicted a Pokémon he had never encountered. As a specialist in Pokémon breeding, Professor K. Moku harbored a desire to acquire a sculpture to examine further, but upon seeing the price, he hesitated. Despite being a leading researcher in the Johto region, the cost of 100,000 seemed daunting, not because it was exorbitant, but because he pondered whether this purchase would be considered personal or charged to research funds. Moreover, he felt that the cost-effectiveness appeared lacking, especially since the sculpture was described as only the size of a palm. Regarding the imagery, Dr. Kumo believes this is merely a quaint hobby of the workshop artisans, who have created an original Pokémon as a form of artistic expression. In truth, many artists and sculptors engage in such practices. Why has the inventory dwindled? Dr. Kumo was refreshing the shop interface on his computer, only to suddenly notice that the total stock had decreased from 3 to 2. Has someone made a purchase? Should he indulge in the notion of being deceived and give it a try? If it indeed pertains to Pokémon breeding groups, this would constitute significant research material. Oh dear, the stock has now dwindled to 1. Who could be making the purchase? Clenching his teeth, Dr. Kumo ultimately pressed the order button. Is this the workshop in question? They speak of stones related to evolution, yet all I see are sculptures. In the Sinnoh region, in the town of Shinsha, resides Dr. Yamanashi, a prominent researcher dedicated to the study of Pokémon evolution. His appearance suggests he is even older than Professor Oak, with his hair a stark white and a rugged beard to match, always clad in an overcoat of white or brown, beneath which he dons a blue vest and long-sleeved shirt. Upon receiving news from Professor Oak, Dr. Yamanashi took the matter very seriously, for such peculiar stones linked to evolution could greatly aid his research. However, upon investigating the workshop, he discovered that it lacked the evolutionary stones he sought. After patiently waiting several days, he was dismayed to find that the newly added products were merely sculptures. Nevertheless, one particular Pokémon sculpture caught Dr. Yamanashi's attention. Despite his unfamiliarity with the creature, it bore a striking resemblance to the Sinnoh region's aesthetics, evoking shadows of Dialga or Palkia. The sculpture was labeled as an unknown Pokémon. Its appearance, as depicted in the photograph, resembled something that had just been excavated from ancient ruins. If this is indeed a craft of antiquity, it is remarkably well executed, so much so that it could easily be mistaken for the genuine article. Or perhaps it truly is authentic. Could the proprietor of this shop be a Tomb Raider? Dr. Yamanashi's mind wandered with baseless conjectures. Yet the existence of this unique Pokémon piqued his interest. The sculpture came with a special introduction page, claiming it possessed unique abilities. Albeit the assertion that it could teach Pokémon moves learned post-evolution was somewhat peculiar. Of course, some Pokémon exhibit extraordinary talents, as Dr. Yamanashi has studied. Certain exceptionally gifted Pokémon can indeed learn moves associated with their evolved forms prior to evolution, such as Riolu, which has a small probability of mastering Aura Sphere before evolving. Riolu resembles a small blue humanoid dog, known as the Ripple Pokémon, and, as its classification suggests, it cannot harness the power of Aura before evolution, merely sensing ripples. However, exceptionally gifted Riolu may wield the strength of Aura even in its pre-evolved state. This phenomenon is indeed a remarkable aspect related to Pokémon. What fundamentally distinguishes evolved Pokémon from their unevolved counterparts? Are those Pokémon that lack evolutionary forms regarded as complete entities in their own right? Yet, there have been instances where Pokémon previously deemed non-evolving suddenly gained the ability to evolve following the emergence of new items, such as Electabuzz and Psyduck. This serves as the true motivation behind Dr. Yamanashi's acquisition of the Arceus statue. If the statue's purported capabilities are genuine, it may be considered a unique artifact for studying evolution. Moreover, items that impart moves have existed since time immemorial. They are not particularly extraordinary. Akin to modern technological innovations like move tutors. How fascinating is that? Has the inventory dwindled to just one? Who is purchasing these items? Alas, despite the cost. I shall proceed with the order. 20, indeed. Once acquired, I should inform Julienne, for she possesses extensive knowledge regarding such artifacts. Chapter 42. Who is purchasing these statues? After acquiring the Arceus statue, Dr. Yamanashi also ordered a Magcargo statue, which is described as capable of warming its surroundings. Functioning similarly to a fireplace without flames, a rather practical feature. Surely, the statue contains a heating mechanism. This effect resembles the natural characteristics of Magcargo. In areas where they congregate, the ground temperature rises. In frigid regions, some individuals keep Magcargo to allow them to move within their fireplaces, thereby heating their entire homes. Is it truly impossible to deliver directly? Must it be transported from Johto to Kanto, and then to Sinnoh, incurring rather steep shipping fees? Dr. Yamanashi pondered while re-examining the functional descriptions of other statues. The Magcargo statue's function is to provide warmth. The Charizard statue enhances the intensity of flames. Scyther's statue amplifies the force of slicing attacks. Charmander's statue generates scorching air. Dragonite's statue protects against status ailments. Natural Bird can foretell one event each day. The Snorlax statue's function is to soothe external forces and calm the mind. Soothe external forces? What does that imply? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Could this shop's merchandise be fraudulent? If these items prove ineffective, I shall lodge a complaint against Professor Oak for directing me to such a peculiar establishment. If I am deceived out of my money, it will be entirely Oak's fault. That is a significant sum, 20. What about Jengar and Duskull? Why has the Duskull statue been taken down? The item is no longer available? In the Sinnoh region, within the battle castle, a young butler clad in a formal tailcoat and purple trousers, his hair slicked back in an unusual style, gazes intently at the screen of a Poké gear. It displays an antiquated Snorlax statue, which is said to have a minor calming effect on the mind. Could the sculptor of this statue have been a psychic? He is one of the guardians of the battle frontier, serving as the steward of the battleground castle, a man known as Sherlon. The true master of this battle castle, whom he serves, is a young girl named Jadelia. She possesses formidable supernatural abilities and, in truth, should be regarded as the genuine mastermind of the frontier. However, when Jadelia's emotions become heightened, her immense powers can spiral out of control, leading to chaos. Thus, she is prohibited from engaging in combat. Nevertheless, the young girl gradually comes to recognize her own immaturity and resolves to transform herself. After a period of training and self-refinement, she is poised to embark on a journey to the distant Union, where she is certain to achieve extraordinary feats. Perhaps, within just a few months, one will hear of the young lady's rising fame in that land. In an effort to expedite the young lady's mastery of her latent powers, Sherlon, as the omnipotent steward, began searching online. He soon discovered the Traveler's Workshop through a webpage on the Poké device. If this statue truly possesses the ability to calm turbulent spirits, it may also quell her powers rampage, allowing her to gain greater control over her abilities. Thus, he resolved to present this statue as a parting gift for the young lady. In the city of Yuanzhou within the Kanto region, although it was a peculiar workshop recommended by Dr. Kongmu, with its strange creator and remarkably potent talismans, Matsuba felt the spiritual energy emanating from the talismans was vastly different from his own cultivated power. Such extraordinary energy seemed to originate from another realm, akin to the essence of the spirit world. The craftsman who created these talismans was a powerful practitioner, a shaman of sorts, who had attained unique abilities through rigorous spiritual training. Matsuba took pride in his clairvoyance, which allowed him to perceive the visions his clients wished to see, regardless of the distance between them. Matsuba was also in pursuit of the Phoenix King. Initially, Dr. Komu had recommended this shop to him, hoping he would investigate the items there, marking a formal commission. However, upon acquiring these talismans, Matsuba realized that there was a significant disparity between his spiritual energy and that of the creator. This gap was not merely in the total amount of energy, but rather in the methods of its application and its origins. His powers were acquired through diligent training. While the artisan who fashioned these talismans might possess innate spiritual abilities, such individuals do exist. Whether it be Matsuba or other renowned spiritual practitioners, such as Fuyuan's Four Kings, including Furong, who gained her formidable powers through training on the sacred Sending Mountain. There are also those who, having returned from the brink of death, suddenly find themselves capable of perceiving spirits. This phenomenon arises from a calling from the spirit realm, granting them their abilities. Innate spiritual practitioners are exceedingly rare, yet when they do emerge, they display extraordinary talents in their spiritual gifts. Sonia exhaled gently, acknowledging the significant benefits these talismans had imparted upon his cultivation, including the cursed talismans. He had even verified their efficacy with Gingawe, deeming them remarkably potent. Concurrently, those gathered at the Yuanju dojo, shamans, prayer practitioners, and mediums, expressed unanimous admiration for these talismans. Perhaps it would be prudent to invite that craftsman to Yuanju City, he mused. Yet, once this thought arose, it proved difficult to suppress. However, the question remained. Should he invite the craftsman to share his insights on cultivation or request him to create a batch of talismans on site? Such actions seemed rather impolite. I ought to prepare some gifts. Perhaps I could share my reflections on spiritual cultivation with him. Looking at his Pokémon, whether it be Mengyao or Gingawe, it was evident they were quite fond of these talismans. These unique talismans had the ability to enhance their ghostly energies, making them particularly suitable for nurturing ghost-type Pokémon. Moreover, Gingawe had discerned that these talismans contained attribute energies from Pokémon previously unseen. Consequently, Sonia employed his clairvoyance once more, not to spy upon Guanghai, but to seek out that elusive Pokémon. Ultimately, he encountered a Pokémon resembling a sword, vibrant and lively, unlike any he had ever seen before. Through his clairvoyant vision, it was apparent that this Pokémon shared a profound bond with its trainer. With its innate and formidable spiritual energy, Sonia speculated that if this were indeed the case, he might even encounter the legendary Ho-Oh. Reflecting on the ancient legends of Yuanju City, he recognized that even his rigorous training served as a means to realize a fragment of this age-old tale. For generations, the people of Yuanju City had revered Pokémon as deities, and it was said that legendary Pokémon would descend before trainers of true prowess. Having always believed in this enchanting legend, he had embarked upon secretive and arduous training since birth. In his heart, Sonia was convinced that the shadow of the individual capable of summoning the legendary Pokémon to this realm was none other than himself. Yet, reality proved different. Despite extensive training, he remained unable to summon Ho-Oh. While aware that he had not been chosen by the legendary Pokémon, he understood this did not signify the end of his journey. Before glimpsing a radiant future, he would persist in his cultivation. This time, perhaps the powerful craftsman possessed such formidable spiritual gifts, along with a unique ghost-type Pokémon. Such inherent strength often bore a certain destiny, a notion that only heightened his anticipation. Chapter 43. A testament to avant-garde art. Initially, I intended to acquire more cursed talismans. Truly, it is frustrating to have others compete with me for the merchandise. Are all those who purchase cursed talismans mediums? In the region of Unova, in the town of Ripple, a woman clad in denim jeans and a work shirt, adorned with feathered accessories and various peculiar ancient pendants, with purple hair and dark skin, was currently perusing the interface of a shop named Light Moss. The talisman page had once again transformed into an unpurchasable interface, causing Lei Hua to irritably tug at her hair, redirecting her gaze towards newly listed items. Is the newly introduced item a sculpture? Indeed, it is a sculpture of a Jengar, with a special effect that enhances the discovery of items hidden in shadowy corners. This could prove quite useful to me during archaeological expeditions to ruins. Some artifacts are concealed too deeply, which has been a source of vexation. Beside Lei Hua, The Jengar that had previously sent a cursed email to Light Moss was also present, fixated on the product interface and pointing at the Jengar sculpture, chuckling merrily. Do you desire this sculpture as well, Jengar? Lehua chuckled softly. Gum. The Jengar raised its hand, its plump body wobbling in eager affirmation. Very well. This item is indeed beneficial for us. However, if there existed a sculptural special effect that allowed one to pass through walls, that would be even more splendid. Lehua imagined this fanciful notion in her mind, then shook her head, dismissing such an unrealistic thought. While tomb raiding is not my aim, the labyrinthine walls encountered during archaeological endeavors can be quite bothersome. Yet, this is part of the thrill of exploring ruins. If such enjoyment were to be lost, the joy of uncovering ancient artifacts would similarly diminish. Alas, I have heard tales of sunken ruins in Unova, for this place is a treasure trove steeped in rich history. Yet, I have seen nothing thus far. Truly, are these merely tedious rumors? The prepared cleansing talismans have proven unusable, and it seems I must embark on my return to Patia, for Unova has been rather unsettled lately, with a group called the Plasma Gang propagating their dull doctrine of nation-building. Speaking of which, if there were a craftsman of items, perhaps they could make significant contributions to the exploration of ruins. This antique sculpture nearly fooled me. Upon first glance, I believed it to be an authentic ancient artifact, only to find the description page declaring it a replica. Can the history of replicas be considered history in its own right? Lehua found herself intrigued by Light Moss. If I purchase in advance and have these sculptures sent to Patia, I shall receive them upon my return. Perhaps this craftsman could offer me more special items in the future, even those ceiling stakes I have read about in ancient texts. If I can uncover these items or inform this craftsman, he would surely find it of great interest. However, I must gather more historical information. For Pokémon, as treasures, have passed through many hands, with human desire and sorcery gradually entwining with them. How were these ancient Patreon legends sealed? What items were used in their sealing? If I could unravel this mystery, surely this craftsman would one day lend me his assistance. If one could ascertain the location of the seal for the Treasure of Calamity, it would be prudent to enlist his assistance in unsealing it. Lehua contemplated this, altered the address, and procured a sculpture of Gingue in the Kanto region on Seven Island. Adu, the dual champion of Kanto and Johto and former Dragon King, engaged in an informal competition with the former Ice-type Elite Four member, Kona. The outcome of this contest was Adu's victory. To an onlooker, this may seem entirely ordinary, for Adu is indeed the champion, while Kona is merely a former title holder. However, Kona, as the participant, holds a different perspective. The dragon type possesses a rather weak resistance to ice, which renders Adu, despite being the strongest in the Quartz Plateau, frequently defeated in battles against his own kind. The Elite Four engage in mutual training to ensure their prowess remains unblemished, yet this occasion was unlike any previous ones. How about this? With my Gyarados carrying the power herb, even if your Lapras employs thunder, it shall not prevail against my Gyarados. This is the bond one share with my dragon Pokémon. Adu's spirits soared, invigorated after acquiring a curious item from an unfamiliar craftsman. Upon conducting a simple experiment and discovering its efficacy, he promptly soared to Seven Island aboard his Dragonite. The former Ice King resigned from his position in the Quartz Plateau to safeguard his homeland, with his role supplanted by a new monarch. For Adu, however, after Kona's departure, and with Chihong also leaving the Quartz Plateau, he felt a sense of unease despite having attained the championship, as if the title had been undeservedly bestowed upon him. The absence of a weakness does not equate to the disappearance of one's vulnerabilities. The dragon type is weak against ice, and Gyarados cannot withstand electric type attacks, both of which are Kona's specialties. Thank you, Kona. My Dragon Legion is no longer afraid of ice and electric moves. The dragon type is the most formidable. Most formidable? Surely it is that peculiar item at play. Kona could not help but scoff, resting his forehead on his hand. While Adu laughed heartily, no? The person who sold me the item claimed that as long as I share a strong bond with my Pokémon, they will not falter. No matter the assault. This is the connection I possess with my Pokémon. Conversely, those lacking such bonds can only endure a single onslaught in dire situations with this item. Adu's mood was exceedingly jubilant, while Kona appeared speechless but soon inquired. If you can procure such curious items, why can't I? Really, what is there to boast about? Moreover, you merely withstood 3 attacks. The first was due to the item, and the subsequent 2 were merely fortunate occurrences. Wouldn't you be defeated on the 4th? And what is the name of the shop? Oh, Kona, are you considering a return to the League? But the Elite Four is already at full capacity. Adu seriously pondered. To rejoin the League, one must defeat a current member of the Elite Four. I have no intention of returning. I am merely an ordinary Pokémon trainer at present. Is it not quite normal to purchase items? Kina waved his hand dismissively. The 7 islands still require my presence. What if Team Rocket resurfaces? I've heard they have yet to disband and continue their activities. Indeed, Edu nodded, subsequently recommending the Luminescent Moss item shop to Kina. What do you think? It is a workshop that sells wondrous items, and it is said that tools crafted there bring unique enhancements to both Pokémon and trainers. Kina appeared puzzled. Who exactly claims that? Edu replied, it is a new member of the Elite Four, who possesses psychic abilities and has purchased a rare item from this very shop, a luminary vessel made of light clay, which can augment the power of psychic-type Pokémon while extending the duration of light screens and reflects. By the way, I must check if the shop has any new arrivals. Oh, statues of Dragonite and Dratini. Edu's eyes lit up as he spotted the description, and without hesitation, he placed an order. Haha, a statue that grants immunity to status conditions. Kina, this means your expertise in freezing opponents will be rendered ineffective. Quite the contrary. My Dragon Legion has no need for such trivial tactics. True combat relies on one's own strength. Fool. Kina suddenly wore a look of exasperation. I could simply ask the craftsman to customize some Pokémon statues for me. They would possess special abilities as well, correct? I noticed in the product description that each statue serves a different purpose and aligns with their respective attributes. If I were to order statues of Lapras, White Sea Lion, and Cloyster, or perhaps acquire some unique items, wouldn't you inevitably lose again? As she spoke, Edu found himself at a loss for words, only able to mutter, surely. They will sell even more useful items there, and I shall still emerge victorious. Kina disregarded Edu's retort and sent an email to Luminescent Moss, just as she had predicted. She observed Edu's transformation after acquiring the items. Such powerful tools were certainly worth her investment as well. In the Paldea region, at Deep Bowl Town, a man with vine-colored curly hair, clad in a burgundy shirt and possessing a gaunt visage, stumbled upon the Luminescent Moss shop while searching for art pieces. The ancient sculptures within captivated him instantly. This man was none other than Kusha, the gym leader of Deep Bowl Town, renowned as a sculptor. However, as this man reveled in excitement, another tall figure with long yellow hair, dressed in a green coat, gray trousers, and adorned with a red bow tie, nodded in agreement. He was Baku, a dragon trainer from the Dragon Clan. Indeed, Eiko, such exquisite antique techniques epitomize avant-garde artistry. Precisely, the allure of vintage art has the power to transport individuals through time, drawing them into a nostalgic atmosphere that captivates many. In contrast to the chaotic nature of contemporary life, the past evokes a sense of simplicity and comfort, creating an illusion of the classic and the eternal. This embodies the profound charm of retro art. What a treasure trove this shop is. Oh, a miniature dragon. This avant-garde piece of art is splendid. I yearn for an in-depth exchange with this craftsman, or rather, this artistic master. There seems to be a spark of inspiration brewing in Ko Sha's eyes. An art exhibition is set to take place in the latter half of this year, and I hope to extend an invitation to this artist. My creativity is surging. The retro style resembles ancient sculptures from bygone eras, shrouded in mystery and wonder. Bajuo, the design of the quick dragon is quite remarkable. Furthermore, the unique functionalities inscribed on these sculptures are truly astonishing. Could these be mere marketing labels affixed by merchants to boost sales? Regardless, acquiring such exquisite art at this price is undeniably worthwhile. In any case, shall we place an order? Let us become acquainted with the artist before extending an invitation. Chapter 44. Acquiring Pine Cones. The hidden grass turtle meanwhile, Guangtai, having gathered sufficient timber, cast his gaze deep into the forest, embarking on a simple exploration with his dual sword sheaths. If one were to assemble the name of the mythical Celebi using symbolic tablets, might it hasten the growth of plants? The power of these tablets is to establish a connection with Pokémon, and it is said that in the forests where Celebi once appeared, the trees flourish abundantly. I shall return to experiment and see if I can expedite the growth of herbs and crops. Moreover, fostering the growth of trees implies a swift restoration of soil fertility. As Guangtai ventured into the forest, he encountered various Pokémon, such as the common Spinarak, Pidgey, and Caterpie. There was a Paras adorned with mushrooms, a Budu hanging from a tree, and a round wizard producing melodious xylophone-like sounds from the treetops. Along the roadside stood a motionless Sunflora, clusters of Shroomish, a Tylo perched upright on its tail, and a drowsy Murkrow. Emerging from a burrow was a Diglett, while a nearby Krogunk stared curiously at Guangtai. Hello, I'm just passing through. Guangtai greeted the Krogunk, which puffed its cheeks and emitted a low croak, fixating its gaze on Guangtai with lifeless eyes. its head slowly rotating like a machine. Continuing deeper into the woods, perhaps there are other terrains to discover. If I delve further, I might follow the tree's guidance into the mythical forest of the northwest, an ancient woodland fraught with peril. I recall a villager mentioning that he once ventured deep within with a bibarel to gather firewood, only to be ambushed by a scyther. However, since our paths do not cross, I am likely safe. Guangtai reflected on the villager's warning, yet he was primarily eager to explore for sturdy minerals. Through diligent effort, Guangtian soon discovered a pink mineral akin to rock salt in its properties. The impurities within the salt vein imparted a rosy or beet red hue to the rock salt, though it was rather difficult to discern beneath the shelter of trees and stones. Rare material, solid mineral. Description: a crystalline mineral beloved by grass and rock-type Pokémon, capable of attracting them to its vicinity. Acquired corresponding crafting recipe for gourmet food. Acquired knowledge. 1. Rapid mining. Mining efficiency 10. If the solid mineral can be classified as rock salt, it should be regarded as a crystalline form of surface rock salt. Guangtian commenced the extraction process and soon returned with a bag full, while also preparing a small pouch for the twin swords. The forest was filled with the whispers of the wind, and as the mining progressed, the traces of nearby Pokémon began to dwindle. Curiously, the Pokémon previously encountered were not particularly formidable, and notably, no walking grass was sighted. Walking grass is ubiquitous within the Pokémon realm, serving as one of the most fundamental and vital creatures in the ecosystem, often found in nearly every locale. Yet, Guangtian had not come across a single specimen along the way. Moreover, fortune did not favor Guangtian, as no fruit-bearing trees were observed, suggesting that this area might not be conducive to the growth of berries, or perhaps the fruits had already been consumed by Pokémon. Trees can indeed bear fruit in less fertile soil, albeit at a slower rate and with fewer yields. Suddenly, Guangtian heard an odd sound. Could it be the territory of a scyther? No, there were no signs of recent cutting. It was said that scyther would fell trees to sharpen their scythes. Before long, Guangtian stumbled upon something extraordinary. A pine cone. A pine cone tree stood not far away, adorned with dark-hued fruits, surrounded by a small patch of grass that rose from the ground like a diminutive platform. The terrain here was rather peculiar, and there was a noticeable distance between the pine cone tree and the surrounding foliage. The presence of the pine cone tree indicated that the soil in this area was exceptionally fertile. Suddenly, a round, ball-like Pokémon rolled into view. It was a Washiwashi Thunderball. Guangtian had not anticipated encountering this Pokémon so soon. However, after hiding behind the trees and observing for a while, no other Thunderballs or the largest, mischievous Washiwashi were found. Meanwhile, this particular Washiwashi Thunderball emitted a series of giggles, followed by an explosion of electrified seeds from atop its head. It rolled about a few times, executing its move, rollout. The rollout collided with the pine cone tree, causing the dark pine cones to fall upon the seeds, after which the Washiwashi Thunderball merrily rolled away. Was that all it did? Just come over to bump into something? It left a rather cheeky impression. This may indeed be a method of sowing. It is said that the composition of the sparkling Thunderball is remarkably similar to that of pine cones, and they merrily disperse seeds through the openings atop their heads. Perhaps, at some unforeseen moment, these seeds will unite with the pine cones, ultimately transforming into an egg. Pokémon eggs always materialize unexpectedly, without any forewarning, and thus far, no one has witnessed the moment of their emergence. However, some Pokémon develop without the necessity of this egg phase. For instance, if the face of a coconut's tree were to fall off, it would evolve into its degenerated form, the egg Pokémon. What a rare and wondrous sight to behold. This could very well be the method of reproduction for the sparkling Thunderball, completing a developmental cycle akin to that of the coconut's tree and the egg Pokémon through the combination of pine cones and seeds. Subsequently, on a seemingly ordinary day, these pine cones might transform into Pokémon. After the sparkling Thunderball rolled away, the luminous moss approached the base of the pine cone tree, collecting all the fallen pine cones and electric seeds. Rare material, black pine cone. Description: a black pine cone with an indescribable fragrance. It serves as a raw material for crafting Pokeballs. Some Pokémon relish its flesh, consuming the interior while leaving behind the hard shell. Crafting knowledge. 1. Pine cone processing technique. In the past, artisans crafting Pokeballs would hollow out and fire the pine cones, placing them within special nets designed to capture Pokémon, resulting in Pokeballs with unique characteristics. Missing, net weaving technique. Craftable, sparkling Pokeball requires gemstone. Shattered iron, brown pine cone. Rare material, Thunderball seeds, from sparkling Thunderball. Description: seeds dispersed by the sparkling thunderball, seemingly parasitic upon the pine cones. They appear to generate electricity when amassed, functioning as natural batteries. Knowledge acquired. 1. Seed mutation. There is a 5 chance that the seeds of the herbs you cultivate may mutate. It turns out that these are not merely electric seeds, but rather a rarer Pokémon material. The population of sparkling Pokémon is likely limited, which accounts for the rarity of their seeds. However, upon dispersal, they do resemble electric seeds, crackling with energy. Most mature pine cones have been knocked down by the sparkling thunderball, leaving the unripe ones unharvestable. It is said that excessive harvesting of pine cones can lead to the death of the pine cone tree. On the ground, many decayed pine cones lie in wait, suggesting that the sowing process of the sparkling thunderball has not been particularly smooth. Even though the climate here resembles that of sparkling, this place is ultimately not sparkling, thus hindering the large-scale emergence of Pokémon in the sparkling form. This may very well explain the scarcity of those thunderballs, as they continuously search for pine cones to augment their kind, perpetually sowing seeds. Due to the capricious nature of the shimmering thunderball, which often discharges electricity in a playful manner, the Pokémon in the vicinity have vacated the area. This is primarily because the presence of the pinecone trees attracts this erratic electric ball. When in high spirits, it releases a surge of accumulated electricity from the hole atop its head, inadvertently shocking nearby individuals and Pokémon. It is said that in ancient villages, people would seal the hole on its head and expel it from the community. Guangtai recalled the entries from the Pokédex he had encountered while gaming, particularly the amusing anecdote of the thunderball being banished from a village. It headed northwest from the trees, a direction likely leading to the habitat of the lily-root dolls. Having gathered a sufficient bounty for the day, Guangtai departed contentedly with his dual swords, noting the route taken and marking nearby trees. However, he voiced a concern. What if the trees had strong regenerative abilities, or if a passing grass-type Pokémon restored the markings to their original state? After a moment of contemplation, the dual swords surveyed the surroundings and spotted several stones. With a flourish, they began to slice through the rocks with precision, crafting a rudimentary stone sculpture. Behold, although the craftsmanship is crude, it possesses a distinct character, ensuring we shall not lose our way. As the duo made their exit, the surrounding bushes rustled softly. A turtle-like Pokémon cautiously peeked out from the foliage, adorned with a peculiar sprout atop its head. Upon observing the departure of the shimmering thunderball and Guangtai, it seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. The grass turtle meticulously surveyed its surroundings, ensuring there were no unwelcome guests before stealthily emerging from the underbrush. Its earthy shell carried an assortment of unusual plants, with vibrant red specimens particularly catching the eye, strong spice and personality mint. It scurried behind the black pinecone tree, quickly digging a small hole before settling into it. Raising the leaves atop its head to perform photosynthesis, the shell on its back blended seamlessly with the surrounding soil as it began to nourish the plants growing upon it, contentedly drifting into rest. Yet, it pondered the frequent visits from the thunderball, feeling somewhat uneasy about whether it should seek a new dwelling. The recent forest environment had become chaotic, filled with mantises, bears, spectral shadows, rolling electric balls, and peculiar rock-digging giants. Suddenly, a mysterious, ethereal laughter echoed in the ears of the grass turtle, startling it into wide-eyed alertness. It raised its head from the hole and looked around, only to be taken aback by the sudden appearance of a grass-green Pokémon beside it. This unfamiliar creature caused the grass turtle to feel a twinge of anxiety. Could this Pokémon be after the plants adorning its back? The verdant Pokémon approached the Turtwig, whispering softly before gesturing toward the direction from which the luminous moss had departed. The Turtwig comprehended the green Pokémon's intent, hesitating as it gazed in that direction, then shook its head. If it were to reside in human territory, the plants upon its back would surely be uprooted. The green Pokémon, however, shook its head in return, indicating that it had seen a plethora of vegetation flourishing on that human land, brimming with vitality. Chapter 45. The visit from Celebi. Upon returning to the workshop with a load of timber, Guangtai was greeted by the sight of over a dozen new orders on the computer, and even more astonishingly, the inventory of sculptures had been entirely cleared. His spirits soared with joy. Furthermore, several individuals had requested custom sculptures, and they were not alone in their desires. The themes, avant-garde art, the great Sharpedo, snow dolls, Pokémon observers, were all quite distinctive. They wished for carvings of Trevenant, Sharpedo, Lapras, Cloyster, Spheal, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. Alas, the remaining relic stones would soon be insufficient. I must search for more remnants. Everything is progressing splendidly. Thank you, Abi. It must be your efforts at promotion that have brought about this success. Indeed. Having a gym leader as a client makes things considerably easier. Whether through active or passive promotion, the merchandise has begun to sell, and sales are on the rise. However, sculptures are delicate items. Yet, even if my sculptures were to sustain damage, they would still function as intended, unless utterly shattered into pieces or rendered unrecognizable. As in the case of a broken head obscuring the original Pokémon form, minor damages, such as a missing hand or a severed tail, are not particularly troublesome, though they may render the piece less aesthetically pleasing. Guangtai has already conducted experiments in this regard, having intentionally damaged one sculpture. Fortunately, the relic stone portion of the sculpture remained reusable, resulting in the loss of only a common stone. Before transportation, Guangtai would, of course, take protective measures. Some stone sculptures are carved in segments and then reassembled, making them easier to transport while reducing the risk of damage. When shipping stone sculptures, it is also advisable to fill the cargo area with ample foam and cotton to ensure stability during transit. Thus, Guangtai applied for large cargo transportation. Although a single stone sculpture is indeed a small item, collectively they constitute a large shipment. However, he lacked foam and cotton on his premises, hence, he needed to procure a batch from elsewhere for packaging the sculptures, which would also streamline his future shipping processes. The Charizard was certainly in for a busy time. The delivery locations included Yuyuet Town, Jingsha Town, the Sinnoh Battle Frontier, Seven Islands, Hinoki Town, and even Deep Bowl Town. Are these orders from the Paldea region? A fresh wave of wild customers has emerged. After contacting the Pokémon Center in Smoking City, K-Tai and the Twin Swords set about processing the wood they had brought back. The Twin Swords once again employed a double-edged Daido strike, cleaving through a portion of the timber, neatly splitting it into firewood. They transported the firewood into the cottage, stacking it in the corners and the storage area. During this process, the Lily Root doll came over to lend a hand, and much to K-Tai's surprise, her petite form seemed to harbor immense strength. She effortlessly carried the firewood atop her head. Although the leaves on her head were flattened, they would return to their original state once she set down the wood. The Lily Root doll twirled her little skirt, expressing that since their last prayer, she had felt invigorated. The enhancement of her attack stat had indeed bolstered her strength. As they finished processing a portion of the firewood, dusk crept in unnoticed. Observing that there was still a considerable amount of wood left on the cart, K-Tai resolved to turn this remaining batch into charcoal. The process of charcoal production is relatively straightforward. However, the simpler a task, the more challenging it becomes to achieve excellence. The distinction between high-quality and low-quality charcoal is readily apparent. Thus, K-Tai needed to make ample preparations. Although it was likely that charcoal could be found in the village, it may not meet her expectations. Furthermore, ordinary charcoal is not a rare commodity. It is merely a common fuel source. With the day already waning, they had no choice but to resume their work the following day. Meanwhile, K-Tai transformed the word in the workshop into Shirabi. A peculiar sensation enveloped both the interior and exterior of the cottage, as if the workshop had come to life. This vibrant energy visibly altered the surrounding flora. Stepping outside, K-Tai was astonished to find that the most significant transformation was not in the herbs or crops, but rather in the fruit trees. Those trees, which had merely sprouted tiny buds, had noticeably grown taller just by changing the word to Shirabi. According to the game's progression, fruit trees typically undergo 7 stages: planting, sprouting, growing, heightening, budding, flowering, and fruiting. However, in the warm, humid environment of Hoenn, the entire process can be completed in just 5 stages. This meant they had jumped directly from the sprouting phase to the growing phase. So that was the effect of the word Shirabi. It caused a leap in the growth stage. K-Tai was quite delighted, and upon inspecting the other herbs and crops, she observed varying degrees of growth, with most having skipped an entire growth stage. Particularly, the rolling beans had nearly reached half a meter in height, necessitating support structures. This was indeed incredibly convenient, drastically reducing the time required for plant growth. The Lily Root doll looked on in disbelief at the unfolding events, utterly perplexed by what K-Tai had done, as the surrounding flora seemed to have leaped an entire growth stage. Her tiny mind could not fathom the current situation. The twin sword scabbard proudly emerged, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the power of a special item," and that peculiar stone tablet was crafted with its assistance. However, this was not mere boasting, but a testament to genuine achievement. The Lily Root doll was momentarily taken aback, her expression transforming into one of delight as she joyfully swayed her leaves. Yet, suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her exuberance began to fade, replaced by a hint of melancholy. With such formidable power at hand, there seemed little need for her to tend to the land. What then would become of the promised labor and the rewards for such toil? The twin sword scabbard noticed her sorrow and gently patted her leaves with its ribbons while casting a glance at the luminous moss. The power of the item is merely transient. Should the words on the stone tablet change, it will lose its potency. A true master of cultivation requires no such tools to nurture plants into robust and flourishing beings. The luminous moss knelt down and caressed the lily root doll's leaves. Do not fret. Simply perform your duties as I have advised. The tablet cannot remain static indefinitely. It serves merely as an aid in cultivating the land, not as the core of your work. The knowledge gained through effort is the true path to strength. Even if this first cultivation were to conclude immediately, there will be a second and third to follow. No power is meant for limitless use. The comforting words of the luminous moss lifted the spirits of the lily root doll, who began to bounce in place, embracing the moss's palm, her mood brightening once more. These next few days will be filled with busyness. Let us all strive together. The luminous moss entered the workshop with a cheerful demeanor, while the twin sword scabbard and the lily root doll exchanged greetings before retreating indoors. The lily root doll continued to revel in her time within the soil. Over the past few days, as surrounding herbs, crops, and even fruits began to sprout and grow, the vitality of this land intensified, especially following the recent events. As the land settled into tranquility, all beings, both human and Pokémon, drifted into slumber. A peculiar Pokémon descended from the rooftop, landing amidst the medicinal fields. Waving towards the forest, a sprout turtle cautiously made its way from the woods to this vibrant land. Wow! The sprout turtle marveled at the rich vitality of the soil. Spotting the lily root doll sleeping not far away, its expression radiating joy. What a splendid place this is. The green-hued Pokémon patted its chest, exuding pride. See, I told you, this land is truly wonderful. I am the deity of the forest. I would never deceive a Pokémon. If you're still worried about being discovered, simply come here every night to bask in the soil. The grass seedling tortoise felt a twinge of embarrassment, believing that this act of encroaching upon the land was rather inappropriate. However, considering the consequences of being discovered, where all the plants adorning its shell would surely be uprooted, it soon relinquished its scruples. It decided that arriving later in the evening and departing early in the morning would suffice to avoid detection. If only the moss were to awaken at that moment, it would find that the Pokémon guiding the grass seedling tortoise, which had suddenly appeared in the medicinal field, was none other than Celebi, the mythical creature revered as the deity of the forest, unique to the Johto region. Celebi's upper body was a soft green, while its lower half was a vibrant grass green. Its head was round and tapered gracefully at the back, resembling an elongated onion. On its back rested a pair of delicate wings, and it boasted green antennae tipped with blue at its forehead, along with light blue eyes framed by prominent black rings. After surveying the surrounding herbs and reassuring the grass seedling tortoise, Celebi observed it hiding in a nearby patch of land. It then employed its psychic abilities to float into the moss's abode, where it encountered an array of peculiar materials and a collection of sculptures displayed on the workbench and beneath the ground. One sculpture depicted Arceus, seemingly gazing at Celebi as if it were playing an ancient melody in its ear. Visions of wondrous scenes danced in Celebi's mind, reminiscent of landscapes that existed long ago on this very earth. As Celebi contemplated those sculptures, they evoked a sense of nostalgia akin to the statues crafted by humans in its honor in times past. In the oak forest, there stood a shrine adorned with sculptures left behind from ages ago. In even more distant, other forests, Celebi had paused, where many had once sculpted in its image. These figures possessed a unique power, much like the statue in the forest that could enrich the trees. Oh, could it be that the original model of that statue was the lily root doll outside? If so, perhaps this individual could assist in restoring the damaged shrine left behind by the ancient inhabitants of the forest. Chapter 46. Celebi's Endeavors. Why were all the crops harvested overnight? When the moss arose the following day, it found the lily root doll in a state of bewilderment amidst the fields, where every cultivated plant had reached maturity and reaped a bountiful harvest. The moss even wondered if it had inadvertently overslept. As if a month had passed in the blink of an eye, the lily root doll has completed a crafting task. Acquired the move, Pollen Puff. The lily root doll has gained knowledge. 1. Harvest time. By cultivating various crops, the lily root doll's overall attributes will grow more easily. Upon seeing this information, the moss couldn't help but glance at the lily root doll. The fact that all attributes would grow more easily equated to an enhancement across the board? The outcome is indeed remarkable, though perhaps it is also a result of the recent unusual events. Meanwhile, the lily root doll remains in a state of excitement, seemingly oblivious to the changes occurring within herself. As she gazes upon the surrounding mature crops, Keitai looks around, and notices a small hole that appears to have been excavated and subsequently filled in. Is this small pit a creation of the Lilyroot doll? Did you dig it? K-Tai tilts her head, her expression filled with confusion. Just as she ponders this, a cheerful voice suddenly calls out, "Shoo!" Perched atop the workshop's roof is a light green Pokémon, joyfully swinging its little feet and gently shaking its head. Watching K-Tai and the other two Pokémon emerge from the wooden cabin, K-Tai can hardly believe her eyes. It's indeed shiny Celebi, the guardian of the forest. Understanding dawns upon her, and she finds herself repeating this revelation. In an elegant display, shiny Celebi rises from the roof of the workshop, flapping its tiny wings with grace, and gracefully flies down to K-Tai, greeting the Lilyroot doll and Doublade. "Shoo! Hello." The Lilyroot doll gazes at shiny Celebi with eyes brimming with admiration. Is it truly this Pokémon that causes all the plants to grow overnight? When will I be able to accomplish such a feat? Meanwhile, Doublade's gaze is fixed on shiny Celebi, seemingly struck by inspiration. This creature must have come from the forest. If that's the case, there's no need to protect the forest environment at all. We could simply chop down a few trees, and they would grow back by the next day. Such a convenient ability. Unbeknownst to Doublade, in its role as a sword, nay, two swords, it has unwittingly adopted the perspective of a lumberjack. The notion that the symbolic slab can establish a connection with the corresponding Pokémon lingers in K-Tai's mind. At that moment, shiny Celebi suddenly zips back to the roof, returning shortly with a wooden sculpture cradled in its hands, seemingly delighted. "Shoo!" K-Tai, surprised, soon realizes. "Do you admire the sculpture I crafted?" Shiny Celebi nods, a smile gracing its face, and then points towards the depths of the forest, circling around K-Tai, indicating that she should follow it into the woods. The keywords shiny Celebi, forest, and sculpture intertwine in K-Tai's thoughts, leading her to a conclusion. However, Doublade has already emitted a series of yup-yup sounds, acting as a translator. So shiny Celebi means that there is a dilapidated shrine in the forest, and it wishes for me to help restore it using my sculpting skills. Moreover, it seeks the ancient technique of carving, correct? K-Tai finally comprehends. The task at hand is to assist in the restoration of the shrine. The shrine of Celebi exists within many forests, suggesting that over a millennium ago, various regions were home to worshippers of Celebi. In the context of the game, Celebi's shrine serves as a significant location for time travel. When it comes to the most renowned shrine of Celebi, it undoubtedly resides in the oak forest of the Johto region. Originally, Mitsu intended to engage in charcoal production today. However, with herbs and crops having been hastened to maturity, a swift harvest is imperative. Celebi seems to have recognized this urgency, offering a slightly awkward smile, as if to acknowledge the disruption caused to Mitsu's plans. "No matter, let us first gather these herbs and crops today. I owe you my gratitude, otherwise it would have taken many more days to harvest these crops, and now my stock is replenished." Mitsu felt no discomfort and completely forgot about the small pit incident, assuring Celebi, "Once I finish here, I will assist you in restoring the shrine." As Mitsu pondered the specifics of the emblematic tablet, it became apparent that the knowledge of actively arranging characters could establish a connection with the corresponding Pokémon. Yet, there remained an unfinished thought. Some Pokémon might also proactively forge a bond with the emblematic tablet. Does this imply that, at times, the tablet may spontaneously arrange characters to form relevant words, akin to how certain Pokémon, like Celebi, possess a connection to their own essence? This connection may not be merely telepathy or explicit communication, but rather a vague prophecy, where the tablet instinctively composes and aligns characters when future Pokémon, potentially linked to it, approach. Such was Mitsu's speculation. Friend, all life encounters other lives, giving birth to new phenomena. For some reason, Mitsu recalled the inscription on the ruins of the Sinnoh region. Indeed, the emblematic tablet is a stone inscribed with unknown totems. Much like the tablet found in the ruins, which also records this phrase, a maxim frequently uttered by the Sinnoh champion, Cynthia. As Mitsu gazed ahead, Celebi had swiftly become acquainted with the Lilligant and the Doublade, and the three Pokémon began harvesting herbs, crops, and berries from the soil. Suddenly, Celebi plucked a berry and offered it to Mitsu, signaling its willingness to assist. "Thank you," Mitsu said, extending a hand, but hesitated momentarily. Celebi, perceiving Mitsu's intent, did not withdraw. Instead, it stepped forward to grasp Mitsu's hand. The sensation of Celebi's touch resembled that of soft grass, so gentle that Mitsu found herself entranced. A tranquil calm enveloped her spirit, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping through leaves, accompanied by the sound of chimes, a soothing melody of healing. Mitsu snapped back to reality. Noticing Celebi's smile, confirming that the Pokémon had just employed its move. The Healing Bell, a melody that alleviates all status ailments of allied Pokémon, resonates with an exquisite comfort. With the assistance of 3 Pokémon, Guangtai swiftly gathered all the medicinal herbs, crops, and berries, stacking them neatly in the workshop. At that moment, due to the extensive harvesting, the entire cultivation process was deemed complete. Guangtai acquired a new piece of knowledge, while the two-sword sheath and the lily root doll gained varying degrees of experience and growth. Harvesting work completed. Knowledge acquired. 1. Enhanced harvest. The efficacy of the cultivated herbs improves, the taste of the crops becomes more delightful, and the energy provided by the berries increases. The two-sword sheath gained experience and growth through work. The lily root doll gained experience and growth through work. Remarkably, Guangtai also discerned information regarding Celebi. Celebi gained experience and growth through work. Even foreign Pokémon could attain growth through deep involvement in tasks, much like the Digletts. Guangtai's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Previously contemplating the idea of exploiting mythical creatures, it unexpectedly materialized. Simultaneously, upon completing the relevant cultivation of the permafrost technique, Guangtai uncovered a clue to a new material. Clue: rare material, oak forest wood. Acquisition location: oak forest. Corresponding craft: unique charcoal-making technique. Celebi sensed a peculiar grass-type energy emanating from the harvested herbs and crops, coalescing within her being. Did she feel herself growing stronger? Extraordinary events often occur unexpectedly, and Celebi knew that this miraculous human before her must have played a role. After the harvest concluded, Guangtai returned to the small cabin and picked up a piece of stone to begin carving. This time, the sculpture was, of course, in the likeness of Celebi. The 3 Pokémon curiously surrounded Guangtai, with Celebi perched on the table, the lily root doll tilting its head beside Guangtai. While the two-sword sheath boasted about Guangtai's remarkable carving skills, both blades competing to outdo each other in flattery, they delighted in their coaxing of Celebi. After a short while, the carving was complete, and Celebi displayed a curious expression, finding the speed of the sculpture somewhat astonishing. Yet, Guangtai understood that such extensive knowledge and craftsmanship were not acquired without effort. It was done. Thoughts surged, coalescing into information. Craft: small ancient statue in the style of the ruins of Shindu. Description: a statue carved in an ancient style, resembling Celebi, which enthusiasts would purchase at a high price. Craft effect 1. Memory retrospection allows Pokémon to recall moves they once could have learned but have inexplicably forgotten. The second function of the artifacts: when forest dwellers traverse the woods, they remain unlost, significantly diminishing the likelihood of wild Pokémon encounters. Chapter 47. A tribute to Celebi. The statue of Celebi possesses a remarkable ability known as Move Recall, granting immunity against Pokémon attacks in the forest, an incredibly practical skill. Light Moss reminisces about the encounters from the time-traveling movie, recalling how Ash and his companions, while accompanied by Celebi into the forest, faced no aggression from Pokémon. In fact, the Pokémon, led by the adorable Teddiursa, willingly guided them through the woods. Revered as the guardian of the forest, Celebi is an object of veneration among all Pokémon, leaving behind unique legends throughout various eras. In the realm of Pokémon, it is rare for a creature to forget the moves it has learned, yet similar instances do occur, such as moves that can be acquired prior to evolution but are no longer accessible thereafter. Celebi, joyfully caressing her statue, feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. Simultaneously, she senses that this sculpture harbors an extraordinary power, one that she cannot fully comprehend, yet it seems to resonate deeply with her. It bears a striking resemblance to the statues carved by ancient humans in her honor. Subsequently, she flits about Light Moss's workshop, poking here and prodding there. She observes some flower pots nurturing moss and reaches out to touch them. Instantly, Light Moss receives a feedback signal. Rare material: Luminous moss. Description: a one-time use radiant moss. If the Pokémon carrying it is struck by a water-type move, its special defense is enhanced. Knowledge gained. 1. Moss Master. Transplanting luminous moss onto stones has a chance to transform the stone into a mossy rock. Celebi has accomplished a crafting task. Reaping experience and growth. Learn move, assist. I have gained something for myself. Light Moss muses quietly. Most names in the Pokémon world are derived from various plants, herself included. Light Moss is a type of moss, and also serves as a battle item. For certain water-weak Pokémon, this glowing moss can effectively bolster their defenses against water-type assaults. If transplanted onto a Pokémon like Onix, perhaps they would no longer fear water. What would such a creature be called? Mossy Onix? An ordinary Onix cloaked in a layer of moss. If this lifestyle were to persist, Might it eventually develop a grass-type affinity? While pondering this, Light Moss completes another crafting endeavor, aided by Celebi. The moss cultivation technique has been achieved, unveiling new material clues. Rare material, sapling of unique trees. Acquisition location, Oak Grove, Evergreen Forest, 100 Generations Forest, White Forest, Interwoven Forest, Slumbering Forest. Corresponding craft, unique tree cultivation technique. Sharabi gazed joyfully at the luminous moss pot, seemingly carefree, with nothing troubling her spirit. Moreover, she had secretly observed the sculptures symbolizing the stone tablet and Arceus the previous night. Sharabi pointed at the glowing moss pot, articulating her desire. After restoring the shrine, she wished to transplant the radiant moss as decoration. Guankai had not anticipated such a request, but it was indeed splendid. The presence of moss would bestow a sense of age and sanctity upon the shrine. Thus, he gave Sharabi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a marvelous idea." Sharabi, placing her hand upon her chest, appeared quite proud. Guankai chuckled, "It seems you are quite pleased with my craftsmanship. Tomorrow, we shall assist you in restoring the shrine, for you have been of great help to me." However, to truly harness the ancient carving and relic sculpting skills, he required ancient rocks or relic stones. As he was nearly depleted of the stones from the Divine City ruins, Guankai scratched his head. Although relic stones were the most accessible, lacking suitable transportation made visiting the Divine City ruins rather inconvenient. Moreover, given the special purpose of that relic, frequent visits would likely lead Grandpa in the mountains and Wang Luo to believe he was merely procuring supplies. Do you know where one might find ancient rocks or relic stones? In response to Guankai's inquiry, Sharabi rested her small hand on her chin, her little head tilting slightly as a glimmer of recollection sparkled in her eyes. Soon, she exclaimed with delight, "Yes, there is a relic. To the northwest of the Divine City Forest lies a collapsed and ruined relic, which is not of considerable importance and contains only some peculiar stones. The cause of its collapse appears to be a Pokémon battle. That relic has been in ruins for quite some time." Sharabi elaborated on the condition of the relic, while the twin swords nearby translated with joyful sounds. And the Lily Cove doll shook its leaves, pondering how to combat those thunderbolts should they return to the forest. In the Divine City Forest, powerful Pokémon delineate their territories, and intrusions often lead to conflicts. Thus, it is not unusual for a hapless relic to suffer damage in such battles. As for ancient rocks, Guankai was uncertain what precisely constituted as such. Was it defined from a geological perspective? If so, the criteria for being termed ancient could encompass a plethora. After all, rocks 1,000 years old could be deemed ancient, but what of those aged 1 billion years? Nonetheless, the world of Pokémon does not seem to have existed for such a lengthy duration. In any case, let us explore the relic tomorrow. With Sharabi's sculpture in mind, Guankai felt assured venturing deeper into the forest, knowing that wild Pokémon would not assail him, which was far more effective than the charm of cleanliness. The symbol of purity can repel weaker Pokémon, yet it loses its efficacy against those that are stronger and of a higher level. At this moment, Celebi suddenly exclaimed, "Why? The Ilex forest has seen many Pokémon becoming restless lately, departing from their habitats." "Oh, is that so?" Kodo thought of the incident involving the Scyther in the village, while Celebi proudly patted its chest, exuding an air of confidence. "Time, BB Celebi. No worries, just follow me inside, and those Pokémon will not harm us." With its head held high and chest puffed out, this Celebi differed notably from the one Kodo recalled from the animation. Could this Celebi's temperament be one of arrogance or boldness? Kodo offered a Pecha berry to Celebi, who happily accepted and began to eat it with delight, showing no sign of displeasure. However, when Kodo presented a Figgy berry, Celebi shook its head. The Figgy berry, which restores 1/3 of maximum health, could confuse Pokémon that dislike spicy flavors. Ah, so it is bold by nature. No wonder it approached Kodo. Typically, such mythical beings shy away from human contact, but a bold Pokémon tends to embrace new experiences. At this moment, Celebi flew onto the workbench, munching on the Pecha berry while playfully poking Kodo with its toes. "Is there any other material you require?" After consulting the translation from the dual blades, Kodo pondered, "Could you provide me with a sapling from the Ilex forest?" In the Johto region, the finest timber comes from the Ilex forest. Kodo had felled numerous trees from the outskirts of the Ilex forest without triggering any crafting. Thus, he wished to cultivate a tree from the Ilex forest to uncover its unique qualities. Even the charcoal produced from Ilex would possess his remarkable and extraordinary effects. Now was the perfect moment to utilize the craftsmanship he had acquired. A sapling from the Ilex forest? Absolutely no problem. Celebi once again patted its chest, affirming its capability. Although the Celebi worshipped in the Ilex forest was not the same as this one, All Celebi can traverse time through shrines in various locations. Hence it was not an issue. As it spoke, it swiftly flew outside, and under the watchful gaze of Kodo and the two Pokémon, performed a time leap. The radiant glow of time and space ebbed and flowed, and before long, it returned. Using telekinesis to delicately place a sapling from the Ilex forest right in front of Kodo. Time. Celebi smiled brightly, then proudly raised its head. Isn't time travel impressive? I can leap directly from here to the Ilex forest and return with a sapling in no time. Since the Ilex forest also has a shrine, I can easily traverse through it. Truly, truly remarkable. Although I have encountered it countless times in the game, the sensation of witnessing it firsthand remains unparalleled. Thus my praise for this oak seedling is sincere. Moreover, Shirabi has grown prouder. Upon contacting the oak sapling, a surge of information flooded my mind. Rare material, oak sapling. Description: a unique oak sapling found in the oak grove. Although the entire grove consists of oak trees, such trees are not found elsewhere. Once the sapling matures into an oak tree, it can be used to produce the finest charcoal within the shadowed areas beneath the oak tree's canopy. Time is perceived as night. Acquisition technique. 2. Unique charcoal production technique. Acquired knowledge for producing superior charcoal. Charcoal made from the wood of the oak grove will possess special effects. Unique sapling cultivation technique. Saplings obtained from specific forests can be planted in any area while retaining the unique effects of the original forest. 2 techniques concerning trees, which I had foreseen when uncovering the clues earlier. To think it could be this way. I had previously discovered that both material clues spawned by Shirabi contained options related to the oak grove. It turns out my assumption that one technique corresponds to one material was incorrect. Some materials may correspond to 2 or even more techniques, only requiring a more nuanced triggering method. Nevertheless, even without acquiring the second technique now, venturing into other forests will still yield it. Techniques do not vanish, nor do materials. I initially thought today's workload would be lighter, but it seems it will increase. Chapter 48. The enigmatic tree juice rolling up her sleeves. I prepared to immerse myself in work. Harvesting medicinal herbs requires processing them into traditional medicine, thus enabling me to acquire new materials through the herbal techniques. Regarding the cultivation of saplings, I first chose a hillside to plant the sapling, and upon completing the initial planting, Shirabi confidently patted her chest, assuring me that everything was under control. This oak sapling was planted on a hillside not far from the workshop, and Shirabi utilized her abilities to make the sapling grow at an astonishing pace, undergoing a series of stages such as heightening and thickening, until soon a towering tree sprang forth. I watched this incredible scene, while Shirabi fluttered over, her face alight with joy, eager for praise. You are truly remarkable. Naturally, I did not hold back my compliments. Such a grand tree will suffice for me to produce unique charcoal. Furthermore, I can carve even more powerful wooden sculptures from the oak grove's timber, and where there is one, there can be 2. Although a single tree cannot make a forest. Who says Shirabi cannot procure a second oak sapling? Perhaps once I acquire a plethora of unique saplings, I shall plant them in various locations near the workshop, thereby creating a distinctive landscape reminiscent of an all-encompassing forest. This forest, a tapestry woven from diverse regions, would be adorned with peculiar trees embodying different abilities and characteristics, all coexisting in one place. Just contemplating such a scene invigorates the moss. However, the transplantation of certain unique tree species to other areas might lead to an invasive encroachment on the arboreal level, disrupting the local ecological balance. Therefore, even if cultivation is pursued, one must exercise restraint in transplantation. Yet, as I gaze upon the vast and profound Divine City forest in the distance, I cannot help but wonder, does such an immense woodland truly concern itself with the invasion of foreign trees? The sheer number of towering trees within the Divine City forest is incalculable. One might speculate that any invading species would be swiftly consumed. Moreover, the gophers gnaw at the roots and stems of the trees, seemingly indifferent to which species they devour. This too serves as a form of ecological control. After completing the cultivation, I instructed the twin sword sheaths to fell and gather branches from a colossal oak tree, meticulously arranging the firewood while enlisting the help of the lily root doll to concoct traditional medicine. Celebi observed the swordplay, marveling at the skillful execution of the dual sword sheaths as they practiced their technique while felling trees, eliciting a gasp of admiration. However, the intricacies of such swordsmanship eluded her understanding, prompting her to swiftly retreat to the workshop entrance. Celebi floated gracefully in midair. Her curiosity piqued as she watched me prepare the medicinal concoction. The lily root doll swayed its leafy crown. I plucked one of the leaves and began the drying process in conjunction with the other herbs I had previously gathered. Utilizing the radiant sun, I commanded the lily root doll, which shook its head in compliance. Even when its leaves were harvested, they would regenerate swiftly, provided it was sufficiently nourished. The lily root doll employed the sun's brilliance. The intense sunlight bathed the herbs, adhering to the most traditional method of drying, harnessing solar energy to extract moisture from the medicinal parts and render them desiccated. Yet, this method is not universally applicable. Certain fruit-like medicinal materials necessitate a drying technique, while others cannot endure sunlight without a reduction in their medicinal properties, thus requiring a shaded drying method. Adapting to local conditions, I employed heat sources such as heated beds, firewalls, or the direct combustion of agricultural residue, branches, and firewood to achieve rapid drying. For succulent fruit-like medicinal materials, temperatures between 70 to 90 degrees Celsius can expedite the drying process, preserving the nutritional integrity of the fruits. I vaguely recall that more advanced herbal medicines can incorporate spores to enhance their medicinal effects, akin to the Pokémon that utilize mushroom spores, which play a significant role in the creation of traditional medicine. Additionally, materials derived from certain Pokémon, such as the toxin of the bad frog or the spines of the sea spike dragon, are also viable for medicinal purposes. This is certainly worth exploring in the future. Sharabi gazed intently at the drying herbs on one side, and the dual sword scabbard swiftly chopping wood on the other. Time passed rapidly, and in approximately an hour and a half, the herbs on Guangtai's side were nearly dried. With the assistance of Pokémon, the process was remarkably swift. The first batch of herbs was ready, and it was time to commence the grinding. Guangtai transported the dried herbs into the alchemical workshop, prepared the grinding tools, and began the processing. Before long, traditional medicine was produced. Crafting process completed. Acquired. Unique quality traditional medicine. Description and effect through your distinctive processing. It significantly restores a Pokémon's vitality, but the taste has become more bitter, which may reduce the Pokémon's friendliness. However, if administered to a Pokémon that enjoys bitter flavors, it will not only maintain its intimacy, but may even enhance it. Knowledge acquired. 1 potion compatibility. Pairing the herbs or traditional medicine with corresponding fruit juices will yield varying flavors, enhancing the bond with Pokémon and strengthening their vitality. Guangtai mused. In that case, I need not worry about the traditional medicine diminishing friendliness. Traditional medicine juice? It sounds somewhat unpalatable. Is it truly delightful? Following this was the craft reward from the Lily Root doll. The Lily Root doll has aided you in completing a task, resulting in experience and growth. Knowledge acquired. Herb cultivation efficiency 5. New move learned. Grass slide. The Lily Root doll sensed her transformation. She spun around on the ground and then slid away. Grass slide. Where she glided, a burst of green grass-type energy emerged, seemingly forming a meadow. However, due to the small size of the room, she quickly collided with the wall, leaving her dizzy. Sharabi promptly descended, smiling as he supported her. Be cautious when using new moves. Guangtai shook his head. Subsequently, a new random material clue emerged. Clue. Material, soft sand. Acquisition location, Rocky Mountain Ruins, Smoke Ink City, Cave Depths, Natural Sand Dune, Anger Lake Shore, Shallow Blue Beach. Corresponding craft, unique glass-making technique. Soft sand that can enhance ground-type power. Glass-making. It seems the forge can be frequently utilized in the future. I've heard that glass art pieces sell remarkably well in the Kanto region. Guangtai retrieved a juicer from the cabinet, which resembled a sea dragon. He placed the harvested fruits inside to extract juice, then combined it with the freshly ground traditional medicine based on the knowledge in his mind. Soon, he prepared 4 servings of juice. Well then, would you like to give it a try? The dual sword sheaths have returned, and Guangtai has placed juice before the 3 Pokémon, also taking a portion for himself. Rest assured, I did not use the bitter fruit juice. The orange fruit is a fine medicinal herb, healing grass. The cranberry fruit is an excellent medicinal herb, vitality bud. The zero residue fruit is a remarkable medicinal herb, royal leaf. The first to approach the juice was the Lily Root doll, whose method of drinking was rather unconventional. She simply dipped the leaf atop her head into the cup, quickly absorbing the cranberry medicine. A look of delight instantly spread across her face. Wow, this is delicious. The cranberry fruit possesses a subtle spiciness, and the added medicinal components include vitality bud, which can alleviate certain abnormal states upon consumption. Upon witnessing the Lily Root doll's joy, Sharabi decided to imitate her, albeit in a more conventional manner. As expected, Sharabi too displayed a look of surprise. She was savoring the cup containing the orange fruit medicinal herb, healing grass. The orange fruit offers a medley of flavors, and, when combined with Healing Grass, significantly restores a Pokémon's vitality. The last cup was prepared for the dual sword sheaths. However, their approach to drinking appeared somewhat intimidating. The two red ribbons brushed against the cup's wall, competing with one another, while the water within was gradually absorbed by ghostly energy. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! The eyes of the dual sword sheaths widened. This tastes splendid. Naturally, this concoction was enhanced with royal leaf, known as the king of herbs, capable of alleviating Pokémon fatigue and increasing the limits of their abilities. Guangtai also sipped from the fourth cup of medicinal juice, a blend of the 1UF fruit, resurrection grass, and peach fruit infused with royal leaf. The flavor was remarkably intriguing, a fusion of bitterness, sweetness, and sourness, resulting in a mysterious elixir. Its effect was to fully restore the HP of a Pokémon on the brink of death and to bolster the vitality of the consumer. Guangtai felt his fatigue dissipating, a surge of vibrant life energy flooding into his being. Thinking aloud, if he mastered the true art of fruit juice concoction, could he not create a nutritious beverage? A nutritious drink, indeed, serves as various enhancers. The three Pokémon exchanged their juices, later fixating on Guangtai's final portion. They gathered around him eagerly. Celebi perched on Guangtai's lap. The dual sword sheaths floated nearby, and the lily root doll stood on his left shoulder, continuously voicing their requests. All right. I will prepare more. Guangtai relented, as Celebi took the juice from his hand, while the lily root doll and dual sword sheaths sampled it as well, soon emitting contented sounds of satisfaction. Rising, Guangtai retrieved his notebook and began to document his observations. Celebi, a Pokémon from the Divine Forest. Ability, Nature's Blessing. Bold temperament. We encountered one another at the entrance of an abandoned workshop. Dislikes spicy flavors. In a quaint little cottage, nestled in an inconspicuous corner behind an antique pendulum. An enigmatic totem observed enviously as Pokémon interacted with glowing moss. Once a resident of this very abode, the totem felt an undeniable connection to this space, recalling its past as a cherished home. However, after a previous mishap, it had not dared to reveal itself, watching with longing as the lively group below reveled in joy. The totem resolved to choose an opportune moment to show its face. Unable to withstand the jubilant atmosphere, it sensed a disconnection between the Pokémon's shared joys and sorrows, and with a surge of psychic energy, it transcended the confines of the room. Chapter 49. The Mountain Ruins. The following day, June 27th. When glowing moss awoke from slumber, it discovered an unfamiliar presence resting upon its chest. The gentle form of Celebi lay there, pressing down and making it difficult to breathe. Meanwhile, the dual sword sheaths leaned against the wall at a perfect angle, now transformed into two stable blades. Outside, the lily root doll remained nestled in the soil, unperturbed. The workshop had come alive with activity. Though one of the three Pokémon was not captured by glowing moss, the camaraderie felt even more enriching. Glowing moss gazed at the ceiling, hesitant to move, until Celebi seemed to rouse from its slumber, stretching and arching its tiny feet, producing a delightful sound. Observing Celebi awaken uplifted glowing moss's spirits, though it couldn't help but notice the dark rings around Celebi's eyes, reminiscent of sleep deprivation, an observation best kept to itself. Good morning. Glowing moss greeted, and Celebi fluttered its tiny wings, taking to the air. Only then did glowing moss sit up, but sensing its sluggishness, Celebi flew back to rest atop glowing moss's head, closing its eyes and singing a gentle melody. The enchanting sound resembled distant chimes from the heavens, restoring glowing moss's vitality. Oh, I feel splendid now. Let us have breakfast. After a moment of affection for Celebi, glowing moss made its way to the kitchen. Today's culinary endeavor was to create a unique delicacy. Having acquired the precious Jinjian, or glowing moss had yet to craft food lure balls. And now was the perfect opportunity to showcase this skill. The food lure balls of the Chuan Sui era were essentially a blend of corresponding plants or minerals with lure ingredients, which were rice dumplings or flour dumplings. It occurred to glowing moss that using rice would yield rice balls, while flour would result in steamed buns. With this thought in mind, glowing moss began crafting the lure balls, steaming the rice to form rice balls before incorporating the corresponding Jinjian, or transforming the rice balls into a lovely shade of pink, thus completing the most basic of mineral lure balls. After a moment of contemplation, Guangtai, inspired by the information regarding the lure-making process, decided to incorporate additional elements. Celebi, can you utilize the magical leaves? Guangtai inquired, glancing at Celebi, who was curiously observing the mineral lure and appeared somewhat tempted. Although Celebi did not fully comprehend Guangtai's request, she promptly complied, conjuring several magical leaves. Guangtai blended these leaves into the mineral lure, adding some finely chopped tree fruit as well. Crafting process completed. Crafted food, mineral lure. Effect: a fusion of minerals, magical leaves, tree fruit, and lure ingredients, possessing a strong allure for grass-type and rock-type Pokémon. Incorporating other special crops may yield unique effects. Additional effect: the vigor of grass-type energy will significantly increase for a limited time, promoting the growth of grass-type Pokémon. Knowledge acquired. Your culinary skills enhance the flavor of the food you create. Deliciousness level 15. Is this the creation of the lush lure? Guangtai gazed at the lush lure in her hand and offered it to Celebi, who eagerly accepted and began to savor it. Delicious. Guangtai also stretched her body. And at that moment, the twin blades awakened, leisurely floating from the corner, while outside the window, the leaves of the Lily-root doll swayed and peeked curiously into the room. Everyone had awakened. Guangtai opened the window, bringing the Lily-root doll inside, and proceeded to prepare several more lures. Both the Lily-root doll and the twin blades were overjoyed, especially the Lily-root doll, who felt an invigorating surge of power after consuming the lush lure. Wow! The leaves atop the Lily-root doll seemed to have grown larger. Let us venture into the Divine City Forest today. I must gather all the necessary tools for our expedition. After everyone had enjoyed breakfast, Guangtai began to prepare for their outing. She donned her work attire, slung her materials backpack over her shoulder, and included her carving and maintenance tools, not forgetting to bring the light moss needed by Celebi. Suddenly, Celebi flitted to her sculpture and lifted the small stone carving. Are you bringing this along? Celebi nodded enthusiastically, clearly fond of the sculpture, but then she glanced around and approached the twin blades, whispering something. Shing! The twin blades shook their blades and translated for Guangtai. Celebi wishes to exchange this sculpture for something else valuable. Rabbi, Celebi voiced proudly, expressing her intent. During our time-traveling adventures, we can acquire treasures from different eras. If we can exchange for these items, it should be perfectly acceptable. After all, one should not take without offering something in return. The sculpture of Celebi, if placed within the sacred grove of the forest, would likely transform into a sanctuary akin to a wild Pokémon save point, serving as a reservoir of memories for its abilities. Guangtai chuckled softly, expressing her anticipation for what was to come. Celebi nodded in agreement, proudly lifting its head, assuring Guangtai that the next gift would surely exceed her expectations. Once Guangtai set out with her two Pokémon companions, a Budew approached her. Today there's no one to guard the home. Let us embark together, it exclaimed, its leaves quivering with excitement, fists clenched in delight. It had long awaited this moment, having diligently trained and worked over the past few days, growing immensely stronger and brimming with enthusiasm. However, Guangtai reminded herself that they might not encounter those electric Pokémon this time. Bending down, Guangtai gently stroked Budew's leaves, and together with her three Pokémon, they ventured onto the forest path. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a Turtwig peeked out from the underbrush, gazing enviously at Guangtai and her Pokémon. How wonderful it must be to have companions, it mused. Yet today, it found itself alone, relishing the opportunity to rest in the daylight and perform photosynthesis, allowing the plants upon its back to flourish. Lacking companions, it relied solely on the special grasses around it, gradually growing stronger. Perched atop the workshop's roof, an unknown totem observed the Turtwig, having noted its frequent visits to this area, evidently brought here by Celebi. It appeared that the creature harbored no intentions of disturbing the land, so the totem decided to keep a watchful eye. Celebi led the way, first traversing the outskirts of the previously felled trees before delving deeper into the woods, arriving near the citrus tree where blackberries had been discovered. The path indicated by Celebi began to shift towards the northwest. Ah, is that truly in the direction where that electric Pokémon rolled away? Guangtai pondered, stroking her chin while assessing her gear. In preparation, she produced a bottle of golden spray and a noiseless spray purchased from Wang Luo. The golden spray's effect ensured that weaker wild Pokémon would not appear, while the noiseless spray temporarily muted her footsteps, making it difficult for wild Pokémon to perceive her presence. Budew remained alert, scanning its surroundings with a readiness for battle. After employing the sprays, the results were markedly evident. The surrounding Pokémon seemed to vacate the area. During this process, Guangtai collected various materials dropped by the Pokémon, along with discovering a new mineral. Time passed, and they ventured deeper into the northwestern forest, yet the anticipated battles never materialized. Neither powerful wild Pokémon nor the electric family in their verdant forms made an appearance. Suddenly, Celebi darted ahead, waving its tiny hand. Celebi, here we are, at the ruins. Let us first collect some stones. Before us lies a colossal fallen tree, sprawled in the midst of the forest, surrounded by other crooked trees. As if some event had transpired here. Drawing forth my dual blades, I prepare to execute a series of slashes. Although one would typically employ a quick draw to navigate the obstructing trees, this particular trunk is quite formidable. With a swift motion, I unsheath my swords. Doubling the speed of my slashes, I reconsider the need to cancel, as I observe the dual blades swiftly carving a substantial gap through the timber, allowing me and my 3 Pokémon to proceed. The ancient trees, casting shadows overhead, the deep green shrubs, towering unidentified flora, and the myriad of mosses scattered about, along with the moist soil and rich humus, guide us until we traverse this dimly lit area, whereupon we are greeted by an unexpected brightness. A relatively open space unfolds before my eyes, not of natural origin, but rather an area meticulously cleared by human hands, as the entrance to the ruins stands ajar, adorned with peculiar repair marks. A wall has collapsed, revealing the interior beyond. As I step into the ruins with my 3 Pokémon, an unsettling realization dawns upon me. The patterns on the ground strike a chord of familiarity. They resemble those from. Could this perhaps be the Rock Mountain ruins? Gazing deeper into the ruins, I note that the predominant hue of the temple is earthen, constructed from a mixture of clay bricks and stone. Throughout the ages, the Rock Mountain ruins have been renowned as the slumbering abode of the legendary giant, Regirock, each location possessing its own unique mechanism for entry. Venturing further inside, I find that, akin to other Rock Mountain ruins, there are no extraneous chambers, merely a central hall housing a damaged statue of the giant. Signs of battle mar the surroundings. Suddenly, I find myself momentarily disoriented. The dilapidated ruins before me morph into an illusion, transporting me back to a time when the structure stood pristine. Shaking my head vigorously, the vision dissipates, and a torrent of thoughts and information floods my mind. That fleeting vision was a glimpse into the ancient knowledge gleaned from the earliest inscriptions. My comprehension of all things related to the ruins has surged by 25, revealing the original form of the structure and enabling me to decipher some of its hidden mechanisms and enigmatic texts. With this newfound knowledge, I quickly direct my attention to a corner obstructed by rubble, where I discover an abundance of iron ore along with a light purple stone resting upon the ground. It is an evolution stone. I hasten to retrieve the evolution stone, confirming its authenticity as information automatically blooms in my mind. However, as I have previously acquired an evolution stone, no crafting process is triggered. My dual blades, upon spotting the evolution stone, become animated with excitement. The power returns. The stone of your has resurfaced. Let me refine it for you upon our return. This time, the 2 swords ceased their quarrel, and their spirits lifted with a newfound joy. Shortly after Guanghai and his companions entered the ruins, a colossal flying mantis alighted near the felled giant tree, gazing in astonishment at the massive timber that had been cleaved asunder. A formidable opponent. The mantis sharpened its scythe like appendages, its eyes brimming with vigilance as it detected footprints on the ground. Had humans ventured in from the outside? Such a level of swordsmanship was indeed formidable and posed a significant challenge to its dominion over the surrounding forest. With the presence of the shadowy giant, the bear cloaked in peat, the rocky giant, and now a human capable of felling trees, the nuisances were multiplying. The mere presence of the bear in the external forest had already caused considerable trouble, and the awakening of the stone giant had incited unrest within the woods, now compounded by the intrusion of humans. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the mantis found itself reluctant to attack this human. As it advanced toward the footprints, its desire for battle inexplicably waned, leaving it perplexed. Ultimately, it chose to warily depart from the area. This human was peculiar. It decided to continue its disturbance of the rocky giant instead. Chapter 50, The Shrine of Celebi. Within the rocky ruins, Guanghai cautiously approached the damaged giant statue, noting that half of the markings on the ground were obscured by shattered stones. Gazing at the statue, a flood of information surged through his mind. Ancient craftsmanship, giant statue, damaged. Description, a statue used for the worship and sealing of Regirock. It now seems devoid of any power, severely damaged. The statue, rendered ineffective and partially collapsed, indicated that Regirock was likely no longer present. Upon closer inspection of the surrounding minerals, it became evident that they had crumbled from the inner walls of the ruins. It was said that Regirock sought special stones to mend its body, leading ancient people to incorporate a plethora of minerals into its temple. Besides these, Guanghai also collected iron, ore, and limestone, discovering that the high-quality material from the iron mine was scrap metal. Rare material, scrap metal. Description, natural metal fragments. suitable for crafting components such as locks. Forging insights, acquired knowledge from skilled blacksmiths. Guanghai soon discovered soft sand in the area where the ruins had collapsed, forming several sand mounds. Rare material, soft sand, quartz. Effect, delicate sand that enhances the power of ground-type moves when carried. The crafting technique, unique glass-making process. Through the meticulous firing of soft sand, one can create exquisite glass products that retain the essence of the original materials. Potential creations include marbles and glass whistles. The glass whistle is indeed a specialty of the Hoenn region. However, the whistles from this area are crafted using volcanic ash. Through the skillful manipulation of local glass artisans, these whistles exhibit varying effects. I wonder what distinctive purpose my whistle might serve. As K-Tai continued to explore the ruins, upon encountering a collapsed section of wall, he unearthed several heavy stones, each adorned with unique textures and diverse hues, prompting the emergence of new information. Rare material, ancient rock. Description, stones that have either fallen from Regi rock or have been assimilated by it. It is said that all the rocks comprising its body are excavated from various lands. And identical stones can be found within all strata of the world. Certain rock-type Pokémon also shed similar stones. Ancient rocks are imbued with potent rock-type energy or infused with formidable psychic power. Crafting technique. Ancient architectural craft combined with ruin carving technique and environmental sculpting technique can reproduce edifices that exude an ancient aura. Clue acquisition, Regi rock, golem, Gigalith, carbink, Diancie. Origin tree of the world. Craftable items, proof of the king, tranquil pendant, shell. The proof of the king is naturally formed in the shape of a crown stone. If one possesses the requisite crafting skills and ancient rocks, it can be refined into an artificial proof of the king, though the ancient crown crafting technique remains inaccessible. So this is the ancient rock. It signifies stones that have been assimilated by unique and powerful rock-type Pokémon. The proof of the king and tranquil pendant can indeed be crafted. The proof of the king serves as both an evolutionary and holding item. When equipped and used to attack, it may occasionally instill fear in opponents upon inflicting damage. Moreover, when given to Masquerain or Slowpoke, it facilitates their evolution. The tranquil pendant is described as a pendant that shimmers with a crystalline luster. When carried, it prevents the wielder's abilities from being diminished by opponents' moves or traits. There is speculation that its raw materials include the diamonds of carbink, which possess the inherent quality of a pure body, or the iron hide of Metagross. This item is particularly dreaded by Pokémon with intimidating abilities during battles, but solely for opponents. Indeed, with the presence of the 3 sacred pillars, it is possible to forge such items. Furthermore, from the information provided, it seems that not only Regirock but also other Pokémon can create ancient rocks. For instance, Golem possesses orange rocks on its body, which are crystallizations of rock power. It absorbs sunlight through these orange crystals growing on its body. And after a reaction occurs within its energy core, it releases a luminous sphere from its mouth. In the description of the colossal rock creature, it is said that its rocky composition is consistent with that of the stone slab, and this magnificent being possesses a unique ability to amplify its allies' energy. As for the small diamond and the celestial being, they are a topic of discussion in themselves. The primordial tree, regarded as the birthplace of fossil Pokémon, is surrounded by rocks imbued with potent life energy, crystallizing their attributes. Thus, the effects of ancient stones are indeed comparable to those of relic stones. They can serve as substitutes for one another, as relic stones also harbor the spiritual essence of ancient beings, sculpted by their predecessors. These relic stones encapsulate the thoughts and spirits of the ancients, and this ethereal energy genuinely exists within the world of Pokémon. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of ghostly and psychic types? The character Light Moss believes that this temple holds a multitude of valuable treasures. Various minerals have crumbled from the walls and littered the ground. At this moment, after gathering an ample supply of materials, the backpack has become particularly burdensome. Fortunately, the psychic Pokémon, Shiarabi, has utilized its telekinetic powers to levitate the backpack, rendering the task significantly easier. "Thank you, Shiarabi," Light Moss exclaimed, patting its tiny chest. "Leave it to me. I can handle it." Is the ancient crystal also hidden here? Or is it perhaps the luminous moss on the floor that is in search of the last item to be found within the rocky ruins, namely, the ancient crystal? Among the relics, the most crystalline objects are the round eyeballs atop the ancient giant statues and the enormous symbols on the ground. After all, stepping upon these symbols causes them to illuminate automatically, their translucent yellow glow reminiscent of crystal. Carefully brushing away the dust from the ground, Light Moss then touched the transparent section of the symbol, and information immediately flooded into her mind. Rare material. Ancient crystal. This material has not yet been obtained. Description: a precious ancient crystal possessing incredible powers that can convey the will of Pokémon, fostering a deep connection between humans and Pokémon, while also having the capability to seal Pokémon. Craftable. Purity Pendant Core. Light Moss glanced around and finally discovered a large, damaged crystal tucked away in a corner, seemingly an additional material embedded within the wall. She acquired the ancient crystal. Knowledge gained. Heart of Crystal. Able to communicate with ancient Pokémon. Crafting acquired. Unique tool creation technique. By blending Pokémon materials, one can create production and ritual tools with distinct abilities, possibly requiring forging skills. Craftable item. Armor for body parts. After amassing a sufficient quantity of materials, Light Moss and her 3 Pokémon departed from the rocky ruins. With the assistance of Shirabi's psychic powers, even though the backpack was filled with heavy stones and materials, she could effortlessly carry it. Following Shirabi's guidance, they continued their journey toward the southwest. Before long, in a clearing within the forest, they beheld Shirabi's shrine. The shrine here differs from the one in the oak forest, as it is entirely constructed from stone. Its architectural style resembles that of the stone shrine in the theatrical version of the Forest of Celebi, featuring a stone base below and a stone niche above. Yet it possesses distinct differences. This style is characteristic of the relics of the divine capital. The upper section of the shrine is entirely missing, with the niche portion having vanished without a trace, and the lower pedestal exhibits numerous damages. Let us commence the restoration. First, the relic stones must be meticulously crafted into the shape of the niche. For the severely fractured and missing sections, I shall carve a new niche and subsequently attach it to the pedestal. Minor scratches or damages will be filled and polished with stone material and debris to restore its surface sheen. Before long, the Luminous Moss began its work, with the dual sword sheets assisting in the cutting of the stone materials. Meanwhile, the Lily Root doll and Celebi lent their support to the Luminous Moss, taking the well-polished stones to reattach and embed into the surface of the shrine's pedestal, gradually restoring the damaged areas to their former glory. The Lily Root doll plucked 2 leaves from its head, while Celebi used telekinesis to summon a water source. The 2 Pokémon cheerfully polished the stones with the Lily Root doll's leaves. The Luminous Moss found this scene quite enchanting. Those leaves, not only serving medicinal purposes, could also function as sandpaper. Given that the grass type inherently possesses an advantage over the rock type, could this polishing be considered an attack? It seems I may enlist the Lily Root doll to assist in polishing my sculptural creations with its leaves or magical foliage in the future. Time passed, and the Luminous Moss completed the carving of the niche, reattaching the severely damaged areas. Remarkably, even without the need for adhesion, it stood firmly, as both the new and old niches shared a trapezoidal form. Through construction, adhesion, and repair, the niche was restored to its original state, while the damaged areas of the pedestal were rejuvenated by the polishing efforts of the Lily Root doll and Celebi. Finally, the glowing moss was affixed, and this modest shrine exuded an ancient charm and aura. Celebi was overjoyed, eagerly opening the new niche to place her small sculpture within. In that moment, everything was as it once had been. Suddenly, a thought surged through the mind of the Luminous Moss. Crafted sculpture, Celebi's shrine. Description: an ancient shrine, carved by the people of the divine capital to honor Celebi, which had suffered significant damage but has now been restored with the help of a skilled artisan. Artifact function: time leap. This is Celebi's landing point when traversing time, occasionally refreshing with incredible items from the past and future. A wild material refresh point? The Luminous Moss pondered, stroking its chin, when suddenly a sound emanated from behind the shrine. What had fallen out? It was a plump, grass-green fruit. Rolling out from behind the shrine, it was a Muk fruit. Chapter 51. Celebi's affection for everyone. Rare material: wood fruit. Description: this tree fruit stores beneficial components for Pokémon within itself, thus requiring a prolonged maturation period. Effect: when carried by a Pokémon, it can cure all abnormal statuses. Crafting requirement: 1. Magic candy crafting. Can produce magical candies that enhance Pokémon abilities, requiring wood fruit as the core material. Guangtai gazed in astonishment at the newly sprouted fruit, while the other Pokémon displayed expressions of disbelief, gathering around with intense curiosity. Only Celebi perched joyfully upon the newly constructed shrine, reveling in the miracle of the wood fruit. With the acquisition of this fruit, the possibility of cultivating the corresponding fruit tree emerged, heralding the freedom of wood fruit, alongside the long-awaited ability to craft magical candies. However, the growth of the fruit tree would necessitate a considerable amount of time, perhaps around a month. As twilight descended, Guangtai retrieved Pokémon snacks and instant meals, consuming them swiftly before preparing to embark on the journey home. Throughout this process, Celebi remained still, prompting Guangtai to sense a lingering feeling of reluctance as he inquired, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, yes," Celebi affirmed with a nod. With the restoration of the shrine, she could now leap through time, and upon her next return, she would no longer have to worry about a landing point. Nevertheless, the forest could be quite dull. The workshop was far more engaging. Celebi spread her arms wide, exchanging high-fives with the double blade and the lily root doll, eventually landing atop Guangtai's head. She cherished the double blade, the lily root doll, and Guangtai, embracing all her companions in the workshop. Even if she departed from this place, she would forever hold them in her heart. For a Pokémon capable of time travel, this farewell was hardly a true separation. She would return again at some future moment, just in the blink of an eye. By then, everyone would surely have evolved. Of course, she also thought of the grass tortoise, who sneaked about to claim a patch of land. Celebi contemplated revealing this matter but decided against it, fearing it would betray the grass tortoise's trust. Yet, she firmly believed that the grass tortoise would soon become one of their companions. She would gather treasures for everyone, both in the past and the future, delivering them with care. Remember to visit the shrine occasionally, okay? Is that so? Thank you. Guangtai replied with a smile. If the shrine sustains damage again, feel free to seek me out. I will assist in its repair. He watched as Celebi transcended time and space, a gentle ripple spreading through the surrounding air, gradually settling into tranquility. Speaking of which, without telekinesis to assist, this backpack has become exceedingly heavy. Double blade. Lend me a hand. After Guangtai and the two Pokémon departed from the site, perhaps an hour or even 3 passed as the daylight waned into dusk. Once again, the forest stirred with activity as the towering Scyther appeared near the shrine of shiny Celebi. It circled the shrine for an extended period, reminiscing about the human it had recently encountered alongside the Pokémon. Indeed, it was the peculiar human wielding the dual blades. Was this individual there to restore the shrine of the forest deity? If recognized by the forest deity, wouldn't that person dominate the surrounding woods? Truly, a troublesome presence. Yet it mattered not, for I shall surely defeat that human. At that moment, a second voice echoed. The Scyther abruptly turned, retreating in dismay. The ground trembled with colossal footsteps resonating throughout the ancient forest as a formidable shadow loomed near the shrine of shiny Celebi, with glimmering dots upon its face. It emitted cryptic sounds reminiscent of BB and Reggie, intently gazing at the restored ancient shrine. If Lycan were present, it would undoubtedly recognize the true form of this shadow, the legendary giant, Regirock. Leaving the forest, Lycan bid farewell to the newly met friend. However, life and life are destined to reunite. Upon returning to the workshop with the sword sheath and the Lily doll, Lycan once more spotted a small pit in the ground outside. Lycan fell into a brief contemplation. It seemed this pit was excavated and filled anew daily. Was this the doing of shiny Celebi, or perhaps the burrows of the moles? With no clear understanding of this pit, Lycan meticulously checked the surrounding herbs, finding none missing, and thus decided to disregard it for the moment. Inside the dwelling, Lycan arranged the acquired materials neatly and retrieved the evolution stone, immediately commencing the polishing process. Before long, the new evolution stone was polished to perfection, revealing its unique effects. It unlocked latent potential, akin to a gradual increase in effort values. While the dual blades proved to be a powerful Pokémon in battle, Lycan extended the polished evolution stone, which was promptly grasped by the dual blades. "Hey!" exclaimed the right blade. "I am the true form. The evolution stone belongs on my hilt." "No, I am the true form," protested the left blade. "The evolution stone should be placed with me." The two blades erupted from the sheath, their metallic surfaces gleaming. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Lycan was about to intervene when the Lily doll shook its head, displaying a rather peculiar demeanor. The doll hopped into Lycan's hand, snatched the evolution stone, and then bounced to the rear of the dual blades, where an unshaped small shield awaited. The Lily doll tapped the shield. At that moment, the two blades finally realized. Indeed, we now possess a shield. There is no need to quarrel over it. "Thank you, Lily Root Doll. Lily Root Doll, you have done splendidly." The luminous moss gently caresses the head and leaves of the Lily Root Doll, who joyfully sways in response. At this moment, the twin blade sheath floats over. Feeling a bit uneasy, with the eyes on the hilts fixed on the luminous moss, inquiring, "When shall we regain a singular consciousness?" "That would require us to find the dark stone," replies the luminous moss. "It is unavoidable. After all, both you and the Lily Root Doll require stones for your evolution." The twin blade sheath appears somewhat despondent, While this state may seem impressive, the dual consciousness is indeed rather peculiar. The luminous moss is surprised that, despite their constant internal conflict, this fellow still finds the appearance rather dashing. Dashing indeed. Even the luminous moss must concede this point. If the twin blade sheath were to be slung on their back, wouldn't it resemble a master swordsman, wielding not one but two blades, thus embodying the dual-wielding warrior? Let us plant the mulberry fruit, and then take a rest. Lily Root Doll, I entrust the care of the mulberry fruit to you. Wow. The Lily Root Doll twirls her little skirt. Leave the mulberry fruit to me. You can rest assured. She aspires to proudly emulate Celebi, utilizing her abilities to accomplish wondrous feats. Such an important item as the mulberry fruit will surely be nurtured with utmost care. The following day, the first harvest of herbs and crops has come to fruition, necessitating the swift sowing of a second batch, especially since fertilizer has just been procured, alleviating concerns regarding soil fertility. The Lily Root Doll diligently continues her work, now wholly focused on nurturing the mulberry fruit. Miraculous fruit, indeed. Yesterday, she meticulously polished the shrine, and the luminous moss looked upon her with astonishment, realizing her efforts had not gone unnoticed. Indeed, she is capable of refining sculptures. She glances into the house, where a large jar for pickling has been added to the fourth empty room, seemingly for the creation of a special culinary item known as double pickles. Regardless, everything crafted by the luminous moss is truly extraordinary. It suffices to remember this. She tilts her head, gazing toward the opposite hillside, where a wisp of smoke now rises. The leaves of the Lily Root Doll sway as she peeks curiously from the edge of the field, observing the luminous moss and the twin blade sheath at work. At this moment, the luminous moss is excavating a charcoal kiln. A charcoal kiln can be either an underground pit or a simple earthen kiln, and the luminous moss has chosen a gentle slope to begin digging, pondering how much simpler it would be if there were a Pokémon adept at digging. Meanwhile, the twin blade sheath is busy repairing and chopping a pile of wood. After much toil, the earthen kiln was finally excavated, featuring both a smoke outlet and an air intake. Guangtai procured a considerable quantity of well-repaired timber from the twin sword sheath, stuffing it into the completed kiln, subsequently sealing the top with a mixture of mud and straw. The air intake also served as the ignition point. As Guangtai ignited the kiln, wisps of blue smoke began to rise from the chimney. Throughout the charcoal-making process, it is imperative to conduct regular inspections of the kiln to check for any cracks or air holes in the covering soil. Additionally, by observing changes in air flow and color, one can estimate the moisture content of the charcoal. Finally, the kiln is sealed to suffocate the fire, allowing it to cool naturally, a process that requires a considerable amount of time. At last, Guangtai placed a statue of a fire-breathing dragon beside the kiln, which was intended to enhance the flame's intensity. However, since charcoal production primarily relies on smoldering, the statue's efficacy remains uncertain. What miraculous transformations might occur with the oak charcoal after undergoing a unique firing process? Guangtai eagerly anticipated the opportunity to introduce new products to the workshop's offerings. Would there be a market for herbal juice? After crafting glass products, it could be bottled for sale. Quality herbs, vitality roots, resurrection grass, tree fruits, and luminescent moss. Am I running a pharmacy here? Additionally, regarding the luminous clay, Guangtai contemplated asking the moles for assistance in excavation during the next visit to the village, promising them tree fruits and vegetables as thanks, hoping for the best outcome. The feeling of being busy is truly delightful. It seems the workshop's reputation is growing ever more illustrious. Chapter 52. Serene ornaments. With a contented sigh, Guangtai reflected on the charcoal-making process, during which there were no other tasks at hand. He returned to his small dwelling, arranging all the displayable items on the shelves. As for the wooden carvings, the choice of materials for the Pokémon sculptures was rather forgiving, allowing for quicker progress without the need for numerous trials, as with stone carvings. This led him to ponder, what would occur if one were to carve a human figure? This thought lingered in Guangtai's mind, as he had initially contemplated creating human sculptures to see what would transpire. However, the busyness of recent days had prevented him from pursuing this idea. With resolve, Guangtai commenced the wood carving, selecting a well-known figure he had encountered recently. Certainly, that could only be Wang Luo. Carving Wang Luo, would that attract Giratina? Perhaps it would be wise to choose another figure. What about Julan? The mention of Wang Luo naturally conjured thoughts of Julan. Was it not so? It is worth noting that Wang Luo, Wuxi, and Julan all share the same visage. Could the genes of ancient Sinnoh people be so remarkably potent? Guangtai swiftly began to carve, his chisel deftly shaping the wood, occasionally chipping away at unsatisfactory areas, and soon enough, a wooden effigy of Julan emerged. Crafted item. Small ancient wooden sculpture in the style of the Sinnoh ruins. Description: a stone statue intricately carved in the style of ancient artistry, depicting the Pokémon champion, Chilon. Function of the craft: archaeology can only derive a fragment of lost knowledge from a singular relic. Oh, why is there no mention of the high-priced acquisitions by certain enthusiasts this time? Is this item not marketable? The effect relates to archaeology, extracting corresponding lost knowledge from relics, which aligns with Chilon's vocation. How intriguing! Upon carving the likeness of an individual, the resulting effect is indeed linked to their profession. What would transpire if there were no additional vocation, merely a gym leader? Keitai promptly selected another gym leader, one presumably without a side occupation, Chilon. He is the father of the protagonist from the Tricolor Gem series. Depending on the chosen character, he serves as the father of either Y or Haruka in the anime, or as Ruby's father in the manga. Chilon embodies the archetype of a simple man seeking formidable strength. Although he appears to have had a prior role as a League staff member in the special chapters within the games and anime, he seemingly lacks a side profession or any League affiliation, solely existing as a gym leader. Craft: a small, ancient wooden sculpture styled after the ruins of Shindu. Description: a stone statue intricately carved in the style of ancient artistry, depicting Chilon of the Orange League. Function of the craft: general strength influences surrounding normal-type Pokémon. Prolonged training near the sculpture will slightly enhance the strength of normal-type Pokémon. So it serves to augment the corresponding attribute strength. But what of those who possess neither a profession nor a corresponding attribute? Keitai swiftly carved a third figure, Akai, once a champion who relinquished his title, now a solitary figure training daily on Silver Mountain. He is known as the Mountain God of Silver and is theoretically one of the strongest beings in the Pokémon universe. Craft: a small, ancient wooden sculpture styled after the ruins of Shindu. Description: a stone statue intricately carved in the style of ancient artistry, depicting Kanto champion Akai. Function of the craft: the battle heart. When a Pokémon earns effort values, all Pokémon in your possession will experience a simultaneous increase in effort values. Is Akai's wooden sculpture meant for effort value farming? For nearly an entire day, Keitai immersed himself in the art of wood carving, and unbeknownst to him, his skills evolved significantly. The subsequent figures began to take on a lifelike quality, shedding the initial awkwardness of his earlier works. Finally, Keitai thoughtfully decided to carve Wankuro. To his surprise, the effect of Wankuro's sculpture was to enhance the bond with Pokémon. I wonder if this effect is a playful jab at him and his Togekiss, who, despite his insistence on treating Pokémon as tools and claiming to be a Pokémon trainer, has already evolved his first captured Togepi into a Togekiss, necessitating a bond for evolution. Though the words may be harsh, the heart is undeniably filled with concern for one's Pokémon. This juxtaposition resembles the act of selling figurines. Guanghai silently muttered a remark while observing his hands. Through countless repetitions of carving, his skill in wood sculpture had indeed seen a noticeable improvement. In contrast, his proficiency in stone carving progressed at a slower pace, largely due to the inherent difficulty of working with stone compared to wood. Even the most fundamental techniques, when honed over years of diligent practice, can transform into a distinctive and exceptional craft. Through the repetitive completion of tasks, knowledge is gained. Wood carving expert. Efficiency and skill in wood carving stand at 25, resulting in works that are both ancient and aesthetically pleasing. On June 27th, the weather was overcast. As the month drew to a close, the climate in the Divine City had grown somewhat warmer. A plethora of events transpired yesterday, involving the firing of charcoal and the intricacies of wood carving. Today, Guanghai had no intention of working with wood. Instead, he focused on customizing stone carvings and crafting a multitude of talismans, alongside the creation of the King's Token and the Tranquility Pendant. Initially, Guanghai collaborated with his Pokémon in the workshop to process the talismans, a task that required little time. The double sword sheath was swiftly cutting fabric, but Guanghai noticed that it was no longer using its blade directly for the task. Rather, it had begun employing its mental blade. The materialized heart blade was manipulated with the finesse of fine threads, showcasing a marked enhancement in the double sword sheath's command over psychic energy. The spiritual blade, drawn into threads, still retained formidable power, almost akin to a novel technique. If this practice continued, might it one day master the spatial slash, the void rend? Alas, the ghost type lacked any cutting moves, and the only ghost type moves available to the double sword sheath were Shadow Sneak and Shadow Claw, with the latter still beyond its current capabilities. Thus, it could only practice psychic cutting techniques, but if the mental blade were perfected, it would undoubtedly yield impressive results. Guanghai refrained from interrupting the double sword sheath and instead began preparing ancient stones and crystals for the creation of the Tranquility Pendant and the King's Token. Despite possessing unique grinding techniques, the polishing of crystals required utmost caution. Inspired by the leaves of the lily root doll, Guanghai formulated a plan. He ventured to the herb field, where the lily root doll joyfully approached him. Wow! Guanghai lifted the lily root doll, which emitted a melodious sound, seemingly humming a little tune. Upon entering the workshop, Guanghai informed the lily root doll of the upcoming tasks, to which it responded with great enthusiasm. It had eagerly awaited this day for a long time, finally able to partake in the carving process. She removed the leaves from her head, anticipating that once Guanghai had carved the general shape of the Tranquility Pendant and the King's Token, the next phase would be hers to undertake. The natural emblem of royalty is, in essence, a stone, transformed by nature into the likeness of a crown, resulting in a surface that is uneven and rugged. In contrast, the artificially crafted emblem of royalty possesses sharp angles and radiates a lustrous sheen, reminiscent of the emblem found in ancillary games, unmistakably marked by human handiwork. Meanwhile, Guangtai continues the meticulous creation of a stone shell for the pure pendant, which is also formed from ancient rock and requires intricate carving. After a considerable duration, once the lily root doll has completed its polishing task, Guangtai finally finishes as well. The lily root doll has accomplished its crafting work, gained experience and growth, has comprehended the technique. Try again. The lily root doll has acquired knowledge in polishing, achieving a precision of 15 for rocks and crystals. Oh, try again. Guangtai pauses for a moment, observing the somewhat exhilarated lily root doll, and silently reflects that the long-awaited technique has finally emerged. This technique is a crucial piece of the puzzle for achieving victory. I must also strive harder. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Guangtai carefully embeds the polished ancient crystal core into the rocky shell. Crafted item, pure pendant, styled after the ruins of the divine capital. Effect, a radiant, translucent pendant that, when carried, prevents ability reduction from opponents' moves or traits. Crafting effect, the pure spirit slightly purifies the hearts of humans and Pokémon. Due to the incorporation of the divine capital's style in its engraving, it also provides a slight enhancement to mental strength and alleviates fatigue. Knowledge gained, one constant heart of purity. Others find it challenging to discern your inner thoughts, granting a defense of 20 against psychic abilities. Crafted item, emblem of royalty. Effect, when carried and used to attack, it may occasionally instill fear in the opponent upon inflicting damage. Crafting effect, the regal aura grants a recognition level of 20 from Pokémon to the holder. Knowledge gained, 1 royal qualities. Your charm is enhanced by 25. Clue for new materials, sunstone, darkstone. Acquisition location, Regi Rock, ancient spirit peak merchant. Corresponding crafting techniques, environmental carving, soul forging. Due to the repetitive completion of certain tasks, gain knowledge. 2. Talented charmer. Efficiency and skill in crafting charms increased by 25. And the spiritual energy on the charms seems to have risen. Spirit medium. Your spiritual energy has increased by 25, and your mastery over its application has improved. The 2 most essential evolution stones. Guangtai exhales deeply. Among the 3 methods of acquisition, obtaining from Wang Luo is the simplest. However, if he only has 1 stone, he must devise a means for the other. Encountering the legendary giant Regi Rock is no easy feat. It is only natural for stones to be found on Regi Rock, as this Pokémon tirelessly seeks rare stones to restore its body, and evolution stones are indeed a type of rare stone. The thoughts of Guangtai gradually settled, and he proceeded to check the charcoal he had produced the previous day. He ventured down the hillside to retrieve the charcoal, crafted from the wood of the oak forest. Although the kiln was somewhat rudimentary, the craftsmanship and materials compensated for the inadequacies of the equipment. Chapter 53. The Shimmering Leaves, Rare Material, Scorching Charcoal from the Oak Forest. Description: this high-quality charcoal is produced from the wood of the oak forest, reputed to purify both water and air. Effect: when carried by a Pokémon, the power of Fire-type moves is enhanced by 20. Unique effect: the power of Fire-type moves receives an additional boost of 15. If a Fire-type Pokémon carries this item for an extended period, its Fire-type energy will gradually increase, simultaneously unlocking the potential of Fire-type Pokémon. Acquisition craft, flame forging technique, a method that utilizes various elemental materials for forging. The items produced possess remarkable enhancement effects for fire, steel, and psychic-type Pokémon. Oh, the forging technique has been unlocked. The workshop's forging room can now be utilized year-round. Pottery can be fired, glass crafted, and metals forged. And it's not merely about acquiring materials. A crafting process has been completed. Knowledge acquired. Accelerated firing. Speed of item firing increased by 15. The effects of crafted items correspond to those displayed among rare materials, And the scorching charcoal, Guangtai vaguely recalled, was indeed an item from the Pokémon trading card game, appearing as pitch-black charcoal with flames bursting forth from its crevices. Subsequently, a clue regarding a random material was obtained. Material, leftover food. Acquisition location, orchard in the workshop. Depths of the divine capital forest, nameless fruit grove, carried by the mischievous Washki. Corresponding craft, unique leftover food crafting technique. Guangtai paused momentarily. While many items serve as battle tools and simultaneously as natural materials, he had never considered that leftovers could also have a crafting technique, and that it genuinely exists in the Pokémon world. This substance is merely the uneaten fruits discarded by ordinary Pokémon, is it not? In battles, consuming such items can gradually restore health. However, if one ponders this notion, it does seem peculiar. If a Pokémon were to carry an intact fruit, and during battle consumed this fruit, but left some uneaten, could it not simultaneously achieve the effects of both the fruit restoring health and the leftovers replenishing vitality? If one were to carry a large pomelo fruit, in a moment of peril, taking a bite to restore health to a sound state, then preserving the remainder for later consumption, wouldn't that render one nearly invincible? A single leftover could restore a quarter of health. Though it may sound like jest, Guangtai increasingly felt that such a strategy could indeed be feasible. Speaking of the crafting technique for leftovers, wouldn't it simply involve mixing together various uneaten fruits? Perhaps transforming them into juice? Perhaps it is unnecessary to insist on a representation akin to a game, using a leftover apple core. If it were to be transformed into juice, it should be referred to as the remnants of juice consumed, with each sip restoring a 16th of one's vitality. Might the nameless orchard be the original habitat of the Lilyroot dolls? Generally speaking, leftovers are typically carried by small cabby beasts and cabby beasts themselves. Yet to see them being transported by the mischievous Chue Wei is rather suspicious. On June 29th, the weather was splendid. As the roar of the Charizard echoed once more across the distant horizon, the luminous moss completed its final sculpture. All orders had been fulfilled. Exhausted, the luminous moss sat at the entrance, with the dual sword sheaths and the Lilyroot dolls leaning against it, having worked diligently as well. The dual sword sheaths have completed their task, gained experience and growth. Acquired knowledge, attack speed of coherent sculpting and cutting techniques increased by 15. Learned technique, pursuit. The Lilyroot dolls have completed their task, gained experience and growth. Acquired knowledge, damage of rock-breaking attack and special attack increased by 10. Learned technique, grass knot. These two pieces of knowledge were attained through repetitive labor, and in the eyes of the luminous moss, their effects were quite commendable. Charizard landed with a thud from the sky, but instead of the customary greeting, it huffed and puffed, eyeing the weary luminous moss and the two Pokémon with an expression that seemed to convey reproach, yet it held back. Oh, it seems the customers have their struggles too. Hey, are you trying to say something? Inquired the luminous moss. Charizard exclaimed, it has much to say. In such a remote area, how do you manage to accumulate so many business orders? The constant flying back and forth is truly exhausting. You must be thinking something quite impolite. The luminous moss discerned Charizard's thoughts from its expression. There was no need for much speculation, as it was surely due to the recent increase in its orders. Next time, you may need to send more Pokémon to assist me in fetching goods. Otherwise, one is quite tiresome. By the way, allow me to treat you to some herbal juice, which is not bitter at all and quite delightful. Upon returning indoors, the luminous moss prepared some herbal juice. After consuming it, the dual sword sheaths and the Lilyroot dolls regained their vitality. Charizard scratched its head, initially concerned that consuming food might upset its stomach and hinder its work, and thus had refrained from accepting the luminous moss's offerings. Yet seeing the two Pokémon enjoying it so joyously, perhaps it could be worth a try? With skepticism, Charizard accepted a cup and subsequently drank it in one gulp. A wave of refreshing sensation surged from its throat throughout its entire being, awakening its mind significantly. The taste was exquisite. Oh, what power and energy surged forth. Observing the exuberance of the fire dragon, Guangtai couldn't help but smile. Previously, noticing the fire dragon's dedication to work, he surmised that its character was one of diligence, an attribute that neither enhances nor diminishes one's abilities, universally acceptable to all tastes. The flavor is rather delightful. Is it not? This is my exclusive creation, only available here. The fire dragon extended its tongue eagerly, licking the empty juice cup, casting an apologetic glance towards Guangtai. Would you like another cup? No problem at all. As Guangtai was about to head inside, the fire dragon spoke up, expressing that the wooden sculpture from last time was indeed extraordinary. After applying the strength suggested by Guangtai, its flying speed had significantly increased. My friend, your tools are genuinely remarkable. Now, among all the fire dragons in Smoking City, I am the fastest. My colleagues were utterly astonished. Oh, it's wonderful to be of assistance. Did you manage to defeat that swift dragon? Guangtai inquired, to which the fire dragon let out a sigh. Shaking its head while pointing towards the sky, a shadow reappeared above, descending rapidly. Oh, a rotund belly, tiny whiskers, delicate wings, and a chubby tail and face. It was the fire dragon's colleague, a swift dragon delivering express parcels in the Johto region. So that's it. The opponent utilized extreme speed. It seems I cannot compete after all. The second swift dragon arrived to assist the fire dragon in retrieving goods. Guangtai patted the fire dragon in a comforting manner. While gazing at the plump swift dragon, does the client offer a petting service? The swift dragon eagerly approached Guangtai, hugging him, and in that instant, the softness enveloped Guangtai, relaxing him entirely. No wonder this swift dragon's performance eclipsed that of the fire dragon. Just look at how enthusiastic it is. Why must you be so aloof? Although diligent by nature, it seems everyone prefers a swift dragon who is both capable and warm-hearted. The fire dragon, observing the swift dragon's demeanor, felt a twinge of discontent. That is my client. How can you be so familiar with them? The fire dragon poked the swift dragon, signaling it not to be so close to Guangtai. Yet the swift dragon remained oblivious to the fire dragon's annoyance, turning around to embrace the fire dragon and patting its back. Faced with such a warm-hearted companion, the fire dragon's irritation dissipated instantly, crossing its arms in a feigned indifference. The lily root doll and double-edged sword were also witnessing the swift dragon for the first time, and the swift dragon enthusiastically embraced them. Wow! The lily root doll swayed its leaves, thoroughly delighted. The swift dragon's body was peculiar, with nearly invisible scales, yet it felt entirely soft. The double-edged sword also swayed its scabbard-like body, finding the swift dragon's embrace quite uplifting. Such enthusiasm! Thus, I entrust these goods to you. Guangtai once again presented tree fruit juice to Dragonite, who, upon tasting it, revealed an expression of delight. Observing Dragonite's contented demeanor, Guangtai glanced at the aloof Charizard resting nearby and playfully remarked to Dragonite, "This was specially saved for you by Charizard." Dragonite turned to look at the indifferent Charizard, who merely huffed in response. What could one do? After all, you are my colleague and friend. Good things must be shared. With a beaming smile, Dragonite approached, patted Charizard, and enveloped it in a warm embrace. The combination of the Navi and enthusiastic Dragonite and the proud yet diligent Charizard resembled the quintessential duo of a comic's protagonist and supporting character. Guangtai silently mused, while Charizard, hands on hips, asserted that since the juice had been consumed, it was time to deliver the goods. Work, work. Stop clinging to me. With a determined push, Charizard freed itself from Dragonite's embrace, seized the cargo, and soared high into the sky with a powerful flap of its wings. Dragonite bid farewell to Guangtai, wagging its tail. However, as it was departing, it seemed to recall something, rummaging through its satchel before presenting Guangtai with a token of gratitude. This is a gift of tree fruit juice. Though merely something I stumbled upon during my journey, I hope you will accept it. Charizard insisted I bring you this as well. Next time, I shall bring you some rare treasures. What is this? Guangtai inquired as he accepted the two gifts, which consisted of a golden leaf and a silver leaf. Precious material, shimmering leaves, 2 types. Description, a wondrous golden leaf. To date, no tree has been found that produces such leaves. Description, a wondrous silver leaf. To date, no tree has been found that produces such leaves. Knowledge gained. 2. Leaf mutation. Any trees or shrubs you cultivate have a 10 chance of producing multiple golden or silver leaves. Mysterious inscription. This embodies arcane knowledge, which can be inscribed to create uniquely remarkable items when combined with corresponding mystical techniques. It can also engrave secret phrases onto fixed structures to impose seals, requiring any of the following powers: supernatural ability, spiritual energy, or aura. Crafting knowledge gained. 1. Mystical certificate crafting technique. This technique allows for the creation of special certificates using Pokémon materials, natural elements, and unique leaves. Utilizing these special leaves grants the corresponding certificates unique abilities. Illustrated tickets can transport you to specific special locations, requiring the appropriate illustration technique. Craftable items. Weakness policy, silver. Empty policy, gold. Chapter 54. The Mythical Researcher, Julan. Crafting level. Guangtai could hardly believe it. By the time he looked up again, Dragonite had already ascended far into the sky. The Dragonite unleashed its swift strike. The effectiveness was remarkable, whether in pursuit of the Charizard or in assisting me. This Dragonite has proven to be an invaluable ally. The weakness policy and the empty policy are 2 peculiar items. A Pokémon equipped with the weakness policy experiences a significant increase in both attack and special attack when targeted by a super effective move. Conversely, the empty policy enhances the speed of the Pokémon when its moves miss due to accuracy issues. Although I have acquired the crafting technique, the shimmering leaf and the luminescent moss evoke a familiar memory. It seems that in the Heart Gold and Soul Silver games, there was a chance for a Pokémon following you in the grass to discover such leaves. Once 5 shimmering leaves are collected, they can be woven into a shimmering crown, which is then stamped onto a certificate as a badge of honor. Yet, that crown appears to consist of more than merely 5 leaves. The golden and silver leaves are precious items found in the Pokémon world, unexpectedly akin to the shimmering leaves. I have obtained the crafting technique, but for now, I lack the means to create it. As the excitement began to wane, the familiar sound of the computer chimed, and the lily root doll and the double-edged blade instinctively turned towards the workshop door. No worries, I too am quite fatigued. Let us all take a moment to rest. The luminescent moss gently patted the lily root doll and then addressed the double-edged blade, saying, "How about I carefully polish your blade in a bit?" The double-edged blade's 2 consciousnesses responded with delight. Polishing the blade is akin to maintenance, a form of rest for the double-edged blade. Though the lily root doll initially felt weary, the mention of blade polishing invigorated her. Oh, can Pokémon really be polished? I want to give it a try. But first, a moment of rest is in order. Observing the lily root doll's exuberance, the luminescent moss hastily urged her to take a break. If she does not rest, I, as her trainer, may very well collapse from exhaustion. Despite her stubborn nature, she behaves as if she possesses a diligent spirit. As the luminescent moss prepared to return to the workshop, she suddenly spotted some large mushrooms in the corner. Mushrooms grow rapidly, flourishing after rain, and thrive particularly well in the wooden and stone surroundings of the old workshop. Rare material, sticky mushroom. Effect: a large and mature mushroom favored by monster and dragon-type Pokémon, capable of attracting them to its vicinity. Knowledge gained: mushrooms grow more easily near your home. Craftable: mushroom lure. Oh, how peculiar that this unique mushroom from the Wazui region has sprouted near the workshop. It feels like a treasure found right at my doorstep. However, neither the double-edged blade nor the lily root doll are fond of such mushrooms. So the luminescent moss decided to harvest them, noticing there were quite a few left, and resolved to bring some pots to cultivate these mushrooms at a later time. However, I hope it does not resemble the tragic incident in the research laboratory, where wild growth flourished at the doorstep, while carefully nurtured specimens failed to thrive. Upon returning indoors, Kodo combined simple foodstuffs to process the mushrooms, contemplating the addition of a touch of soft sand. Although his Pokémon could not utilize the techniques of beasts and dragons, the art of crafting enticing food allowed for the incorporation of various ingredients, as Pokémon, unlike humans, had a diverse palate. In passing, he also added a leaf of revival grass. Crafting process completed. Crafted food, mushroom enticement. Effect: a blend of special mushrooms, soft sand, berries, revival grass leaves, and enticement ingredients. It possesses a strong allure for ground, beast, and dragon-type Pokémon. Additional effect 1. The energy of ground attributes will significantly increase for a certain duration, promoting the growth of ground-type Pokémon. Additional effect 2. Ground attribute and beast-type Pokémon will enter an optimal state of vitality upon consumption, enhancing their health. Thus, exercise during this period will yield superior results and a higher probability of learning new techniques. The more ingredients added, the greater the resulting effects. Compared to the previous crafting of the robust grass food, this latest creation boasted an additional effect, perhaps due to the inclusion of revival grass, resulting in extraordinary outcomes. After completing the new food, Kodo was interrupted by the sound of a new email. Another message from a wild client, perhaps? The workshop was thriving, with an increasing number of customers placing orders. The email inquired about the Tranquil Pendant. Kodo was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the sender, a mythology researcher. A relic enthusiast, perhaps? This pendant bears a craftsmanship style similar to one I am familiar with. May I inquire about its production process? Regrettably, that remains a secret of the artisan. Kodo replied politely, and the sender did not press further. Ah, I see. My apologies for my indiscretion. However, I intended to purchase this pendant, as it does not diminish abilities during battles. The description alone is quite enchanting, reminiscent of the eternal purity trait in Pokémon. Kodo began to promote. As for the price, due to its unique style and the use of rare materials in crafting this tranquil pendant, which not only prevents the reduction of a Pokémon's abilities, but also enhances mental focus and alleviates accumulated fatigue, it is set at 50 yuan. After all, this tranquil pendant incorporates ancient crystals, and I have only utilized a small portion of the crystal as the core, hence the slightly elevated price. Keitai felt somewhat guilty about asking for too much, yet he considered that these items were sourced from the remnants of ancient mountains, rare crystals left behind by ancestors. Before the discovery of mineral veins, the quantity of ancient crystals was indeed limited, and the alternative materials were the discarded remnants of Pokémon possessing the trait of eternal purity, along with similar minerals, none of which he currently had on hand. Is there any issue? May I purchase a few more? Keitai was taken aback and quickly replied, I apologize, but due to the rarity of the materials, you may purchase a maximum of 2. 2 will suffice. I shall place the order. The transaction of 100 yuan was effortlessly completed. Keitai had not anticipated that this customer would possess such wealth, but judging by their demeanor, they were likely connected to relic explorers, who indeed tended to be affluent. It seemed that this individual was a relic enthusiast. Keitai had employed a unique carving style on his tranquil ornaments, which would likely captivate the customer's interest. Do you require anything else? I have a variety of items related to Pokémon breeding and battles, Keitai began to promote. Indeed, I see many intriguing items. Though I am somewhat indecisive, the customer responded. If you are uncertain about the specific functions of the various items, I can provide recommendations. Additionally, I can offer a suitable discount for bulk purchases. What Pokémon are you breeding? Keitai inquired. Ghost, Steel, Water, Grass, Ground, Fairy, the customer listed, showcasing a well-rounded team. For Ghost types, I recommend the Cursed Talisman and the Ethereal Fabric. My Cursed Talisman enhances the power of Ghost-type abilities, while the Ethereal Fabric further amplifies the energy of Ghost-type Pokémon. For Grass types, I suggest the Verdant Nourishment, which significantly boosts Grass-type energy for a limited duration, facilitating the growth of Grass Pokémon. As for Ground types, I recommend the Soft Sand, which increases the power of Ground-type moves when held. I also offer the Sturdy Earth Nourishment, with more ground-related breeding items to be introduced in the future. Unfortunately, I currently do not have corresponding breeding items for Steel, Water, or Fairy types, though I recommend custom crafting a unique ancient wooden sculpture. This sculpture will bestow a special power upon your Pokémon, compensating for their weaknesses and enhancing their strengths. However, please be aware that the sculpture loses its efficacy after a single use, so one must carefully consider which ability to enhance. In Shenzhen town, at Dr. Yamanashi's research institute, a tall woman clad in a black coat, with yellow hair and a black headpiece, pressed the purchase button. It was Champion Cynthia from the Sinnoh region. Indeed, as you mentioned, this shop offers a plethora of incredible items. However, I remain somewhat perplexed, as the descriptions of those items are exceedingly powerful. If those descriptions hold true, it seems that this artisan may possess knowledge of certain legendary techniques passed down through myths. Cynthia glanced at Dr. Yamanashi, recalling that he had purchased a particular sculpture. Although the delivery had yet to arrive, she had heard it was related to mythological content, prompting her to return post-haste. Upon viewing the images displayed in the shop, Julan immediately recognized this as the mythical Pokémon she had long sought after. The mural within the ruins of randomness depicts a magnificent radiance, with 3 points of light representing the legendary Pokémon of the lakes, Mesprit, Uxie, and Azelf. However, I hold a differing perspective. Julan smiled gently, brushing her cascading hair aside. The triangular arrangement of points actually refers to Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Dr. Yamanashi paused momentarily, cradling a steaming cup of tea in his hands. Giratina? Ah, yes. That is the third legendary Pokémon I have discovered through recent investigations, corresponding with Dialga and Palkia as the guardian of the distortion world. I confirmed this through ancient texts. The immense radiance at the center of the mural represents the essence of creation within this world. In the Sinnoh region, inscriptions on various tablets suggest the existence of an even more powerful Pokémon than Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. While the specifics regarding Giratina remain unclear, it is understood that the destruction of the world stems from the instability of time and space. The mural in the ruins of randomness seems to convey a significant message. This is my interpretation as a researcher of mythology. Dr. Yamanashi glanced at the shopping page on his computer, which indicated that the Arceus sculpture was no longer available for purchase. Do you believe this Pokémon is connected to Dialga and Palkia? Indeed, however, I shall conduct a thorough study once the shipment arrives. Julan tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. It appears that I am finally on the verge of uncovering a true aspect of the myth. The rare individuals and tales that resonate across this land must be witnessed firsthand. Of course, the talisman warrants investigation as well. I just informed my grandmother about it, and she remarked that its design closely resembles the style of talismans from the era of gods and towns, essentially an ancient talisman. This craftsman must have a significant connection to the history of gods and towns. Once the talisman arrives, I may attempt to invite him after my research. This was actually my grandmother's suggestion. An ancient craftsman, you say? Dr. Yamanashi suddenly interjected. Speaking of which, during my research in the Johto region, I also stumbled upon some intriguing matters. In the past, during the time when Sinnoh was known as Hisui, there seemed to have been peculiar legends that left behind mere fragments of stories. Are you referring to the people of Hisui? Jalon promptly continued Dr. Yamanashi's train of thought. I have also come across similar tales, recounting how many ancient Sinnoh inhabitants departed for Johto, settling in a place called Shinju, thereby bringing Sinnoh's culture to the Johto region. In the ancient lands where Sinnoh and Johto converge, there exists a dearth of information. It seems that this craftsman has piqued my curiosity. I should indeed plan a visit to the Johto region in the near future. Chapter 55. Leftovers. Your sculptures are truly remarkable. I am particularly fond of collecting such ancient statues. What? You say these are replicas? No. I am well aware they are imitations. Yet, even as replicas, their resemblance to genuine antiquities is so striking that they are indeed precious works of art. I am willing to pay a handsome price to acquire them. All of them. Oh, I see you intend to sell to others as well. My apologies for my forwardness. In that case, I shall purchase one of each. What? Some have already been taken off the market? How unfortunate. When will you restock those items? I shall await your return eagerly. Then for now, I shall purchase one sculpture. Immediately after bidding farewell to the previous client, a mythology researcher, without a moment's lamentation for their departure, a new customer arrived on the scene with fervor. This individual was almost a household name, known as Bourgeois-Meyer. It is Mr. Bourgeois-Meyer from the United Regions. Who would use their real name while online? The Bourgeois family resides in the affluent town of Ripple in the United Regions, comprising 6 members who indulge in the extravagant collection of ancient antiques. This time, they were referred to my shop by a friend, expressing admiration for my craftsmanship. Ripple Town? Oh yes, I do have a client there, known as the Seeker of Antiquities. Right? Clients often refer one another, and through such introductions, my clientele continues to expand. However, my initial ambition is to dominate the Johto region. Why is it that every new client seems to hail from other regions? Do the locals of Johto not possess any demand for battles? Up until now, I have only received orders from clients in Yenshu City and 2 of the Elite 4. As I pondered this, I suddenly received an email. It was from a previous client in Yenshu City who had made a direct purchase without prior communication. The ancient fabric I purchased from you last time has proven highly effective in spiritual matters, so I wish to procure another batch, along with some cursed talismans. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Matsuba, the gym leader of Yenshu City, a practitioner of spiritual arts. It appears you two are a formidable spirit medium. If you have the time, please do come to Yenshu City for a discussion. I shall prepare tea and gifts to welcome you. Matsuba. This character has a rich narrative in both the game and anime, particularly due to his dual role as a practitioner and a seeker of Ho-Oh. His designation as a practitioner refers to a type of spirit medium, and through diligent training, Matsuba has mastered a remarkable ability known as the Farsight. Wait a moment. Could this fellow be peering at me like a tree? Guangtai unconsciously squinted, then scratched his head. Individuals endowed with peculiar abilities often make one feel as though they are under constant surveillance. Well, if time permits, I shall certainly pay a visit. Perhaps after autumn or towards the end of the year. Guangtai replied, and the person across, Songya, expressed delight. I shall await your esteemed presence. Furthermore, I have recommended your talismans and those extraordinary fabrics to fellow spirit mediums. They were quite astonished by the efficacy of your talismans, and I suspect they will soon come here to procure them. I am truly grateful. Guangtai promptly replied. The exchange and recommendations between clients create a beneficial cycle. However, regarding Yuanzhu City, Guangtai indeed plans to visit once, primarily to learn about the craft of making transparent bells, and he has nearly gathered all the necessary materials. Only the craft of net weaving remains, which is the most crucial of all. Should I first visit Mr. Steele in Huepi Town? Yet, at this moment, I find myself unable to depart. Traveling from the Divine City to the urban district would consume considerable time. Merely reaching the nearest Yinma City or Kaji Town would be quite a trek, thus walking back is not an option. Hence, if I am to journey to the urban district, departing at the end of August or mid-September would be a judicious choice, as the region will be blanketed in heavy snow starting in October, allowing the land to regain its fertility. Speaking of which, if I could establish a greenhouse, I would be able to cultivate crops even in the winter of the Divine City. The urban district boasts unique tree fruit planting pots. In the game, tree fruits cannot be grown in the urban district, but must be cultivated in these pots. At first glance, They may appear as mere flower pots encased in glass. Yet a closer inspection reveals a complexity beyond that. Surely, the soil within these pots originates from the Sinnoh-Hoenn regions. The soil from different locales significantly impacts cultivation. Guangtai suddenly recalled the exceptional forests from various regions. If I had access to a large Pokémon with flying attributes, I would be able to traverse different areas freely and swiftly. Presently, it is rather cumbersome. It seems that the Charizard in Yanma City offers a passenger service, where one is drawn forward in a hot air balloon by the Charizard. It is indeed challenging without assistance from a Pokémon capable of flight. However, if I were to choose a flying Pokémon that could carry a person, many Pokémon possess the ability to soar, yet, for long-distance flights while cradling a person, only robust flying Pokémon like large Charizards and Dragonites are suitable. Speaking of flying Pokémon from the urban district, particularly the larger ones, surely the Skarmory comes to mind. Nonetheless, in comparison to Skarmory, the Corviknight from the Galar region emerges as a superior option, serving as an elevated alternative in every regard. It seems that the evolved form of the dual-blade sheath, the sturdy shield sword monster, is capable of low-altitude manned flight, albeit with a certain lack of safety. After bidding farewell to 2 new clients, Guangtai took out some recently harvested tree fruits. These fruits, hastened to ripeness by the power of Celebi, appeared significantly more appealing than their naturally grown counterparts. Guangtai then offered the fruits to the Lilligant doll while beckoning the dual-blade sheath, who was still chopping wood, to join them. Let us all partake in these fruits. However, in reality, it was only I who indulged, as both the Lilligant doll and the dual-blade sheath absorbed nutrients and did not perform the act of eating. Remember not to consume them all, we must leave some behind. Although the 2 Pokémon did not comprehend the reason behind this instruction, they complied nonetheless. The assortment of fruits: Wenyu fruit, peaches fruit, oranges fruit, berry fruit, wuhua fruit, inkberry fruit, shirtawa fruit, and xiaoqua fruit, was left in a state of disarray after Guangtai's consumption. Among them, the dual-blade sheath displayed the most unique method of eating, grasping a fruit with each of its ribbons and beginning to absorb the essence, causing the fruit to visibly wither at a remarkable pace, until only a small pit and skin remained. Soon, a collection of various remnants was all that remained, and Guangtai began to sift through them, inspecting each one. No triggers. No triggers. No triggers. How peculiar. Could it be that these remnants do not count as leftovers? It was not until Guangtai picked up a fragment of the first fruit consumed that a thought surged into his mind. Material: leftover remnants, premium Wenyu fruit. Description: this is a fruit that has been partially consumed and left for a time. Due to prolonged disuse, its nutrients have begun to diminish, its components altered, and its flavor declined, capable of restoring only 1/16 of health. Crafting acquired. 1. Unique leftover crafting technique. By combining various remnants or sliced fruits that have been left for too long, a distinctive leftover dish can be created. The form of this dish is not restricted. If a Pokémon carries it and consumes it before a battle, their HP will gradually recover during the fight, and it is equally effective outside of combat. If a Pokémon with healing moves participates in the crafting, the resulting dish will possess special additional effects. Recalling the notion of involving Pokémon with healing abilities in the crafting process, Guangtai suddenly remembered something. It seemed that during the era of Shurzue, there was a practice of using Pokémon moves for flavoring. Without hesitation, Guangtai returned indoors, retrieved pots and bowls, and set up a picnic stand. He then ignited a fire beneath it and poured some of the leftover fruits into the pot. Lilligant doll, use your pollen puff on the food, but be gentle. Guangtai pointed to the pot, while the Lilligant doll looked on in disbelief. What? Despite her intense curiosity, Lilyroot first followed the advice of the light moss and used the pollen ball on the food in the pot. The shimmering, golden red powder entered the pot with great finesse. Once the pollen ball was incorporated, the ingredients within seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation. Light moss extracted the thick soup made from the tree fruits and placed it in a bowl for observation. Foodcraft product: leftover tree fruit soup, flower soup. Description: this is a rich soup made from a large quantity of leftover tree fruits that have been cut and stewed, possessing powerful restorative qualities that attract nearby Pokémon. Crafting effect: when consumed by Pokémon, it gradually restores their vitality during battles for an extended period. Additional effect: season with pollen balls. Consuming it will permanently enhance the Pokémon skills. Small grass and bug-type Pokémon will also experience a boost in their attribute energy. Skills: this refers to a Pokémon's physical prowess. The term physical prowess is used in Pokémon competitions and describes the state exhibited by Pokémon in their daily lives. Unlike base stats, physical prowess is divided into endurance, strength, skill, speed, and jumping ability. Speed influences how quickly a Pokémon can move. Strength affects the consequences of collisions with other Pokémon. Skill determines the precision of special maneuvers. Endurance influences how easily a Pokémon enters a state of fatigue. Jumping ability affects the height a Pokémon can achieve when leaping. Chapter 56. The Gradual Revival of the Workshop. Oh, how wonderful. Light moss stroked the leaves of the lily root doll. Let us help out with cooking in the future. Lily root doll emitted a joyful sound. In Light Moss's mind, corresponding feedback was received. Lily root doll has completed a crafting task, gained experience and growth, mastered the move, Weather Ball. Knowledge acquired. 1 seasoning contribution. Food seasoned by Lily root doll restores 10 vitality. Wow. The little skirt of the lily root doll twirled. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if it had suddenly grasped a new move and had grown stronger. Yoo-hoo. Yo-poo. The double-blade Pokémon also expressed its approval to the lily root doll, subsequently extending 2 ribbons to begin absorbing the essence of the food within the pot. The food visibly vanished, and the double-blade Pokémon sensed an enhancement in its operational precision. What a delightful sensation. Meanwhile, Light Moss gazed in astonishment at the information. Weather Ball. Wait, this implies a sunny weather move. Grass-type Pokémon can now unleash fire-type attacks. June 30th, overcast weather. Light Moss gradually began to list the recently crafted products and label them accordingly. Excellent traditional medicine, vitality root, resurrection grass, luminous moss, and blazing charcoal. The double pickled vegetables are nearing completion. They require a month of pickling to be fully prepared, so just a few days remain. Additionally, there are some wooden carvings. But the figurative sculptures featuring characters have not been displayed yet. This is because the individuals depicted may not appreciate their likenesses being sold online. Hence, the sale of such figurines necessitates the consent of the sculpted subjects. As for the wood carvings, Luminous Moss is also experimenting, utilizing the timber from an oak tree for the carvings. Craft: small ancient wooden sculpture in the style of the capital's ruins. Description: a wooden sculpture crafted in imitation of ancient carvings, fashioned from premium oak wood, shaped like a lily root doll. Function of the craft: special defense prayers directed towards the wooden sculpture will only respond to a corresponding Pokémon, showcasing its special defense prowess. Using oak wood will specifically highlight the special defense ability. At that moment, a voice from Deguto echoed outside, prompting Luminous Moss to swiftly set aside the computer and head to the kitchen, where the lily root doll was preparing a fruit stew. Wow. It observed Luminous Moss retrieving some beach radishes from the vegetable cabinet. What is the purpose of this? Ah, it's because the moles have arrived. They previously assisted me in tilling the land. This time, I wish to invite them to help me unearth some essential items. Please do not let the stew simmer for too long. Wow. The lily root doll nodded rapidly, indicating its cautious nature. Luminous Moss then presented the freshly carved wooden sculpture to the lily root doll, which shook the leaves atop its head, and amidst a brilliant flash of light, the special attack stats surged to its maximum. Outside the house, Luminous Moss emerged holding a bundle of beach radishes. Moles have a penchant for consuming vegetables and plant roots, so the beach radish should delight them. Indeed, the 3 moles, accompanied by a few others, arrived, though they appeared puzzled by the medicinal field. Why is the growth of these herbs so sluggish? For specific reasons, I have already harvested once. Luminous Moss replied with a smile, casting a glance at the surrounding fields. Perhaps influenced by the previous ripening encouragement from Celebi, the second batch of crops sprouted significantly faster than the first, and this land now seemingly possesses a unique enhancement. Deguto? The 3 moles looked astonished. What? You've already planted a second crop when there hasn't been a harvest in the village yet? These are gifts for you. All harvested from the previous planting. Luminous Moss continued, handing over the beach radishes. The 3 moles instantly recognized the offering, their joy evident. These are plant roots. So, do you have something to entrust us with? I seek a type of luminescent clay. If you happen to discover it during your excavation, could you bring it to me? I possess an abundance of beach radishes and fruiting vegetables, which I propose to exchange for that luminescent clay. Dagchuo. The 3-headed mole nodded in understanding, their expressions reflecting a sense of joy. The moles emitted cheerful sounds, exclaiming, "Ah, the radiant clay. We shall remain vigilant during our excavations." Having accepted the terms set forth by the Luminous Moss, the moles ventured forth merely to inspect the state of the farmland. After devouring a substantial quantity of beach radishes, they departed, carrying away all that remained. By the way, concerning that small pit, was it excavated by you? The Luminous Moss pointed towards a small depression in the medicinal field, prompting a look of confusion among the 3 moles, who inquired with their peers. All the moles conveyed that they had not visited in recent days. Thus, It appeared that the small pit bore no relation to the moles. The luminous moss felt a deepening sense of curiosity. Although the pit did not appear to disrupt anything and the surrounding medicinal herbs remained intact, there was an uncanny feeling of an additional resident. Well, I shall observe closely during the nights of the coming days. However, it seems that the pit is not consistently unearthed, as its emergence appears to be sporadic. To uncover the origin of this pit, a prolonged observation coupled with a stroke of luck would be necessary. Yet, with daylight hours devoted to labor, sleepless nights are not an option. Perhaps I shall ponder this later, and see how fortune favors me at night. If luck is on my side, I may very well encounter it directly. The luminous moss formulated a faint plan in its mind. The three moles and their companions took their leave, in a manner reminiscent of animated portrayals. The moles transported their goods atop their heads. Watching them depart in high spirits, the luminous moss resolved to embark on a second exploration into the forest soon. Collecting materials seemed far more pressing than the mystery of the small pit. Perhaps I might uncover some rare resources in the process. Currently, I possess various crafting techniques yet to be employed, including flame forging, mysterious credential crafting, pinecone processing, glass production, tool manufacturing, and ice sculpting. Given my knowledge of forging and tool crafting, it is time to create some practical instruments. The luminous moss reviewed the crafting methods it had mastered but not yet utilized, confirming that its next endeavor would be to forge unique and useful tools. Although I already possess general exploration and production tools, such as a pickaxe and a spade, the creation of specialized tools involves blending Pokémon materials to fabricate instruments imbued with unique capabilities. As the luminous moss reminisced, the details of those crafting techniques surfaced from its memory, enumerating the various processes for creating tools from Pokémon materials. The possibilities were indeed abundant. The luminous moss opened the forge and began to prepare the necessary materials. Previously collected scrap iron and numerous ores had already been placed within the forge. Meanwhile, a double sword scabbard and a lily root doll cautiously peeked from behind the door, watching intently as the luminous moss worked. The fruit soup had been simmering to perfection. Ah, are you intrigued by the art of forging? At first glance, Quada's attention was drawn to the dual sword sheaths. This fellow had fled the forging room during his last visit, which was understandable given his steel affinity and fear of flames. However, the lily root doll, a grass-type Pokémon, displayed an intriguing curiosity toward the craft of forging. Alas, it seemed they merely wished to partake in the process of creation. Such endearing and diligent little creatures. Chapter 57. Unusual tool techniques. Flames surged within the furnace, scorching charcoal belching forth sparks. Fragments of iron and/or gradually melded and were hammered into shape. Both the previous owner and Quadu were largely unfamiliar with the art of forging, having never engaged with it before. Fortunately, alongside the acquisition of craftsmanship, one was also instructed in the proper methods of production. Additionally, Quadu had serendipitously gleaned insights into forging techniques during his last visit to the Rock Mountain ruins. Although the knowledge was acquired under strange circumstances, it proved invaluable. By combining these elements, even a novice unacquainted with forging could create works rivaling those of skilled artisans. The rising flames symbolized strength, easily impacting the worldview of fragile lives. The bubbling firelight, the resounding hammer, the unyielding anvil, each strike resonated with a primal and intense force. Before long, Quada crafted a pair of iron gloves, which, after being sewn together with leather, became the first forged tool. Crafting completed. Crafted item, destruction gloves. Description, an item forged using Pokémon materials and fragments of iron. Processed with a special flame to enhance steel energy. Item effect, rapid excavation speed of 20, unique application for tunneling. Tunneling? Is this a technique? The materials used were the spikes and claws from a Tyranitar. However, due to the flame forging process, only the energies of fire, steel, and psychic types were enhanced, leaving the ground-type power unamplified. Quada wiped the sweat from his brow, taking a moment to rest while gazing in astonishment at the steel gloves in his hands. Unbeknownst to him, 3 Pokémon had scampered into the room, encircling the peculiar gloves and exchanging their thoughts as if expressing their opinions. Yet, upon hearing the words of the dual sword sheaths, Quadu shook his head. This fellow was still peddling that same old sales pitch. Perhaps it was time to inspect the newly acquired materials. Material, spark scale powder. Acquisition location, ancient city in Unova, Volcarona. Great pit in Paldea, Volcarona. Or obtained from Volcarona, evolved from a burning bug. Corresponding craft, ancient firing technique, can create an ancient pot. Ancient firing? What a treasure. Can Volcarona's scale powder be purchased online? Probably not. Regardless, since a trip to Unova is inevitable, I shall postpone this crafting endeavor for a few months. Forging, huh? Back in my day, I too was forged into existence. At that time, I was not yet a Pokémon. The newly forged creation by the king undoubtedly possesses incredible and mystical powers. The Lily-Root doll, gently poking the gloves, is it not a Pokémon? What was the Twin Blade's predecessor before? Twin Blades. Have you heard the tale of the ancient sword's spiritual awakening? Twin blades, swaying the ribbons on either side the ancient sword, imbued with the souls of the deceased, reincarnates as a Pokémon, and that is I. However, this notion harbors a misconception. I am not the soul of a human, but rather a Pokémon that naturally evolved within a spiritual environment. Many ghost-type Pokémon are birthed in such a manner. Lily-Root doll, clenching her fist, then you must have once been a formidable sword. Twin blades, alas. It is with shame that I confess, after transforming into a Pokémon, I was captured by a traveler wielding mystical powers, who then presented me to a king. Subsequently, I was chosen by a knight to be his Pokémon, from whom I learned some cunning and acquired truly practical battle techniques. However, for reasons unknown, I was left in a warehouse to gather dust, and when I awoke, the kingdom had perished. Lily-Root doll, astonished. Oh, how unfortunate. Twin blades, perking up indeed. Thus, my current aspiration is to assist a remarkable individual in becoming the new king. Twin blades, we are at the nascent stage of the nation's revival. If you genuinely wish to join, you may one day become a founding minister. Lily-Root doll, twitching her ears. No, I cannot comprehend what you mean, predecessor. What merits does being a minister hold? If I am to follow K-Tai, am I not already with him? Twin blades, dazed, huh? Merits, yes, what are the merits? One can command other Pokémon. Lily-Root doll, puzzled, but I do not wish to command other Pokémon. I am who I am. Why should I command others? Twin blades, Twin blades. Now that you mention it, I realize I have no post-establishment work plan. Twin blades sinks into thought beside her. No Pokémon is concerned with his grand vision for state building. The Lily-Root doll is solely focused on the gloves crafted by K-Tai and her own endeavors. Should the forged items possess special abilities, they could indeed prove invaluable in both production and daily life. The initial intention behind crafting these tools was, of course, to facilitate work. Additionally, crafting protective gear for the Lily-Root doll, after days of rigorous training, she has grown remarkably strong. Coupled with her knowledge and the experiences she has garnered, should she return to battle now, defeat would not be as crushing as before. Nonetheless, it is prudent to prepare her with some defensive measures. K-Tai searches her mind for special gear suitable for grass types. Transforming Dice Seed Machine Gun. However, the transforming dice appears to be a mechanical item, described as a die that always rolls favorable numbers, and currently, her understanding of mechanics is rather limited. It is indeed more practical to forge some protective gear. Before long, Guangtai successfully crafted a set of armor, and to his astonishment, the thoughts converging in his mind yielded a marvelous result. Crafting completed. Crafted item, small protective gear, steel. Description, negates the effects of melee attacks that one would normally endure. Enhances the energy and power of steel-based moves. Can prevent HP loss caused by the bulbous helmet, poisoning from the bunker, HP loss from spiked defense, HP loss from rough skin, iron spikes, and explosive traps, and the effects of the abilities Flame Body, Static, Cute Charm, and Perish Body. Effect of the crafted item, increases rebounding defense by 15, and can reflect the opponent's impact back. Note, sustaining excessive damage may lead to the immediate destruction of the gear. Oh, Guangtai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he handed the complete set of small protective gear to the Lily-Root doll. Try it on. The Lily-Root doll, intrigued, accepted the armor. However, due to its short little hands, Guangtai assisted in putting it on. Once adorned, the doll's skirt was enhanced with an additional layer of metal in both the front and back, and a small helmet was placed upon its head, from which 3 leaves sprouted through the openings at the top. Wow, this feels a bit heavy. The Lily-Root doll swayed side to side, gradually acclimating to the new protective gear. At the same time, it sensed that it seemed capable of wielding a new ability, a sensation distinct from learning a move. Huh. The Lily-Root doll was puzzled, glancing towards the twin sword sheath. Hey, twin sword sheath, could you engage in a battle with me? Yow. The twin sword sheath stirred from its contemplative state, adjusting its grip on the sword before pointing at the Lily-Root doll and casting a glance at Guangtai. No worries. It's time to test whether that item is effective. Twin sword sheath, unleash a sneak attack. Guangtai commanded, and the twin sword sheath emitted a low murmur, its blades glowing with a purplish-white light. Both swords flew forth, striking the Lily-Root doll directly. At that moment, the Lily-Root doll, guided by that peculiar sensation, began to channel its newfound ability, and the protective gear radiated a steel-like energy, seemingly drawing upon the elemental power present in nature. Rebound. The twin sword sheath was suddenly met with a forceful recoil, the very power of its own attack. Wow. The lily root doll leaped and bounded with glee upon witnessing the twin sword sheath being propelled away by its own strength, filling its heart with immense joy. In a fit of exuberance, the doll leapt onto Guangtai's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its cheek against Guangtai's face. Wow. Thank you, Guangtai. Yao. Yopo. The twin sword sheath was utterly astonished, for it had not anticipated that the armor adorning the lily root doll possessed such formidable power. Immediately, it pivoted its blade, gazing at the luminescent moss with eyes brimming with longing. Shouldn't I receive one as well? Yet, you already possess a sheath. Does it not constitute a part of your being? Luminescent moss remarked, gently stroking the lily root doll, observing the twin sword sheath's somewhat dejected demeanor. Luminescent moss reassured it. Fear not. Next time, I shall endeavor to craft something akin to that for you. If we cannot embellish the sheath, we can enhance the hilt and guard instead. This, too, is quite splendid, as it will distinguish you from other Pokémon of your kind. Even though there are none in this region that resemble you, it appears that various tools can serve diverse purposes. Some are connected to Pokémon moves, while others are not. Perhaps the tool's inherent function must align with a particular move. The twin sword sheath tapped its hilt, expressing its desire to customize the most magnificent guard. As for the effects attached, should fortune favor us in forging a tool imbued with Pokémon move effects, it would be splendid. It had heard tales of a technique known as Behemoth Slash, executed with a blade. Thus, it endeavored to forge such a tool. Luminescent moss, on the verge of sipping water, nearly choked. You know of Behemoth Slash? Were you brought here from Galar? Luminescent moss recalled that although the twin sword sheath was an ancient treasure, it had never disclosed its homeland, seemingly unaware of it. This implied that during the era of nations, the concept of regions did not exist. The twin sword sheath appeared rather perplexed, merely stating that it was a move spoken of in legends, learned from the enigmatic traveler who had claimed it as a treasure. Such a move could not be manifested on a weapon, yet perhaps it truly could be. Luminescent moss initially contemplated a refusal, but then recalled that with the fur from Tsangxiang and the rusted iron from the decayed sword, they might indeed create a unique tool possessing the Behemoth Slash move. Tsangxiang, the Iron King of the decayed sword, Behemoth Slash. The formula is already laid out. Therefore, if these materials are procured, and a guard that embodies Behemoth Slash is crafted, could one not wield it to fell trees? Oh, how intriguing that seems. Chapter 58. The Noble Dance of Victory. Now that we are prepared, let us venture into the forest tomorrow to reclaim your habitat. Though your companions have departed, once you regain your home, they shall undoubtedly return swiftly. Luminescent moss suddenly declared, causing the lily root doll, previously enraptured with excitement, to halt its affectionate nuzzling. She was gently cradled down from her shoulder by the luminous moss, her clear, small eyes meeting its gaze, while her thoughts became a tangled mess. This day had ultimately arrived. From the moment she first came here, this human believed she was but a mere stepping stone. Subsequently, she instructed herself on how to grow stronger. She aided herself in grasping techniques, diligently training, carving wooden sculptures, and indulging in an abundance of fruits and sustenance. Now, she had even fashioned a set of diminutive armor for herself. If she were to triumph over that mischievous thunderball, would she truly depart from the sphere, leaving the workshop behind? The enthusiasm of the lily root doll suddenly waned. What's wrong? The moss questioned, puzzled. As the lily root doll hopped down from its grasp, the 3 leaves atop her head drooping slowly in response to her despondent mood. If she won, would she need to abandon the workshop? Otherwise, their habitat would be overrun by the mischievous thunderball, and if that were the case, what would be the purpose of continuing to fight? The reasons for battle had dissipated. The moss noticed the lily root doll's disappointment, and, contemplating something, suddenly inquired, "Is it that you do not wish to leave here?" The lily root doll turned to glance at the moss, then at the haphazard dual sword sheath. To leave or to stay? She was now quite conflicted. Do not worry. The moss's voice reached her, prompting the lily root doll to lift her gaze once more. Whether you wish to depart or remain, I shall not hinder you. Take your time to ponder. The moss paused before adding, pursue what you feel is right. The leaves atop the lily root doll gradually straightened again. A contemplative look emerged in her eyes, yet her expression remained forlorn. She did not wish to leave. The dual sword sheath, witnessing this scene, finally snapped out of its careless state. So you do not wish to depart. You have formed an attachment to the workshop. It floated over, caressing the lily root doll's leaves with its ribbon. The gatherings and partings of the world are just like this. Sometimes, others are merely transient figures in your life, just as you are to them. Just like me, The entire nation has become a mere passerby in my sword's journey. From kings to knights, all swept away in laughter and mirth. The lily root doll inquired of the dual sword sheath, noting that it too must have had a previous owner. Did the absence of that owner not evoke any emotions? The dual sword sheath replied, although the memory of my former master feels recent, in the grand scheme of time, it has been a millennium. My former master has long turned to dust. Sometimes, one must confront reality and undertake endeavors that hold significance. I have now discovered a new way of life, and the memories of the kingdom will gradually fade. The present suits me far better than my past. Certainly, another reason lies in the fact that the previous owner did not share a profound bond with it. After all, it ultimately found itself abandoned in a warehouse, gathering dust. In any case, if reclaiming your habitat is something you deem meaningful, then pursue it. Once you have accomplished that task, you may return without concern for whether other Pokémon will encroach upon it. Whenever you notice a Pokémon appearing, simply confront it with a couple of firm slaps, and in due course, they will cease to venture there. The dual blades offered guidance that was rather brusque, yet it brought a smile to the lily root doll, and the moss also emerged from its retreat. Wow! The lily root doll hopped joyfully towards the moss, its 3 leaves atop its head swaying with glee. If you still wish to continue living with me, then, as the dual blade suggested, that is indeed a viable option. The moss smiled, stating that everything hinges on your own choice. We must heed the whispers of our hearts and refrain from decisions that may lead to regret. The lily root doll's skirt twirled as it encouraged itself, gradually nurturing an idea within its heart. Yes, just as the dual blades articulated. Even if more Pokémon were to come seeking the habitat, it would be akin to willingly relinquishing it. Much like the decision to part ways with Miss Skirt and the other lily root dolls. That choice belongs to oneself. The act of voluntarily forsaking something is a notion entirely distinct from having it taken by others. I must fight and return here. I do not wish to leave. Sometimes, the resolute nature of a Pokémon can expedite its emergence from psychological turmoil. The moss smiled faintly. There is nothing inherently wrong with stubbornness. Compared to timid and reserved Pokémon, they exhibit greater strength and are less inclined to abandon their convictions. Very well, that is settled. Tomorrow, we shall prepare and then challenge that mischievous thunderbolt. Wow! The moss extended its hand, and the lily root doll lifted its skirt in response. They exchanged a high five. At that moment, the dual blades also raised their ribbons, clasping one hand each, producing a sound befitting such a moment. Indeed. The wisdom imparted by one who has lived for a millennium is superior, wouldn't you agree? Sometimes, it is wise to heed the voices of ancient beings. With that said, now is the time to undertake that endeavor. The moss rose from its crouched position, approached the workbench, and picked up the Arceus sculpture. However, the moss fell into contemplation. In truth, an unconventional evolutionary move had already emerged. That is the weather ball. Theoretically, the lily root doll seems incapable of learning weather ball. It must evolve to acquire this technique, regardless of the form it takes. In previous endeavors, this move was unexpectedly obtained, indicating that it is indeed possible to acquire moves from post-evolution through work, albeit they may not possess formidable strength. No, the weather balloon is indeed a formidable technique, albeit limited to usage under specific meteorological conditions. In the natural world, certain Pokémon can acquire skills typically learned only through evolution under extraordinary circumstances. Reflecting on this notion, Guangtai subtly nodded. Perhaps the learning aptitude of the Lilligant was unexpectedly high? What formidable techniques might be unveiled through the Arceus statue? Could it be that dance? Accompanied by her 2 Pokémon and the statue, Guangtai departed from the workshop and arrived at an open space outside. The Lilligant was aware of the statue's extraordinary power. Crafted by Guangtai, but kept from others' touch. Was it finally time to employ it? What strength would it bestow upon her? The Lilligant pondered. The Arceus statue, said to be the deity that created the world, was introduced by Guangtai to her Pokémon, evoking a sense of awe in both the Lilligant and the Doublade. A Pokémon that created the world? Such a being truly exists. No, that transcends the definition of Pokémon. Thus, it was time to comprehend its essence. You can sense the power emanating from the statue, correct? Touch it, and surrender entirely to its influence. It can impart a powerful technique learned after evolution, but it will only be effective for Pokémon. Without hesitation, the Lilligant reached out to touch the Arceus statue. A grand and ancient melody resonated within the heart of the Lilligant, seemingly transcending millennia, echoing from a bygone era. It was the anthem of the people of the ancient divine realm, celebrating the majestic power of Arceus. Through the passage of 1,000 years, they bridged the ancient past and the future. A peculiar energy surged from the surrounding air, enveloping the Lilligant in a radiant glow akin to that of evolution. The ancient melody harmonized with this energy, as the Lilligant closed her eyes, listening to the music, conjuring vivid imaginations in her mind. Distant skies, ancient mountains, tranquil forests, and enduring ruins materialized. Radiance illuminated the heavens, restoring the ruins to their prosperous state. Many people and Pokémon sang and danced, brandishing torches, their voices igniting the celestial glow, intertwining light and flame. The dancers, both human and Pokémon, exhibited an extraordinary rhythm and power, using music and dance to showcase the divine might. In that moment, the Lilligant released her small fist from the statue, having gained insight, and began to unconsciously mimic the actions of those ancient beings and Pokémon, emulating their dance. The Lilligant leaped and twirled in joyous abandon. Faintly, the ancient divine music accompanied her dance, leaving Guangtai and Doublade astonished. Soon after, a powerful force coalesced around the Lilligant, and the radiance erupted forth. Wow! The Lily Root doll gracefully completed the ancient dance, and the radiance gradually faded. As her skirt twirled, she realized how to wield that potent technique. The Arceus statue has aided the Lily Root doll in comprehending a formidable move. The Lily Root doll has mastered the dance of victory. Having grasped the dance of victory, upon using the Sunstone, the Lily Root doll is destined to evolve into its verdant form. Guangtai smiled. With the noble dance of victory understood, and the evolutionary form confirmed, the gateway to a new world was slowly opening for the Lily Root doll. However, she had yet to learn Toxic. If she had, she could have utilized a more skillful approach. Nevertheless, this was already quite commendable. At times, a revenge battle fought with excessive finesse could obscure the essence of combat. It was far better to defeat one's opponent with genuine strength, employing the power at hand. Guangtai gently patted the leaves of the Lily Root doll, before returning the Arceus statue to the house. Yet, at that moment, from the corner of Guangtai's eye, he caught sight of the emblematic tablet on the workbench. The inscription on the tablet had become jumbled, transforming into a new word, Regirock. The emblematic tablet sometimes foretold special events related to Pokémon. Thus, after Celebi, could the next to appear be the legendary giant, Regirock? Chapter 59. Your will of the king, I acknowledge. Of course, before tomorrow arrives. There was still work to be done today. Guangtai gazed at the tablet, lost in thought, uncertain of what intersection he would encounter with the legendary Pokémon this time. Hence, he chose to set that aside for now. The computer beeped, urging Guangtai, as well as the Lily Root doll and the double-edged sword. This bustling life, though somewhat exhausting, felt remarkably fulfilling. The Lily Root doll bounced along, and as they approached the computer together, she suddenly inquired of the double-edged sword. Wow. If your ideal kingdom is realized, will all Pokémon work alongside Guangtai? The double-edged sword replied, somewhat puzzled. Well, the king does not work. The Lily Root doll tilted her head in confusion. If one does not work, how can they be called a king? Shouldn't a true king serve as a role model by working alongside everyone? The double-edged sword was also stumped, beginning to ponder. You're right. Why should we adhere to the old model of governance? I never truly understood why kings do not work. It was merely accepted because the kings of old did not work. Reflecting on it, it does seem rather odd. Is it not that one becomes a king only after being acknowledged, rather than being acknowledged simply for being a king? Yes, that must be it. Yay. The Twin Swords Sheath has expressed that it has discovered a novel ideology for nation building, one that envisions a world where both humans and Pokémon live free from worries, each fulfilling their designated roles. This is the world it aspires to create. Guangtai heard the voice of the Twin Swords Sheath. Although unaware of what the Lily Root doll had inquired, the sheath continued to advocate its villainous concept of nation building, growing increasingly peculiar in its delivery, was it not? Speaking of a world where every Pokémon has a job and coexists harmoniously, such a realm does indeed exist. This must refer to the Labyrinth world, which for the Pokémon realm is likely a parallel universe. Oh, the client's request is, huh? Guangtai glanced at the content of the client's email, his expression turning strange. Today, I wish to discuss the topic of liberating Pokémon. We humans have coexisted with Pokémon until now, and we are indispensable partners to one another. Many might believe this, but is it truly the case? Could it merely be a one-sided wish from us humans? This format looks strikingly familiar. Isn't this reminiscent of the Plasma Team's propaganda? Indeed, at the outset, the Plasma Team did not appear as an illegal organization, but rather as a group akin to a religious order. Has their promotional email even reached the Divine City? Guangtai initially thought so, but at the end of the email, a special phrase was attached. Are you a craftsman of props? Then do you know of the Light Stone and the Dark Stone? I am Cusis, the Cusis of the Plasma Team. striving for true equality between humans and Pokémon. If you are aware of the whereabouts of these two stones, please be sure to reply to me. I would be immensely grateful and will offer generous compensation. Let us work together to realize a magnificent world of equal life. Guangtai thought. This cannot be the ancient explorer. No, it must be Monsieur Bourgeois. Initially, Guangtai considered that this might be a new client referred by the ancient explorer. But upon reflection, were there any archaeologists in the Unova region? The only one that came to mind from Ripple Town is just Jilon. However, Jilon merely has a villa over there. It is summer now, so it is indeed possible for it to be Jilon, yet if it were, she would never recommend Cusis as a client to me, especially since I do not know Jilon personally. Therefore, there is only one truth. That is Monsieur Bourgeois. The Plasma team is gradually becoming active in Unova, seeking the ancient stones. Thus the Plasma group is certainly inquiring about the antiquities loving Monsieur Bourgeois. Oh dear. This client will be difficult to handle. Although I know the locations of the Light Stone and the Dark Stone, I cannot disclose that information. Guangtai replied to the email. Do you wish to purchase something? I am currently unaware of the stones you mentioned. I sincerely apologize. Soon after, a response arrived from the other side. I sincerely apologize for my fanciful inquiries. I reached out to numerous antique collectors. Yet none could ascertain the nature of these two stones, which prompted my hope to consult you, residing in a foreign land. Since I have inadvertently disturbed you, I extend my heartfelt apologies. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall place an order for one of your artifacts. Might I inquire if you offer the possibility of customizing a statue? This individual exhibits a commendable politeness. Before his defenses crumbled, Kyukasi played the part of a gentleman quite convincingly. Certainly, what would you like to customize? I seek a large sculpture of the three-headed dragon. Are you familiar with this Pokémon? I require a substantial statue, not a diminutive one. Of course, that is entirely feasible. Customization for large sculptures begins at a price of over 40. The three-headed dragon is Kyukasi's signature Pokémon. Perhaps this is an effort to promote the Plasma team. Though I cannot fathom what he intends to do with such a statue. Nonetheless, the sculptures he crafts possess unique effects, especially now that he has gathered more ancient stones, eliminating any concerns regarding the availability of materials. That poses no issue. Additionally, I noticed an item in your shop called the Certificate of Regal Bearing. Its appearance clearly distinguishes it from the ordinary Certificate of Royalty, and its purpose is to enhance a Pokémon's obedience. I wish to purchase this item. It is not merely obedience, but rather recognition, Kyukasi corrected, fully aware of the underlying meaning. He seeks to find the legendary dragon and gain its acknowledgement, or rather, the acknowledgement of his adopted son. Of course, regarding the esteemed master, the outwardly recognized leader of the Plasma team, Kyukasi merely views him as a puppet controlling the legendary dragon. At this moment, his state remains uncertain. The price is clearly indicated, 20 yuan. Kyukasi finds the value of this product somewhat ambiguous. The intimidation effect of the Certificate of Royalty itself is rather lackluster, being merely an evolution item. However, combined with the unique effects from his modifications, this recognition should indeed be effective for all Pokémon. Nevertheless, for someone like Kyukasi, financial concerns are trivial. He has likely amassed considerable wealth through the Plasma team's clandestine activities and places his order with grandiosity. Thank you for your patronage. After a moment's reflection, I added, those Pokémon that recognize you will ultimately acknowledge you. Those that do not will remain indifferent regardless of how many such items you acquire. An item cannot dictate everything. The bond between a person and their Pokémon is paramount. Thus, do you share a bond with your own Pokémon, or is this purchase intended for another? The answer is already apparent. It is for our king, Kyukasi replied. He shall become a legendary hero, and for that, he must gain the acknowledgement of the legendary dragon. Are you familiar with the founding legend of Unova? How can one unify a world rife with discord among its people? It is through the presence of a hero, one who ardently pursues truth and ideals, bestowed with knowledge, and armed with the formidable white and black dragons of Pokémon that threaten adversaries. The hero and Pokémon, in their majestic forms and unparalleled power, shall unite the hearts of all, thus forging a harmonious Unova. Once more, if only we could resurrect the hero and Pokémon in this Unova. Our sovereign shall collaborate with the legendary Pokémon to forge a new utopia. This is the very reenactment of the renowned tale of nation-building in Unova. I am diligently toiling for this noble cause. A novel world where individuals and Pokémon coexist as equals. Do you not find this notion appealing? Indeed, I once traversed the globe, amassing wisdom and seeking kindred spirits. And now I have gathered 6 sages who share my ideals and aspirations. You possess the ability to create wondrous artifacts, if you are willing or resonate with our vision. I implore you to come to the Unova region and join our cause. You shall be the 8th sage. Inwardly, Guangtai scoffed at the theatricality of it all. The idea of a world where humans and Pokémon could live harmoniously sounds enchanting. Yet I shall decline the position of sage. I am but an ordinary craftsman. The ambition to create an ideal nation is indeed commendable, but alas, you, Kaiki, merely seek to exploit this for personal gain. Deceiving my comrades, referring to the other 6 sages, may suffice, for a mere laugh or a brief incarceration will soon pass. Do not deceive yourself. However, at that moment, Do Jian Xiao interjected. Yao. Its gaze was fixated on the computer screen as Guangtai elucidated the text's significance. Do Jian Xiao quickly grew incensed. What level of audacity is this, aspiring to nation build like our new king? Is having a team truly so remarkable? Yao Pu, Guangtai, let us abandon this venture. It infuriates me. Rest assured, we must continue our enterprise. Everything he says is mere deception. Guangtai reassured the 2 Pokémon. Yet Lilliroot Doll, unable to comprehend the computer's text or the notion of nation building, remained unresponsive. Sometimes, an excess of knowledge can become a burden. Bah! Lilliroot Doll tilted its head, adorably clueless, swaying gently. The true hero has indeed emerged, yet the eventual outcome shall not mirror his proclamations. Terms like monarch and new king are mere instruments of religion to indoctrinate followers. Some possess wavering spirits, easily ensnared by such propaganda. However, these individuals are often inherently unfit to be Pokémon trainers. Do not be blinded by superficial ideals and speeches. Scrutinize the actions taken. Did you not just assert that it is not the one who becomes king that gains recognition, but rather the recognized individual who ascends to kingship? Guangtai gently patted Do Jian Xiao, who then felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it is our king who truly deserves this honor. Your will of the king. I acknowledge. Chapter 60, Aegislash and the Fire God Moth. The new order has just been processed, and the computer has scarcely had a moment's respite before the notification sounds once again. This time, the client is unexpectedly from Unova. At this rate, before I have even dominated the Johto region, I have already preemptively conquered Unova. All of this began with the ancient seekers. The news from Unova travels swiftly. In stark contrast to Johto, where do the people even venture? This client is a typical customer, seeking the Fire God Moth. In the Unova region, the Fire God Moth is considered a quasi-legendary Pokémon. Wait a moment, could the Fire God Moth be Aegislash? Haha. Client. Hello, my name is Aegislash. The atmosphere descended into an oddly awkward silence, as both the dual sword sheath and the Lilliroot Doll exchanged puzzled glances. What is the matter with this person? Is he even more challenging to deal with than the previous one, who spoke deceitfully? Ah, this is the champion of Unova. Gradually, I regained my composure and replied, May I inquire what you require? I came across something called herbal juice on your store interface, which seems to enhance a Pokémon's vitality. To be candid, one of my Pokémon is gravely ill, and I am in search of a remedy to heal it. Prior to this, I inquired extensively and finally learned of a secret medicine in the Johto region that can instantly revive any Pokémon that has lost its spirit and vitality. However, the potency of that medicine appears to be exceedingly fierce, and I fear my Pokémon may not endure it. It was then that I stumbled upon your shop. Honestly, I was initially skeptical about the juice being able to enhance life, but upon reflection, nature indeed possesses various wondrous fruits that restore vitality and alleviate adverse conditions. Perhaps there exists such a fruit that could save my Pokémon, and the Johto region's Poke Juice is renowned worldwide. Realizing this, I decided to send you this email. I added Aegislash as a friend, and he subsequently elaborated on the condition of his ailing Pokémon. Unsurprisingly, it is the Fire God Moth. In the Black and White series, Quirky had once mocked Aegislash, stating that since his longtime partner Pokémon passed away from illness years ago, he no longer engaged in serious battles. This also elucidates that the cause of the Fire God Moth's demise is not simply attributed to age. After Aegislash commanded the Elite Four to protect the Pokémon League, he has been leisurely wandering around the Unova region, no longer engaging in earnest battles. The herbal juice you seek, which is capable of enhancing vitality, is priced at 50,000 yen. 50? Just 50. Aegislash seems somewhat incredulous. However, this is quite reasonable, as acquiring such a medicine at this price is remarkably affordable, even excessively so. The Luminous Moss patiently replied, As for whether it is effective, I cannot guarantee that. In any case, you should try it out first. If it proves ineffective, I have other remedies available for you to consider. Regarding the price, if the medication is excessively expensive, it would lose its purpose as a remedy. However, the delivery may take a bit longer. I understand that the Johto region and Unova are quite distant from each other, but it is merely a matter of time. I will find a way for my Volcarona to endure, he continued. In my youth, my enthusiasm for battles led to my Pokémon acquiring hidden ailments. This is entirely my fault. Thank you once again for your assistance. After a moment of contemplation, the luminous moss suddenly recalled the Wailing Waters and quickly sent a message. By the way, may I inquire if you are familiar with the Lianru Forest? Lianru Forest? I have not heard of it. Adak appeared equally puzzled. The luminous moss reminisced, knowing that the Lianru Forest could only be accessed with an apparatus developed by Dr. Jinmo, which meant that prior to the invention of the device, that area would seem like an ordinary forest to outsiders. It should be situated in the heart of Unova. Oh, you mean the Central Forest? I am aware of that. It is said that extraordinary things can be dreamt of there, a fantastical woodland. There seems to be a researcher currently studying that forest who has made some progress. Is there anything I can assist you with? Indeed. A certain Pokémon may appear in the Central Forest, and I am in search of it. Its appearances. The luminous moss sent a reply, to which Adak quickly responded, I see. I will keep an eye out for this Pokémon. Perhaps the researcher connected to the fabled Dream Forest might have some insights. Thus, Adak ceased sending messages. He entrusted Adak with the task of finding the Lianru Forest and rescuing Volcarona. If Volcarona truly survives, what does it matter if Quagsire earns the approval of the legendary dragon? Adak, regarded as the weakest champion after losing his key Pokémon, would be quite different if that elder Volcarona were still alive. Adak possesses 2 Volcarona. After the elder's demise, he became rather despondent and ceased to engage earnestly in battles. A shift in the timeline has occurred. I hope my herbal concoction proves effective. Additionally, the secret remedy from the Johto region likely refers to the oldest herbal shop in Azalea Town. I should find the time to procure this secret remedy, which would enable me to create an equally effective or even superior version. The pharmacy in Azalea Town is a time-honored establishment without an online store, necessitating a personal visit. In the game, such potions can even cure Psyduck's innate headaches, making them truly miraculous. However, no matter how potent the medicine may be, it merely serves to sustain life. If a Pokémon is naturally vigorous, it will surely recover after treatment. Yet, for those afflicted with grave illnesses or hidden ailments, such potent remedies might yield adverse effects due to their overwhelming nature. As Guangtai pondered upon his recent good deed, completing a new order and contemplating the creation of several glass containers, the familiar sound of his computer chimed once more. Oh, this is the 3rd time, a trifecta. Your sculpting skills are quite impressive. I was referred here. Is custom sculpture available? This time, the message pertained to a statue commission, differing from the request of Quixie, as it was for a gym sculpture. Guangtai focused intently. What style of sculpture do you desire? Haha, your sculptures are truly lifelike, reminiscent of authentic artifacts from antiquity. I wish to commission one of a Pokémon called the Martial Arts Bear Master. Have you heard of it? No worries if you haven't. I have photos of them here. You can create based on their poses. The Martial Arts Bear Master? Wait, referred by someone and calling himself an old man? Could it be Master from Armor Island? Yet, I recall there being no statue in front of his dojo. Master seems to have an old acquaintance in Steelman. In the game, Master, one of the former champions of the Galar region, thrives on Armor Island. While his son Hyde once revealed that several years prior to the game's onset, Steelman visited Armor Island to craft some Sitrus balls for Master. Hyde witnessed Steelman's craftsmanship during that encounter and endeavored to replicate it using machinery. When the game's protagonist synthesizes a Sitrus ball, Hyde informs them that developing the machine took considerable time, and it is exceedingly difficult to emulate Steelman's ball-making technique, resulting in a very low probability of machine-generated Sitrus balls. Undoubtedly, within the game, Steelman stands as the epitome of all artisans, delivering a resounding blow to synthesis machines in this mechanical age. Master, being an avid gamer, would certainly explore the novelty of online shopping. However, Steelman is rather traditional, relying on his granddaughter Chihui for assistance with anything internet-related. After contemplating for a moment, Guangtai received the photos sent by the other party. Indeed, they were the single-strike and multi-strike forms of the martial arts bear master. To have the 2 Pokémon sculpted and placed before the dojo, it is rather peculiar that the area in front of the gym in the game is so empty. 2 statues would undoubtedly enhance its grandeur. For the custom large sculptures in 2040, Guangtai responded to the other party. For 2 statues, the total would be 4,080. Is this price acceptable to you? If it is merely 40, that poses no problem. The response from the other side came swiftly. Old man, I have faith in your craftsmanship. After all, your shop's page has demonstrated your skill. The techniques employed in those sculptures are truly extraordinary. I eagerly anticipate the day I receive the sculpture. I can hardly contain my excitement. That day is bound to be thrilling. I appreciate your trust in my abilities. I shall not disappoint my clients, replied Guangtai. However, I find myself puzzled as to why one must append particles to their typing. Nonetheless, today's earnings have indeed been quite substantial. After the elderly figure, presumably Master Ma, ceased his messages, Guangtai heard the mailbox chime for the 4th time. This time, however, the correspondence was not from a client, but from Mr. Steele. Your sculptures are remarkable. Upon inspection, they resemble authentic ancient artifacts. If not marked as replicas, I doubt anyone would recognize them as fakes. Your shop has garnered considerable attention recently. I have even been asked how one could locate you. You reside in the mountains far from the city, correct? If you have the time, do visit Maple Town before the year ends. I am prepared to teach you the craft of crafting pinecone pokeballs. Your current level of skill is more than adequate to inherit this art. If you wish to learn, come find me. The complete technique for crafting pinecone balls implies that the weaving skill I lack can only be acquired from Mr. Steele. Ordinary modern pokeballs utilize technology, and the interior of the Wishui pokeballs lacks any netting, indicating that the netting is a proprietary skill of Mr. Steele. It appears that I must journey to the city after autumn arrives. Another letter? If you permit, I hope to visit your shop soon to sincerely procure rare stones. Zivkidao. Chapter 61. The glass whistle of the earth. Guangtai promptly replied to Da's email. Realizing that the gem collector inquiring about the evolutionary stones was none other than Dahu himself. To be honest, the profession of gem collector is quite prevalent in the Pokémon world, with trainers of that type typically being gentlemen or mountain climbers. Therefore, Guangtai did not expect it to be Dahu. Zivki Dahu, the champion of the Hoenn region, was indeed a familiar figure from Guangtai's memories. As one inevitably encounters Dahu while playing Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, along with his good friend Mikali, the two of whom frequently exchanged the title of champion. The reason Dahu and Mikali traded the championship title was due to Dahu's need to venture out for stone excavation. Perhaps he should simply adopt a champion-level status akin to that in the Paldea region, thus allowing the Elite Four to also be considered champions, enabling Dahu to roam freely. By the way, Dahu possesses numerous rare stones. A crucial thought crossed Guangtai's mind, prompting him to quickly reply to Dahu. Indeed, I do possess some rare stones. Upon receiving Guangtai's response, Dahu promptly replied and added Guangtai as a friend. Greetings, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zivik Daigo, a passionate gem collector with an ardent enthusiasm for acquiring precious stones. Through certain unique channels, I became aware of your esteemed shop and the distinctive stone you once offered, known as the Evolutionary Stone. I have located the previous buyer and confirmed our communication. You previously mentioned that the Evolutionary Stone might be found in regions densely populated with Pokémon. I have conducted some inquiries, yet thus far, I have yielded no fruitful results. Now, regarding the rare stone you mentioned, what might that be? It is not surprising that I have encountered no success. The Evolutionary Stone is indeed a rare find. Koda promptly dispatched a message, a unique rock that has fallen from the legendary Pokémon Regirock. Is it truly a stone from a legendary giant? How splendid. Daigo appeared quite exhilarated. Koda discerned that this Daigo had not encountered the 3 pillars of creation, indicating he was not the Daigo from the special episodes. In both the games and the main series of animations, the 3 pillars of creation in the Hoenn region are not essential Pokémon to capture, but serve a purpose in puzzle solving. Based on the game's narrative, it is highly probable that these pillars remain uncaptured and are presently in slumber. After all, the 3 pillars can be found in various locations and within the games. The only legitimate owner of these pillars is the Pharaoh of the Pyramid, whose pillars are unrelated to those of Hoenn. By the way, I would also like to inquire if you possess a Sunstone or a Moonstone. Evolution stones, you say? The Sunstone and Moonstone are indeed quite rare. Unfortunately, I do not have a Sunstone at hand, but I do possess a Moonstone, which I unearthed long ago from the Sacred Mountain. If you wish, I would be glad to offer it to you as a gift. Koda felt a surge of joy. That is wonderful. However, I can certainly pay for it. No, this is a personal gift. Please accept it. In truth, I have a slight ulterior motive, should you come into possession of the Evolutionary Stone. Or if you discover a new one, I hope to negotiate a purchase. A new Evolutionary Stone. I indeed have one in my possession, though it is something I entrusted to the Double Sword Sheath. While Koda was lost in contemplation, the Double Sword Sheath suddenly inquired about the meaning of the text on the computer screen, to which Koda could only provide an explanation. To Koda's surprise, upon hearing this, the Double Sword Sheath's eyes darted around. If someone desires it, then selling it to him would be permissible. After all, once it evolves, this stone will no longer be of use. Koda was somewhat perplexed. The Double Sword Sheath had previously placed great importance on the gem. yet it was now proactively suggesting selling it to another. The two ribbons of the double sword sheath intertwined, mimicking a gesture of crossing arms. Despite the absence of an actual chest. Yup. Having conceived a new plan after observing the misleading proclamations of that dreadful customer, I discerned that there were indeed elements within his approach that could be emulated. Thus, this transaction is not merely a sale, but rather a gesture of goodwill. With this stone as a foundation, the formidable individual will eventually become my subordinate. If one aspires to be a king, it is essential to gather powerful allies from various locales. This is the art of winning hearts. I am paving the way for you. How commendable I am as your minister. The plan is in motion. Guangtai was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. So that was the case. It was indeed related to that rather juvenile nation-building scheme. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the twin-blade sheath was assisting me. Guangtai gathered his thoughts. You are correct. Once you acquire the evolution stone, the need for the evolutionary gem diminishes. However, the absence of the sunstone is somewhat regrettable. Otherwise, the lily root doll could have evolved. Guangtai cast a glance at the lily root doll, which waved its leaves, indicating that it was unfazed. Wow, even without evolving, I am still quite formidable. After contemplation, Guangtai resolved to withhold information about the evolutionary gem for the time being, intending to discuss it further upon Dawu's arrival. In the interim, the lily root doll could utilize the evolutionary gem when reclaiming its habitat. It would be prudent to retain this stone for a while longer, as it still holds significant potential. Thus, Guangtai acquiesced to Dawu's request, who promptly replied, "Shall we visit around July 5th or 6th? We can discuss matters in greater detail during our meeting. I truly appreciate your cooperation." Dawu seemed genuinely excited whenever the topic of stones arose. He exhibited an extraordinarily enthusiastic demeanor. His fervor for collecting stones was such that he would even relinquish his champion title for the pursuit. Oh, Dawu. The Devon Company is quite affluent. It is indeed a major client. In terms of financial prowess, only Mr. Bourgeois could rival him. No, perhaps even Mr. Bourgeois cannot compare, as it appears that this family went bankrupt due to their antiquities acquisitions in the game. The lily root doll and twin blade sheath also began to express their joy. In any case, we have secured numerous orders today. Very well, let us proceed to craft glass. After completing all the orders on the computer, Guangtai returned to the forge with his two Pokémon and brought in a wooden barrel filled with soft sand. There was an abundance of soft sand in the rock mountain ruins. Guangtai carried back nearly half a bag, along with various ores. Although the journey was arduous without the assistance of Celebi's psychic powers, the robust physique of humans in the Pokémon world enabled him to transport all these materials successfully. The unique knowledge of glass-making processes resurfaced in his mind. Preparation: sand, limestone, soda ash, and plant ash. Melting: the sand is placed within a furnace and heated to temperatures exceeding 1,800 degrees, at which point the quartz commences its transformation into a molten state. Shaping: a hollow iron rod is employed to blow and mold the molten glass into various forms. Cooling: after melting, the glass necessitates rapid cooling to establish a uniform and transparent structure. These outline the fundamental steps. The distinctive glass-making techniques provide the artistry and skill required for crafting glass. And concerning the temperature of the flame, a small sculpture of a fire-breathing dragon has been positioned in this room, coupled with the furnace's intense heat, thus alleviating any concerns regarding temperature. However, Guangtai suddenly had an epiphany and turned towards the curious lily root doll observing in the forge, exclaiming, "Ah, let us try this." Lily root doll. Wow. The lily root doll responded with a puzzled glance. Use clear sunny day? Upon hearing Guangtai's peculiar command, the lily root doll, albeit bewildered, proceeded to summon a clear sunny day indoors. Intense sunlight flooded the ceiling, rendering light bulbs unnecessary, as the clear sunny day also served as a source of illumination. Subsequently, Guangtai pointed at the furnace, adjust the power, and employ the weather ball. Wow. The lily root doll recalled that this was a technique acquired previously through its endeavors. With closed eyes, the lily root doll began to concentrate its energy, and soon 3 orbs of foam coalesced in front of it. Wow. The weather foam ignited in flames, which the lily root doll hurled into the furnace, igniting a roaring blaze. Excellent. The lily root doll could now partake in the forging process, demonstrating remarkable control over the weather ball, allowing a grass-type Pokémon to engage in the crafting of flames. This is due to my grass-type Pokémon's ability to wield fire techniques. Wow. The lily root doll was pleasantly surprised that this technique could be utilized in such a manner, enabling it to participate in a new task, filling it with joy. Typically, the duration for crafting small glass items is approximately 23 hours, while larger pieces extend to 8 hours. Soon, the soft sand obtained from the ruins was transformed into liquid glass. Clad in forging attire and donning heavy heat-resistant gloves, Guangtai used a ladle to gently scoop the liquid glass, which adhered to the mouth of the tube in a vibrant orange hue. Thereafter, Guangtai began to blow the liquid glass into a bulbous shape, initiating the shaping process. Scissors, pliers, and files are essential tools required during the glass shaping phase. After a considerable duration, a small glass whistle fashioned from the soft sand was finally completed. Yoo! The twin-blade sheath observed Guangtai and the lily root doll at work, suddenly feeling a sense of despondency. Prior to the reactivation of the forge, it had accompanied Guangtai throughout all tasks, yet it found itself incapable of contributing within the forge. The steel type, fearing fire, could not approach the molten glass, which radiated an intense heat that deterred it from drawing near. It is of no concern. Each Pokémon possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. One need only excel in their areas of expertise. Guangtai comforted the twin swords while admiring the glass whistle he had crafted. A craft has been completed. Crafted item, Earth Glass Whistle. Description: an item made using soft sand and common materials, produced through a special glass-blowing technique. Different attributes of Pokémon materials may yield diverse glass products. Function 1. When blown by a trainer or Pokémon, the power of ground type moves increases by 25. Function 2. When blown by a trainer or Pokémon, it grants the ability to sense the Earth's energy, enhancing the nurturing of ground-type Pokémon. In this state of Earth perception, one cannot be struck at critical points by the opponent's moves. Knowledge gained. 1. Glass Artisan. Glass production efficiency increased by 15. Following this, random material clues were obtained. Material: Mirror Armor. Source: Steel-winged crow possessing mirror armor traits. Corresponding craft: unique mirror forging and imitation forging techniques. Through crafting, mirrors with varying abilities can be produced. Through crafting, the characteristics and abilities of Steel-type Pokémon can be retained in crafted items. Chapter 62. The frozen fantasy of 50. Guangtai's eyes brightened, but upon realizing the source of the materials was the steel-winged crow, he fell into deep contemplation. This Pokémon exists solely in Galar and Paldea, making it a rare find here, and the requirement for mirror armor was quite stringent. After all, mirror armor is a hidden trait. He pondered whether the steel feathers from the armor bird or the iron armor shed by the Bosch's family could serve as substitutes. After all, there is an abundance of materials from steel-type Pokémon. The iron feathers of the armor bird, the iron armor of Bosch's, the copper skin of the Bronzer, the black gold of Regis Steel, the thick iron from the Drillbur, and the aerospace metal of the Iron Fire Knight. The Bronzer's previous form is the copper mirror monster. Perhaps shards of it could also unlock the mirror forging technique. If one could capture a steel-winged crow, an endless supply of steel materials would be at hand. And unlike the armor bird, the steel-winged crow would not be hindered by rainy weather, making it one of the finest aerial Pokémon. He tempered his fantasies, for indulging in them was futile at present. Guangtai contemplated the functions of the glass whistle. The boost in move power was a natural effect of the soft sand, which had been retained, along with the benefits of attribute cultivation and the avoidance of critical strikes. He never anticipated that this glass whistle would prove so invaluable, far surpassing the original version from the Hoenn region. However, it may also be attributed to the fact that the materials I utilized are composed of soft sand. This particular sand is a unique artifact, discovered within the Temple of Regi Rock, and is likely infused with the elemental energies of rock and ground. Nevertheless, lacking a ground-type Pokémon, I shall proceed to sell this glass whistle. Furthermore, the notion of cultivating superior Pokémon seems to evoke an uncanny resemblance to the abilities associated with the essence of the earth. Glade took another glance at the lily root doll's leaves. Would incorporating Pokémon attribute materials yield a distinctive glass whistle? Thus, Glade plucked a leaf from the lily root doll, and, procuring leaves from the oak grove, mixed them into the glass liquid for a second firing. The outcome manifested a transformation. Crafting process completed. Crafted item, grass glass whistle. Description: an item produced using soft sand, common materials, and a special grass-type plant, through a unique glass crafting technique. Effect 1. When blown by a trainer or Pokémon, the power of grass-type moves is augmented by 10. Effect: when blown by a trainer or Pokémon, it allows for the perception of grass energy, enhancing the cultivation of grass-type Pokémon. And in this state of grass perception, one will not be struck in a critical spot by opponent's moves. The effects are nearly identical. However, the increase in move power has diminished to 10, perhaps owing to the primary material being the soft sand of the ground type. Nevertheless, this remains a commendable and practical item. Should I substitute the grass-type materials with a miracle seed, perhaps the enhancement could reach 25. Yet, miracle seeds are exceedingly rare natural artifacts. I wonder if my knowledge of seed mutations might enable the emergence of a miracle seed among those crops. Beep beep. The sound of the computer resonated. Kanto region, 7 islands, 4th island. The red-haired woman, Kanna, the ice-type Elite Four from the Quartz Plateau, had just received a delivery from the Sinnoh region. The sculptures of the White Sea Lion, Lapras, and Cloyster appeared remarkably ancient. Observing them in person is indeed a different experience compared to viewing images online. It is akin to the sensation I felt within the Escaner ruins. Is it truly possible that such creations could stem solely from sculpting expertise? Kanna delicately pinched her exquisite chin, scrutinizing several 120-scale figurines before perusing the accompanying instruction manual. It was a user guide. Ice-type sculptures invariably lower the ambient temperature, certainly lending a refreshing chill. Among them, the White Sea Lion sculpture's function is to gradually restore the vitality of ice-type Pokémon. This sculpture is essentially an eco-friendly refrigerator. Suddenly, Kanna's White Sea Lion approached, tilting its head to gaze at the ancient sculpture, which bore an almost identical resemblance to itself. It sensed a chilling aura emanating from the carving, which brought it great comfort. The White Sea Lion. Do you also admire this sculpture? Kanna, with her arms crossed, mused to herself. The climate of 7 Island exhibits pronounced tropical characteristics. Only the Icefall Cave remains a frigid enclave, just as Kanna remarked. Due to the predominantly tropical climate of 7 Island, Ice-type Pokémon congregate within the Icefall Cave on the 4th island. Typically, she would allow her Pokémon to rest deep within the cave, but recently, to guard against disturbances from Team Rocket, she had refrained from bringing them back. The 4th island is Kanna's homeland, where she resides on the eastern edge of the town. With these sculptures, it is possible to lower the temperature without the need for air conditioning. Alright, everyone come forth. Kanna released all her Pokeballs. However, due to Lapra's considerable size, it did not appear. Apart from the White Sea Lion and Shelmet, the remaining 2 Pokémon were Snorlax and Lipstick. Upon their emergence, the Pokémon immediately sensed something amiss with the temperature of their home and quickly turned their gazes toward the 3 sculptures, which exuded a chilling aura that made the environment feel exceedingly pleasant. Shelmet, with a mischievous grin, curiously examined its own sculpture from various angles. The function of Shelmet's sculpture seemed to enhance the hardness of ice products, perhaps indicating a breeding-related effect. Shelmet, use Ice Spike, Kanna directed, determined to test the hypothesis. After a moment's contemplation, Shelmet maintained its playful grin and began to concentrate cold energy, manifesting an ice spike that was notably larger than its previous creations. When the ice spike fell to the ground, Kanna approached and discovered that it was indeed significantly sturdier than those she had previously crafted. The chilling aura emanating from it was even more intense. Although the increase was modest, Kanna, being an expert in ice-type Pokémon, was confident in her assessment. This could enhance my Pokémon's strength. How remarkable, she exclaimed, even though it seemed intended for refrigeration. At Kanna's level, as an Elite Four trainer, the path to further strength is arduous. Mere routine training is insufficient, as the Elite Four are essentially the reserve champions. These sculptures, merely by their presence, exert influence on the surrounding environment and Pokémon, fostering positive enhancements. Kanna was thoroughly delighted. Finally, regarding Lapras, the manual indicated that it enhances Ice-type and Water-type energy, a concept easily comprehended. It likely concentrates the ambient ice energy to bolster Ice-type Pokémon, making this sculpture particularly potent in the marine environment of 7 Island, where water abounds. Bringing this sculpture to Icefall Cave would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Kanna's excitement was palpable, and her Pokémon all gravitated toward the 3 sculptures. Simultaneously, she retrieved a majestic cape from the delivery box. This is indeed a momentum sash identical to the one belonging to Eevee, though it is nearly on the verge of being damaged by my hand. This fabric confers extraordinary power, yet wear and tear are unavoidable. Eevee, after finishing his own training that day, hastily departed, likely having noticed the deterioration of his sash. After all, while such tools are formidable, they remain susceptible to normal damage. In contrast, the utility of sculptures, although significant, cannot be employed in battle, otherwise, they would shatter upon being struck. With this thought, I feel reassured that Eevee cannot vex me with his Dragonite sculpture. Thus, I procured several additional momentum sashes, which included a momentum headband. The primary reason for acquiring this particular headband is its unique ability to grant a 5 chance of avoiding a near-death state when using the move Explosion. My Shelmet indeed possesses the move Explosion. It should serve me well when I next confront Eevee. He often boasts about the profound bond he shares with his Dragonite. So I shall demonstrate the connection I have with my Shelmet. With a stroke of luck, perhaps I could unleash a series of consecutive explosions. It would be even more splendid if there were an item to transform explosion into an ice-type move. Moreover, there is the Shell Bell. I picked up a white Shell Bell, a tool I have heard of before, crafted from the shells found in the Hoenn region. When carried and used in attacks, it can restore health. It seems there are similar shells in the Sinnoh region as well. However, I wonder about the underlying principles behind them. In any case, such items are exceedingly rare in the Kanto region. Gently shaking the Shell Bell, I was delighted by the melodious sound it produced, bringing me a sense of enjoyment. It appeared to be quite suitable even as an ordinary bell. Has the workshop introduced a plethora of new items recently? However, none seem particularly useful to me, aside from the proof of a champion and the scorching charcoal pendant. Oh, this one looks impressive. The price is quite reasonable. I shall purchase it. By the way, is there anything in the shop that can enhance the freezing probability? Ideally, I would love to elevate it to 50. Just the thought of encountering Edu gives me a headache. If only I could freeze my opponents upon landing a hit. I mused maliciously, picking up my Poké gear to send a message to K-Tai. As expected, the response I received was, "Sorry, currently the workshop does not possess such items, and frankly, a 50 freezing probability may result in a ban from the league." Not an issue. I sighed. A ban is of little concern. What matters is the ability to triumph over Edu. But immediately, I regained my spirits and began conversing with K-Tai. "Boss, have you ever considered creating dolls imbued with special abilities? Surely, you could manage that? Regarding dolls, I can certainly give it a try. Your suggestion is marvelous. But as we do not yet have a finished product, the effects of the creations remain unknown, and the price has yet to be determined. Oh, then I shall reserve a Lapras doll. Of course, I am in no hurry to receive it. If you are not in a rush, that is splendid. Thank you for your support." Kona's expression gradually transformed into one of anticipation. The dolls produced by the Wondrous shop possess an allure distinctly different from those at home. And Kona has now fully confirmed this notion. That fellow Edu only purchases battle items. Does he truly believe that strength is everything? Once I acquire a sufficient number of nurturing items, his Dragon Legion shall remain no match for me. As for the dolls available on the market, such as the Clefairy doll, the supermarket claims it can help flee from wild Pokémon during battles, but in truth, it merely serves to divert the attention of wild Pokémon. It hardly qualifies as a unique ability. With this in mind, Kona sent a message to Kai. Of course, I eagerly anticipate each new arrival at the workshop. However, as an Ice-type trainer, I kindly request that the proprietor also introduces some Ice-type items in the next update.